Chapter 1, F-Rank Talent? The school beauty forced a kiss on me in public. Lingwu City, UNWO University, Awakening Hall. Today is the Talent Awakening Ceremony, 1 week after the new students enroll. The dark blue energy pillar emitted a faint glow, and beneath it stood a group of 18-year-old freshmen, full of hope for the future. The air was thick with tension and excitement. Shu-Chen stood at the very end of the line, subconsciously stroking the faded badge on his chest, his only keepsake from the orphanage. Next up, Shu-Chen. The instructor's emotionless voice rang out, eliciting a chorus of undisguised sneers. Pfft, it's finally his turn, that poor bastard who can barely afford tuition by doing odd jobs. I heard that he can't even afford the basic source energy textbooks and can only read them by borrowing books from the library. Stop making baseless accusations. Their main selling point is to cultivate an inspirational persona. The sarcastic and cutting remarks pierced Shu-Chen's ears like steel needles. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to block out the noise, and walked step by step toward the pillar of power that would determine his fate. This was his only way out, he had nowhere to retreat. He pressed his calloused palm firmly onto it. Buzz. The source energy pillar moved only slightly, and a light dimmer than a firefly rose shakily from the bottom by less than a centimeter, but only for a moment, before it went out completely. Then, cold, electronic sound filled the entire hall. F-level talent. Source energy value, 0. The instructor in charge of the test didn't even bother to hide the disgust on his face, waving his hand like he was shooing away a fly. Next. Laughter erupted in the hall. Ha ha ha. F rank? 0 source energy? What kind of prehistoric garbage is this? This has shattered my worldview. Has UNWO University ever had such an oddity in its hundreds of years of history? Go home and farm, stop embarrassing yourself here. Brother, pack your bags and go back to the orphanage. The path of the source power user is not for you. He's not even as good as an E-level student. Keeping this kind of trash in school is a complete waste of resources. Shu-Chen's body froze on the spot, his blood seemingly freezing instantly. He stared intently at the glaring F, feeling as if the whole world was spinning and collapsing. 18 years of struggle, 18 years of anticipation, and all that's left is this joke? How so? Humiliation, resentment, despair, countless emotions gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes, causing him so much pain that he almost collapsed to his knees. He had given his all over the years, finally preparing to step into the world of origin warriors, only to be mercilessly sentenced to death by these cold numbers. However, at this moment, boom! A burning sensation he had never felt before erupted from deep within him. It felt like an ancient behemoth that had been dormant for thousands of years being awakened. Shu-Chen's blood began to boil, and a faint yet ancient and powerful aura surged wildly along his blood vessels. He suddenly looked up, a golden light flashing deep in his pupils, like a sign of an ancient god awakening. Strangely, the reading on the source energy pillar remained the glaring F, as if the earlier anomaly was just an illusion. No one noticed this fleeting phenomenon, except for one person. On the VIP platform, the stunningly beautiful young woman who had been resting with her eyes closed suddenly opened them and stood up abruptly. Luo Qingwu. The undisputed #1 beauty of UNWO University, a 17-year-old with a plus-level talent, a special admission student of UNWO University, a prodigy, and a mysterious girl with a rumored powerful background. At this moment, her star-like eyes sharpened, and her slender body trembled slightly. She could clearly feel that the aura from just now had resonated with the source veins within her body. This aura could it be, she murmured, her beautiful eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. Qingwu, what's wrong? The tutor next to her asked with concern. Luo Qingwu did not answer, her gaze was fixed on the distraught figure below. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, she walked straight towards Shu-Chen in her high heels. The noise in the entire hall came to an abrupt halt. Holy crap, what is Goddess Luo going to do? Is she trying to comfort that good-for-nothing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Qingwu stopped in front of Shu-Chen, and her unfathomable eyes made his heart race for no reason. Shu-Chen raised his head and met those captivatingly beautiful eyes, and his heart inexplicably began to pound wildly. She has a tall figure, delicate features, and an innate noble air. This girl is so beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. You. Shu-Chen uttered only one word. The next second, Luo Qingwu suddenly stepped forward, her slender body close to hers, and the fragrance of orchids wafted over her. Before he could react, a cool, delicate hand had already placed its hand on the back of his neck. Immediately afterwards, soft red lips landed precisely on my lips. Boom! The whole place erupted. Holy crap! Goddess Luo has gone mad? She actually kissed that F-rank trash? What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Pinch me. I must be dreaming. No, I'm going to have a heart attack. Shu Chen's mind went blank. The warmth and softness from his lips made all his muscles tense instantly, and even his breathing stopped. The kiss lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Luo Qingwu easily released her grip, glanced at the stunned crowd, and spoke in a voice that, though not loud, was undeniably domineering. From today onwards, Shu Chen is my boyfriend, Luo Qingwu. One sentence was like a nuclear bomb detonating instantly in the awakening hall. What? Did I hear that right? What did Goddess Luo say? Boyfriend? She said that F-rank loser is her boyfriend? On the high platform, teachers and students looked at each other, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Principal, isn't this against the rules? An older mentor asked in a low voice. The principal on the high platform stroked his beard, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Interesting, very interesting. The Luo family never does anything meaningless. This young man named Shu Chen is probably not simple. Shu Chen was completely stunned, his mind went blank, and he hadn't come to his senses yet. He even suspected that he might have been under a spell cast by an upperclassman. Impossible. With a roar, Li Tianyang charged out, his face contorted with rage. Luo Qingwu. What kind of joke are you talking about? How could you possibly be interested in such trash? With my A-level talent and powerful family background, how am I inferior to this poor wretch? Li Tianyang, a sophomore with an A-level talent, is one of Luo Qingwu's most ardent suitors. Luo Qingwu merely glanced at him coldly. The chill in those eyes made Li Tianyang instantly choke on all the words he was about to say. What business is it of yours to interfere in my affairs? Her voice was as cold as ice. Besides, he's not trash, but you are. After saying that, she stopped looking at anyone else and grabbed Shu Chen's wrist. Come with me. Shu Chen was pulled through the corridor by her, with countless whispers and envious glances coming from behind. What exactly is going on? Has Goddess Luo suffered some kind of trauma? It's over, the goddess has been kidnapped by an F-rank trash. I'm so jealous, why wasn't it me? Li Tianyang's face turned green, ha. The audience was in complete chaos, everyone was discussing what had just happened. Chapter 2, Was I Kept by the School Beauty? 10 minutes later, in the school's VIP area, in the secluded garden. Shu Chen was stunned the moment he stepped inside. Everywhere you look, there are fluorescent energy plants, and the air is filled with faint energy fluctuations. Just taking a breath here can make you feel refreshed. Holy crap, any one of these plants could feed me for a year, right? Luo Qingwu released Shu Chen's wrist and turned around. Luo Qingwu, what exactly do you want? Shu Chen couldn't help but ask, why did you kiss me in front of so many people? When he said the word dear, his voice unconsciously lowered a few decibels, and his cheeks flushed slightly. No sooner had she spoken than Luo Qingwu tossed out a glowing card. This is the Supreme Source Power Card, which grants access to all training facilities at Source Martial University, with a monthly allowance of 1 million source coins. Shu Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 1 million source coins? That's an astronomical figure he couldn't earn even if he worked odd jobs for 10 lifetimes. But he suppressed the shock in his heart. Wait. Shu Chen quickly waved his hand, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Why can't I have it? Luo Qingwu raised an eyebrow. Shu Chen smiled wryly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You must have some conditions. Smart. A hint of approval flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. In exchange, you'll be my nominal boyfriend and help me fend off those annoying suitors in certain troubles. She continued, her voice becoming seductive, and your cultivation resources top-tier cultivation techniques, rare source crystals, precious pills, even source artifacts, I'll take them all. Shu Chen's head was buzzing. Am I being kept by a sugar daddy? And he was being kept by a top-tier rich and beautiful woman? This happiness came so suddenly. Just a moment ago, he was a mocking F-level trash, but now he can enjoy top-level resources in the blink of an eye. This transformation is simply cheating. But he quickly calmed down. Wait a minute, those suitors you mentioned, they can't be like Li Tianyang, can they? There are many people who are more troublesome than him, Luo Qingwu said calmly. Shu Chen shuddered. Even more troublesome than Li Tianyan? Was he in grave danger? Why choose me? He asked directly. With your qualifications, what kind of genius couldn't you find? I'm just a rank F trash. I don't even have the most basic source energy. How could I possibly be worthy of someone of your level? Shut up. I don't need your questioning of my decision. Luo Qingwu's voice suddenly turned cold, interrupting him. Shu Chen was stunned by her imposing aura and immediately shut his mouth. Luo Qingwu slowly approached. Standing at 1.75 meters tall and wearing high heels, she was almost eye to eye with Shu Chen, who was 1.83 meters tall. This completely negated his original height advantage and instead made him feel a strange sense of oppression. Then you have to tell me the reason, right? Shu Chen swallowed, trying to make his voice sound less nervous. Luo Qingwu stopped in front of him, the distance between them less than half a meter. She raised her head and looked directly at him with her deep, star-like eyes. Because you are special. Her voice softened, yet carried a deeper meaning that Shu Chen couldn't understand. Special? Is he particularly useless? Shu Chen said with self-deprecation. Luo Qingwu did not answer, but just stared at him quietly. That look in her eyes made Shu Chen uneasy. He always felt that she could see through some secret. After a few seconds of silence, Luo Qingwu suddenly took a step forward, and Shu Chen's breathing became rapid instantly. She was so close that he could see every delicate hair on her eyelashes. What? Are you scared? Luo Qingwu's voice had a touch of alluring magnetism. Shu Chen wanted to retreat, but found there was nowhere to go. Behind him was a hard tree trunk, and in front of him was this woman who was breathtakingly beautiful. I didn't. His voice trembled. Luo Qingwu chuckled softly, reaching out to gently stroke Shu Chen's chest. Even through his clothes, she could clearly feel his rapid heartbeat. Your heart is beating so fast, and you still say you're not scared? Luo Qingwu asked. Shu Chen's face instantly turned bright red. This isn't fear. He protested. It's nervousness. Yes, it's nervousness. Nervous? A sly glint flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. Nervous about what? Afraid I'll eat you? Damn it, why is my heart beating so uncooperatively? He opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing Shu Chen's reaction, Luo Qingwu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. So? Will you be my exclusive boyfriend, or continue being your F-grade trash? Her voice became even more alluring, each word seemingly possessing magic. Shu Chen looked at the Supreme Source power card in his hand, and then at the peerless beauty in front of him. Nonsense, is there even a need to choose? But he still couldn't quite believe it. Are you really sure you want to choose me? What if you change your mind later? I, Luo Qingwu, never regret my decisions, Luo Qingwu said domineeringly. Now answer me, yes or no? I promise. His voice trembled slightly, but was unusually firm. Luo Qingwu nodded in satisfaction, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. She took out a high-end communicator inlaid with source energy crystals from her pocket and said to Shu Chen, "Give me your contact number." Shu Chen looked at the obviously expensive communicator in her hand, then at the dilapidated device in his pocket that was about to fall apart, and felt somewhat embarrassed. My communicator is rather rudimentary, and it might affect your image. Why should I care about that? Luo Qingwu grabbed his communicator, quickly started operating it, and then asked, "What's your number?" Shu Chen nervously gave out his number. Got it. Luo Qingwu entered her number into Shu Chen's communicator and then returned the device to him. Shu Chen took the communicator and found a new contact person flashing with gold. Luo Qingwu, my school beauty girlfriend. The nickname you gave yourself? Shu Chen's lips twitched. Any objections? Luo Qingwu raised an eyebrow. No. Shu Chen quickly shook his head, thinking to himself that this woman was really too domineering. Very good. She took a step back, resuming her aloof goddess demeanor. Remember, from this moment on, you are my man, Luo Qingwu's man. Her voice became domineering and forceful as she said, "Anyone who dares to bully you is going against me." A warm feeling welled up in Shu Chen's heart. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever protected him like this before. Just as he was moved, Luo Qingwu suddenly changed the subject. Come to my dorm at 10 p.m. tonight. Her voice became seductive, and she emphasized each word. I will give you special deep training. Shu Chen's Adam's apple bobbed, and his cheeks burned. Depth? Collaboration? Training? These words together sound. Remember to come. Luo Qinggu blinked, her voice becoming even more alluring. I will teach you how to be a good boyfriend in a very gentle way. Shu Chen felt his face was so hot it could fry an egg. What did you say? His voice trembled violently, and his tongue was tied in knots. Don't understand? Luo Qingwu's eyes became playful. Then let me explain it more clearly. She took a step forward, her red lips almost touching Shu Chen's ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. 10 p.m., girls' VIP dormitory number 1, my private room, no lateness allowed. Go to the girls' dormitory? What if the dorm supervisor catches me? I'll get expelled. That's my territory, nobody dares to interfere. Luo Qinggu took a step back, her tone returning to its usual domineering self-assurance. She didn't say anything more, then turned and left with elegant cat-like steps. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, outlining her perfect figure. A slender waist, long, beautiful legs, and gorgeous long hair. Shu Chen stood there, gazing blankly at the beautiful figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance. He looked at the Supreme Source power card in his hand, then at the contact on the communicator, and couldn't help but grin. The words deep coordination training were still echoing in my mind. Chapter 3 I'm living with the school beauty. Half an hour later, Shu Chen returned to his dormitory. As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard an excited voice. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Wang Hao jumped up, almost spilling the bag of snacks he was holding. Tell me quickly, what's going on between you and Goddess Luo? Shu Chen looked around the dormitory. Chen Ziang was sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping a delicate source weapon short sword with very elegant movements. Zhang Siming was still holding the thick ancient book, not even raising his head, but Shu Chen noticed that his attention was actually on this side. I just agreed to be her boyfriend. Shu Chen scratched his head, finding it unbelievable even to himself. Ha? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Are you sure you're not joking? Goddess Luo is a prodigy with a plus-level talent. The line of men chasing her could stretch from here all the way to the city center. Shen Ziang stopped wiping his sword and laughed, interesting. Looks like our dorm is about to produce a celebrity. Perhaps Luo Qinggu has other intentions, Zhang Siming suddenly said, his voice very calm. Shu Chen frowned, what do you mean? It's nothing. Zhang Siming buried his head back in his book. Wang Hao put his arm around Shu Chen's shoulder and said, who cares? Since the goddess chose you, it means you must have something special about you. Let's go, it's my treat tonight, let's go to the cafeteria for a nice meal. They arrived at the cafeteria and had barely sat down when a group of people surrounded them. Isn't this the infamous F-rank trash Shu Chen? Li Tianyang walked over with 7 or 8 lackeys, his face full of mockery. You've hooked up with Luo Qinggu? That's like a toad lusting after a swan. Don't you even take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Wang Hao stood up abruptly. Li Tianyang, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Li Tianyang sneered. I advise certain overconfident trash to stay away from Luo Qinggu as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will have no place on this campus. Who do you think you are? Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves. So what if you're an originator? Believe me or not, I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Chen Ziang slowly put down his chopsticks and placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Zhang Siming was still reading, but he turned the pages much more slowly. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Stop! A clear, cool voice rang out, and a graceful figure walked into the cafeteria. Lu Qingyan wore a black teacher's uniform, her long hair tied back, exuding the charm of a mature woman in every gesture. Instructor Lu. Li Tianyang immediately restrained his arrogance and bowed respectfully. Lu Qingyan glanced around the scene, her gaze finally settling on Shu Chen, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. She secretly released a wisp of her source energy to probe Shu Chen, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no reaction whatsoever. Interesting, Lu Qingyan thought to herself, Luo Qinggu's eyesight has always been unique, and there is indeed something strange about this young man. Li Tianyang, as an upperclassman, don't you feel ashamed to bully freshmen? Lu Qingyan's voice wasn't loud, but Li Tianyang's face turned pale instantly. I don't have a mentor. We were just having a normal conversation. Li Tianyang forced a smile. Normal communication? Lu Qingyan's gaze swept over everyone present. I think it's going to be a group fight. Leave immediately. Li Tianyang slunk away with his men, giving Chu Chen a fierce glare as he left. Wait, this isn't over. Lu Qingyan walked up to Chu Chen and looked him up and down. You're Luo Qingwu's boyfriend? Yes, yes. Chu Chen was a little nervous. The pressure from the origin condensation realm cultivator made it difficult for him to breathe. Remember, you can never grow by relying on the protection of others. Lu Qingyan continued, everything still requires one's own strength to be strong enough. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Chu Chen lost in thought. Time flew by, and at 10 p.m., Chu Chen arrived at Luo Qingwu's residence as agreed. The sight before him completely shocked him. This was no dormitory, but an extremely luxurious villa. The three-story building occupies at least several hundred square meters and is filled with various rare energy plants that emit a faint glow under the moonlight. This is a dormitory? This is a mansion. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. How much money would it cost to live here? Chu Chen knocked on the door, and soon the door opened, revealing Luo Qingwu in the doorway. She had just finished showering and was wearing a red silk nightgown. Her long, damp hair was draped over her shoulders, and she still carried a faint scent of her bath. The semi-transparent nightgown subtly outlined her perfect curves, leaving Chu Chen momentarily stunned, his nose feeling slightly hot. What are you standing there for? Come in. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him, but a smug smile played on her lips. The living room is luxuriously decorated with various rare source energy materials, and even the coffee table emits a faint source energy fluctuation. Sit down, Luo Qingwu said, pointing to the sofa. Chu Chen carefully sat on the edge, keeping a safe distance from Luo Qingwu. Seeing this, Luo Qingwu immediately got up and sat down next to Chu Chen, almost touching him. Why are you so nervous? Her eyes held a hint of mockery, her red lips parted slightly. Are you afraid? I'll eat you? I didn't. Chu Chen felt the warm, soft body beside him, and his heart raced. Luo Qingwu put away her joke and became serious. During the awakening ceremony this morning, I sensed a special source energy aura emanating from you for a moment. She stretched out her fair palm and placed it on Chu Chen's chest. I'll try again. Warm energy surged from Luo Qingwu's palm and flowed into Chu Chen's body. Boom! Deep within Chu Chen's body, a dormant entity was awakened. A clear female voice rang in Chu Chen's mind. Master, you have finally awakened me. Who are you? Chu Chen was shocked. I am the source spirit of the creation source. You can call me Lingxi. The voice was weak, but full of ancient majesty. Master, you are not some F-level waste talent. You possess a creation spirit source within you that surpasses SSS-level, but it has been sealed away, so you cannot display your true talent. Chu Chen almost cried out in surprise, then quickly lowered his voice. What did you say? Surpassing SSS level? The source energy aura within your girlfriend is very special. It may come from an ancient, reclusive family. Chu Chen immediately asked, do you know her identity? Lingxi's voice gradually weakened. I'm not quite sure yet. I've been sealed for too long, and I've only recovered 1 in a billion of my power. I can't remember many things. Every time I communicate with you, it consumes my source energy. You haven't even reached the first level of awakening source master yet, so I can't say much more. As he spoke, a stream of information flooded into Chu Chen's mind, and the complex and profound cultivation method was instantly imprinted in his mind. This is the awakening chapter of the Genesis Origin Manual, which is enough for you to cultivate and advance to the originator level. Remember, you must hide the aura of this primordial spirit source, or you will bring about your own demise. After speaking, Lingxi's voice gradually weakened, and she fell back into a deep sleep. Luo Qingwu sensed the fluctuations of source energy within Chu Chen's body, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, my feeling was right. You do indeed have a special power within you. She withdrew her hand, her expression turning serious. You must learn to conceal this aura. It must never be detected by others. Luo Qingwu took out a jade bottle from her storage ring. This is a source gathering pill, which can help you quickly advance to the first level of awakening source. Now that you're my boyfriend, you can't be too embarrassing, can you? Chu Chen accepted the pill and said gratefully, thank you, Luo Qingwu. Cultivate here tonight, don't go back to your dormitory. Luo Qingwu stood up, the hem of her pajamas fluttering, revealing a section of her snow-white calves. I will guide you through the basic route of source energy circulation. In the stillness of the night, Chu Chen took the source gathering pill and circulated his source power according to the mental techniques of the Genesis Source Manual. The mysterious power within his body was slowly awakening. Luo Qingwu secretly opened her eyes and looked at Chu Chen, who was focused on cultivation, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Is it really you? She murmured softly, so softly that even she could not hear it. Chapter 4, I've been targeted by my beautiful mentor? The morning sunlight streamed slowly into the living room through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, turning the floor a warm gold. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the source energy within his body was flowing orderly through his blood vessels. Following the mental cultivation method of the Genesis Origin Manual, he could clearly feel the changes in the source energy within his body after a whole night of practice. He stood up and clenched his fist. An unprecedented sense of power emanated from my fingertips. First level awakener. A smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips. Although it's only the most basic level, it's a complete transformation for him, who was an F-level waste just yesterday. Woke up? Luo Qingwu's voice came from upstairs. She walked down the stairs in her neat school uniform, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and slender swan neck. Her pure and innocent appearance, tinged with a touch of heroism, makes it impossible to look away. Yes, I've broken through to the first level of awakener. Chu Chen stood up and stretched his limbs. Luo Qingwu paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. So fast? She walked up to Chu Chen and placed her palm on his chest to feel it. Your source energy is running very stably. It seems that your talent is indeed not as simple as the F rank on the surface. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Miss Luo, your source energy breakfast has been delivered. Luo Qingwu went to open the door, and the waiter outside respectfully presented her with an exquisite lunchbox. The waiter respectfully placed the 2 food containers on the coffee table in the living room and then left the room. Chu Chen opened the lunchbox and was immediately surprised by the food inside. The golden source energy porridge emitted a faint glow, clearly indicating the addition of precious source energy grass. The side dishes were roasted alien beast meat, neatly cut, and several kinds of source power fruits that he couldn't name. How much does this cost? Chu Chen swallowed hard. 1,000 source coins per serving, Luo Qingwu replied casually, elegantly savoring the source energy porridge. Chu Chen almost choked on his saliva. 1,000 source coins? That's enough for me to eat in the school cafeteria for a month. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. You're my boyfriend now, and you can't even bear to spend this little bit of money? Eat up. Today's lesson is important, but that woman Lu Qingyan. Luo Qingwu paused. Anyway, be careful. Chu Chen carefully tasted a mouthful of the source energy porridge and instantly felt the source energy within his body become more active. While eating his expensive breakfast, he secretly observed Luo Qingwu. Luo Qingwu, your true strength. Eat your food. Luo Qingwu glared at him. There are some things you don't need to know yet. After breakfast, the two walked out of the villa together. As soon as I pushed open the gate, I saw several students passing by. When they saw Chu Chen come out of Luo Qingwu's villa, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy crap, that F-rank trash is actually living with Goddess Luo? This world is crazy. How can this be? Brothers, this is the legendary gold digger scene. Upon hearing these words, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. She took Chu Chen's arm and said in a cold voice, "Say one more word and I'll make sure you all disappear from Yuanwu University." The students immediately shut up and slunk away. Chu Chen felt the warm, soft flesh on his arm, and his heart began to race. You don't need to do that. I'm used to what other people think. My boyfriend is none of anyone else's business, Luo Qingwu said domineeringly, but a complex look flashed in her eyes. Besides, you're definitely not a good for nothing anymore. By the way, what are the classes this morning? Chu Chen asked. It's Lu Qingyan's Source Force Theory class. Luo Qingwu's tone turned icy. Remember, stay away from that woman. She's more dangerous than you think. The two arrived at the teaching building. It wasn't time for class yet, but the classrooms were already packed, and there were even students from other classes standing at the door. No wonder she's the school's undisputed top beauty. Professor Lu's classes are indeed very popular. I've heard that she's not only incredibly beautiful, but also possesses unfathomable strength. Just watching her teach is a pleasure. At this moment, Luo Qingwu walked into the classroom arm in arm with Chu Chen, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Holy crap, they're really together. What incredible luck Chu Chen had. No, I can't stand it. Chu Chen looked around and found that his 3 roommates were also there. Wang Hao waved excitedly as soon as he saw him. Brother Chen. Over here. Shu Chen nodded awkwardly in greeting. Luo Qingwu asked softly, your roommate? Shu Chen felt incredibly embarrassed, but he still replied, yes. Wang Hao leaned closer and asked in a low voice, you didn't go back to the dorm last night, did you go straight to living with Goddess Luo? Tell me, what happened between you two? No, I just spent one night cultivating at her place, Shu Chen quickly explained. Cultivation? Wang Hao's eyes were full of disbelief. You two, a man and a woman, are just cultivating? It really is just cultivation. Come on, a man and a woman alone in a room, and you're telling me it's just for cultivation? Nobody would believe that. Wang Hao scoffed. At this moment, Lu Qingyan walked into the classroom in high heels. Today she was wearing a black business suit, and her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings and high heels, looked exceptionally alluring. Shu Chen noticed that Lu Qingyan's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, a meaningful smile flashing in her eyes. The classroom fell silent instantly, and all the male students stared intently at the podium. Today we'll talk about the history of Lingyuan Star and its source energy system, Lu Qingyan said in a clear and melodious voice. She drew a complex diagram on the blackboard. Lingyuan Star has experienced three major eras: the Chaos Era, the Era of Source Power Explosion, and the Era of Source Energy Development. We are now in the Era of Energy Development, more than 15,000 years after the Great Energy Explosion. The cultivation system of source power is divided into 9 major realms from low to high. Lu Qingyan turned to face the students, her gaze slowly sweeping across the classroom. The one who awakens the source, the one who initiates the source, the one who solidifies the source, the one who condenses the source, the one who transforms the source, the one who propagates the source, the one who merges the source, the one who possesses the heavenly source, the one who possesses the sacred source. Each major realm is further divided into 9 levels. The awakener is the beginner stage of source power cultivation, who can sense the source power within their body and perform simple circulation. She then went on to talk about a lot more about the theory of source force. Now I'll ask a question. Lu Qingyan's gaze swept around the classroom and finally settled on Shu Chen. Then, she asked, Shu Chen, could you please explain the specific differences between the 1st and 9th levels of awakening source masters? Shu Chen's heart tightened. He hadn't expected to be called out. He stood up, recalling what he had just heard. 1st tier awakeners can only sense source energy, 2nd tier can initially guide source energy to strengthen their bodies, and 3rd tier can stably circulate source energy. He explained the differences between the 9 stages clearly and logically, without making any mistakes. A surprised murmur rippled through the classroom. This guy has an amazing memory. I didn't hear a thing when Professor Lu was talking, how come he remembered it all? A hint of appreciation flashed in Lu Qingyan's eyes. Very good, it seems you are paying close attention in class. Sit down. Then she went on to talk about many techniques for using source power. The bell rang, and the students left the classroom one after another. Shu Chen, please stay for a moment. Lu Qingyan was tidying up her lesson plans. Luo Qingwu frowned. Luo Qingwu, is it okay if I take up 10 minutes of your boyfriend's time? Lu Qingyan said to Luo Qingwu. Luo Qingwu sensed something was amiss, but still nodded. Instructor Lu, of course I don't mind. There seemed to be a spark colliding between the two stunning beauties. Luo Qingwu gave Shu Chen a deep look. Remember what I said. As she left, she whispered a warning in Shu Chen's ear. Don't be fooled by her appearance, this woman is dangerous. As Shu Chen watched Luo Qingwu's departing figure, a sudden unease welled up in his heart. Chapter 5 Special Guidance from the Beautiful Mentor. Soon, only Lu Qingyan and Shu Chen remained in the classroom. Lu Qingyan walked to the door and gently locked the classroom door from the inside. With a snap, Shu Chen's heart started racing. Professor Lu, what's wrong? Don't be nervous, your sister won't eat you. Lu Qingyan turned around, a playful smile on her lips, and walked towards Shu Chen. She wore a black business suit, the tight cut of which perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves. Her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, exuded a mature woman's fatal charm with every step she took. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor was exceptionally clear in the quiet classroom, as if each click was striking Shu Chen's heartbeat. Lu Qingyan already had an astonishing height of 178 centimeters, and now, wearing high heels, she was even half a centimeter taller than Shu Chen. The invisible pressure, mixed with her unique fragrance, made Shu Chen's breathing slow down. He instinctively took a step back, his back hitting the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Qingyan's voice carried a hint of a laugh. Instead of approaching directly, she slowly paced around Chu Chun, as if admiring an interesting collectible. Yesterday he was an F-level waste with 0 source power, and today he has become a first-level awakener. She stopped in front of Chu Chen, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, making him stiffen. Little brother, you have many secrets hidden inside you. Chu Chen's heart pounded, but he forced himself to remain calm and replied, yes. I was lucky last night and managed to break through by chance. Luck? Lu Qingyan chuckled, walked around to face him, and extended her slender index finger. She gently touched Chu Chen's Adam's apple with her fingertip, then slowly slid it down to stop at his collarbone. An F-level talent, breaking through to the first level of Awakener overnight, this cannot be explained by luck. Her fingertips were slightly cold, and wherever they touched, Chu Chen's skin trembled. Let me see what interesting secret you're hiding. Before she finished speaking, her soft hand was already pressed against Chu Chen's chest. A gentle yet domineering source force instantly probed in. Ugh! Chu Chen groaned, feeling as if he had been stripped naked, with all his source veins exposed to the gaze of this power. Lu Qingyan's face was very close to his, and the rich fragrance filled his nostrils. He could even see her long eyelashes trembling slightly. This is? Lu Qingyan frowned, and the output of source power in her palm suddenly increased. Under her deliberate guidance, that source energy transformed into countless tiny tentacles, drilling into every part of Chu Chen's body, carefully exploring every corner of his source veins. This process caused his body to heat up and his breathing to become rapid. Source energy so pure. A look of shock flashed in Lu Qingyan's eyes as she murmured to herself, it's even purer than a third-tier awakening source user. This is simply unreasonable. Her hand roamed over Chu Chen's chest, each touch making his heart race. Your source vein is strange. Lu Qingyan slowly withdrew her hand, but did not step back. She looked directly at Chu Chen with her alluring eyes. Tell me, what secret do you have? Instructor Lu, I really don't know, I only have F-level talent, I don't understand anything. Chu Chen felt like he was suffocating. The woman's oppressive aura was too strong. Lu Qingyan stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled, saying with a charming smile, look how scared you are. Don't worry, I won't force you if you don't tell me. She took out a yellowed, antique book from her storage ring. The pages still carried a faint fragrance. This is the Advanced Source Power Cultivation Guide, which is much better than your textbooks. Instead of handing it directly to Chu Chen, she gently pressed the book against his chest and traced circles on the back of his hand with her fingertips. This is something my sister used before. It has my cultivation insights and some little secrets on it. She lowered her voice, full of implications. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation in the future, or if there are any things you can't figure out, you can come to the 3rd floor of the teaching building, to the tutor's room 301 at any time to find me. She emphasized the words find me and moved a little closer to me. Remember, anytime, any question, your older sister can guide you step by step. Chu Chen's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and he was having an inappropriate reaction down there. He felt completely controlled by this mature and beautiful mentor. By the way, Lu Qingyan changed the subject, a dangerous glint in her eyes. You're living with Luo Qingwu? Yes, Chu Chen nodded blankly. Lu Qingyan's smile faded slightly. She leaned close to Chu Chen's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. The little princess of the Luo family is not someone a naive virgin like you can handle. She's not after you as a person, but rather the secrets you possess. Little brother, don't be silly. You've been taken advantage of by her and you don't even know what happened. Chu Chen was taken aback. Professor Lu, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, little brother, you're still too green. Lu Qingyan reached out and lightly tapped the tip of his nose with her finger, the gesture as intimate as flirting between lovers. What kind of men hasn't the young lady of the Luo family seen? Why did she choose you, an F rank, in particular? Because of love? Chu Chen asked tentatively. Put. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You really are a pure and innocent virgin. Love? That girl is very cunning. If she really liked you, would she hide her true identity? Chu Chen was startled. What he said did indeed make sense. Never mind, I don't want to meddle in other people's business. After saying that, she straightened up and deliberately stretched, revealing her perfect S-curve, and the curve of her chest was even more arousing. She walked to the door, unlocked it, and turned back to wink at Chu Chen. Remember what I said, you're always welcome here with me. After Lu Qingyan left, only Chu Chen, whose mind was in turmoil, remained in the classroom. He looked down at the Advanced Source Power Cultivation Guide in his hand, which seemed to still retain Lu Qingyan's body temperature and fragrance. This woman is too dangerous. Chu Chen took a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions and quickly walked out of the classroom. Luo Qingwu was leaning against the wall in the corridor when she saw Chu Chen come out and immediately went to greet him. What did Lu Qingyan say to you? Why did it take so long? Luo Qingwu's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible wariness and jealousy. Nothing much, they just gave me a cultivation manual and asked me some questions about cultivation. Chu Chen waved the book in his hand. Luo Qingwu glanced at it, and her face instantly turned cold. The Guide to Advanced Source Power Cultivation? Or is it the one she used? She grabbed Chu Chen's arm, leaned close to his ear, and said in an icy voice, I'm warning you, stay away from Lu Qingyan. She's a venomous snake, specifically designed to poison innocent young boys like you. Don't be bewitched by her vixen-like appearance. I didn't. I had no feelings for her whatsoever. Chu Chen felt more wrong than Doi. Humph, a man's words are deceitful. Luo Qingwu sneered, her eyes full of distrust. You'd better behave yourself, or else. She didn't finish her sentence, but the threatening tone sent chills down Chu Chen's spine. Chu Chen smiled wryly. Being surrounded by two stunning beauties sounded great, but being caught in the middle wasn't as happy as he had imagined. Lu Qingyan's words planted a seed of doubt in his heart. Does Luo Qingwu truly like him, or does she have ulterior motives? Chapter 6 Who is the real loser? Chu Chen followed Luo Qingwu out of the teaching building, his mind still replaying the conversation they had just had. Lu Qingyan's words were like a poisonous thorn, piercing Chu Chen's heart. He couldn't help but secretly glance at Luo Qingwu beside him. She was staring intently ahead, her delicate profile glowing white in the sunlight, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows. Would such a privileged woman really fall for a useless F rank like me for no reason? What are you thinking about? Luo Qingwu noticed Chu Chen's gaze and turned her head. It's nothing. Chu Chen forced himself to pull his thoughts back. Alright, stop making that sour face. Luo Qingwu reached out and lightly flicked his forehead. Let's go back for lunch. In the villa's dining room, the two sat facing each other, enjoying a lunch powered by their own energy. Chu Chen picked up a piece of exotic beast meat and put it in his mouth. The rich source energy instantly spread throughout his body. He could clearly feel these source energies slowly merging into his source veins under the guidance of the Genesis Source Manual. By the way, this afternoon is Instructor Zhao Gang's Source Force Practical Training class. Luo Qingwu gracefully wiped the corner of her mouth. This is your first time participating in live fire training, remember not to push yourself. Chu Chen nodded, but a sense of anticipation lingered in his heart. Although the strength of a first-level awakener is not considered strong, it is a world of difference compared to yesterday. After dinner, Luo Qingwu went back to her room to rest for a while Chu Chen flipped through the Advanced Source Power Cultivation Guide that Lu Qingyan had given him in the living room. The pages were yellowed, and there were some handwritten annotations on them, written in delicate handwriting, left by Lu Qingyan. This woman's handwriting is quite good. Chu Chen turned to a page about techniques for condensing source energy, which contained detailed diagrams and annotations. This book is much more in-depth than the textbooks provided by the school. The key to concentrating source power lies in the concentration of intention. He tried circulating his source energy according to the method in the book, and the flow of source energy in his body became smoother. Time flew by, and at 2 p.m., the two left the villa for the training ground. The Source Force Combat Training Ground is located on the west side of the school and is a huge circular building. The entire venue was constructed using special source energy materials, and the walls were covered with complex source energy runes that emitted a faint glow. These runes can absorb the source energy that spills out during battle, preventing damage to the building, Luo Qingwu explained. Chu Chen nodded, secretly marveling at the profound foundation of Yuanwu University. The cost of this training ground alone must be astronomical. Stepping into the training ground, the space inside appears larger than the outside. The ground is paved with specially made source energy stone slabs that gleam with a faint blue light under the sunlight. The surrounding area features tiered seating that can accommodate thousands of spectators. By this time, quite a few students had arrived, including Chu Chen's 3 roommates. Brother Chen. Wang Hao waved and called out from afar, over here, over here. Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu walked over. Wang Hao excitedly approached, Brother Chen, I heard you broke through to the first-tier awakening source master last night? That's ridiculously fast. Just lucky, Chu Chen replied. Chen Xiang nodded gracefully in acknowledgement. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Zhang Siming was still reading, but Chu Chen noticed that his gaze would occasionally sweep over him, a deep meaning flashing in his eyes. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man walked into the training field. He was wearing a black coach's uniform and exuded a fierce aura. Every step he took made the ground tremble slightly. I am Zhao Gang, your Source Force combat training instructor. His voice was loud and clear. He served in the Federation Army for 15 years and participated in 3 large-scale battles to defend against the Source Beast tides. The students were immediately filled with awe. Those who could survive the Beast Tide were true powerhouses. Zhao Gang scanned the entire room. The purpose of the Source Force practical training course is to enhance your mastery and application of Source Force through practical combat, stimulate your Source Force potential, and improve your cultivation efficiency. It's useless to just talk the talk. True Source power users grow through life and death battles. He clapped his hands. Now we'll begin the group battles. I'll pair you up according to your skill level to ensure the fairness of the fights. Zhao Gang took out a list and began calling out names for assignments. Li Ming and Wang Chang are both at the first level of Awakening Source Realm. Zhang Xiaoyu is fighting Lu Xiaotan. Both are at the second level of Awakening Source. Chen Xiang and Zhao Fei are both at the third level of Awakening Source. Chu Chen noticed that the strength of their class was basically at the initial stage of Awakening Source, with the strongest being only at the third stage of Awakening Source. Luo Qinggu. Zhao Gang paused when he read the name. A third-tier originator, her strength is too great. She will be observing this training session for now. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap! Tier 3 originator? Goddess Luo is that strong? My god, we're still struggling at the Awakener stage, while they've already reached the third level of the originator. This is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Comparing yourself to others is just awful. No wonder she's the school's undisputed beauty queen. Her looks and talent are both top-notch. Chu Chen was also completely shocked, his mouth slightly agape. He knew Luo Qinggu was strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. Compared to others, she was simply a case of being outmatched. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in Chu Chen's heart. With Luo Qingwu's strength, did she really need him, an F-level trash, as a shield? Luo Qingwu moved closer to Chu Chen, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice carrying a hint of ambiguity. Do your best, I'll be watching you from up here. If you behave well, there'll be a special reward tonight. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the audience. A special reward? Chu Chen's mind started wandering again, and all sorts of erotic images floated into his head. He nodded to Luo Qingwu, feeling both nervous and excited. This was his first real battle after breaking through to the first level of Awakener, and he absolutely could not afford to embarrass himself. Chu Chen. Zhao Gang read out his name, Awakener Level 1, fighting against Lin Kai, Awakener Level 2. A tall, thin young man stepped out. It was Lin Kai. He looked at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. You're that F-rank trash? I heard you hooked up with Goddess Luo, TSK, enjoying your gigolo life? Chu Chen's face darkened. Watch your mouth. Lin Kai stretched his limbs, his joints cracking, and said in a gloomy voice, Pretty boy, today I'll show you, you piece of trash, what the cruelty of reality is. The surrounding students were talking amongst themselves. Lin Kai is a second-level Awakening Source Master, while Chu Chen is only a first-level Awakening Source Master. Isn't this a crushing defeat? Moreover, Lin Kai has already mastered origin techniques, while Chu Chen probably doesn't even know how to use them. This battle was a foregone conclusion. It was just a one-sided stomp on the weak. Just wait and see Chu Chen get slapped in the face. I bet 100 origin coins that Chu Chen won't last 3 moves. In the audience, Luo Qingwu stared intently at the center of the arena, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes, but more than that, there was anticipation. Zhao Gang stood between the two. The rules are simple: stop when you've made a point, and don't intentionally injure your opponent. Using source techniques will earn you extra points. Are you ready? Chu Chen took a deep breath, and the source energy within his body began to circulate. The mental technique of Genesis source scripture flowed through his source meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of power. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chu Chen felt calmer. He looked up at Luo Qingwu in the audience, who was staring intently at him. Whatever her purpose in approaching me, at least for now she's concerned about her own battle. Chu Chen clenched his fists, and the source energy within his body surged like a tide. This was his first battle to break through to become a source power user, and everyone was watching, including Luo Qingwu, who was full of anticipation. He remembered Lingxi saying that the creation source within him was a being that surpassed the SSS level. Although it hasn't fully awakened yet, it should be enough to deal with a second-tier awakener. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and a hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. Today, let those who look down on me see who the real loser is. Chapter 7, A Useless Person's Counterattack? The Power of One Punch. Battle begins. As soon as Zhao Gang finished speaking, Lin Kai charged towards Chu Chen like a cannonball. The speed of a second-tier awakener was indeed extraordinary. Lin Kai's figure almost left after images as he arrived in front of Chu Chen in the blink of an eye. Prepare to die, you piece of trash. Lin Kai grinned maliciously, his right fist carrying fierce source power as it slammed straight into Chu Chen's face. Chu Chen's pupils contracted. This speed was even faster than he had imagined. But strangely, his body was able to keep up with this speed. He circulated the Genesis source technique within his body, and the source power flowed rapidly in his source meridians. He instinctively dodged to his right. Whoosh! Lin Kai's punch grazed Chu Chen's cheek, creating a gust of wind. What? Lin Kai's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Chu Chen to be able to dodge his attack. The students watching from the sidelines were also in an uproar. Holy crap, Chu Chen actually dodged it? That reaction speed. A first-tier awakening source user's reaction speed can keep up with a second-tier awakening source user? How is that possible? Was he hiding his true strength all along? Lin Kai's face darkened, and he launched another attack. This time, he threw a series of punches, each one as fast as lightning. But Chu Chen seemed to be able to predict his attack route, dodging left and right, and managed to narrowly evade the attacks. Useless trash. All you can do is dodge? Lin Kai grew increasingly impatient as the fight progressed. If you've got the guts, fight me head-on. Chu Chen did not respond. He was completely focused on sensing the flow of source energy within his body. Each time he dodges an attack, the source energy naturally guides him to find the best evasion route. The feeling was wonderful, as if an experienced martial artist lived inside his body, silently guiding his every move. Seeing that Chu Chen only knew how to dodge, Lin Kai became even angrier. He took a few steps back, and his source energy began to fluctuate violently within his body. Since you refuse to fight me head-on, then I'll force you to take the challenge. Lin Kai concentrated his source energy into his fist, forming a layer of light blue light. Level 1 Low-Tier Origin Technique Gale Fist. The punch, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, headed straight for Chu Chen's chest. The air itself was torn apart wherever the punch passed. It was too late for Chu Chen to dodge. The attack covered too large an area. Let's see how you hide now. Lin Kai sneered smugly. The students in the audience were all holding their breath for Chu Chen. It's over, Chu Chen is going to get hit. The power of the Gale Fist is no joke. Even a first-tier awakening source cultivator cannot withstand it. Wang Hao jumped up in alarm. Brother Chen, be careful. Just then, the source power within Chu Chen's body suddenly surged, and the mental technique of Genesis source technique rapidly circulated, instantly channeling an ancient and powerful aura into the source meridians throughout his body. Chu Chen's eyes sharpened instantly. Instead of retreating, he advanced and threw a punch to meet the attack. Good timing. Boom. The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous roar, and a strong airflow spread in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, everyone was stunned. Chu Chen stood motionless in place, his clothes not even wrinkling. Lin Kai, however, turned pale and staggered back 7 or 8 steps, his right fist still trembling slightly. How is this possible? Lin Kai looked at his fist in disbelief, the collision just now causing him a sharp pain. Chu Chen looked down at his fist and was surprised. Just a moment ago, he felt a powerful force surge from his body, easily neutralizing Lin Kai's source technique attack. Interesting. In the audience, Luo Qingguo's lips curled up slightly, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. This is the man I've set my sights on. Zhao Gang also frowned. With his keen eyesight, the aura that Chu Chen exuded just now was definitely not something a first-level awakening source cultivator should have. Lin Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. I don't believe it. It must have been luck. He launched another attack, this time even more frantically, using both fists and feet, each strike delivered with all his might. However, Chu Chen grew rapidly in actual combat, and the mysteries of the Genesis origin technique gradually became apparent in battle. He stopped dodging and started attacking. The two fought back and forth, locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. But anyone with eyes can see that Chu Chen is quickly adapting to the rhythm of the battle, from passively dodging at the beginning to now being able to confront Lin Kai head-on. He threw himself into the battle, and his internal energy circulation became increasingly proficient. Each attack and each defense deepened his understanding of the source force. The students in the audience were stunned. What's going on with Chu Chen? He was clearly being suppressed at the beginning. How come he's getting stronger as the fight goes on? This combat talent is terrifying. Could it be that he really isn't an F-rank waste? Lin Kai also felt the pressure. Chu Chen's strength was visibly improving. At the beginning, he could only barely cope, but now he was gaining the upper hand. Damn it! I'm getting serious. He gritted his teeth and mobilized all the source energy in his body. A dense blue light enveloped his entire right fist, and the source energy fluctuations were several times stronger than before. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Level 1 mid-tier origin technique Mountain Crashing Fist. This punch was incredibly powerful, compressing the surrounding air and causing it to crackle. Even a second-tier awakening source cultivator would likely be seriously injured if hit by it. The students in the audience held their breath. This is it, Lin Kai is serious now. I've seen the power of the Mountain Crushing Fist. It can blast a half-meter thick slab of originium into powder. Chu Chen is doomed. This punch will either kill him or cripple him. Sensing the threat of this punch, Chu Chen not only did not back down, but his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. The primordial source within his body trembled slightly, and an even more ancient and vast power surged into his heart. He slowly raised his right fist, and the source energy converged into his right fist like a river bursting its banks. There are no fancy moves, no complicated source techniques, just the simplest and most direct punch. But this punch contained a trace of the power of the Genesis origin manual. Boom! The two fists collided again, this time with several times the force of the previous collision. Lin Kai was sent flying backward, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away. Puff! Lin Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood as soon as he landed, his face turning deathly pale. He struggled to stand up, but as soon as he moved, he spat out another mouthful of blood and passed out completely. Chu Chen slowly withdrew his fist, looking at his right hand, and was also shocked. In that instant, he felt as if he had touched the essence of the source force. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was so stunned by the scene that they were speechless. Medical staff rushed to the scene and carried Lin Kai away for treatment. Wang Hao jumped up excitedly. Brother Chen is awesome. He's so damn cool. Chen Xiang rarely showed a surprised expression. This combat talent is indeed amazing. Zhang Siming closed the book, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Interesting. It seems we need to reassess. Zhao Gang walked up to Chu Chen and carefully examined him. Chu Chen, were you really an F-level talent before? Chu Chen nodded. Yes, Instructor Zhao, that's the test result. Zhao Gang frowned. Based on his years of experience, the strength Chu Chen had just displayed was definitely beyond what an F-level talent could achieve. Perhaps this kid had used some special means to hide his true strength. In the audience, Luo Qinggu looked at Chu Chen in the arena, her beautiful eyes filled with satisfaction. She walked towards Chu Chen, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Tonight, she's going to give her boyfriend a good reward. Chapter 8: The School Beauty's Special Reward. Chu Chen, come here. Luo Qingwu's voice came from the audience, and she slowly walked down from the audience. The surrounding students quickly made way, and everyone's attention was focused on the couple. Chu Chen walked towards Luo Qingwu, but as soon as he got close, she grabbed his arm, and that familiar, light fragrance instantly enveloped him. Not bad. Luo Qingwu leaned close to his ear, her warm breath sending a shiver down Chu Chen's spine. However, your combat experience is still too rough. I will personally guide you tonight. Her words made Chu Chen blush and his heart race. At this moment, Zhao Gang walked over and patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. Chu Chen, your combat talent is quite good. I have high hopes for you. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, the foundation is still too weak, and more practice is needed. Chu Chen nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Zhao. Zhao Gang turned to the students and said, that's all for today's lesson. Go back and summarize it carefully. Chu Chen's performance has set a good example for everyone. Strength is not necessarily determined by talent, more important are hard work and opportunity. The students began to leave one after another, but many of them couldn't help but turn around and steal a glance at Chu Chen. Wang Hao ran over excitedly. "Brother Chen, that punch you just threw was so damn cool. Sending Lin Kai flying like that, that's an amazing move." Chen Ziang also came over. "This is indeed unexpected. It seems you've been hiding your true intentions very well." Zhang Siming closed the book, glanced thoughtfully at Chu Chen, but said nothing. "Alright, you guys can go back now." Luo Qingwu waved her hand, signaling them to leave. "Chu Chen and I still have some things to discuss." Wang Hao winked and said, "Brother Chen, take care of yourself." Chu Chen's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. "Get lost. Let's go back to the villa." Luo Qingwu took Chu Chen's arm and pressed herself tightly against him. "I need to thoroughly examine the results of your cultivation." The two left the training ground and headed towards Luo Qingwu's villa. On the way, Chu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Why are you helping me? With your strength, you don't need a piece of trash like me as a shield." Luo Qingwu stopped and turned to look at him. "Who said you're a piece of trash? Isn't today's performance enough to prove it?" She paused, her tone softening, "And as I said, you are special, and this specialness cannot be measured by any source power level or talent." A warm feeling welled up in Chu Chen's heart, but he still had some doubts. "But remember, don't reveal too much of your strength to outsiders." Luo Qingwu's expression turned serious. "The tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. You should understand this principle." Chu Chen nodded. Today's performance was already amazing enough. If he revealed more, it would indeed cause unnecessary trouble. Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu ordered a lavish dinner made with energy. After the two finished dinner, Luo Qingwu pulled Chu Chen upstairs. "You'll stay in the guest room next to mine tonight." She pushed open a door, revealing a beautifully decorated room. "This way, I can guide your cultivation at any time." Chu Chen looked around the room, his heart filled with complex emotions. Living so close together, what if something happens at night? "What are you thinking about?" Luo Qingwu tapped his head. "Go take a shower first, then come to my room. I need to check your source vein condition." Chu Chen blushed. "Check the source vein?" "Of course, the state of the source veins directly affects the cultivation effect," Luo Qingwu said matter-of-factly. "You don't think I'm going to do anything to you, do you?" She suddenly leaned closer to Chu Chen, her breath almost touching his face. "However, if you'd like, I'd consider it." Chu Chen's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. I'm going to take a shower first." He ran into the guest room like a fugitive and slammed the door shut. Luo Qingwu watched his retreating figure, a sly smile playing on her lips. Half an hour later, Chu Chen finished showering and changed into the pajamas prepared by Luo Qingwu. He stood in front of Luo Qingwu's door, hesitating for a long time before knocking. "Come in," Luo Qingwu said from inside the room. Pushing open the door, Chu Chen saw Luo Qingwu sitting on the edge of the bed, already dressed in a silk nightgown. Moonlight streamed in through the window, bathing her in a silvery glow, making her look incredibly alluring. "Come sit down." Luo Qingwu patted the seat next to her. Chu Chen steeled himself and walked over, carefully sitting on the edge of the bed. "Give me your hand." Luo Qingwu extended her hand. Chu Chen hesitated for a moment, but still extended his hand. Luo Qingwu grasped his wrist, closed her eyes, and began to use her source energy to probe his source meridians. Warm energy emanated from her hands and flowed through Chu Chen's body. Strange, Luo Qingwu frowned. "Your source vein structure is very special, and the purity of your source energy is exceptionally high." Chu Chen felt nervous, fearing that the secret of the creation source would be discovered. "But that's even better, it shows you have great potential." Luo Qingwu released her hand and nodded in satisfaction. "At this rate, you should be able to break through to the second level of Awakener soon." She took out a small bottle from her storage ring. "This is body tempering fluid, which can enhance your physical attributes. Take off your shirt." Chu Chen was stunned. "What?" "The body tempering fluid needs to be applied to the skin to be effective," Luo Qingwu said matter-of-factly. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Chu Chen blushed and his heart pounded, but he still slowly took off his shirt. Luo Qingwu poured the body tempering liquid into her palm and then began to apply it to Chu Chen's back. The cold liquid made Chu Chen shiver involuntarily upon contact with his skin. "Don't move." Luo Qingwu's hand wandered over his back, each touch making Chu Chen's heart race. "Your muscles are well defined, it seems you work out a lot." Her voice rang in Chu Chen's ear, tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Shu Chen felt like he was suffocating. This close contact made him feel hot all over. All right. Luo Qinggu withdrew her hand. That's all for tonight. You should go back to your room and rest. She paused for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to Shu Chen's ear. But are you sure you don't want to do something else tonight? Shu Chen's face instantly turned bright red, and he felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Luo Qingwu's words echoed in his ears, and her warm breath made his whole body burn. I. Shu Chen stammered, completely at a loss for words. Luo Qingwu looked at his flushed face and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing how nervous you are, I was just joking. She stood up and walked to the window. But to be honest, your performance today really impressed me. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of inexplicable loss welled up in his heart. Qingwu, can I ask you a question? What's the problem? Luo Qingwu asked, puzzled. Do you really just need me as a shield? Shu Chen asked, mustering his courage. Luo Qingwu turned around, and the moonlight shone on her profile, making her appear even more beautiful and charming. What kind of answer are you hoping for? She asked. Shu Chen was speechless when asked the question. What did he hope for? Did he hope that this proud and beautiful woman would actually like him, a useless F rank? Isn't this a complete fantasy? Alright, it's getting late, you should go back to your room and rest. Luo Qingwu waved her hand. Shu Chen nodded and turned to walk towards the door. Just as he was about to reach the door, Luo Qingwu suddenly spoke up, Shu Chen. Shu Chen replied. Remember what I said today, don't reveal too much of your strength. Her voice became serious. This world is far more dangerous than you think. Chapter 9, Skill Transfer from Lingxi. Shu Chen returned to his guest room, closed the door, and leaned against it. Luo Qingwu's words, don't you want to do something else, were still echoing in his ears. The ambiguous tone of her voice still makes his heart race. No, now is not the time to think about these things. Shu Chen shook his head vigorously, forcibly shaking those romantic thoughts out of his mind. Luo Qingwu's words were very clear, this world is far more dangerous than we imagine. He's just a newbie who's just broken through to the first level of Awakener. His priority is to improve his strength, not to get caught up in romance. Shu Chen walked to the bedside, sat down, closed his eyes, and tried to sense the mysterious power within his body. Lingxi, are you there? Master, I'm here. A clear and melodious female voice rang in his mind. Has your strength recovered somewhat? Shu Chen asked in his mind. It's recovered a little bit, but probably less than 1/10,000th, Lingxi said with a hint of helplessness. It will take a long time to fully recover. Shu Chen felt a little disappointed, but still asked, did you see the live fire training this afternoon? I saw it. Lingxi's tone became serious. However, your current strength is still too weak, and your use of the creation source is too crude. That punch only exerted less than 1/1000th of its power. 1000th? Shu Chen gasped. That punch had already knocked Lin Kai, a second-level awakening source cultivator, unconscious. If he had unleashed his full power, then wouldn't my current true strength far exceed that of a first-level awakener? Theoretically, that's true, but your current body can't withstand a stronger burst of power, Lingxi explained. The primordial spirit source is too powerful. If you force it, your body will collapse. Then what should I do? Continue to cultivate according to the Genesis Origin Manual and steadily improve your realm. Lingxi's voice softened. Once your physical condition catches up, you will naturally be able to unleash even greater power. Master, you don't have a source technique yet, but I have one to pass on to you. Lingxi's voice carried a hint of mystery. Shu Chen's spirits lifted. What origin technique? Original technique, Genesis style. This is an exclusive source skill that works in conjunction with the Genesis source technique. It has no level concept or restrictions and can be upgraded as your strength increases. Lingxi continued to explain, starting from the most basic move, it can theoretically evolve infinitely, and it is not impossible to eventually surpass the divine level source technique. Lingxi's words startled Shu Chen. Surpassing even god level source techniques? What kind of concept is that? Now I will teach you the most basic creation technique, the first move shattering. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of information flooded into Shu Chen's mind. Countless images flashed before his eyes, the cultivation methods and techniques for crashing. Shu Chen felt like his head was about to explode, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. desperately trying to process all this information. Half an hour later, the information flow finally stopped. Shu Chen was drenched in sweat, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. The core of crack is to unleash several times the normal power in an instant through a special way of operating source energy, while also destroying the opponent's source energy defense structure. Remember, never use this source technique in front of outsiders unless it's a matter of life and death. Lingxi warned sternly, performing the creation ceremony will expose the aura of the creation source, which will bring countless troubles. Shu Chen nodded solemnly. He now truly understands the meaning of Luo Qinggu's words, this world is more dangerous than we imagine. Having power beyond reason also means taking on enormous risks. In the following period, Shu Chen began to cultivate collapse. The difficulty of mastering this source technique far exceeded his expectations. It took him 2 hours just to grasp the basic source power circulation route. However, once successfully unleashed, its power is indeed astonishing. Shu Chen threw a punch into the air. Although there was no target, the power contained in the punch made him feel alarmed. The power of this punch is so great that even a third-level awakener might not be able to withstand it. Time passed by unnoticed, and Shu Chen, who had been cultivating until late at night, fell asleep without realizing it. The primordial energy within him flowed slowly as he slept, nourishing his weary body. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, but Shu Chen was still deep in sleep. Shu Chen, get up! Early in the morning, Luo Qinggu called out from outside the door. Hearing the shout, Shu Chen quickly got out of bed, hurriedly washed up, and left the room. Luo Qinggu had already changed into a tight-fitting white training uniform, which perfectly outlined the curves of her chest and made her waist so slender that it could be grasped in one hand. Her long hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, revealing her snow-white nape. You cultivated until very late last night? Luo Qinggu looked Shu Chen up and down, her gaze lingering on his chest for a moment. Not bad, I've gained something. Shu Chen didn't dare to go into too much detail. After all, the existence of the creation realm absolutely could not be exposed. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Luo Qinggu's eyes. I knew it, you're much more capable than you seem. She walked over to Shu Chen and patted his chest. Your muscles have become much stronger. It seems the body tempering fluid is working very well. The warm, soft hand pressed against his chest through the thin clothes, and Shu Chen's heart instantly raced, almost causing him to lose control of his internal energy. Let's go, let's have breakfast first. Luo Qinggu withdrew her hand, a sly glint in her eyes. A sumptuous energy breakfast was laid out on the table. The golden energy juice emitted a faint sweet aroma, and the golden brown energy bread was still steaming. Shu Chen picked up the juice and took a sip, and he felt the source energy in his body surge like a tide. You haven't mastered the source technique yet, have you? Luo Qinggu asked casually while dining elegantly. Although he had just learned the first move of creation, Shu Chen could only nod against his will, not yet. Then today's source technology class is very important. Luo Qinggu's expression turned serious. But be careful, the instructor is Lu Qingyan. She's a dangerous woman, and her interest in you is definitely not simple. Shu Chen nodded as he recalled Lu Qingyan's captivating eyes. Also, keep a low profile today, Luo Qinggu warned. You already stole the show yesterday. Being too flamboyant will only cause trouble. Shu Chen nodded. He understood what Luo Qinggu meant. He is still too weak now, and revealing his strength too early will only attract hostility and danger. After breakfast, the two headed towards the source technique training grounds. Students they encountered on the street would steal glances at them, whispering amongst themselves. Look, it's that F-rank underdog who made a comeback. I heard he knocked Lin Kai out with one punch? That can't be right, there must be something going on. Perhaps the goddess Luo taught him some secret technique? Hearing various comments, Shu Chen remained expressionless, but secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. Luo Qinggu noticed Shu Chen's composure, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. The fact that he can remain calm under such scrutiny shows that he has a good temperament. The source technique training ground was soon reached, and the students arrived one after another, each finding a seat. Just then, a seductive figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Qingyan was wearing a black, tight-fitting workout outfit that perfectly showcased her hot figure. Her gaze swept across the room like a venomous snake, finally settling on Shu Chen. A dangerous yet alluring smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if to say, "Little brother, I'm going to pamper you properly today." Shu Chen felt that burning gaze and knew something was wrong. It seems today's source technology class is destined to go wrong. Chapter 10, 0% All Attributes? Utterly useless? Lu Qingyan walked towards the podium with captivating steps, each one alluring. Her tight-fitting practice clothes accentuated her shapely figure, drawing frequent glances from the male students. Just as Chu Chen and Luo Qinggu found seats, Wang Hao came over. "Brother Chen, how was last night? Did you and your wife cultivate again?" Wang Hao winked and made faces, his expression as lewd as could be. Chu Chen blushed. "Don't talk nonsense, it's just normal cultivation." "Normal cultivation?" Wang Hao didn't believe it. "Then why is your walking posture a little strange today? Get lost!" Chu Chen shouted angrily. Luo Qinggu chuckled to herself, feeling inexplicably pleased as she watched Chu Chen's embarrassed state. "Quiet down, everyone." Lu Qingyan's voice rang out, and the entire practice field instantly fell silent. Her voice wasn't loud, but it had an irresistible charm. "Today is the source technology class." Lu Qingyan turned around and wrote on the blackboard, her tight-fitting clothes outlining her perfect waist and hip curves. Source techniques are divided into attack, defense, and support types. She turned around, her gaze lingering on Chu Chen for a moment. The levels of source techniques range from level 1 to level 9, and each level is further divided into low level, mid level, and high level. Each level of source technique corresponds to the strength level of the source power user. The higher the level of the source technique, the more difficult it is to comprehend and master. Of course, there are also those with high talent for comprehending source techniques. They can master level 2 source techniques at the awakening stage, but those who can do so are extremely rare geniuses. Source techniques also have different attributes, including the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as special attributes such as wind, thunder, and poison. The students listened attentively and occasionally took notes. At this moment, a student raised his hand and asked, "Instructor Lu, do you have any source techniques without any elemental attributes?" Lu Qingyan nodded, "Yes, but the power of source techniques without attributes is not as strong as those with attributes." She walked to the podium and picked up a crystal-clear stone. Everyone has a corresponding attribute compatibility. Only by cultivating a source technique that has a high compatibility with oneself can one unleash the true power of the source technique. Lu Qingyan held up the stone in her hand. "This is a source power attribute testing stone. It can test which attributes you are inclined towards, and then select the corresponding source technique based on the attributes." The testing stone emitted a faint white light, which looked quite magical. "Let's start the test now, in order of student ID number." The first student stepped onto the stage and placed his hand on the testing stone. The stone immediately emitted an earthy yellow light, displaying Earth attribute, compatibility 60%. That's right. Earth attribute defense is strong, making it very suitable for cultivating defensive source techniques. Lu Qingyan nodded. The students then took turns going up to the stage for the test. Wood attribute, 70% compatibility. Water attribute, compatibility 55%. Fire attribute, 65% compatibility. When it was Luo Qingwu's turn, the entire practice area fell silent. Everyone wanted to see how well this gifted girl's attributes matched her personality. Luo Qingwu gracefully walked onto the stage and gently placed her hand on the testing stone. Instantly, the testing stone burst forth with a blazing red light, almost illuminating the entire training ground. Fire attribute, 90% compatibility. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. A 90% compatibility rate was a rare and exceptional statistic at the entire Yuanwu University. As expected of Goddess Luo. 90% compatibility, she's practically the chosen one. I'm already very happy with 60%. It's so frustrating to compare yourself to others. Luo Qinggu returned to her seat without changing her expression, as if this astonishing data was nothing out of the ordinary for her. A complex emotion flashed in Lu Qingyan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Very good, a 90% fire attribute compatibility is indeed rare. She continued calling out names, Chu Chen. The entire arena fell silent again, everyone eager to see what kind of attributes this F-level comeback guy who defeated Lin Kai with a single punch yesterday would possess. Chu Chen steeled himself and stepped onto the stage, his heart pounding with anxiety. He was someone who possessed the creation source. What if he revealed something? Don't be nervous, it's just a normal attribute test. Lu Qingyan leaned closer to him, her warm breath washing over him. Chu Chen took a deep breath and placed his hand on the testing stone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The test stone showed no reaction and remained a normal white color. Whispers began to circulate among the audience. Why isn't there any response? Is the testing stone broken? Lu Qingyan frowned and patted the testing stone. Strange, it should be fine. She had Chu Qin retest, but the result was the same. Just then, the testing stone suddenly flashed, displaying several lines of text. Metallicity, 0% compatibility. Wood attribute, compatibility 0%. Water attribute, compatibility 0%. Fire attribute, 0% compatibility. Earth attribute, 0% compatibility. Wind attribute, compatibility 0%. Lightning attribute, 0% compatibility. A series of 0% silenced the entire room. What does it mean when all attribute compatibility is 0%? This means that Chu Qin can't even cultivate the most basic origin techniques. My god, 0% of all attributes, this is going to set a new record for UNWU University. No wonder he can only live off women and doesn't even have the qualifications to cultivate origin techniques. How could Goddess Luo possibly fall for such a good-for-nothing? Chu Qin stood on the stage, feeling the tidal wave of ridicule and contempt from all directions, and slowly clenched his fists. The spirit within her body offered comfort. Master, don't worry about these things. The creation source surpasses all attributes, so naturally it won't be detected by such a low-level testing stone. Luo Qinggu suddenly stood up and coldly swept her gaze across the room. Anyone who dares to say another word, don't blame me for being impolite. The powerful aura emanating from her caused the mocking laughter to cease abruptly. Lu Qingyan looked at Chu Qin thoughtfully, her curiosity growing even stronger. All attributes 0%? But I heard that yesterday he punched Lin Kai, a second-level awakener, flying away. This Chu Qin definitely has a huge secret hidden inside him. Alright, let's continue the test. Lu Qingyan clapped her hands. The test continued, and the remaining students went up to the stage one by one. Some were happy while others were sad. Students with high compatibility were beaming with joy, while those with low compatibility were dejected. But in any case, no one has 0% of all attributes like Chu Qin. Alright, test over. Lu Qingyan put away the testing stone, her gaze sweeping over Chu Qin almost imperceptibly. Now everyone can choose the appropriate source technique to cultivate based on their own attributes on the source technique shelf. She pointed to a huge bookshelf on one side of the training ground, which was filled with various source technique manuals. Each person can only choose one book. After you have made your choice, come here to register. The students swarmed forward, all wanting to grab the best source technology. Chu Qin stood still, his attributes at 0%, so choosing any option was useless. Chu Qin, aren't you going to choose? Luo Qingwu walked to his side and asked softly. Forget it, I can't cultivate anyway. Chu Qin smiled bitterly. Although he felt somewhat disappointed, he was not desperate. After all, he possesses the creation technique, which is far superior to these ordinary source techniques. Who said you can't cultivate? Luo Qingwu pulled his hand and walked towards the source technique shelf. Source techniques are not only about attribute compatibility, but also about personal understanding and perseverance. Besides, although non-attribute source techniques are not as powerful as those with attributes, they are more versatile and might be very suitable for you. After saying that, Luo Qingwu pulled Chu Qin toward the source technology stand. The two arrived at the source technology rack, where a number of students had already gathered. Chu Qin had no interest in the matter and simply glanced at the source technique manuals on the bookshelf. Flame Palm, Earth Shield Technique, Ironwood Skill, Swift Windstep. There was a dazzling array of source techniques, but none of them mattered to him. At this moment, Lingxi's voice rang out in Chu Qin's mind. Master, on the top shelf of the left bookshelf, there is a source technique that is very suitable for you. Chapter 11 Garbage Source Technique? A physical technique from a celestial source. Following Lingxi's guidance, Chu Qin saw a thin booklet in the most inconspicuous corner, Basic Physical Techniques. This manual of source techniques was carelessly tossed on the top shelf of the bookshelf. Its cover was already yellowed, clearly indicating that no one had touched it for a long time. Master, it's that book. Lingxi's voice rang in his mind. Although it may look unremarkable, the essence of this book, Basic Physical Techniques, is quite special. Chu Qin stood on tiptoe and barely managed to reach the tattered booklet. Upon first contact, he felt a peculiar fluctuation emanating from the book, which resonated faintly with the primordial spiritual source within his body. Chu Qin, you chose this? Luo Qingwu frowned slightly as she looked at the tattered booklet in his hand. This book, Basic Physical Techniques, isn't even a first-level source technique, it's just the most basic body strengthening exercise. The students around Chu Chen noticed his choice and started pointing and whispering again. Ha, a piece of trash with 0% all attributes can only choose garbage source skills. Basic physical skills? I remember that was a consolation prize for those who had absolutely no talent. Wang Hao rushed over. Brother Chen, don't be impulsive. Even though your attribute compatibility isn't good, at least choose an attribute-free attack source skill. This basic physical techniques is really garbage, it's useless to practice it. Chu Chen gripped the booklet in his hand, but his heart remained calm. Since Lingxi said this origin technique is special, there must be a reason for it. I'll choose this one. He turned and walked towards Lu Qingyan. When Lu Qingyan saw the basic physical techniques in Chu Chen's hand, a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, followed by a playful smile on her lips. Are you sure you want to choose this? She leaned closer to Chu Chen, her voice very low. This fundamental technique isn't even at the beginner level, it won't help improve your strength at all. As she spoke, she slowly leaned closer, her voluptuous body almost touching Chu Chen's chest, and the unique fragrance of a mature woman made Chu Chen's heart race. I'm sure. Chu Chen tried to remain calm and handed the booklet to Lu Qingyan for registration. The moment Lu Qingyan took the booklet, her slender fingertips deliberately brushed against the back of Chu Chen's hand, the soft touch sending a shiver through Chu Chen's body. An interesting choice. Lu Qingyan wrote Chu Chen's name in the registration book, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. She returned the booklet to Chu Chen, deliberately letting her fingers linger on his palm for a moment. Chu Chen noticed the ambiguous movement of Lu Qingyan's fingertips, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, not minding at all. She turned to the whole class and said, "You can start practicing your own source techniques now. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me anytime." The students immediately dispersed and each found a spot to practice the source techniques they had just chosen. Chu Chen walked to a corner and opened the tattered book Basic Physical Techniques in his hand. Master, feel the paper of this book. Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. Chu Chen gently stroked the pages of the book. The texture was surprisingly smooth and delicate, unlike ordinary paper at all. This paper should be made from the hide of a high-level source beast, at least a level 6 source beast, Lingxi continued to explain. A level 6 source beast? Chu Chen was shocked. It's important to know that a level 6 source beast is equivalent to the strength of a source cultivator. If its entire hide were made into a book, its value would be considerable. Chu Chen continued to peruse the book Basic Physical Techniques in his hands, discovering that the content of the book was far more complex than he had imagined. The pages of the book do not contain simple basic physical techniques, but rather some extremely profound theories. Heaven and earth have a source, which originates from within the body. The body is the foundation, and the source is the branches and leaves. Only with deep roots can the leaves flourish, and only with a strong body can the source be abundant. Those who cultivate source power all emphasize source techniques while neglecting physical skills, not knowing that the body is the foundation of the source. When physical skills are perfected, one can break all laws and suppress all sources. Master, this book must have been written by a master of physical martial arts who has honed his skills to the extreme, at least a heavenly origin level expert, Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. The heavenly origin one? Chu Chen was shocked. That's a legendary figure, one of the most outstanding experts on the entire Lingyuan star. A seemingly useless trash cultivation manual casually tossed in a corner turned out to be the legacy of a heavenly origin cultivator? Master has now mastered crack, but his physical strength is too weak. This basic physical technique can help improve his physical attributes, Lingxi continued to explain. Physical skills and source techniques complement each other. A strong physique leads to a strong source. This is an age-old truth. Chu Chen nodded and turned to the first movement in the book Hun Yuan Zhanzhuang, a type of standing meditation. The image shows a simple standing pose, but the accompanying text is extremely complex. Feet shoulder width apart, toes slightly turned inward, knees slightly bent, chest slightly concave, back straight, head held high. Following the description in the book, Chu Chen slowly assumed the stance of standing meditation. As soon as he stood still, he felt a strange sensation rising from the soles of his feet, and the source energy within his body began to flow slowly. Chu Chen silently recited the key points from the book while adjusting his posture. As his posture gradually became more and more correct, he felt the source energy flowing more and more smoothly within his body, as if a warm current was flowing through his meridians. Haha, look! Chu Chen is practicing standing meditation over there. Standing meditation? Isn't that what old men do for their morning exercise? A piece of trash with 0% in all attributes, can't even learn a basic source skill, can only stand still to strengthen his body, it's hilarious. Is this a case of what's the use of trying? It's like giving up entirely. When the students around Chu Chen saw his actions, they started pointing and whispering, and laughter rose and fell. Chu Chen ignored him and focused on sensing the flow of source energy within his body. As he continued practicing standing meditation, he discovered that the source energy within his body was not only flowing in an orderly manner, but was also slowly increasing. The feeling is subtle, like a trickle flowing into the ocean, slow but continuous. Master, can you feel it? Lingxi's voice rang in his mind. This book, Basic Physical Techniques, is indeed extraordinary. It can optimize your source meridian structure, making the flow of source energy smoother and more efficient. Chu Chen was overjoyed and continued to maintain the standing posture. Luo Qinggu stood not far away, her beautiful eyes flashing with complex emotions. As the daughter of a reclusive family, she already possesses the top-tier source techniques inherited from her family, so she doesn't need to choose these ordinary source techniques at all. Her perception was far beyond that of ordinary people, so she naturally noticed the abnormality in Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen appeared to be simply practicing ordinary standing meditation, she could clearly sense that subtle changes were occurring within the source meridians of Chu Chen's body. The aura of that flowing source energy was even more mysterious and profound than some of the top-tier source techniques she had ever seen. Just how many secrets is this guy hiding? Luo Qinggu wondered to herself. Even the family's inherited techniques don't possess the profound feeling that Chu Chen is currently displaying. On the other side, Lu Qingyan was instructing other students in their practice, but her attention remained focused on Chu Chen. When she used her powerful perception as a source condenser to examine Chu Chen's condition, a look of shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. She could sense that the source energy within Chu Chen's body was operating in an extremely subtle way. Little brother, you're getting more and more interesting. Lu Qingyan gently stroked her red lips, her interest growing stronger. It seems that I need to study you properly. Chapter 12. A public slap in the face. This is just basic physical skill. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the hour-long source technique practice session was about to end. Alright, practice time is over. Lu Qingyan clapped her hands, her voice echoing in the practice area. Who would like to demonstrate the results of your practice? As soon as he finished speaking, several students immediately raised their hands. I'll do it. A burly young man stepped forward, formed a hand seal, and instantly orange-red flames ignited in his palms. Level 1 Beginner Origin Technique Flame Palm. He thrust out his palm, and the flames drew an arc in the air before striking the training stake, leaving a slightly charred palm print. Not bad, you've grasped the essence of the blazing palm technique. Lu Qingyan nodded approvingly. Then, another girl stepped forward. Level 1 Beginner Origin Technique Earth Shield. She pressed her hands to the ground, and a thick earthen wall immediately rose up in front of her. Although it was only half a person's height, it looked quite sturdy. Very good, you have mastered the key points of defensive source techniques. Lu Qingyan smiled with satisfaction. After several students finished their demonstrations, applause rang out in the practice area. Lu Qingyan glanced around, her gaze finally settling on Chu Chen in the corner, a playful smile playing on her lips. Chu Chen, why don't you demonstrate the results of your practice? The moment these words were spoken, the entire practice area fell silent. All eyes turned to Chu Chen, their eyes filled with mockery and anticipation. Ha ha ha, what is Chu Chen going to demonstrate? Standing meditation? Let's see what a piece of junk with 0% all attributes can demonstrate. It's probably just a few moves from that crappy basic physical techniques manual, it's hilarious. After standing in the stance for an hour, are you going to demonstrate an old man's morning exercise? Laughter rose and fell, with some students even laughing so hard they were doubled over. Wang Hao rushed over and whispered, Brother Chen, why don't you just say you're not feeling well? Don't go up there and embarrass yourself. Luo Qinggu clenched her fists, preparing to speak up and refuse on Chu Chen's behalf. She sensed the changes in Chu Chen's source energy, but these changes were too subtle for ordinary people to detect. Demonstrating it in front of a crowd will only invite more ridicule. However, Chu Chen slowly straightened up. He stretched, and his joints made a slight cracking sound. Standing in the meditation posture for a full hour did not tire him out, on the contrary, it made him feel full of energy. Okay, Professor Lu. Chu Chen's voice was calm and clear, without the slightest hint of panic. Laughter erupted again in the practice area. Are you really going to demonstrate? I thought he was going to make excuses. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what tricks this piece of trash with 0% in all attributes can pull off. I guess it'll just be a few gymnastic moves, huh? Lu Qingyan looked at Chu Chun with great interest, wanting to see what surprises this mysterious young man could bring her. Chu Chun walked to the center of the training field, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Quiet. Luo Qinggu spoke coldly, releasing a powerful source force pressure that instantly silenced the mocking laughter. Chu Chen gave Luo Qinggu a grateful look, then turned to face the crowd. I practiced the Hanyuan Zhenzhuang mixed source stance from the Basic Physical Techniques Manual, Chu Chen said calmly. Although it looks very simple, I want to demonstrate its actual effect. What's the effect of demonstrating standing meditation? A student asked, puzzled. What are the effects of standing meditation? Does it improve health? Ha ha ha. Chu Chen did not answer, but instead assumed the stance of standing meditation again. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, toes slightly turned inward, knees slightly bent, chest slightly concave, back straight, and head held high. The seemingly simple movements had an indescribable charm in Chu Chen's eyes. As Chu Chen straightened his posture, the source energy within his body began to circulate according to the route of basic physical techniques. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The flow of source energy is becoming faster and smoother. 5 minutes passed. Chu Chen remained in the standing posture, but the crowd began to grow impatient. That's it? Standing there without moving is a demonstration? I thought there was something special about it, but it turns out it's just standing meditation. This is so boring. It wasn't as interesting as the flame poem from before. Just then, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes. After being conditioned by the basic physical techniques, the source energy in his body has reached an unprecedented state. Although the total amount has not increased significantly, the quality and operational efficiency have been significantly improved. Now, I will demonstrate the actual effect of the mixed source pile foundation. Chu Chen walked towards the beginner wooden stake used for practice. It was a piece of equipment specially used to test the power of source techniques and could withstand the full force of a second-level awakening source user. Is he planning to use a stationary attack? A student asked doubtfully. How can you attack while standing still? By charging in with a standing posture? Ha ha ha. Ignoring the jeers around him, Chu Chen stood 3 meters in front of the wooden stake and assumed the stance once again. But this time, he incorporated the power generation techniques recorded in basic physical techniques into it. Heaven and earth have a source, which originates from within the body. The body is the foundation, and the source is the branches and leaves. Chu Chen silently recited the incantation from the book, and the source energy within his body began to converge along a specific route. Suddenly, he stepped forward with his left foot. This step may seem ordinary, but it contains the most exquisite power generation techniques in basic physical techniques. The force originates from the feet, travels to the waist, and finally converges in the right leg. Chu Chen unleashed a powerful kick. There are no fancy source techniques, no dazzling light effects, it's just the most simple and unadorned leg kick. But the power contained in that kick made everyone present widen their eyes. Boom! The leg struck the wooden stake with a dull thud. The next second, something shocking happened. The wooden stake, which was strong enough to withstand the attack of a second-tier awakening source cultivator, actually broke in the middle. The upper half of the wooden stake tumbled through the air and flew more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Chu Chen retracted his right leg, patted the wood chips off his hands, and his expression was surprisingly calm. This is the effect of the mixed origin standing posture in the basic body techniques. He turned to face the crowd. By adjusting the body's condition and the way the source energy is circulated, the body's potential can be maximized. The silence in the practice area lasted for a full 10 seconds. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the wooden stake that had broken in the middle. How is this possible? Finally, someone broke the silence, their voice filled with shock. Those are specially made wooden stakes that can withstand attacks from second-tier awakening source users. Chu Chen is just a first-level awakening source user, and a complete waste with 0% in all attributes. How could he possibly have such power? There must be something wrong with the wooden stake. Yes, the stake itself must have cracks. Lu Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at what she was seeing. She walked to the broken wooden stake and carefully examined the cross-section, which was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest burr. This shows that Chu Chen's kick was extremely concentrated, and the power it unleashed in an instant far exceeded that of ordinary kicks. She looked up at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, thinking to herself, "Little brother, you've really given your older sister a huge surprise." Chapter 13. Two Beauties Clash, a Dangerous Invitation. Wang Hao rushed over excitedly, his eyes shining. "Brother Chen, that kick of yours was amazing. I was completely stunned by what I just saw. That was a specially made wooden stake. Normally, when we use our source techniques, we can only leave a mark on it." Chu Chen smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He noticed Lu Qingyan's gaze. The venomous, probing look in her eyes made him wary. Luo Qingwu also walked over at this moment, her expression complex and tinged with unease. She knew better than anyone that the power Chu Chen had just displayed far exceeded the level of a first-tier awakener. The speed at which her physical fitness improved has exceeded her expectations. "Chu Chen, your performance just now surprised your teacher." Lu Qingyan's voice rang out in the practice field. She slowly walked up to Chu Chen, so close that he could smell her faint fragrance. A simple manual of basic physical techniques can actually be so powerful. It seems that the teacher underestimated this manual and even more so your talent. The students around looked at each other in bewilderment, and the voices that had been mocking Chu Chen just moments before completely disappeared. "Professor Lu, you flatter me." Chu Chen remained calm. "I was just lucky I happened to grasp a bit of the technique for generating power." "Luck?" Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly, extending her slender finger and gently tapping Chu Chen's chest. "Chu Chen, your physical fitness has improved by at least 30% compared to yesterday. This can't be explained by luck." Her fingers had a slightly cool touch, which made Chu Chen subconsciously take a step back. Upon seeing this, Luo Qingwu immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Chen. "Instructor Lu." Luo Qingwu could no longer hold back. She stepped between the two and shielded Chu Chen behind her with her body. Her source energy surged within her, the fire attribute energy raising the surrounding temperature by several degrees. "Shouldn't the class be over by now?" "Oh dear, why are you in such a hurry, Qingwu?" Lu Qingyan said with a smile. "The teacher is just concerned about the students' cultivation progress." "But you're right, it really should end now." Lu Qingyan withdrew her hand, but her gaze remained fixed on Chu Chen. "However, before we conclude, I would like to give Chu Chen a special suggestion." She turned to the class and raised her voice slightly. "As everyone has seen, choosing the right source technique is extremely important. Don't underestimate any manual, no matter how ordinary it may seem. Chu Chen is the best example. He proved with his actions that there are no useless source techniques, only people who don't know how to use them." These words made the students who had previously mocked Chu Chen blush with embarrassment, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Of course, this is also related to Chu Chen's special physical condition. Lu Qingyan changed the subject, "So I decided that from now on, I will provide Chu Chen with extra individual guidance." These words plunged the entire training ground into shock once again. Individual guidance? That's a privilege only gifted students can enjoy. No way. Luo Qingwu blurted out without thinking, her voice filled with obvious hostility. "Instructor Lu, I will take care of arranging Chu Chen's cultivation plan, so you don't need to worry about it." "Qingwu, you're wrong about that." Lu Qingyan's smile grew increasingly dangerous. "It is a matter of course for teachers to guide students. Do you really think that a student is more suitable to guide cultivation than a teacher?" The two women's gazes met in mid-air, almost sparking a flame. The students around them dared not breathe, sensing the confrontation between the two powerful source forces. Chu Chen was caught in the middle, feeling like prey being fought over by two tigresses. "That's enough." To everyone's surprise, Chu Chen spoke up first. He gently pushed Luo Qingwu aside and walked between the two of them. "I appreciate Instructor Lu's kindness, but I feel that my current cultivation pace is quite good. If I have any questions, I will take the initiative to ask." This was the first time he had expressed his opinion in a contest between two women. Lu Qingyan narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in them. "Chu Chen, are you sure you want to refuse the teacher's kindness?" Her voice was still gentle, but everyone could feel the threat in it. "I'm not rejecting it, I just think it's better to proceed step by step." Chu Chen forced a smile and said, "If I really encounter a bottle problem, I will definitely ask you for advice." Luo Qingwu glanced at Chu Chen with satisfaction. This was the first time she had seen him so proactive. Since Chu Chen says so, Lu Qingyan was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "All right then, I won't force you. But, Chu Chen, come to my office at 8 p.m. tonight. I'm not here to give you individual instruction, but rather to discuss some questions about basic physical techniques. As the student who chose this manual, you have an obligation to cooperate with the teacher's research, right? This reason made it impossible for Chu Chen to refuse, and it also left Luo Qingwu with no excuse to object. I understand. Chu Chen could only nod in agreement. Very good. Lu Qingyan smiled with satisfaction. By the way, Qingwu, you don't need to come tonight. Academic discussions between teachers and students don't need outsiders present. After saying that, she swayed her hips and left, leaving the students in the room looking at each other in bewilderment. Brother Chen, you're rich now. Wang Hao's eyes were practically green with envy. Instructor Lu is a genius lecturer in the academy. To receive her individual guidance is an incredible opportunity. Is that so? Chu Chen gave a wry smile. All he wanted to do now was avoid these troubles. Luo Qingwu grabbed Chu Chen's arm, her grip a bit tighter than usual. Let's go back. As the two left the practice field, Luo Qingwu clung tightly to Chu Chen's arm the whole way, asserting her dominance. You did very well just now, Luo Qingwu said after they left the practice area. What? Chu Chen asked in confusion. Take the initiative to express your attitude. Luo Qingwu stopped and looked at Chu Chen seriously. Although the result was not ideal, at least you are no longer completely passive. Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought Luo Qingwu would be angry because he hadn't completely refused. However, tonight Luo Qingwu's expression darkened again. I have to go, Chu Chen said helplessly. I can't refuse her excuse. I know. Luo Qingwu bit her lower lip. But you must remember, no matter what she says or does, don't reveal your secret. And she hesitated for a moment. If she does anything excessive to you, contact me immediately. Chu Chen nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu pulled Chu Chen directly into the living room. Sit down, I have something to tell you. Her expression was more serious than ever before. You broke through to the first level of Awakener the day before yesterday, and today you can kick a specially made wooden stake in half. Even an S-level talent can't achieve this kind of improvement. Your progress is too fast, it's abnormally fast. Chu Chen's heart tightened, and he wanted to say something. I don't need your explanation. Luo Qingwu waved her hand. But I must remind you that the more unusual something is, the more attention it attracts. And attention often means danger. She stood up and walked to the window. This world is far more complex than you imagine. Lu Qingyan's performance today is the best proof of that. She doesn't simply want to guide your cultivation, she wants to study you. Luo Qingwu turned around, her eyes flashing with worry. She is a poison attribute source energy user, and is naturally sensitive to special energies. She must have sensed something unusual about you. Chu Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, then what should I do? Luo Qingwu thought to herself, I'll figure something out. Chapter 14 The School Beauty's Deeply Affectionate Protective Kiss. After the afternoon classes ended, it was quickly 7:30 p.m., and Chu Chen prepared to leave. Luo Qingwu suddenly said, Chu Chen, wait for me, I'll prepare something for you. After saying that, she turned and walked upstairs. Just as Chu Chen was wondering, he heard Luo Qingwu call from upstairs, Chu Chen, come up here for a moment. Hearing the shouts, Chu Chen went upstairs and pushed open the door to Luo Qingwu's room. Inside the room, Luo Qingwu was standing in front of an old-fashioned wooden cabinet with its doors open, revealing all sorts of oddly shaped items inside. There were shimmering crystals, jade pendants carved with intricate runes, and other things that Chu Chen couldn't name at all. What are these? Chu Chen asked curiously. Some little gadgets. Luo Qingwu rummaged through them without turning her head. I don't usually need them, but you might need them tonight. She took out an exquisite brocade box from the deepest part of the cabinet and carefully opened it. Inside the brocade box lay a silver amulet, octagonal in shape, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface. The amulet emitted a faint silver light, and there seemed to be a source of energy flowing within the light. This is a protective talisman. Luo Qingwu handed the talisman to Chu Chen. It can withstand a full force attack from a third-level qi condensation cultivator. Chu Chen took the amulet. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a peculiar pulsating sensation. A third-level origin condensation realm cultivator? Chu Chen gasped. How precious is this? Am I, a first-level origin awakening realm cultivator, worthy of using such a treasure? You are the man I, Luo Qingwu, have chosen. Of course you deserve him. Lu Qingyan is currently at the second level of the source condensation realm, but if she really wants to harm you, she has plenty of ways to do so. Luo Qingguo's expression was very serious. This talisman can save your life. She walked up to Chu Chen, stood on tiptoe, and personally put the amulet on him, her movements as gentle as if she were performing some kind of sacred ritual. Then, she took out an ordinary-looking black ring from the cabinet. This is a concealing breath ring, which can completely hide your source energy fluctuations and bloodline aura. She grabbed Chu Chen's left hand and slipped the ring onto his ring finger. Wear this, and even a source being won't be able to sense your true strength. The moment he put on the ring, Chu Chen felt his presence diminish slightly. Qinggu, is it worth it for you to give me something so valuable? Chu Chen asked. Shut up. Luo Qinggu suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes flashing with an undeniable light. You are mine, and protecting you is my responsibility. These things are just junk in the cabinet, they only have value in you. Thank you, Qinggu, Chu Chen said gratefully. Don't thank me yet. Luo Qinggu pulled Chu Chen to sit on the edge of the bed, her expression becoming unusually serious. There are some things you need to know about Lu Qingyan. Come sit here. She walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and patted the spot next to her. Chu Chen sat beside her and could smell her faint fragrance. Luo Qinggu lowered her voice. Lu Qingyan is not an ordinary mentor. What do you mean? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. She's only been at Yuanwu University for half a year, but she's already at the second level of the qi condensation realm. Even someone with a level talent would find it difficult to achieve such a cultivation speed, Luo Qinggu said slowly. She continued, what's even more terrifying is that her poisonous source energy can erode the mind and affect judgment. Luo Qinggu gripped Chu Chen's hand tightly. Have you noticed that every time you see her, you unconsciously want to believe what she says? Chu Chen thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed as Luo Qinggu had said. Every time he faced Lu Qingyan, he found it difficult to refuse her requests, as if something had clouded his judgment. So you need to be extra careful tonight. Luo Qinggu grabbed Chu Chen's hand. No matter what she says or does, don't believe her. Then what should I do? Chu Chen asked again. Pretend. Pretend as much as you want. Luo Qinggu said without hesitation, a sly glint in her eyes. When she asks you something, you always say, I don't know, and when she asks you to do something, you always say, I can't. In short, play dumb if you can, and give up if you can. Chu Chen nodded, but felt uneasy. What if she really tries to force herself on me? Luo Qinggu was silent for a while, then took out a small communicator from the bedside table. Take this and contact me immediately in case of emergency. You'll come to save me? Chu Chen asked uncertainly. Nonsense. Luo Qinggu's answer was straightforward. You're mine, and no one can touch you. A warm feeling welled up in Chu Chen's heart. This feeling of being protected with all his might gave him a sense of security he had never experienced before. He then asked, Qinggu, why have you done so much for me? Luo Qinggu paused for a moment, then looked away. Because you're my boyfriend, and you're very important to me. Her voice was soft, but Chu Chen heard it clearly. Is it very important? Chu Chen replied. Don't overthink it. Luo Qinggu stood up, clearly trying to hide something. Chu Chen didn't press further, but he already had the answer in his heart. After the afternoon classes ended, it was quickly 6:30 p.m., and Chu Chen prepared to leave. Remember what I said. Luo Qinggu saw him to the door. Play dumb, stall for time, and contact me immediately if there is any danger. I understand, Chu Chen replied. Just as Chu Chen was about to leave, Luo Qinggu suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait. She tiptoed and gave Chu Chen a light kiss on the forehead. This is a protective kiss, it will keep you safe. Chu Chen touched his forehead, his heart inexplicably racing. Then I'm leaving, Chu Chen said. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Luo Qinggu's voice was soft, but Chu Chen could hear the reluctance and worry in it. Chu Chen left the villa and walked towards the teaching building. Night had fallen, and the campus was sparsely populated. Most of the classrooms in the teaching building had their lights off, with only a few offices still lit. Chu Chen arrived at Lu Qingyan's office door, took a deep breath, and knocked. Please come in, Lu Qingyan's voice came from inside. Chu Chen pushed open the door and entered, only to find that the office was completely different from the classroom during the day. The once bright lights dimmed, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Lu Qingyan sat behind her desk, wearing a black, tight-fitting long dress with a very low neckline. "Little brother, you've come." She stood up with a smile. "Sit down, don't be nervous." Chu Chen sat down in the chair and secretly gripped the communicator. "Instructor Lu, you said you have some questions about basic physical techniques to discuss?" "Of course." Lu Qingyan walked around the desk and stood beside Chu Chen. "But before we discuss this, I'd like to know about your health first." She reached out and placed her hand on Chu Chen's shoulder. Instantly, a strange energy emanated from her hand, and Chu Chen felt his mind become somewhat dizzy. Just then, the amulet on my chest felt slightly warm, and the dizziness immediately dissipated. Chu Chen pretended to be fine, but alarm bells were ringing in his mind. Luo Qingwu was right, this woman is really dangerous. "Little brother, your performance this afternoon really impressed your older sister." Lu Qingyan gently stroked Chu Chen's shoulder. "Can you tell me how you did it?" Chapter 15: The Dangerous Test by the Beautiful Mentor. Chu Chen pretended to be a little nervous and shook his head. "I don't know either, Professor Lu. Maybe it was just luck?" Lu Qingyan drew circles on Chu Chen's shoulder with her fingers, and that strange energy surged again, but the warmth of the amulet kept Chu Chen awake. "Luck?" Lu Qingyan chuckled, moving even closer until her chest was almost touching Chu Chen's back. "Little brother, I don't believe in luck. Your physical abilities improved by 30% in one day. Even a level talent would find it difficult to achieve that." Chu Chen swallowed hard, not because he was nervous, but because the fragrance in the air was getting stronger and stronger, making him feel a little dizzy. "I really don't know, I just practiced the Hunyuan Zhanzhuang according to the basic physical techniques." "Is that so?" Lu Qingyan's voice turned dangerous as she suddenly placed her hand on the back of Chu Chen's neck. A chill instantly spread throughout Chu Chen's body, and he felt his thoughts begin to sluggish. This is poison attribute source power. Just as Chu Chen was about to lose consciousness, the amulet on his chest suddenly burst out with a burst of silver light. Lu Qingyan abruptly withdrew her hand, a look of surprise flashing across her face. "Interesting, little brother actually has a protective amulet of this level." Chu Chen pretended not to know anything and looked back at her in confusion. "Professor Lu, what did you just do?" "I feel a little dizzy." Lu Qingyan sat back down behind her desk, a dangerous glint in her beautiful eyes. "It's nothing, I'm just checking your source energy." She opened the drawer and took out a cyan pill. "This is a recovery pill, it can help you regain your energy." Chu Chen waved his hand. "No need, I feel much better." "Instructor Lu, didn't you say you wanted to discuss basic physical techniques?" Lu Qingyan put the pills away and looked Chu Chen over again. "Of course we need to discuss this. But before that, I need to confirm one thing with you." She suddenly stood up, walked behind Chu Chen, and placed her hands on his shoulders. "Little brother, could you let your sister check your source veins again? A normal check won't cause any danger." Lu Qingyan's voice became incredibly gentle, but Chu Chen sensed a hidden threat within it. Chu Chen felt a sudden alarm bell ring in his mind. "Qingwu said that we shouldn't let others examine our source veins casually." Lu Qingyan's expression changed slightly. "What did Luo Qingwu say? What else did she tell you?" "She said the source vein is a very private place, like the body, and cannot be shown to others casually." Chu Chen continued to play dumb, but he was already highly nervous inside. Lu Qingyan was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly. Qingwu was right, the source veins are indeed very private. However, as the mentor, it is normal teaching practice for you to check the student's source veins. She walked back to her desk and took a crystal ball out of the drawer. "Since you don't want me to examine it directly, let's use this." The crystal ball emitted a faint blue light, and complex runes moved across its surface. This is a source energy detector, which can detect the specific situation of your source energy. Just put your hand on it. Chu Chen looked at the crystal ball, feeling hesitant. Lingxi said in his mind, "Master, this thing is very dangerous. It's not just a detector, it also has the ability to read memories." Chu Chen was secretly surprised, but on the surface he still pretended to hesitate. Won't it be dangerous?" "Of course not, it's just a routine test." Lu Qingyan smiled gently, but the coercive meaning in her eyes became increasingly obvious. "Unless you have some secret you don't want anyone to know?" Chu Chen felt immense pressure and was about to find an excuse to refuse when the office door was suddenly pushed open. "Professor Lu, it's so late, are you still tutoring students?" A clear, cold voice rang out. Chu Chen turned around and saw that it was Luo Qingwu. But at this moment, the expression on her face was unusually cold. Lu Qingyan frowned. Qingwu, what brings you here? And coming in without knocking is very impolite. I've come to pick up my boyfriend. Luo Qingwu walked to Chu Chen's side and naturally took his arm. It's getting late, Chu Chen should go back and rest. Lu Qingyan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Our discussion is not over yet. Is there anything we can't discuss another day? Although Luo Qingwu's tone was calm, the temperature in the room had clearly risen a few degrees. Chu Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he sensed the fire attribute source power emanating from Luo Qingwu. She really came to save me. Lu Qingyan and Luo Qingwu stared at each other, a tense atmosphere filling the air. After a few seconds, Lu Qingyan took the initiative to give in. Since Qingwu cares so much about her boyfriend, let's call it a day. She looked at Chu Chen and said meaningfully, "Little brother, remember what we discussed today. I'll continue to pay attention to your performance in future classes." Chu Chen nodded perfunctorily, and was pulled by Luo Qingwu towards the door. Just as the two were about to leave the office, Lu Qingyan suddenly said, "Qingwu, your boyfriend is quite special. That amulet must be very valuable, right?" Luo Qingwu paused for a moment, but did not turn around. She pulled Chu Chen and quickly left the office. After leaving the teaching building, Luo Qingwu finally let go of Chu Chen's hand. She asked Chu Chen, "How was it? Did she do anything to you?" "She wanted to examine my source veins and even took out some kind of source energy detector." Chu Chen reported truthfully, however, the talisman worked. It blocked her when she tried to test me with poison attribute source power. Luo Qingwu's face darkened. She actually made a move. It's a good thing you arrived in time, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Chu Chen looked at Luo Qingwu gratefully. Luo Qingwu snorted lightly, "I said I would protect you, so naturally I won't let anything happen to you." The two walked towards the villa. A night breeze blew by, and Luo Qingwu's long hair fluttered across Chu Chen's face, carrying a faint fragrance. "Qingwu, how did you know I was in danger?" Chu Chen asked. A woman's intuition. Luo Qingwu glanced at Chu Chen. "Furthermore, I left a small perception rune on you, which allows me to sense your emotional fluctuations. You were clearly very nervous just now, so I came here." Chu Chen felt a warmth in his heart, but then, as if remembering something, he said, "Then you can sense all my emotions?" Luo Qingwu's cheeks flushed slightly. "I can only sense strong emotional fluctuations. I can't sense their usual minor emotions." Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but was also a little curious, "So what can you feel now?" Luo Qingwu stopped and turned to look at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. "I can feel your gratitude towards me, and..." She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence, her face slightly flushed. "What else?" Chu Chen asked curiously. Luo Qingwu bit her lip, "And the feeling of my heart racing when you look at me." Chu Chen was stunned, not expecting that her could so easily detect his emotions. The two stared at each other, the air thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Just then, the sound of footsteps in the distance broke the silence. Luo Qingwu immediately regained her normal expression and pulled Chu Chen to continue walking forward. "Go back, today's matter is not over yet. Lu Qingyan has already noticed that you have a protective charm, and she will definitely be more careful in testing you in the future." Chapter 16 Late Night Cultivation in the School Beauty's Boudoir. Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu pulled Chu Chen straight into the living room. "Sit down first." Luo Qingwu took out 2 bottles of energy replenishment drinks from the refrigerator and handed one of them to Chu Chen. "What happened tonight is more serious than I expected." Luo Qingwu sat down opposite Chu Chen, her expression more solemn than ever before. "Lu Qingyan dared to test you directly with poison attribute source power, which means she has completely torn off the mask." Chu Chen took a sip of his drink. The cool liquid slightly relaxed his tense nerves. "Why is she so obsessed with me? I'm just an F-rank trash. Useless?" Luo Qingwu sneered. "A piece of trash whose physical abilities improved by 30% in a single day? A piece of trash who could kick a specially made wooden stake in half." She stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. "Lu Qingyan's perception is indeed sharp. Even though you have a concealment ring to hide the source energy fluctuations emanating from you, she still noticed the abnormality." Chu Chen's heart tightened. "What should we do?" Luo Qingwu stopped and turned to look at him. "I've decided to start high-intensity training ahead of schedule. Rather than letting her test the waters slowly, I'd rather take the initiative." "What do you mean?" Chu Chen asked, puzzled. You need to demonstrate even greater strength in tomorrow's practical lesson, Luo Qingwu said as she walked up to Chu Chen. But not to reveal your true level, but to demonstrate the growth rate and strength that an A-level talent should have. Chu Chen was stunned. A level talent? That's right. Luo Qingwu nodded. Starting tomorrow, your publicly recognized talent level will be a level. This will explain your rapid growth without being too shocking. She sat down again, her voice softening. I will use the excuse of discovering your hidden talent to retest you, and then you can openly demonstrate the strength of your A-level talent. Chu Chen thought the plan was a bit crazy. But all my classmates saw that I was diagnosed with an F-level talent. That's why a reasonable explanation is needed. Luo Qingwu reached out and gently stroked Chu Chen's cheek. Many people experience inaccurate test results when they first awaken due to nervousness or poor physical condition. Although this is rare, it is not unprecedented. Chu Chen felt the warmth of her hand, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. Qingwu, why have you done so much for me? Luo Qingwu stopped, staring into Chu Chen's eyes. Because, you deserve it. The two stared at each other, a subtle atmosphere filling the air. Alright, let's begin formal training now. Luo Qingwu suddenly stood up, breaking the ambiguity. Tonight I will personally guide your cultivation to ensure that you can successfully break through to the second level of Awakener tomorrow. Chu Chen stood up as well. Are you cultivating here? No, go to my room. Luo Qingwu walked upstairs without looking back. The concentration of source energy there is higher, and I have set up a soundproof array, so there is no need to worry about being detected. Chu Chen followed behind her, his heart inexplicably racing. Upon entering Luo Qingwu's room, Chu Chen immediately sensed a strong fluctuation of source energy in the air. The room was even more sensual than last night, with pale purple lighting creating a hazy atmosphere. Luo Qingwu took out a set of cultivation clothes from the wardrobe and said to Chu Chen, change into this first. Chu Chen took the clothes and found that they were a set of close-fitting black training clothes, made of soft and elastic material. This is made from the hide of a third-tier source beast, which allows for better guidance of the flow of source energy, Luo Qingwu explained. Then she said, you go to the bathroom to change first, and I'll change my clothes too. After entering the bathroom, Chu Chen quickly changed into his cultivation clothes. The clothes were exceptionally comfortable to wear, and he could clearly feel the flow of source energy in his meridians becoming smoother. When he came out of the bathroom, he blushed deeply at the sight before him. Luo Qingwu changed into a fiery red, tight-fitting training outfit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. What's wrong? Luo Qingwu noticed Chu Chen's expression and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. And nothing. Chu Chen quickly looked away. Let's begin our cultivation. Luo Qingwu walked to the center of the room and gestured for Chu Chen to stand opposite her. Tonight I will teach you a special cultivation method, dual cultivation resonance. Chu Chen's eyes widened, and he asked, dual cultivation? Don't get the wrong idea. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. It is a legitimate method to accelerate the cultivation process through the resonance of the source energy of two people. Also, take this source guiding pill first, it will help stabilize your source energy. She handed the pill to Chu Chen. Chu Chen accepted the pill and said, thank you. He took the pill, and a warm current flowed through his body. Luo Qingwu sat down cross-legged and patted the ground in front of her. Sit over here and face me. Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu sat facing each other, their knees almost touching. Extend your hands. Luo Qingwu extended her hands, palms touching. Chu Chen instantly felt a warm source of energy emanating from Luo Qingwu's palm. Now circulate the source energy within your body, following the frequency of my source energy. Chu Chen closed his eyes and began to circulate his internal energy. Luo Qingwu's source energy was like a warm stream, guiding the source energy within Chu Chen's body to flow along a specific path. The source energy of the two began to converge, and the concentration of source energy in the room suddenly increased. Good, keep this pace. Luo Qingwu's voice rang softly in Chu Chen's ear. As time passed, Chu Chen felt his cultivation level steadily improving. The source meridians within the body continue to widen, and the source energy becomes more refined. Did you feel it? Luo Qingwu suddenly asked. What? Chu Chen asked. The barrier of the second level of the Awakener, Luo Qingwu replied. Chu Chen carefully sensed it and indeed discovered that he had encountered an invisible obstacle in his cultivation process. I felt it. Chu Chen said with a hint of excitement. Let's begin the assault now, Luo Qingwu continued. Luo Qingwu's source energy suddenly became scorching hot, and a powerful thrust surged into Chu Chen's body. Chu Chen felt the source energy within his body surging and violently impacting the barrier. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, on the 7th assault, the barrier shattered. Chu Chen's cultivation has officially entered the 2nd stage of the awakening source realm. It's a success. Chu Chen opened his eyes and looked at Luo Qingwu excitedly. But the next second, he was shocked by what he saw. Luo Qingwu's cheeks were flushed, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her training clothes became semi-transparent due to the sweat, vaguely revealing the scenery underneath. Are you all right? Chu Chen asked with concern. It's nothing, it's just that I've been quite exhausted. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath, but did not let go of Chu Chen's hand. Helping you break through took up a lot of my source energy. Chu Chen tried to pull his hand back, but Luo Qingwu held it tightly. It's not over yet. She stared into Chu Chen's eyes. Now you need to solidify your realm, and this process is even more important. As she spoke, she slowly approached Chu Chen, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. Chu Chen could clearly smell the fragrance on her body, and his heart beat faster and faster. Chapter 17 Luo Qingwu's Special Bloodline. It's not over yet. Luo Qingwu's voice was a little hoarse, and sweat dripped down her delicate chin. Now you need to solidify your realm, and this process is even more important. Chu Chen tried to pull his hand back, but she held it tightly. Luo Qingwu's palms were very hot, and what she felt was not only warmth, but also an electric current that made one's heart race. Let us continue. She slowly approached, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. Chu Chen could clearly smell the fragrance on her body, the delicate floral scent mixed with the smell of sweat wafted towards him. He felt his breathing become erratic. Qingwu, you don't speak, just focus on feeling. Luo Qingwu's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it clearly reached Chu Chen's ears. Her source energy surged into Chu Chen's body again, this time even more gently than before, as if caressing every one of his source veins. As Chu Chen sensed the flow of source energy within his body, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Luo Qingwu's source power actually carried a special fluctuation, which caused a slight resonance in the creation source within his body. Your source power? Chu Chen asked, sensing something amiss. Luo Qingwu opened her eyes, her misty eyes filled with confusion. It's nothing. Chu Chen quickly shut his mouth, but his heart was in turmoil. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt something special responding to his creation source. Lingxi's voice rang in his mind, Master, Luo Qingwu's physique is very special. What does that mean? Chu Chen asked in his mind. She has a special bloodline aura within her, and it is very pure. The bloodline that can resonate with your creation source is definitely not ordinary. Chu Chen was shocked. Could there be some connection between Luo Qingwu's bloodline and the creation spirit source? Can you feel it? Your source power is stabilizing. Luo Qingwu's voice interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts. Indeed, nourished by her source energy, Chu Chen's newly broken through realm is rapidly stabilizing. What would have taken several days to complete was done in less than an hour. All right. Luo Qingwu released her hand, leaned back, and lay down directly on the bed. I'm exhausted. Her training clothes clung to her body with sweat, outlining her perfect curves. Chu Chen quickly looked away, but his ears involuntarily turned red. What kind of expression is that? Luo Qingwu noticed Chu Chen's embarrassment and couldn't help but laugh. I'm not going to eat you. She sat up in bed and stretched. It's getting late, you should go back to your room and rest. You have important things to do tomorrow. Chu Chen stood up and had just reached the door when he heard Luo Qingwu say behind him, Chu Chen. Chu Chen replied. Don't tell anyone about tonight's events. Her tone suddenly turned serious. Including your roommate. I know. Chu Chen nodded, pushed open the door, and walked out. Back in his room, Chu Chen lay on the bed, his mind replaying the scene from earlier. Luo Qingwu's constitution is unusual, and Lingxi's words also evoke a strange sense of resonance. Lingxi, can you sense what kind of bloodline she has? It's not certain yet, but what's certain is that it's definitely not an ordinary bloodline. Lingxi's voice carried a hint of excitement. Master, your little girlfriend may be more important to you than you think. What's the meaning? A person with such a superior bloodline is naturally attuned to the source of creation. Her approach to you is not merely out of curiosity. Shu Chen frowned. You mean, she already knew my secret? Very likely. But this may not be a bad thing for you. Lingxi paused for a moment, then continued, the awakening of a higher bloodline requires the stimulation of the creation source. If she is indeed approaching you for this purpose, then your relationship will be mutually beneficial. Shu Chen fell into deep thought. If Luo Qingwu really knew his secret all along, then all her previous actions could be explained. Why did she suddenly kiss him during the awakening ceremony? Why would you keep him as a nominal boyfriend? Why protect him so carefully? Everything now has a reasonable explanation. But for some reason, Shu Chen felt a little disappointed. So, all her kindness towards me was for a purpose? Master, what are you thinking about? Lingxi asked. It's nothing. Shu Chen shook his head, forcibly banishing these distracting thoughts. Whatever her purpose is, at least for now she is indeed helping me. That's right. And you're not at a disadvantage either, Master. Lingxi's voice was teasing. How many men would be willing to cultivate with such a beautiful woman? Lingxi, why are you starting to talk about these things too? Shu Chen said, both amused and exasperated. I've lived for countless years, what haven't I seen? Lingxi said proudly. Besides, cultivation requires the balance of yin and yang. Master, you are at the prime of your life, and having a confidant to accompany you in your cultivation will greatly benefit your growth. Shu Chen ignored the unserious Lingxi and closed his eyes to start organizing his day's gains. He broke through to the second level of the Awakening Source Master and also discovered Luo Qingwu's secret, which was quite a gain. On the other side, Luo Qingwu watched Shu Chen leave the room, and the smile on her face vanished instantly. She slowly got up, walked to the dressing table, and looked at herself in the mirror. Her sweat-soaked training clothes clung to her body, outlining her perfect curves, and she focused her attention on her chest. With trembling hands, she unbuttoned her training robe, revealing her snow-white skin. It really was him. Luo Qingwu gently touched her chest, where there was a faint mark. This mark has been there since she was a child. Her mother told her that the mark would only glow when she met someone who could awaken her bloodline. Just now, when I was cultivating with Shu Chen, this mark not only glowed, but also emitted a burning sensation. This is a reaction I've never had before in my life. Luo Qingwu's hands unconsciously clenched. No, we absolutely cannot let them find out, Luo Qingwu vowed silently in her heart. She walked to the bedside and took out a delicate little box from her storage ring. The box contained a blood-red pill, the Bloodline Awakening Pill. This was given to her by her family, it's said to stimulate the powerful bloodline within her. But Luo Qingwu knew there was something wrong with the pill. Although taking it can awaken one's bloodline, it will also leave a special restriction in the body, allowing the family to control her life and death at any time. Now that I have Shu Chen, perhaps I can take another path. Luo Qingwu carefully put the pills away again. She had already sensed that the mysterious power within Shu Chen could indeed stimulate the awakening of her bloodline. Moreover, it's a completely natural awakening, without any side effects. Luo Qingwu gazed at the night sky outside the window. Now is not the time. Chapter 18, Another Test, True Talent Revealed. The next morning, Shu Chen was awakened by Luo Qingwu's knocking on the door. Get up, there are important things to do today. Shu Chen rubbed his eyes and opened the door, only to find that Luo Qingwu had changed into a white, fitted uniform, exuding a cool and aloof aura. What's the important matter? Shu Chen asked. Retest your talent level. Luo Qingwu handed him a matching white uniform. Today you will prove to everyone that you are not an F-rank waste. Shu Chen took the clothes and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. He said helplessly, but so many people saw my test results during the awakening ceremony. That's why a reasonable explanation is needed. Luo Qingwu turned and walked towards the living room. Hurry up and change your clothes. We need to get to the awakening hall before the first class. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Talent Awakening Hall of Yuanwu University. This place is usually deserted, but today it was packed with students and teachers. Shu Chen asked nervously, why are there so many people? I applied for a public retest last night, and the news spread very quickly, Luo Qingwu said calmly. Don't worry, just do as I say. Whispers arose from the crowd. I heard that Luo Qingwu was going to apply for a retest for that F-level trash? No way, the test source pillars are all manufactured uniformly by the Federation, how could they go wrong? I guess Luo, the school beauty, is unwilling to accept that her boyfriend is a good-for-nothing and wants to find a way to back down. Shu Chen listened to these discussions and felt somewhat conflicted. Just then, a familiar voice came from the crowd. Hey, isn't this our F-level genius? Li Tianyang squeezed through with a few followers, his face full of mocking smiles. I heard they're going to retest? They're really persistent. Li Tianyang, you'd better shut up, Luo Qingwu said coldly. I was just concerned about my classmate, Li Tianyang said nonchalantly. But seriously, Shu Chen, are you sure you want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people again? Ha ha ha. Just as Shu Chen was about to respond, the door to the testing hall opened. A middle-aged man in a black robe came out. He was Professor Zhao, who was in charge of the talent test. Luo Qingwu, are you sure Shu Chen's talent needs to be retested? Professor Zhao's expression was very serious. Once you start, you can't stop halfway. If the result is still an F grade, you need to think carefully about the consequences. I'm sure, Luo Qingwu said without hesitation. Professor Zhao nodded. Let's begin then. Shu Chen, please come in. The awakening hall was brighter than it had been that day, with a massive pillar of source energy standing in the center, emitting a faint glow. The students crowded at the entrance, craning their necks to see what was going on inside. Shu Chen, please place your hand on the source power pillar. Professor Zhao pointed to the source power pillar. Shu Chen took a deep breath and walked towards the source power pillar. Just as he was about to touch the source power pillar, Lingxi's voice rang in his mind. Master, I can help you control the test results. What level do you want to display? Grade A, Shu Chen answered in his mind. The moment Shu Chen's palm touched the pillar of source energy, he felt a probing force seep into his body. Lingxi precisely controlled the output of the creation spirit source, allowing the source power pillar to feel the source power fluctuations that an A-level talent should have. The source energy pillar began to glow. First, there was a faint white light, then it gradually brightened and turned into a pale blue. This is... Professor Zhao's eyes widened. The light continued to intensify, eventually settling into a bright, deep blue. A-level talent! Professor Zhao exclaimed in surprise. The students outside the awakening hall immediately erupted in an uproar. How is that possible? It was clearly an F rank that day. Is the source energy pillar malfunctioning? Wait, how much source energy is it? Professor Zhao looked at the digital display below the source energy pillar, source energy value. 92 points. This number shocked everyone. With an A-level talent and 92 points of source power, he has already surpassed the standard of most A-level students. Li Tianyang's face instantly turned ugly. This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. Li Tianyang, are you questioning the testing equipment manufactured by the Federation? Professor Zhao looked at him coldly. I didn't. Li Tianyang stammered, unable to speak. Luo Qingwu walked to Shu Chen's side and gently stroked his arm. It seems that the misjudgment was indeed caused by an unexpected situation during the test that day. Shu Chen nodded in agreement. I was indeed very nervous that day, which may have affected the normal performance of my source power. Professor Zhao recorded the test results. Congratulations, Shu Chen. According to the college's regulations, you are entitled to all the benefits of an A-level student. The students watching were discussing it animatedly. So it really was a testing accident. A level talent, so he's not a waste after all, he's a genius. Li Tianyang has nothing to say now. Shu Chen is really lucky he got Luo, the school beauty, to help him apply for a retest. Just then, the doors to the awakening hall opened again. Lu Qingyan walked in, her expression somewhat complicated. I heard there's a retest being conducted here? Professor Zhao nodded respectfully. Shu Chen's talent retest has been completed, and the result is grade A. Lu Qingyan's gaze lingered on Shu Chen for a few seconds. Grade A, very interesting. She approached the testing stone and carefully observed the residual source energy fluctuations on it. Shu Chen felt nervous. Had she discovered something? Professor Lu, is there a problem? Luo Qingwu asked proactively. No problem. Lu Qingyan looked away, but Shu Chen could sense the amusement in her tone. I just think that classmate Shu Chen has a lot of potential. After saying this, she gave Shu Chen a meaningful look, then turned and left the awakening hall. Shu Chen only breathed a sigh of relief after she completely disappeared. Alright, the test is over, Professor Zhao announced. Chu Chen, you did very well. I have high hopes for you. Chu Chen replied respectfully, thank you, Professor Zhao, you've worked hard. After saying that, Professor Zhao walked out of the hall, and Luo Qingwu pulled Chu Chen away quickly. Let's go back to the villa first, she said to Chu Chen. Luo Qingwu finally relaxed after returning to the villa. Did you notice Lu Qingyan's reaction just now? Luo Qingwu asked. Chu Chen nodded. It seems she's discovered something. With her keen senses, she must have noticed something amiss. Luo Qingwu frowned. However, what's done is done now, your A-level status has been established. What do we do next? Chu Chen asked. Luo Qingwu walked up to Chu Chen and reached out to straighten his collar. From now on, you will continue to grow according to the standards of A-level talent. Don't be too fast, and don't be too slow. Her hand stopped on Chu Chen's chest. Also, starting today, our relationship will take another step forward. What do you mean? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Luo Qingwu tiptoed and leaned close to Chu Chen's ear, her warm breath brushing against it. Now everyone knows you're my boyfriend, and you even have an A-level talent. More people will be paying attention to us, so... She paused, her voice becoming softer, we need to act more like a real couple. Chapter 19 The School Beauty teaches me how to be a boyfriend. Chu Chen's heart raced when he heard Luo Qingwu's words. More like a real couple? Chu Chen swallowed hard, his mind momentarily blank. Luo Qingwu nodded, took a step back, and looked Chu Chen up and down. Luo Qingwu said, those were all just acting before. Now that you have an A-level talent, there will definitely be more people watching us. If we act too unfamiliar, it will be easy for others to see through our act. We should do some of the intimate things that real couples do, like holding hands, hugging, kissing, and so on. She spoke casually, but Chu Chen felt his cheeks burning. Luo Qingwu walked to the sofa and sat down, patting the seat next to her. Come sit down. Chu Chen walked stiffly over and sat down, keeping a fist's distance from her. Luo Qingwu frowned. What kind of couple are you acting like? Couples don't keep this much distance between them. She reached out and grabbed Chu Chen's arm, making him sit close to her. Chu Chen could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Luo Qingwu, and he became extremely nervous. Also, you should be more proactive instead of sitting like a log. Proactive? Chu Chen repeated the word subconsciously. Yes. Luo Qingwu walked up to Chu Chen. For example, when it comes to holding hands, it should be you who takes my hand first, not me pulling you alone. How do we let it? Chu Chen asked shyly. What a blockhead. Luo Qingwu shook her head helplessly and extended her hand. Chu Chen looked at her fair and slender hands and swallowed hard. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out and grasped Luo Qingwu's slender hand. The moment their hands touched, Chu Chen felt the warmth of Luo Qingwu's palm. Her hands were warm and soft, making Chu Chen's heartbeat even faster. Luo Qingwu said softly, your fingers should be interlaced, but not too stiffly. Holding hands should be natural for couples. Chu Chen felt his fingers intertwined, and his heart beat faster and faster. Remember this feeling, she added. Also, when you walk, match my pace, don't walk too fast or too slow. Luo Qingwu pulled Chu Chen along for a few steps in the living room. Yes, that's right. Then, she let go of Chu Chen's hand. Then came the hug. Luo Qingwu suddenly let go of Chu Chen's hand and opened her arms. Come on, hug me. Chu Chen stood there, stunned. Hurry up, you can't even do this? Luo Qingwu urged. Chu Chen steeled himself and stepped forward, awkwardly stretching out his arms to wrap around Luo Qingwu's waist. You're wrong. Luo Qingwu shook her head, holding it like that is like hugging a wooden stake. As she spoke, she moved closer to Chu Chen, wrapping her arms around his neck, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. You should put your hands on my waist and gently hug me, Luo Qingwu instructed Chu Chen. Chu Chen carefully placed his hand on her slender waist, the soft touch making his heart flutter. You can bring your heads a little closer together, it will look more intimate that way. Luo Qingwu's voice was right next to his ear, and her warm breath sent shivers down Chu Chen's spine. Remember this feeling, and always act this way in front of strangers. She stayed in Chu Chen's arms for a few seconds before slowly pulling away. Chu Chen was still immersed in the feeling from just now, and he was somewhat dazed. There's one last one. Luo Qingwu stepped out of Chu Chen's embrace and looked into his eyes. A kiss. Shu Chen froze completely. WH. What? Kissing is the most basic intimate behavior between couples. Luo Qingwu walked up to Chu Chen and reached out to lift his chin. You don't even know this? Chu Chen's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his chest. Fine, I'll teach you. Luo Qingwu tiptoed, her red lips slowly approaching Chu Chen's lips. She stopped just before she was about to touch him. Close your eyes and relax, she said very gently. Chu Chen obediently closed his eyes, and the next second, a soft touch pressed against his lips. Luo Qingwu's kiss was very light and shallow, like a dragonfly skimming the water. This was completely different from the surprise attack during the awakening ceremony last time. This time, Luo Qingwu's kiss was very light and gentle, but it made Chu Chen feel an unprecedented heartbeat. A few seconds later, Luo Qingwu stepped back. That's the feeling. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone remained calm. In the future, be more proactive when needed. Chu Chen opened his eyes, still a little dazed, and looked at Luo Qingwu, who was so close to him, his face as red as an apple. What's wrong? Are you scared? Luo Qingwu waved her hand in front of him. No. Chu Chen came back to his senses, his face as red as a ripe apple. That's good. Luo Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. Remember, from today onwards, you are my real boyfriend. At least that's how it appears to outsiders. I remember, Chu Chen replied subconsciously. Very good. Luo Qingwu nodded in satisfaction, then checked the time. Alright, time to go to class. This morning is a source power practical class. You need to show the strength that an A-level talent should have. Chu Chen then came to his senses and remembered the new challenges he was about to face. A second-tier awakening source user with a level talent should be comparable in strength to a typical third-tier awakening source user. Luo Qingwu reminded her, remember, you can't appear too strong, but you also can't appear too weak. Your current status is a level talent, and you've just broken through to the second tier of awakening source. Chu Chen nodded, I understand. Then let's go. Luo Qingwu naturally extended her hand. Chu Chen looked at her hand, and remembering the training just now, he took the initiative to hold Luo Qingwu's hand. Luo Qingwu's lips curled up slightly, that's more like it. The two walked hand in hand out of the villa and headed towards the Source Force combat training ground. Along the way, many students who saw their intimate behavior cast envious or jealous glances at them. I heard that Chu Chen's talent was an F level, but this morning he was retested and found to have a level talent. An A-level talent paired with a school beauty, what a match made in heaven. Look, Chu Chen and Luo, the school beauty, have such a good relationship. I'm so jealous. Why can't I get an A-level talent? Chu Chen listened to these discussions with mixed feelings. Yesterday he was an F-level good for nothing that everyone laughed at, but today he has become an A-level genius that everyone envies. This huge change made him feel somewhat unreal. Don't overthink it, Luo Qingwu said softly. Just focus on the upcoming practical lessons. When the two arrived at the training ground, their instructor, Zhao Gang, was already waiting there. When Zhao Gang saw Chu Chen, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Chu Chen, I heard you got an A-level talent in the retest? Congratulations. Thank you, Professor Zhao, Chu Chen replied respectfully. I'm really looking forward to your performance in today's practical lesson. Zhao Gang patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. A second-tier awakening source user with a level talent should bring us some surprises, right? Chapter 20 Teamwork, my A-rank talent became a burden? Just as Chu Chen was about to answer Zhao Gang, a familiar voice came from behind him. Brother Chen. Wang Hao, Chen Ziang, and Zhang Siming walked over quickly, each with a different expression on their face. Wang Hao rushed excitedly to Chu Chen and patted him hard on the shoulder. Brother Chen, so you were a genius with a level talent all along, just pretending to be weak to hide your true strength? Wang Hao became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice even trembled slightly. I heard today that Li Tianyang's face turned green when he saw your test results, huh? I can imagine that guy's expression was worse than if he'd eaten shit. Chen Ziang also walked over and looked Chu Chen up and down. Chu Chen, you've been hiding this well. Zhang Siming didn't speak, but just looked at Chu Chen with a complicated expression. Chu Chen sensed the different reactions of the three people and felt somewhat uncomfortable. He could only shake his head and try to appear relaxed. I was just too nervous on the day of the awakening, which may have caused problems with the test results. Luo Qinggu then spoke up to help Chu Chen out of the predicament, saying, Chu Chen is not an isolated case. Other classmates have had similar experiences before, so it's not surprising. He was just unlucky and had a problem on his first test. Her tone was natural, without any flaws. Zhao Gang nodded and clapped his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Alright, that's enough chit-chat. Everyone, come and gather around. Zhao Gang continued, today we will be facing source beasts. Source beasts are divided into several levels according to their strength, such as savage beasts, ferocious beasts, and spirit beasts, and each level is further divided into 9 ranks. Your opponent is a 4th tier savage level source beast, the iron-maned boar. The iron-maned boar is equivalent to the strength of a 4th tier awakener. Its charge can shatter boulders, and its tusks can pierce steel plates. The entire room fell silent instantly, and all the students gasped. He walked to the center of the training field and pointed to a simulated wilderness area in the distance. Your mission is to try to defeat or kill a 4th tier savage beast through teamwork. Zhao Gang's expression turned serious. Most of the students present were 1st to 3rd level awakening source users. Facing such a monster, the slightest carelessness could result in serious injury. To defeat a 4th tier savage beast, perfect teamwork is essential. But don't worry, everyone. Although the simulation inside feels very realistic, it won't kill you, but it will seriously injure you. Last year, a 3rd tier awakening source user had 3 ribs broken by it when it headbutted him. Zhao Gang's words reassured the students somewhat, but the tense atmosphere did not ease. One student turned pale with fright. A 4th tier beast? Will I get knocked away? I'm only a 2nd tier beast. Another student asked, Instructor Zhao, our strongest is only a 3rd tier awakener, how could we possibly defeat a 4th tier savage beast? Zhao Gang sneered, that's why teamwork is so important. One person might not be able to win, but if 3 or 4 people work together and coordinate well, they definitely have a chance. One more thing, you cannot use any source artifacts or take any pills. You must rely on your own strength to face any crisis in order to maximize your body's potential. Remember, in the world of source power users, the weak are destined to be eliminated. This is a reality you will have to face sooner or later. He glanced at the students and said, because Luo Qingwu is too strong, she will not be assigned to a group for the sake of fairness. She will be responsible for observing from the side. Chu Chen subconsciously looked at Luo Qingwu and found her giving him an encouraging look, which warmed his heart. Next, Zhao Gang began announcing the group assignments. Group 1, Sun Lei, Lu Fangfang, Zhou Hong, Fang Jicheng. Group 2, Wang Hao, Zhen Ziang, Zhang Siming, Lu Tingting. The last group, Lin Kai, Zheng Feifei, Chen Ran. Chu Chen. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's group assignment, Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Team up with Lin Kai? This guy was just punched and sent flying by me a couple of days ago, he's definitely burning with anger and wants to get revenge. As expected, Lin Kai's face darkened instantly upon hearing the group assignments, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Professor Zhao, could we regroup? Lin Kai asked directly, his tone clearly showing his dissatisfaction. I don't want to be grouped with people who rely on connections to get their talent retested. If they mess up at a crucial moment, we're all doomed. As soon as he said this, the surrounding students all cast strange glances at Chu Chen. Zheng Feifei frowned and said sharply, Lin Kai is right. I don't want to be held back because of someone's incompetence. Although Chen Ran didn't speak directly, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, actual combat and testing are completely different things. If something really goes wrong, who will be responsible? Seeing that his teammates were all on his side, Lin Kai became even more smug, and the malicious glint in his eyes became even more obvious. Chu Chen, don't blame us for being realistic. After all, in a life or death situation, nobody wants to be killed by a useless teammate. Why don't you voluntarily apply to switch groups? That way, we can avoid an awkward situation for everyone. Feeling the blatant hostility and humiliation from his 3 teammates, Chu Chen clenched his fists involuntarily. But he suppressed his anger because Luo Qingwu had previously told him to keep a low profile. Although he has now proven his A-level talent, his teammates clearly still don't trust him. The group assignments are finalized and cannot be changed. Zhao Gang refused decisively. Lin Kai, you should learn to unite with your teammates, not exclude them. The world of source users is indeed cruel, but if you don't even trust your own companions, how can you possibly survive in real danger? Lin Kai's face turned even uglier, but he didn't dare to argue with Zhao Gang anymore. He just glared at Chu Chen with a sinister look in his eyes. Watching from the side, Wang Hao patted Chu Chen on the shoulder with some concern. Brother Chen, keep it up. Luo Qinggu walked to Chu Chen's side and whispered, ignore them, just prove it to them. She leaned close to Chu Chen's ear, her warm breath making his heart race. Good luck, I'll be watching on the monitor. If you do well, I'll give you a special reward tonight. After she finished speaking, she winked meaningfully, and that ambiguous expression made Chu Chen blush and his heart race. Chu Chen tried to calm himself down, but he was still a little uneasy. Although he possesses the creation spirit source, he is currently only a second-tier awakener and needs to conceal his strength. What if he really drags down his teammates? Are all groups ready? We're now entering the simulated wilderness area. He led all the students to the simulation area on the other side of the training ground, where a realistic wilderness environment was created using source energy technology. The area is densely wooded, has complex terrain, and features various simulated animal cries. Each group's target source beast is in a different area. Now, each group will split up and move out. Zhao Gang pointed to several different directions in the distance. Remember, teamwork is key. If you encounter real danger, call for help immediately. The group split up and Chu Chen followed Lin Kai and the others toward the designated area. After taking only a few steps, Chu Chen noticed that the source energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Kai were stronger than that day, indicating that he had clearly broken through. Chu Chen, I should thank you. Lin Kai suddenly turned around, a smug and sinister smile on his face. If it weren't for the stimulation you gave me that day, I wouldn't have broken through to the third level of Awakener so quickly. I'm much stronger now than I was that day. What do you think would happen if we fought again? He deliberately released the pressure of a third-tier source force, pressing down on Chu Chen. Zhang Feifei sneered from the side, now you know the difference, right? Lin Kai is a genuine tier 3, while you, hee. He then said in a commanding tone, when we fight later, you'll be in charge of support, and the three of us will be the main attackers. After all, you have the least practical experience, so don't try to be brave. Although Chen Ran didn't say anything, he clearly agreed with the arrangement. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chu Chen had no choice but to nod in reply. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Lin Kai felt extremely smug, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He had been looking for an opportunity to get revenge on Chu Chen, and now he had finally gotten his chance. Thinking of this, Lin Kai's smile became even more sinister. Chapter 21 Conspiracy? A single punch sends a fourth-tier savage beast flying. Chu Chen stepped onto the soft soil, the damp scent of grass and trees filling his nostrils, and the sounds of insects and birds reaching his ears. If he hadn't seen the outer energy barrier with his own eyes, he would have almost thought he was actually in the wilderness. This source energy technology is amazing. Chu Chen thought to himself. Lin Kai walked ahead, glancing back at Chu Chen every now and then, his mind racing with thoughts. Remember, Chu Chen, your job is to observe from behind. Don't move around. Lin Kai lowered his voice, his tone full of warning. Zhang Feifei nodded. Yes, you just broke through to the second stage, and your foundation is not stable. It would be troublesome if something unexpected happened. Chen Ran didn't say anything, but silently checked his source energy status. Chu Chen shrugged. Okay, I'll listen to you. Since he was going to hide his strength anyway, this was a good opportunity to go with the flow. The four continued deeper into the area, where the surrounding vegetation became increasingly dense, and the light gradually dimmed. Suddenly, a heavy thud came from ahead, accompanied by heavy breathing. They're here. Lin Kai tensed up instantly. From the bushes ahead, a massive iron-maned wild boar slowly emerged. This wild boar was 4 meters long and over 2 meters tall, its body covered in steel-like black bristles, its two tusks gleaming coldly, and its eel-like body exuding a suffocating aura. Zhang Feifei's face turned pale instantly. Is this the pressure of a fourth-tier savage beast? Her voice trembled, and her body involuntarily took a half-step back. Chen Ran wasn't much better off. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his clenched fists were trembling slightly. Calm down. Lin Kai gritted his teeth and insisted, proceed according to plan. Chu Chen, you stay back and don't cause any trouble. Chu Chen chuckled inwardly. Perfect, he needed to hide his strength anyway. He circulated the primordial spirit source within his body, instantly dissolving the oppressive aura of the fourth-tier savage beast. Okay, be careful. Chu Chen obediently retreated to a more distant position. The iron-maned boar clearly noticed the group of uninvited guests, its blood-red eyes scanning the area before letting out a deafening roar. Let's do it! Lin Kai took the initiative, his hands gathering Earth Yellow Source Energy Light, Level 1 Low Rank Source Technique, Earth Wall Technique. A thick earthen wall instantly rose up in front of the wild boar, blocking its path. Jiang Feifei followed closely behind, her azure blue source energy gathering in her palm, Level 1 Low Rank Source Technique, Water Arrow Technique. Several water jets shot through the air, accurately targeting the wild boar's eyes. Chen Ran was not to be outdone, his wind attribute source power swirling around him, Level 1 Low Rank Source Technique, Wind Blade Slash. Several sharp wind blades whistled out, aiming directly at the wild boar's belly. The three coordinated quite well, unleashing a barrage of various source techniques, which temporarily suppressed the wild boar. Chu Chen watched from behind and nodded to himself. Although these three are not top tier in strength, their foundation is solid, and they are quite proficient in using source techniques. However, the strength of the fourth tier beasts far exceeded their expectations. Enraged by the attack, the iron-bristled boar's bristles stood on end, radiating an even more terrifying aura. It crashed through the earthen wall, and the water arrows and wind blades that hit it only caused sparks, unable to break through its tough defense. "Oh no, its defense is too strong," Jiang Feifei exclaimed. Lin Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Keep attacking, find its weakness." The battle has entered a fierce stage. The three of them tried their best, using all sorts of source techniques, but to little avail. On the contrary, the wild boar became more and more courageous in the fight, and almost hit them several times with its charges. Just then, Lin Kai suddenly saw an opportunity. The wild boar had just rammed into a large tree, causing it to lose its balance slightly and reveal a gap in its side. Now! Mountain Crushing Fist! Lin Kai's figure flashed, and he transformed into a streak of earthy yellow light, heading straight for the side of the wild boar. However, just as he was about to hit his target, Lin Kai suddenly changed the direction of his attack. His source technique wasn't aimed at the wild boar, but rather slammed heavily into the ground behind it. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, blasting a deep crater in the ground. The powerful shockwave propelled the wild boar directly towards Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, get out of the way!" Jiang Feifei shouted in terror. "Watch out!" Chen Ran shouted hurriedly. But it was all too late. The enraged iron mane boar turned around, its blood-red eyes locking onto Chu Chen. With a burst of speed from its four hooves, its massive body charged straight at Chu Chen like an out-of-control heavy truck. A barely perceptible sneer appeared on Lin Kai's lips. Chu Chen's heart raced as he watched the massive iron-bristled wild boar charge towards him. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it! Lin Kai, the treacherous bastard, he did it on purpose." As they drew closer, the wild boar's tusks gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and its heavy breathing was clearly audible. "Chu Chen, get out of the way!" Jiang Feifei's voice had changed. "It's over, it's too late." Chen Ran's face turned deathly pale. Lin Kai stood at a distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Serves you right for pretending to have a level talent. Now you're reaping what you sowed." Just as the wild boar was about to collide with Chu Chen, Ling Shi's voice rang in his mind. "Master, quickly use the footwork of the Hunyuan stance technique in the basic body techniques." Chu Chen reacted instantly, the creation source within his body accelerated its circulation, and his feet moved slightly. He dodged to the side at an incredible angle, the boar's massive body grazing past his clothes. "What?" Lin Kai's eyes widened. "Impossible. What kind of movement technique is that?" He originally thought Chu Chen would definitely be knocked away, but he didn't expect him to be able to dodge the charge of the fourth-tier savage beast so easily. Jiang Feifei and Chen Ran were also stunned. Even a fourth-level awakening source cultivator couldn't achieve such exquisite footwork. Chu Chen steadied himself and secretly rejoiced. Luckily, Ling Shi had reminded him, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. The iron-maned boar missed its target and turned around angrily, its blood-red eyes scanning the crowd. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto Jiang Feifei, who was closest to it. "Oh no!" Jiang Feifei was still in shock from Chu Chen's sudden appearance and was completely unprepared. The wild boar charged again, its four hooves straining against the ground. Jiang Feifei finally came to her senses, but it was too late. The wild boar had already charged in front of her, its huge tusks less than a meter from her chest. "Feifei!" Chen Ran wanted to help, but the distance was too far. Lin Kai stood still, even feeling a little smug. Just at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Feifei. "It's Chu Chen." He actually rushed to Jiang Feifei in such a short time, his right fist clenched, and the source power in his body surged instantly. Hunyuan Zhuanggong Fist Technique. Chu Chen threw a punch, his fist glowing with a faint golden light. Boom! The fist collided head-on with the wild boar's tusks, producing a deafening roar. The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The iron-bristled wild boar, weighing several tons, was actually blasted away by Chu Chen's punch, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The entire room fell silent. Zhang Feifei's eyes widened, her face deathly pale. Thank you. Her voice trembled, clearly still reeling from the terrifying experience. Chen Ran opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Kai was completely stunned, his mind going blank. Smash a 4th-tier savage beast with a single punch? Is that something a 2nd-tier awakener can do? Even a peak 3rd-tier awakener couldn't possibly possess such terrifying power. Chu Chen withdrew his fist, somewhat surprised. He only wanted to save Zhang Feifei, but he didn't expect the power of basic physical techniques to be so strong. The iron-bristled wild boar, which had been blasted away, struggled to its feet, its bristles standing on end. It was utterly enraged. The wild boar roared to the sky, its imposing aura more than twice as strong as before, causing the surrounding air to distort. This is about to enter a berserk state. Chen Ran exclaimed in terror. Once a 4th-tier savage beast enters a berserk state, its strength will increase by 50%, and even 5th-tier awakening source cultivators will have to be careful when dealing with it. Outside the training field, Zhao Gang stared intently at the screen, his right hand already pressed on the emergency rescue button. No, we must rescue them immediately. These students simply cannot handle a 4th-tier savage beast in a berserk state. Just as he was about to press the button, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed by. Luo Qinggu appeared in the simulated wilderness, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Chapter 22 Luo Qinggu makes her move, annihilating the beast in one strike. In its berserk state, the iron-bristled boar's bristles stand on end, each one gleaming with a metallic sheen. It roared to the sky, its voice shaking the entire simulated wilderness. Immediately afterwards, the wild boar's bristles began to change. The originally stiff hairs began to lengthen and sharpen, turning into sharp steel needles in the blink of an eye. It's over. This is the iron-maned boar's origin beast skill iron-maned spikes. Chen Ran's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. Zhang Feifei was so frightened that her legs went weak. If Chu Chen hadn't saved her, she would have become a wild boar's meal by now. Lin Kai stood at a distance, feeling both shocked and furious. If Chu Chen's punch hadn't been so powerful and enraged the wild boar, things wouldn't be like this now. The iron-bristled boar suddenly contracted its body, and the next second, countless steel needle-like bristles shot towards Chu Chen and his companions. Each hair on the mane whistled through the air, moving so fast that no one could react in time. This attack has an extremely wide range, leaving nowhere to hide. Chu Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and the primordial spiritual source within his body surged rapidly. He could easily block these attacks, but that would completely expose his strength. Just at this critical moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Luo Qinggu. She formed a hand seal, and the source energy within her body erupted instantly, condensing into a ball of blazing flame in her palm. Level 2 high-tier origin technique blazing flames. Luo Qinggu gave a soft shout, and the flames in her palm instantly transformed into a fire dragon, roaring as it charged towards the incoming manies. Boom! The fire dragon collided with its mane, producing a deafening roar. Those seemingly sharp steel needles and bristles were as fragile as paper in front of the fire dragon, and were instantly burned to ashes. But Luo Qinggu's attack was not over yet. After the fire dragon devoured all the bristles, it charged straight at the iron-bristled boar with undiminished momentum. The wild boar tried to dodge, but although it was fast in its berserk state, it was far slower than Luo Qinggu's level 2 source skill. Boom! The fire dragon crashed heavily into the wild boar, and terrifying flames instantly engulfed the entire 4th-tier beast. The wild boar let out a shrill scream and struggled frantically in the flames, but it was all in vain. In just a few seconds, the once majestic iron-maned wild boar was reduced to a pile of charred remains, lying motionless on the ground. An eerie silence fell over the entire simulated wilderness. Zhang Feifei and Chen Ran stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. One move. Luo Qinggu defeated the 4th-tier savage beast that had left them helpless with just one move. Is this the strength of a Tier 3 originator? Is this the gap between geniuses and them? Lin Kai was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and his jealousy and resentment reached their peak. Luo Qinggu withdrew her source power, turned around and walked towards Chu Chen, her face full of concern. Shu Chen, are you alright? Her voice was gentle yet filled with worry, just like a girl concerned for her boyfriend's safety. Shu Chen obediently patted off imaginary dust from his body, a look of relief spreading across his face. It's alright, but if you had arrived any later, I don't know what the consequences would have been. He secretly admired Luo Qingwu's acting skills. She knew her own strength better than anyone else, yet she still pretended to be worried. But this is also good, as it keeps his secret and makes their relationship seem more real. Upon hearing Chu Chen's words, Luo Qingwu's face flashed with a look of heartache. It's all my fault, I should have come sooner. She walked up to Chu Chen and naturally took his arm. To others, this action would appear as a girlfriend comforting her frightened boyfriend. Zhang Feifei finally came to her senses and quickly ran to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, thank you so much. If you hadn't saved me, I would be. Her voice was choked with emotion, clearly still gripped by the fear she had just experienced. Chu Chen waved his hand, it's only right for classmates to help each other. I'm glad you're alright. Chen Ran also came over, his face full of admiration. Chu Chen, that punch you just threw was really amazing. It actually sent a 4th-tier savage beast flying. That's something no ordinary 2nd-tier awakening source user could do. Chu Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, it might be that my potential was unleashed in the heat of the moment, I'm not quite sure myself. Luo Qingwu spoke up at the right moment to help him out. Chu Chen's talent was originally a level, but it was misjudged before. It's not impossible for an A-level talent to unleash extraordinary strength in a life or death situation. Her words were very convincing. After all, Chu Chen had just had his talent retested and his A-level status had been confirmed. Chen Ran and Zhang Feifei both nodded, finding the explanation reasonable. Only Lin Kai stood to the side, his expression shifting between light and dark. He always felt that things weren't so simple, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. At this moment, Zhao Gang, who was outside the training field, also breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was indeed dangerous. If Luo Qingwu hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He pressed the communicator and shouted to the students in the simulated wilderness, training over, everyone return immediately. A few minutes later, all the students returned to the training field. Zhao Gang looked at everyone with a serious expression, especially Lin Kai's group. There was an unexpected situation during today's training, but overall, everyone's performance was acceptable. His gaze lingered on Chu Chen for a moment. Chu Chen, your courage in stepping forward to save your classmate in a crisis is commendable. However, next time you encounter a similar situation, remember to act within your capabilities. Chu Chen nodded, I understand, thank you, Professor Zhao. Zhao Gang then looked at Lin Kai, as the captain, your tactical arrangements just now were problematic. Making a teammate who has just broken through to the 2nd stage bear too much risk is irresponsible. Lin Kai's face flushed red. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. He can't very well say he did it on purpose, can he? Alright, that concludes today's training. Everyone, go back and reflect on what you've learned. After Zhao Gang announced the disbandment, the students left the training ground one after another. At this moment, Zhang Feifei suddenly walked up to Chu Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, Chu Chen, I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight as a way of thanking you. Do you have time? A dangerous glint flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. Chu Chen felt the pressure from Luo Qingwu's arm and quickly shook his head. No need, there's no need to be so polite between classmates. Luo Qingwu continued, Feifei, Chu Chen is accompanying me in cultivation tonight, so he doesn't have time. Although her voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable air of authority. After saying that, she took Chu Chen's arm, and the two left the training ground amidst the complicated gazes of the crowd. Lin Kai was left standing there, his fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms. He gritted his teeth as he watched Chu Chen's departing figure, his anger reaching its peak. Chu Chen. I will never let you go. Chapter 23, A Love Story in the Cafeteria. After leaving the training ground, Luo Qingwu released Chu Chen's arm, and the gentle expression on her face instantly turned serious. Chu Chen, we're going to eat lunch at the cafeteria today. Chu Chen was a little puzzled. They usually ate at the villa, so why did they suddenly go to the cafeteria today? Is there any special arrangement? Luo Qingwu glanced around to make sure there were no other students, then lowered her voice and explained, what happened at the training ground today has probably spread throughout the entire school by now. Your performance is so impressive that we have to convince those who are watching that we are a real couple. Chu Chen then realized that Luo Qingwu's considerations were indeed thorough. The cafeteria is where information spreads the fastest on campus. If we act a little closer there, everyone will know quickly. Luo Qinggu continued her analysis. In this way, everyone will think that your improvement in strength is because I am helping you, and they will not overly doubt your own talent. The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria, and Xu Chen secretly admired Luo Qinggu's meticulousness. This school beauty appears innocent and pretty on the surface, but she is actually smarter than anyone else. By the way, you'll have to cooperate with me in acting later. Luo Qinggu reminded her, remember those intimate gestures between couples that I taught you before, and be natural about them. Xu Chen nodded, about to say something, when he noticed that Luo Qinggu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Xu Chen asked. Luo Qinggu frowned and pointed ahead, look over there. Xu Chen followed her finger and saw a large group of students gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, having a heated discussion. Among them were several classmates whom Xu Chen knew, as well as some older students. They're probably talking about what happened at the training ground earlier. Xu Chen smiled wryly and said, the news travels really fast. Just then, a familiar voice came from the crowd. I think there's definitely something wrong with Xu Chen. His F-rank talent suddenly became a rank, and he can even send a 4th-tier beast flying with one punch? This is too abnormal. It's Lin Kai's voice. Xu Chen and Luo Qinggu exchanged a glance, then quietly moved closer, wanting to hear what they were saying. Lin Kai, you're wrong about that. Another voice rang out. It was Chen Ran. Xu Chen's talent retest result is a level, which is officially certified. What's so strange about an A-level talent unleashing extraordinary strength under extreme conditions? Yes, and Xu Chen only acted to save Jiang Feifei, so it's not right for you to say that about him. A girl's voice joined the discussion. Lin Kai was clearly unwilling to accept this. You weren't there at the time, so you don't know. The power of his punch was something even a peak 3rd-tier awakening source cultivator couldn't achieve. This is definitely not something that can be explained by normal A-level talent. So what do you think is the reason? Someone asked. Lin Kai lowered his voice. I suspect he used some special source artifact or pill. Think about it, he suddenly got together with Luo Qinggu recently. Luo Qinggu's family is so rich, isn't it normal for her to provide him with some treasures to enhance his strength? Hearing this, Xu Chen's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This Lin Kai is really persistent, spreading rumors about him everywhere. Luo Qinggu gently tugged at Xu Chen's sleeve, signaling him to calm down. But then again, Xu Chen is really incredibly lucky to have found a girlfriend like Luo, the school beauty. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, not only is Luo, the school beauty, beautiful, and from a good family, but she's also incredibly capable. Yes, he took down a 4th-tier beast in one move. His strength is absolutely top-notch among our students. I heard that Luo, the school beauty, has a mysterious family background, possibly a reclusive family. Just as everyone was discussing this, Luo Qinggu suddenly took Xu Chen's arm and walked confidently towards the cafeteria entrance. Xu Chen, let's go inside. She deliberately raised her voice so that everyone around her could hear her. The discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone's attention was focused on them. Xu Chen, playing along with Luo Qinggu's performance, naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Okay, Qinggu, what would you like to eat today? This intimate gesture drew the attention of the students watching, with many boys casting envious glances. Lin Kai's expression turned even uglier upon seeing this. Luo Qinggu blushed slightly and leaned shyly against Xu Chen. Anything is fine, as long as I'm with you, everything tastes delicious. The words were spoken in a cloyingly sweet tone, and the surrounding students cheered them on in good nature. Wow, Luo, the school beauty, is so good at being cute. Xu Chen is so lucky. This display of affection caught me completely off guard. The two walked into the cafeteria under the watchful eyes of everyone, and Xu Chen could feel countless gazes following them from behind. After entering the cafeteria, Luo Qinggu maintained her intimate posture and queued up for food with Xu Chen. Is one serving enough for 2 people? Xu Chen asked loudly on purpose. Of course it's not enough. You need to eat more so you can become stronger quickly and protect me. Luo Qingguo answered in response, her voice filled with deep affection. The students eating nearby were drawn to their conversation, and many of them secretly glanced over. The two chose to sit at a table in the center of the cafeteria, a spot where they could be seen by almost everyone. Just as Xu Chen was about to start eating, Luo Qinggu suddenly reached out with her chopsticks and put a piece of meat into his bowl. This is delicious, you should try it. Xu Chen followed her example and put some vegetables into Luo Qinggu's bowl. You should also eat more vegetables for a balanced diet. This back and forth act of passing food to each other put pressure on the couples around them. Why don't we ever do this? Some girls started questioning their boyfriends. That's right, look how considerate Chu Chin is. Many boys were caught in the crossfire and had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow Chu Chen's example. Just as Chu Chin picked up a piece of food and was about to put it in his mouth, Luo Qingwu suddenly leaned over and bit the food on her chopsticks. Your dish looks even more delicious. Luo Qingwu blinked, a gesture that immediately drew screams from those around her. Oh my god! This is so sweet. I'm so jealous. Chu Chin almost choked on his saliva and quickly drank a sip of soup to ease the embarrassment. Luo Qingwu took the opportunity to place her hand on Chu Chen's arm and gently stroke it. Look, your muscles are so firm. Have you been training hard lately? These words sparked even louder discussions among those around them. School beauty Luo is openly flirting with me. Chu Chen is quite the ladies' man. If I were Chu Chen, I'd probably have a nosebleed right there and then. Chu Chen felt Luo Qingwu's soft little hand moving over his arm, and his heart began to race involuntarily. However, he quickly adjusted his demeanor and reached out to gently stroke Luo Qingwu's cheek. It's all for protecting you, so it's all worth it, no matter how hard it is. Just as the two were flirting, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. They really acted quite convincingly. Chapter 24: A Gigolo? A public slap in the face. They really acted quite convincingly. Lin Kai walked over with a tray in his hand, a mocking smile on his face. He sat down directly opposite Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu, showing them no respect whatsoever. The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly became tense, and the students around stopped eating, ready to watch the show. Luo Qingwu raised her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. Lin Kai, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Doesn't school beauty Luo understand? Lin Kai put down his plate, placed his hands on the table, and leaned forward. Who would believe that Chu Chen suddenly went from being an F-level trash to an A-level genius, with his strength skyrocketing to the point where he could send a fourth-tier savage beast flying with a single punch? The students around began to whisper among themselves. Yeah, that's way too much. An F rank suddenly becoming an A rank? That doesn't make sense. Could there really be something fishy going on? Lin Kai's words clearly piqued everyone's curiosity. Chu Chen clenched his fist, about to retort, but Luo Qingwu reached out and pressed it down on his hand. Lin Kai, just say what you want to say. Luo Qingwu's voice was calm, but Chu Chen could sense the dangerous aura emanating from her. What I want to say is very simple. Lin Kai looked around at the students to make sure everyone was listening. Chu Chen is not an A-level genius at all, he's just a gigolo kept by school beauty Luo. Chu Chen could no longer hold back. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, Lin Kai, what did you say? What? Am I not telling the truth? Lin Kai stood up, showing no sign of backing down. Chu Chen, you think you're something special just because you've hooked up with school beauty Luo? Don't forget your true nature, you're just an F-rank piece of trash. You think changing into nice clothes and moving into a luxury villa will change the fact that you're a good-for-nothing? What a joke. Lin Kai's voice grew louder and louder, attracting more students to watch. Everyone, take a look. This is our UNWU University's newly minted genius, a gigolo who lives off women. Chu Chen clenched his fists, and the source energy within his body began to surge. Just then, Luo Qingwu slowly stood up. The temperature in the cafeteria rose rapidly, and the students around felt the oppressive aura emanating from Luo Qingwu. The tableware on the table began to tremble slightly, and a faint scent of flames filled the air. Lin Kai seemed to sense the danger and subconsciously took a half step back, but he still didn't hold back his words. What, are you getting angry? School beauty Luo, are you going to resort to violence? Lin Kai, forcing a smile, continued to provoke, so what if you're strong? The fact is, Chu Chen is just a gigolo who lives off women. Luo Qingwu smiled disdainfully, fine, since you put it that way, then I also have a fact to tell everyone. During the practical training session just now, Lin Kai deliberately blasted the iron-bristled wild boar at Chu Chen, trying to kill him. The cafeteria erupted in chaos. What? Lin Kai wants to kill Chu Chen? This is just too much. Intentionally killing a classmate is a serious crime. Lin Kai's face turned pale instantly, and he hurriedly explained, you're talking nonsense. I just made a tactical mistake. Just as Luo Qingwu was about to speak, a clear voice suddenly came from the crowd. Lin Kai, you're lying. Zhang Feifei pushed her way out of the crowd, her face full of anger. Jiang Feifei pointed at Lin Kai and angrily rebuked him. You could have controlled the direction of the attack, but you deliberately blasted that wild boar towards Chu Chen. You deliberately framed him. Chen Ran also stepped forward. Yes. We saw it all clearly. Lin Kai's face turned pale instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? I was in a critical situation at the time, I didn't have time to think about anything else. The students around them heard this and began to whisper among themselves. So that's how it is. No wonder Chu Chen suddenly made a move. Lin Kai is such a cunning person. In order to get revenge, he actually joked about his classmate's life. Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Kai hurriedly protested, Don't listen to their nonsense. I didn't mean that at all. Is that so? A dignified voice came from the cafeteria entrance. Zhao Gang pushed through the crowd and walked over. He looked furious, and was holding a source energy projection device in his hand. Lin Kai, I originally wanted to talk to you alone and give you a chance to correct your mistakes. Zhao Gang's voice carried a hint of anger, each word striking Lin Kai's heart heavily. Since you continue to make trouble here, then I will make things clear in front of everyone. Lin Kai's face turned even paler when he saw the equipment in Zhao Gang's hand. After the practical training session, I felt something was off, so I went back and carefully reviewed the surveillance footage. Zhao Gang turned on the projection equipment, and a 3D image immediately appeared in the air, which was the scene from this afternoon's practical class. In the video, a 4-person team is seen attacking an iron-maned wild boar. Lin Kai, Jiang Feifei, and Chen Ran attacked together, but the effect was minimal. The video continues playing. The crucial moment has arrived. Lin Kai gathered his strength and unleashed the mountain-crushing fist, the attack trajectory clearly aimed at the side of the wild boar. But at the moment of throwing the punch, he actually adjusted the angle and blasted the wild boar towards Chu Chen behind him. Did you see that clearly? Zhao Gang looked coldly at Lin Kai. Was this a deliberate attempt to frame a classmate, or a desperate choice made under emergency circumstances? The evidence in the video is irrefutable, and Lin Kai has no way to refute it. The cafeteria was completely silent. Everyone stared at Lin Kai in shock. That's so vicious. They're clearly trying to kill Chu Chen. Fortunately, Chu Chen is strong enough, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Kai's face was as white as paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Professor Zhao. I can explain. Explain what? Zhao Gang turned off the projector. Intentionally framing a classmate is a morally reprehensible act that constitutes a crime and violates the school's bottom line. I will immediately report this to the principal and recommend that you be expelled. As for the final decision, that is up to the principal. Upon hearing the words expulsion from school, Lin Kai completely panicked. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to Zhao Gang. Professor Zhao, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me a chance, I promise I'll never do it again. Lin Kai then turned to Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu, kowtowing repeatedly. Chu Chen, school beauty Luo, I'm so sorry. I was just momentarily blinded by greed, please forgive me. I promise I'll never do this again, please put in a good word for me. Looking at Lin Kai kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly, Chu Chen felt a mix of emotions. From the first day he was bullied until now, it's finally Lin Kai's turn to kneel before him. But the thrill of revenge wasn't as intense as I'd imagined. Luo Qingwu tugged at Chu Chen's sleeve and said softly, Chu Chen, let's go. Chu Chen nodded and left the cafeteria with Luo Qingwu. Chapter 25. The school beauty blushed? It's you I care about. The commotion in the cafeteria gradually subsided, and Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu left this troublesome place hand in hand. As soon as she stepped out of the cafeteria, Luo Qingwu let go of Chu Chen's hand and turned to face him. She turned her head to look at Chu Chen. So, how do you feel? Chu Chen was silent for a while. It's nothing, it's just that, seeing Lin Kai like that, I felt a little uncomfortable. It doesn't feel right? Luo Qingwu stopped and turned to face Chu Chen. Although he did want to harm me, seeing him kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, I always felt Chu Chen frowned. Never mind, maybe I'm overthinking it. Luo Qingwu stared at Chu Chen for a while, then suddenly reached out and poked his forehead with her finger, saying, You're still too kind. Chu Chen took a half step back, feeling stung. Isn't it better to be kinder? Kindness is good, of course, but it depends on who you're dealing with. Luo Qingwu took Chu Chen's arm again and continued walking forward. She continued, This world is a dog-eat-dog world, you can't be too kind to your enemies. Chu Chen was somewhat puzzled, but Lin Kai has already received the punishment he deserved. Chu Chen. Luo Qingguo interrupted him, her voice becoming serious. You think this is the end of it? Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, isn't that right? He's about to be fired. Luo Qingguo shook her head. That's too naive. Although Lin Kai's family isn't top tier, they still have some connections at Yuanwu University. Do you really think he'll be expelled? These words made Chu Chen's heart tighten. You mean? At most, they'll give him a major demerit, and then find a reason to transfer him to another class. Luo Qingguo's tone was calm, but Chu Chen could hear the coldness in it. And do you think he'll be grateful for your kindness? She asked Chu Chen. Chu Chen frowned and asked, then what else can he do? Revenge. Luo Qingguo uttered those two words without hesitation. He will feel that today's humiliation is all because of you, and he will try every means to find an opportunity to take revenge on you. Luo Qingguo continued, therefore, when dealing with enemies, you either don't make a move, or you strike a fatal blow, leaving them no chance to recover. This is the law of survival in this world. The two had returned to the villa's front door. Luo Qingguo channeled her energy into the door to open it. Come in, I have something to show you. Chu Chen followed Luo Qingguo into the living room, where she walked to the bookshelf and took down a thick ancient book. What is this? Chu Chen asked curiously. Survival Guide to the World of Source Force. Luo Qingguo handed the book to Chu Chen. This contains records of various rules and survival wisdom in the world of source users. Chu Chen opened the book and found it filled with various case studies and analyses. Look at page 37, Luo Qingguo pointed. Chu Chen flipped to the relevant page and saw a title, The Price of Mercy. The following is a true story. A source power user named Zhang Ming spared the life of an enemy who wanted to kill him during a conflict. 3 years later, the enemy grew stronger and not only killed Zhang Ming but also wiped out Zhang Ming's entire family. This. Chu Chen gasped. That's not the worst part. Luo Qingguo turned to the next page. Look at this, Li Hao, an S-class genius, kind-hearted, who spared those who wanted to harm him many times. What happened to him in the end? Chu Chen continued reading, his expression growing increasingly grim. Li Hao was ultimately betrayed by the enemies he had spared, who not only crippled his cultivation but also threw him into the beast forest to be eaten by wild beasts. Do you understand now? Luo Qingguo closed the book. In this world, kindness without the support of strength is foolishness. Chu Chen remained silent for a long time, then said, but if everyone did this, wouldn't the world be? That's just how the world is, Luo Qingguo interrupted him. The law of the jungle prevails, and only the fittest survive. This is not something we can change. All we can do is make ourselves stronger and protect the people we care about. Chu Chen looked up at Luo Qingguo, and you? Who do you care about? Luo Qingguo was stunned for a moment, and an unnatural blush flashed across her face. Luo Qingguo rolled her eyes at Chu Chen and said, It's you, you idiot. Really? Chu Chen suddenly hugged Luo Qingguo. This action startled even himself, but for some reason, he just wanted to do it. Luo Qingguo's body stiffened instantly. What are you doing? Qingguo, thank you, Chu Chen whispered in Luo Qingguo's ear. Thank you for teaching me these things, thank you for protecting me, thank you. Enough. Luo Qingguo broke free from Chu Chen's embrace, her face as red as an apple. You little rascal, have you gone astray? Chu Chen scratched his head. You're the one who taught me to protect the people I care about. When did I? Luo Qingguo started to say, but suddenly realized something. She glared at Chu Chen, You're trying to trick me into telling me this? Chu Chen grinned, Did it work? Luo Qingguo angrily punched Chu Chen in the chest, You bad guy. She rolled her eyes at him. All right, stop fooling around. Luo Qingguo straightened her disheveled clothes. Go and rest for a while. Don't let your emotions affect your source material class this afternoon. Source tool class? Chu Chen was taken aback. Yes, the afternoon classes are very important to you. Luo Qingguo walked to the sofa, sat down, and stretched. Source artifacts are an important part of the combat power of source power users. You don't even have a decent source artifact right now. Chu Chen then realized that he was indeed empty-handed, with nothing but the clothes he had borrowed from Luo Qingguo. He didn't even have a trace of a source artifact on him. Then I'll go back to my room and rest for a bit. Chu Chen obediently returned to the guest room, but couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he lay on the bed. His mind kept replaying Luo Qingwu's words and the bloody cases recorded in the survival guide to the Source Force world. This world is indeed different from Earth. The rules here are much more brutal. Master, what are you thinking about? Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. I'm thinking, should I change my mind? Xu Chen closed his eyes. Perhaps Qingwu is right. Being too merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. That's the right way to think, Master. Which of the strong in this world didn't climb up by stepping on the corpses of their enemies? Lingxi's voice carried a hint of relief. However, Master, you don't need to worry too much. Once you are strong enough, many problems will naturally be solved. Xu Chen nodded, turned over, and forced himself to sleep for a while. At 2 p.m., Xu Chen was awakened by Luo Qingwu's knocking on the door. Xu Chen, it's time to go. Xu Chen rubbed his eyes and opened the door, only to find that Luo Qingwu had already changed her clothes. She wore a silver-white tight-fitting top, a black short skirt, and combat boots that reached her calves. She looks heroic and spirited, yet retains a feminine grace. What are you wearing? Xu Chen asked. Source artifact equipment. Luo Qingwu spun around. This set is called Silver Moon Battle Armor, a high-grade Xian-level source artifact set with excellent defensive capabilities. Xu Chen then noticed that Luo Qingwu's clothes had a faint silver sheen on the surface, which was obviously not ordinary fabric. Then what should I wear? Xu Chen looked down at his ordinary clothes. For now, this is all you can do. Luo Qingwu said helplessly, I'll see if I can get you a suitable one later. The two went out and walked towards the teaching building. Chapter 26 Level 4 Source Artifact Mentor. On the way to the teaching building, Xu Chen couldn't help but steal glances at Luo Qingwu's Silver Moon Battle Armor. The silver white-fitted top perfectly hugged her figure, and with each step she took, a faint silver light flowed across the fabric, making her look both mysterious and futuristic. What are you looking at? Luo Qingwu noticed Xu Chen's gaze, and a blush rose on her face. It's nothing, I just think your source artifact looks really powerful, Xu Chen quickly said, turning his gaze away. This is only a high-grade Xian-level artifact. You will be truly amazed when you see a source artifact of King-level or higher. As Luo Qingwu spoke, she gently stroked the silver patterns on her sleeve, but for us now, this outfit is enough. The two walked across the fountain square in the center of the campus and could see a huge, independent building in the distance. The source building is much more magnificent than the other teaching buildings, with an overall deep blue metallic sheen. The building's surface is inlaid with countless luminous energy circuits that shimmer in the sunlight. Wow, it's magnificent. How much did this building cost? Xu Chen looked up at the building, which was at least a dozen stories high. The Source Crafting Building is the most expensive building in the entire Source Crafting University. It not only houses various teaching facilities, but also source crafting workshops, material warehouses, laboratories, and more. Luo Qingwu continued, the instructors who can teach here are all federal certified source artifact masters. Upon entering the lobby of the source building, Xu Chen was immediately stunned by the scene before him. In the center of the hall stood a huge crystal display case, which displayed all sorts of source artifacts. There were long swords radiating fiery red light, armor crackling with lightning, and some strangely shaped items whose purpose Xu Chen couldn't understand at all. These are all ordinary and profound grade source artifacts. The higher grade ones are in the collection room, which is not usually open to the public, Luo Qingwu explained. Xu Chen approached the display case and found that each source device had a label with an explanation. Blazing sword, mid-grade Xian level, fire attribute attack weapon, power amplified by 130%. Earth Profound Battle Armor, high-grade profound level, and Earth Attribute defensive artifact capable of withstanding attacks from ferocious beasts. Just then, the creation source within Xu Chen's body suddenly fluctuated, and he actually saw the source power circuit structure inside these source artifacts. Let's go, it's time for class, Luo Qingwu said. Xu Chen snapped out of his daze and was pulled by Luo Qingwu toward the elevator. The classroom for the source tool class is on the 12th floor. The classroom is designed in a very special way, with not only ordinary chairs, but also various experimental tables and display equipment. Xu Chen and Luo Qingwu found a seat near the front. The classroom was already quite full of students, who were all whispering and discussing the source artifacts they had seen in the hall earlier. Wow, Luo, the school beauty's Silver Moon Battle Armor is so beautiful. I heard it's worth over $1 million. She's a rich and beautiful woman, what's a little money to her? Sigh, we ordinary students are lucky to have even one ordinary source artifact. They had barely sat down when the classroom door was pushed open. A burly middle-aged man walked in, wearing a dark brown Source Master robe with 4 glittering star emblems on his chest. What is most striking are his rough hands, covered with various tiny scars, clearly marks left from years of making source tools. Is this instructor Shi Taizhan? Shu Chen asked Luo Qingwu in a low voice. Yes, a federally certified level 4 source artifact master. Luo Qingwu nodded. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. In the entire Federation, a level 4 source weapon master has a higher status than an ordinary source condenser. Shi Taizhan walked to the front of the classroom and scanned the students. When his gaze fell on Luo Qingwu, he paused noticeably, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Student Luo, your silver moon battle armor is quite nice. Shi Tieshan's voice was deep and resonant. It's a high-grade Xian level defensive set, with excellent craftsmanship. Luo Qingwu stood up and politely replied, "Thank you for the compliment, mentor." Sit down. Shi Taizhan waved his hand, then turned to the whole class. Today is your first time taking a source artifact class. I'll start by giving you a basic overview of the knowledge. He walked to the display case on one side of the classroom, which contained all sorts of source devices. Source artifacts are an important component of a source user's combat power. A source user without source artifacts is like a toothless tiger, whose combat power will be greatly reduced. Shi Taizhan picked up a long sword that looked quite ordinary. This is the most basic ordinary grade source weapon. Although it looks unremarkable, it can increase the attack power of a source power user by 50%. Shu Chen's eyes widened. Could a source artifact of only the lowest level have such an effect? The classification of source artifacts is very simple, from low to high, mortal, profound, spiritual, king, emperor, saint, and heavenly. As Shi Taizhan spoke, he wrote these grades on the blackboard. Each level is further divided into 4 tiers: low level, mid level, high level, and perfect. The higher the level, the stronger the amplification effect, and the greater the difficulty of production. A student raised his hand and asked, "Professor, what level of source equipment can you make?" A proud smile appeared on Shi Tieshan's lips. I am a level 4 source artifact master. I can reliably create spirit grade source artifacts, and occasionally I can also create low and mid grade king grade source artifacts. A gasp of surprise rippled through the classroom. Shu Chen then understood why Luo Qingwu said that source weapon masters had a very high status and could create king grade source weapons, which must be extremely valuable. Besides the level classification, source artifacts are also categorized, Shi Taizhan continued, mainly divided into 3 categories: attack, defense, and support. He pointed to the various devices in the display case. Attack-type source weapons include swords, bows and arrows, staves, etc., and their main function is to enhance attack power and the power of source skills. Defensive source devices include armor, shields, and amulets, whose main function is to enhance defense and resistance. Auxiliary source devices are quite special, including storage rings, invisibility cloaks, and aircraft, which mainly provide various special functions. Shu Chen listened with great interest. This knowledge was all new to him. Professor, a student timidly raised his hand, what's the approximate price range for source devices? This question clearly struck a chord with all the students present, since they were all students and most sensitive to price. Shi Taizhan smiled. Ordinary grade source artifacts range from several thousand to tens of thousands. Profound grade source artifacts range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Spirit grade source artifacts range from several million to over 10 million. King grade source artifacts range from several thousand to over 100 million. He paused for a moment. As for those above the imperial grade, they can't be measured in source coins. They are basically exchanged for goods or auctioned off in auction houses. The classroom was deathly silent. Shu Chen swallowed hard. Tens of thousands of origin coins were an astronomical figure for him now, let alone tens of millions. Of course, as students of Yuanwu University, you have the opportunity to obtain some basic source tools. Shi Taizhan noticed the student's predicament. The school will provide some ordinary grade source artifacts as rewards based on your performance. Students with outstanding performance may even have the opportunity to obtain profound grade source artifacts. Then, he said with a serious expression, "All right, what I'm about to say is the important part about the source device, so you all need to listen carefully." Chapter 27: Shi Tieshan's Inner Speculation. Next, we'll talk about the conditions for using the source device, which you all need to pay attention to. Shi Taizhan took out a long sword that emitted a pale blue light from the display case. This is a mid-grade Xian level water attribute artifact, the Frost Sword. To unleash its true power, the user must meet 2 conditions. He raised his long sword, and ice blue source energy patterns immediately appeared on its blade. First, one's cultivation level must meet the requirements. Awakeners can only use ordinary grade source artifacts, while those who have awakened their source can use profound grade source artifacts. Forcibly using a source artifact that exceeds one's own level will at least deplete one's source power, and at worst, damage one's meridians. Secondly, and most importantly, Shi Tieshan's voice became serious. The source weapon must be compatible with the user's attributes. This water attribute Frost Sword can only unleash its true power if the user possesses water attribute source power. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He recalled the source energy attribute test, in which the compatibility of all his attributes was 0%. What happens if the attributes don't match? A student asked curiously. Shi Tieshan sneered. At best, the power of the source weapon will be greatly reduced. At worst, the attributes will clash, causing the source weapon to backfire. If a fire attribute source power user forcibly uses a water attribute source power artifact, at best his internal source power will be disordered, and at worst he will be severely injured by the backlash of the source power artifact. A collective gasp filled the classroom. Chu Chen felt his palms sweating. According to this logic, wouldn't he be unable to use any of the source artifacts? Of course, there are very few exceptions. Shi Tieshan changed the subject. Some exceptionally talented source power users can forcibly control source artifacts that are not compatible with their own attributes. But such people are 1 in a million, so none of you here should even think about it. Luo Qingwu noticed Chu Chen's unusual behavior and quietly took his hand. Her warm, dry palms offered Chu Chen some comfort. Now, let's move on to the practical operation. Shi Tieshan walked to the lockers at the back of the classroom, opened them, and found dozens of ordinary source artifacts of various kinds inside. Each person should choose a common grade source artifact to try out and experience how to use it. Remember to choose a source artifact that matches your own attributes. The students stood up and rushed to the lockers. Chu Chen remained seated, his expression somewhat grim. The other students were choosing source artifacts that matched their attributes. The fire attribute students picked up flaming longswords, while the water attribute students chose ice staffs. What's wrong? Luo Qingwu asked with concern. My attribute compatibility is 0%. Does that mean I can't use any source artifacts? Chu Chen said in a low voice. Luo Qingwu paused for a moment, then remembered the results of that test. Don't worry, there might be a problem with the test stone from last time. Try the source device without attributes first. She pointed to an ordinary-looking long sword in the locker. That fine steel sword is a non-attribute source weapon, with the lowest requirement for attributes. Chu Chen nodded, walked towards the locker, and reached for the fine steel sword. The moment I touched the hilt of the sword, a strange sensation came over me. The sword trembled slightly. Ha! Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even inputted any source power yet, so why was the sword reacting? Master, this sword senses the aura of the creation source within you, Lingxi explained in her mind. The creation source transcends ordinary attribute classifications and is compatible with all source artifacts. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wasn't completely unable to use the source tool. Chu Chen, is there a problem? Shi Tieshan had somehow walked up to Chu Chen and saw him staring blankly at the steel sword. No. No problem, mentor, Chu Chen quickly replied. The steel sword is the most basic non-attribute source weapon, very suitable for beginners. Shi Tieshan nodded. Try inputting source power into it and see. Following Shi Tieshan's instructions, Chu Chen carefully channeled a wisp of source energy into the sword. Instantly, the entire sword burst forth with a dazzling white light. It wasn't the faint light that a normal source device should have, but an almost blindingly intense radiance. Everyone in the classroom was drawn to the sudden light and turned to look at Chu Chen. How is this possible? Shi Tieshan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. In the hands of ordinary origin masters, ordinary origin artifacts at most emit a faint light. However, the steel sword in Chu Chen's hand shone with an intensity that was almost at the level of a Xian-grade origin weapon. Chu Chen, are you really only at the second level of awakening source? Shi Tieshan asked anxiously. Professor Shi, yes. Chu Chen said nervously, I don't know what happened either. Shi Tieshan gasped. If a mere second-level awakener can produce such an effect, how high must the quality of this student's source power be? Impossible. He's clearly only a second-tier awakening source user. How could he possibly have such high-quality source power? A discordant voice came from the crowd. Chu Chen turned his head and saw that the speaker was an unfamiliar male student with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were full of jealousy and resentment. "Who are you?" Sir Taishan frowned as he looked at the student. "Mentor, I am Zhao Hong, a B-level talent," the male student stepped forward. "I think Chu Chen may have cheated." The classroom fell silent immediately. "Cheating?" Sir Tishan's voice turned dangerous. "What evidence do you have?" Zhao Hong swallowed hard, but still forced a smile and said, "I heard that when Chu Chen was tested before, all his attribute compatibility was 0%. How could someone like that possibly use a source tool? Moreover, the fact that he suddenly went from being an F-level waste to an A-level genius is suspicious in itself. Perhaps he has some special auxiliary source artifact or pill hidden on him." Chu Chen's face darkened. This Zhao Hong was clearly trying to take the opportunity to kick him while he was down and gain attention. "Enough!" Luo Qingwu stood up, her silver moon battle armor radiating a faint aura of power. "Zhao Hong, what right do you, with only a B-level talent, have to question Chu Chen, who has an A-level talent?" Zhao Hong was forced back a few steps by Luo Qingwu's imposing aura, but he still said unwillingly, "But his behavior is indeed abnormal." "So you mean, Instructor Sher Taishan couldn't even tell that someone was cheating?" Luo Qingwu asked coldly. Sher Tishan's face darkened. Zhao Hong's words were tantamount to questioning his professional competence. "Zhao Hong, come here." Sher Tishan's voice was unreadable. Zhao Hong walked over somewhat nervously. "You should try this fine steel sword too." Sher Taishan handed the sword to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong took the sword and channeled his source energy into it. The sword emitted a faint light, less than 1/10 the brightness of Chu Chen's previous light. "Do you see that?" Sher Taishan said coldly, "This is the difference in talent. Chu Chen's source energy quality far exceeds that of ordinary people, which is a manifestation of his A-level talent." Zhao Hong's face turned red, and he wished he could disappear into the ground. As for the issue of attribute compatibility, Sher Taishan turned to Chu Chen. "For some source power users with special physiques, the attribute compatibility test may show deviations. Chu Chen, your condition should be classified as a special physique, which is even rarer than a single attribute. However, I still need to conduct some tests to confirm this." Chu Chen felt uneasy. Although Sher Tishan's explanation was somewhat forced, it did help him avoid unnecessary trouble. He knew that all of this was due to the primordial spirit source within his body, but for now he could only continue to play along with his mentor Sher Tishan's explanation. "Alright, let's continue the lesson." Sher Taishan waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. "Chu Chen, would you be willing to come to my studio after class?" Sher Taishan said to Chu Chen, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. He could only nod and reply, "Alright, Professor Sher." Looking at Sher Tishan's excited eyes, Chu Chen smiled bitterly to himself. "It seems I'll have to try to hide my talent again this time." Chapter 28: Becoming an Apprentice. Sher Tishan's greeting gift. The bell rang, and the students left the classroom one after another. Luo Qingwu packed her things and walked to Chu Chen's side, a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. "Are you sure you want to go alone?" "Should I come with you?" she asked in a low voice, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Chu Chen shook his head. "No need, I should be fine on my own." Luo Qingwu hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Alright then, contact me immediately if anything happens, I'll be waiting for you at the villa." She left after she finished speaking, but she turned back to look at Chu Chen as she left. "Chu Chen, come with me." Sher Taishan finished packing up the teaching materials and waved to Chu Chen. Chu Chen followed Sher Taishan through the corridor of the source artifact building and arrived at a heavy metal door. This is a protective door made of level 4 source or mysterious iron. Even a source transformer wouldn't be able to break it open by force, Sher Taishan said with considerable pride. He took out a specially made source token and stuck it on the sensor area on the door. Drop. Accompanied by a deep mechanical hum, the heavy metal door slowly opened. "My studio is in the basement, come with me." Sher Taishan was the first to walk down the stairs, followed closely by Chu Chen. The stairs weren't long, and the two quickly arrived at the basement. When Sher Taishan pressed the switch on the wall, the entire basement was instantly illuminated by soft, energy-generated light. Chu Chen couldn't help but gasp. The basement was much larger than he had imagined, a full 2,000 square meters. The walls around the room were covered with all sorts of source artifacts, including swords, axes, and hammers, each radiating different levels of source energy fluctuations. Dozens of forging tables were placed on the ground, piled high with various materials and semi-finished source devices. The most eye-catching thing was a giant furnace in the center of the room. Even though it was not lit, Chu Chen could feel the intense heat emanating from it. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Sure, Taizhan said with a proud expression. This is the culmination of my decades of hard work. Every single source artifact was forged by my own hands. Chu Chen nodded, truly shocked by the scene before him, and exclaimed, Instructor Sure, you are truly amazing. Ha, you flatter me. Sure, Taizhan waved his hand, then his expression became serious. Chu Chen, I brought you here to continue testing you and verify my guess. Chu Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, What guess? I suspect you might possess that legendary constitution. Sure, Taizhan walked to the wall and took down a long, fiery red knife. That kind of physique is 1 in a million. The owner can use source tools of any attribute, and the effect will not be bad. Chu Chen smiled bitterly to himself. Sure, Tieshan's guess was very close to the truth, but he didn't know that the real reason was the creation spirit source. Master, suppress the aura of the creation source, Lingxi reminded her in her mind. You can't let him find out that you can actually use the source of all attributes, otherwise you'll be completely exposed. Following Lingxi's instructions, Chu Chen quietly concealed the aura of the creation source within his body. Come on, try this fire attribute blazing blade. Sure, Taizhan handed the fiery red longsword to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took the longsword and carefully channeled a wisp of source energy into it. This time, the longsword only emitted a faint red light, completely different from the strong reaction of the steel sword just now. Ha! Sure, Taizhan frowned and picked up another water attribute frost sword. Chu Chen tried it, but only received a weak response. Next, Sure, Taizhan had Chu Chen try out source artifacts with various attributes such as wind, earth, and lightning. The result was the same, only a weak reaction, far less than the performance of the steel sword earlier. That's strange. Could my guess be wrong? Sure, Taizhan scratched his head, his face full of confusion. But when you used the steel sword just now, it clearly emitted such a strong light. Chu Chen feigned equal confusion. I don't know what happened either. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Sure, Taizhan stared at Chu Chen for a long time, making Chu Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chu Chen, are you hiding something? Sure, Tieshan's voice became serious. As a source master, I am very sensitive to source power. Just now in the classroom, I clearly felt a very special source power fluctuation within you. Chu Chen's heart tightened, but he still pretended to be innocent. Instructor Sure, I really don't know what you're talking about. Sure, Taizhan stared at Chu Chen for a while, then finally sighed, never mind, maybe I'm overthinking it. He walked to the workbench and picked up a piece of unfinished metal. However, now that you're here, I'd like to ask if you're interested in forging source tools? Chu Chen was taken aback. Forging source artifacts? That's right. Sure, Taizhan turned around, his eyes regaining their light. Your source energy is of very high quality. If you learn to forge source artifacts, you might become an excellent source artifact master. Moreover, source artifact masters hold a very high status in the Federation and their income is quite considerable. A senior source artifact master is even more respected than some source power users. Chu Chen's heart stirred. What he lacked most right now was resources and money. He couldn't rely on Luo Qingwu's help forever. If he could learn to forge source artifacts, it would indeed be a good choice. Master, you can agree to his request, Lingxi said in her mind. The skill of forging source artifacts will be of great help to you in the future. Moreover, with the characteristics of your creation source, once you learn to forge source artifacts, you may be able to create an unprecedentedly powerful source artifact. Chu Chen nodded. Instructor Sure, I am very interested in learning source weapon forging. Great. Sure, Taizhan slapped his thigh and said excitedly. I knew you were a discerning child. However, learning source weapon forging is not an easy task. It requires talent, perseverance, and a great deal of time and effort. I'm not afraid of hardship, Chu Chen said earnestly. Great, starting tomorrow, come to me every afternoon after school whenever you have time. I will teach you from the very basics. Sure, Taizhan nodded in satisfaction, then walked to the wall and took down a thick book. This is Introduction to Source Weapon Forging. Take it back and take a look to familiarize yourself with the basic theory. Chu Chen took the book, feeling its weight, and thanked Sure Taizhan, saying, Thank you, Instructor Sure. Don't thank me yet, wait until you've truly mastered the basics. Sure Taizhan waved his hand. Oh, right, there's one more thing. He walked to a specially made safe, entered the password, and opened it. Take out a delicate little box from inside. This is a source energy ring that I forged some time ago. Although it is only a high-grade ordinary item, it should be helpful for your current cultivation. Shuchen opened the box. Inside lay a silver ring engraved with intricate source energy patterns. This is too valuable, I can't accept it, Shuchen quickly declined. Take it. Taizhan shoved the box into Shuchen's hands without allowing any refusal. This is a gift for accepting you as a disciple. From today onwards, you are my disciple, Taizhan's disciple. Thank you, Master. Shuchen bowed solemnly. Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Good disciple. Remember, your master's skills are not to be passed on to outsiders. You must not teach anything you have learned to others casually. Yes, Master. Shuchen replied. Go back and study that book carefully. I'll test your basic theory tomorrow afternoon. After Taizhan finished speaking, he took out a small communicator from his pocket. By the way, this is my personal contact number. He tapped a few times on the communicator. If there's any emergency or questions about cultivation, you can contact me directly. Shuchen saved the number to his communication device, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart again. Having his master's private contact information meant that he had truly been recognized as a disciple. As Shuchen walked out of the basement, he looked back. Today's gains exceeded his expectations. He not only gained a level 4 source artifact master as a mentor, but also obtained a precious source power ring. More importantly, he realized that his secrets had begun to attract the attention of powerful figures. He must become strong as soon as possible, strong enough to protect his secret, strong enough for everyone to look up to him. Chapter 29 Ambush in the Dark. Who hit the trap? Shuchen walked out of the source artifact building. Night had already completely fallen. The streetlights emitted a soft glow, illuminating the way back to the villa. Shuchen carefully put away the introduction to source weapon forging and the source power ring given to him by his master, and was in a rather good mood. I never expected to gain so much today. Not only did I gain a master, but I also obtained the source power ring. Shuchen touched the ring box in his pocket and quickened his pace. As they walked along a relatively secluded path, they suddenly heard light footsteps. He stopped abruptly, his eyes narrowing. 3 masked men in black emerged from the shadows, surrounding him in a triangle. Shuchen? The leader of the men in black had a hoarse voice and a lean build. Judging from the source energy fluctuations emanating from him, he should be at the 4th level of the awakening source realm. The other 2 are slightly weaker, both around the 3rd level of awakening source. Shuchen narrowed his eyes and took a few steps back. Who are you people? The 3 people did not answer, but instead formed a triangle around each other. Master, be careful. These people are up to no good. Lingxi warned in her mind. Shuchen's mind went on high alert. These 3 people were clearly after him, and judging from their posture, they were about to make a move. I'm asking you a question. Who sent you? Shuchen spoke again, while secretly mobilizing the source energy within his body to prepare for battle. The leader of the men in black sneered. Enough nonsense, you're destined to be bedridden for months tonight. Before the words were even finished, the 3 of them suddenly sprang to their feet. The leader of the men in black, his fists wreathed in earth-yellow source energy, slammed them towards Shuchen's chest. The other 2, one on the left and one on the right, blocked all escape routes, their teamwork as seamless as if they had practiced countless times. Shuchen instantly judged the strength and intentions of the other party. These people did not want to kill him, but to seriously injure him. You want me to lie in bed for months? Shuchen sneered, and with a swift movement of his foot, he slid 3 meters to the left in a bizarre manner. He used the footwork techniques from basic physical techniques to perfection, causing all 3 attacks to miss. Ha! The leader of the men in black was somewhat surprised, not expecting Shuchen to be so agile. Again! The 3 quickly adjusted their formation and attacked again. This time they were smarter. Instead of concentrating their firepower, they spread out and surrounded the enemy, with someone watching every angle. Shuchen calmly analyzed the situation in his mind. If he were to reveal his true strength, these 3 people would be no match for him at all. However, if we were to deal with it using the strength of a second-tier awakening source user with an A-level talent, we would probably suffer a real loss. Well, it's fine to show a little bit of my strength. After all, Luo Qingwu is already covered for me. Shuchen made up his mind. Faced with the 3 men's attack, he no longer simply dodged, but instead took the initiative to meet them head-on. His right fist slammed out, striking the leader of the men in black squarely in the chest. Bang! The man in black was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood mist. The other two took the opportunity to attack Chu Chen's left and right flanks. Chu Chen turned around, blocking with his left hand and counterattacking with his right. Slap! Slap! Two sharp cracks rang out, and the two men in black were simultaneously thrown back, their hands and feet going numb. This kid's strength is off. The leader of the men in black got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. The intelligence said he was only a second-tier awakener, but this power is at least at the peak of the third tier. Chu Chen cracked his knuckles with a cold laugh. Now you can tell me who sent you, right? The three men in black exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a look of apprehension. Retreat, the leader of the men in black suddenly shouted, and the three of them fled in different directions at the same time. Chu Chen wanted to give chase, but the other party was clearly prepared and quickly disappeared into the night. Damn it, they got away. Chu Chen was somewhat annoyed. If he had gone all out just now, none of the three of them would have escaped. Master, these people are clearly acting under orders, and they know a lot about your situation, Lingxi analyzed. The fact that they can send 3 awakening source users to deal with you means that the person behind them is not simple. Chu Chen nodded, already having several suspects in mind. Lin Kai? That's unlikely. He's barely able to protect himself right now. How could he possibly have the ability to find so many experts? Who could it be? Just as he was thinking, he heard hurried footsteps not far away. Chu Chen! Chu Chen, where are you? Luo Qingwu's voice rang out, tinged with obvious anxiety. I'm here. Chu Chen quickly replied. Soon, Luo Qingwu appeared at the entrance of the path. Seeing that Chu Chen was safe and sound, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all right? I sensed some source energy fluctuations here just now, and I thought something had happened to you. Luo Qingwu walked quickly to Chu Chen's side and looked him up and down. I'm fine, but I did run into some trouble just now. Chu Chen briefly recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Luo Qingwu's expression turned serious. 3 awakening source users? All of them are at the 3rd or 4th tier? And they came specifically for you? She examined the path carefully and found some bloodstains on the wall. It seems they were indeed injured. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Chu Chen touched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. Maybe it was the potential that came out at the critical moment of life and death. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Stop pretending. With your current strength, dealing with 3 awakening source users is really nothing. However, this matter is very unusual. Anyone who can send 3 awakening source users is definitely not a minor figure in the academy. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, who do you think it could be? Luo Qingwu pondered for a moment. Lin Kai definitely doesn't have that ability. Although his family has some power, they wouldn't send assassins for something like this. That must be someone else, probably someone who saw your behavior in the cafeteria today. Her tone turned cold and stern. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my people should be prepared to face the consequences. Chu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Luo Qingwu was protecting him. Let's go back to the villa first. I'll investigate this matter thoroughly. Luo Qingwu took Chu Chen's hand, preparing to leave. Just then, Chu Chen's communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from an unknown number. Tonight is just an appetizer. If you don't behave, next time it won't be as simple as lying in bed for a few months. Remember, there are some people you can't afford to mess with. After reading the message, a cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. It seems someone really thinks I'm an easy target. Upon seeing the message, Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent. Very well, since they want to play, I'll play along. Anyone who dares to threaten me, Luo Qingwu, is courting death. The night breeze stretched their shadows long. A fierce contest simmering beneath the surface has officially begun. Chapter 30 Special Training begins. The privileges of the Supreme Source Power Card. Back at the villa, Chu Chen slumped onto the sofa. Although he had won the battle, the feeling of being targeted like prey was very unpleasant. Who could it be? Chu Chen rubbed his temples, his mind racing as he considered possible enemies. Luo Qingwu walked over and sat down next to him, her long, slender legs flashing past Chu Chen's eyes. Don't worry, I'll use my connections to find out who's behind this. Her tone was calm, but Chu Chen could sense the hidden killing intent within it. Let's eat dinner first. I can't think of anything to do on an empty stomach. Luo Qingwu got up and walked towards the kitchen. Dinner was plentiful, made with ingredients rich in vital energy. While eating, Xu Chen recounted in detail how Shi Taizhan had taken him as a disciple. The identity of a source weapon master is indeed very useful. Luo Qingwu put down her chopsticks, a look of appreciation flashing in her beautiful eyes. You must study source weapon forging diligently and strive to become a source weapon master as soon as possible and join the Source Weapon Master Guild. Xu Chen asked with some doubt, is the Source Weapon Master Guild very powerful? The Source Weapon Master Guild is very powerful and has a voice throughout the Federation. With the identity and connections of a Source Weapon Master, those clowns behind you won't dare to easily deal with you. Luo Qingwu explained, her tone tinged with pride, as if she were happy for Xu Chen's opportunity. Xu Chen suddenly realized that having Shi Taizhan as his master had indeed provided him with a very good protective umbrella. Luo Qingwu continued, however, your current strength as a second-level awakener is too weak. If they send even stronger people next time, you will be in even greater danger. Your most important task right now is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. She paused, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. Starting tomorrow, I will apply for a suspension of classes for you. Following the school's normal course schedule would be a waste of time for someone with your talent. Is it okay to skip class? Xu Chen was a little worried. After all, skipping class right after entering school didn't sound good. Don't worry, I still have some influence at school. I will explain the situation to the school. Luo Qingwu puffed out her chest confidently and said, the curve of her lips almost making Xu Chen spit out his soup. I'm going to give you special training. You haven't used the privileges of the Supreme Source Power Card yet, have you? Xu Chen shook his head. He indeed hadn't used the Supreme Source Power Card's permissions yet. The Source Energy Cultivation Room in the school has twice the source energy concentration of the outside, and the Supreme Source Energy Card allows free use of the top-level VIP Cultivation Room. A look of anticipation flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. That's a place where even some instructors have to queue up and make reservations. Xu Chen sighed inwardly, is this what it feels like to be rich and have connections? Get up at 6 tomorrow morning, and get some rest early tonight. As Luo Qingwu stood up, she deliberately bent down in front of Xu Chen, saying, make sure you have enough energy. Xu Chen felt a burning sensation in his nose and quickly looked away. Back in his room, Xu Chen took out the ring that Shi Taizhan had given him and examined it carefully. The ring is entirely silver white, engraved with intricate source energy runes. When worn, one can feel a gentle energy flowing between the fingers. It can actually increase the source energy recovery speed by 20%. Xu Chen exclaimed in admiration. Shi Taizhan was indeed generous and good. He then opened Introduction to Source Weapon Forging, which not only details the crafting process of source weapons but also offers many unique insights into source power cultivation, remarkably similar to traditional cultivation methods. Master, this book is very valuable, Lingxi said in her mind. Forging source weapons requires extremely precise control over source power, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. Moreover. And what? Xu Chen asked curiously. Moreover, once you learn how to forge source tools, you can create your own custom equipment. Think about it, while others are still fighting tooth and nail for a single Shen-grade origin artifact, you're already able to forge one yourself. Isn't that a game changer? Xu Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. Besides being able to forge his own exclusive weapons, he could also sell the equipment he forged through auctions in the future. In this way, he wouldn't need to rely on Luo Qingwu to earn considerable wealth and cultivation resources on his own. He thought about it for a while, then delved deeper into his research, and before he knew it, dawn was breaking. Xu Chen, get up! Luo Qingwu's voice rang out from outside the door, carrying a hint of languid sexiness. Xu Chen rubbed his eyes, realizing he had been reading all night. Strangely, he didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt full of energy. The primordial spiritual source is automatically repairing your body, Lingxi explained. After washing up, Xu Chen went to the restaurant. On the table was a carefully prepared breakfast made with origin energy, including spirit juice to replenish origin energy, porridge made with exotic beast meat to enhance physical fitness, and a few origin energy pills that emitted a faint glow. These are all low-level source energy pills, which can speed up the recovery of source energy. Luo Qingwu had already changed into a tracksuit, which perfectly showcased her figure. Xu Chen forced himself not to look any further and focused on eating his breakfast. What, are you stunned? Luo Qingwu noticed Chu Chen's expression and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Ahem, no, I was thinking about today's training plan, Chu Chen said, blushing as he changed the subject. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Source Power Cultivation Building. This building is 20 stories high and is constructed entirely of special source energy stone, radiating a strong source energy fluctuation. The VIP training room is on the basement level. Luo Qingwu led Chu Chen into the private elevator. The elevator descended all the way down, going down a full 10 floors before stopping. Stepping out of the elevator, Chu Chen was stunned by the sight before him. This training room is practically reserved for the super rich. The space is 1,000 square meters, with a ceiling that is 10 meters high. The walls are inlaid with priceless high-grade source crystals, and the source energy is so concentrated that it is almost solidified. The room is filled with various training equipment, a gravity regulator, a source energy impact target, a mental energy training device, and a small combat simulation field. The concentration of source energy here is 3 times that of the outside world, Luo Qingwu explained. Ordinary students might not be able to apply for usage rights even once a year, but the Supreme Source Energy card can be used an unlimited number of times. Chu Chen took a deep breath, and the rich source energy instantly surged into his body, making him feel more comfortable than ever before. The hellish training has officially begun. Are you ready? Luo Qingwu turned to face Chu Chen, a smile on her beautiful face that made Chu Chen's heart race, and the dangerous look in her eyes made him instantly alert. But Chu Chen still answered seriously, ready. The next second, Chu Chen regretted it. Luo Qingwu walked to the gravity regulator and directly adjusted the gravity to 3 times. Bang! Chu Chen suddenly felt his body sink and almost fell to the ground. Under 3 times the gravity, every movement he made became extremely difficult. The first training exercise is to practice your basic physical techniques under 3 times the gravity. Luo Qingwu's voice rang out, with a devilish sweetness, let's begin, my little boyfriend. Chu Chen was on the verge of tears. This wasn't special training, it was practically trying to kill him. Chapter 31 Hellish Training Under 3 times Gravity. With 3 times the weight pressing down on him, Chu Chen felt his bones creaking under the strain. He took a deep breath and tried to recall the key points of the mixed source standing meditation in the basic body techniques. Stand with your feet shoulder width apart, toes slightly turned inward, and knees slightly bent. However, under 3 times the gravity, simply maintaining this basic posture made him sweat profusely. Just as Chu Chen was about to circulate the creation source within his body to relieve the pressure, Ling Shi's voice rang out in his mind. Master, do not use the creation source, otherwise it will not achieve the desired effect. What do you mean? Chu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, his leg muscles trembling violently, feeling as if they were about to break at any moment. The essence of basic physical techniques lies in relying purely on the strength of the physical body. If one relies on the primordial spirit source, the training loses its meaning. Lingxi explained, only under extreme conditions can the physical body be strengthened to the greatest extent. Chu Chen had no choice but to stop the operation of the creation source, and instantly felt the pressure increase. Holy crap! I'm going to die, ah! Luo Qingwu stood aside, watching Chu Chen's disheveled appearance with great interest. How are you? Are you feeling all right? It's all right, Chu Chen answered, sweat dripping from his forehead. That's good. Hold this position for an hour, Luo Qingwu said casually. An hour? Chu Chen nearly lost his balance. Are you sure you're not joking? Of course not. Luo Qingwu walked up to Chu Chen and gently stroked his damp cheek with her slender fingers. If you give up now, what will you do when you encounter an even stronger enemy in the future? Chu Chen felt the warmth of Luo Qingwu's fingertips, and a strange sense of motivation welled up in his heart. He readjusted his posture, following the key points of the basic physical techniques, with his chest slightly concave and back straight, and his head held high. 10 minutes passed, and Chu Chen's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. 20 minutes passed, and his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. 30 minutes passed, and Chu Chen felt like he could collapse at any moment. Can't hold on anymore? Luo Qingwu's voice rang in my ears, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Sure enough, a man's words are the least reliable. He just said he was ready. These words instantly ignited Chu Chen's fighting spirit. Who said I couldn't hold on? He gritted his teeth, veins bulging, forcing himself to persevere, determined not to lose face in front of Luo Qingwu. Strangely, as time went on, Chu Chen gradually figured out some tricks. He began to feel subtle changes in the source veins within his body. Although he was not activating the creation source, ordinary source energy was slowly circulating. Master, you did a great job. Lingxia's voice was full of praise. Basic physical techniques are transforming your body structure, making your muscles and bones stronger. 40 minutes passed, and Xu Chen was surprised to find that he was gradually adapting to this intensity. 50 minutes passed, and his body stopped trembling, and his breathing became steady. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. This guy, he actually did it? Time's up. Luo Qingwu announced, looking at the timer. Xu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and just as he was about to relax, he found that his physical condition was much better than he had imagined. How are you feeling? Luo Qingwu asked as she walked over. It's better than I expected. Xu Chen stretched his limbs and was surprised to find that the fatigue in his body was not as intense as he had imagined. A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. I didn't expect you to be so adaptable. She originally thought Xu Chen could only last for half an hour at most, but she didn't expect him to last for a full hour and in pretty good condition. Next is the second training session. Luo Qingwu walked to a control panel on the wall. Source Force Impact Training. As she operated, a metal target platform rose in the center of the training room. The target platform was surrounded by energy emitters, emitting dangerous energy fluctuations. The purpose of this training is to improve your reaction speed and dodging ability, Luo Qingwu explained. The intensity of the source force impact will gradually increase, and you will need to dodge all attacks without using any source techniques. Xu Chen looked at those energy emitters and felt a chill run down his spine. These things aren't really going to kill me, are they? Don't worry, he'll be half dead at most. Luo Qingwu smiled wickedly. Let's begin. She pressed the start button. Instantly, dozens of beams of source energy shot out from all directions. Xu Chen quickly dodged, but under the influence of 3 times the gravity, his movements appeared clumsy and awkward. Smack! A beam of source energy struck his shoulder. Although its power was reduced, it still caused him to feel a numbing sensation. Focus! Luo Qingwu shouted from the side, use your intuition to sense the trajectory of the attack. Don't use your brain to think, memorize it with your body. Xu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, trying his best to dodge the source energy attacks. Gradually, he began to find some patterns. Although these source energy emitters were at different angles, the intervals between their launches were regular. More importantly, after an hour of standing meditation training, his control over his body has improved significantly. 10 minutes later, Xu Chen's dodge success rate had reached 60%. 20 minutes later, he was able to dodge almost all attacks. Half an hour later. Not bad. Luo Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. That concludes the morning training. She turned off the training equipment, and gravity returned to normal. Xu Chen suddenly felt his body lighten, and almost jumped up due to inertia. You're progressing very quickly. Luo Qingwu walked to Xu Chen's side. Alright, you should rest for a bit. Xu Chen wiped away his sweat, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. You're covered in sweat, go take a shower first. She pointed to a door in the corner of the training room. There are private bathrooms there, and the VIP training rooms are fully equipped. Xu Chen then noticed that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat and were sticking to his body, which was very uncomfortable. Okay. He walked towards the bathroom, and just as he reached the door, he heard Luo Qingwu's voice. She added from behind, remember to wash yourself thoroughly, there's even more exciting training this afternoon. Xu Chen felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that Luo Qingwu's words had a hidden meaning. The bathroom is luxuriously decorated, complete with a water heater, a massage bathtub, and even the toiletries are high-end products with added energy. Xu Chen took a hot shower, the warm water washing over his tired muscles, making him feel more comfortable than ever before. Master, your physical fitness is indeed improving. Lingxia's voice echoed in his mind. Although the training just now was very intense, you recovered much faster than the average person. Xu Chen stretched his arms and indeed felt much more relaxed than before. After taking a shower, Luo Qingwu had already ordered lunch. The dining table was laden with various delicacies made from source energy ingredients, including roasted level 2 source beast meat, source energy vegetable salad, and several bottles of source energy drinks that shimmered with a pale blue light. Xu Chen was starving and didn't care about his image, so he ate heartily. These energy-generating ingredients are not only delicious, but also effective. After eating them, your body feels warm and comfortable, and fatigue quickly dissipates. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Luo Qingwu couldn't help but chuckle as she watched Chu Chen wolf down his food. The training will be more intense in the afternoon, so you need to conserve your energy. Chu Chen put down his chopsticks and asked somewhat nervously, "What kind of training is this afternoon?" "Combat training." Her tone was relaxed, but Chu Chen felt a chill. Luo Qingwu's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Are you ready to get beaten up?" Chapter 32 Luo Qingwu's seductive training. Chu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. A real fight with Luo Qingwu? Wouldn't that mean being completely humiliated? Looking at the tall, beautiful girl in front of him, and thinking of her terrifying strength, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead again. "Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to a level comparable to yours," Luo Qingwu said softly, seemingly sensing Chu Chen's worry. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There was still hope. But when it came to Luo Qingwu, he always felt he couldn't bring himself to do it. Luo Qingwu noticed the change in Chu Chen's expression and took a few steps closer. "What's wrong? You're afraid to hit me?" Her voice carried a hint of provocation, and her beautiful eyes gleamed with a cunning light. Provoked by her words, Chu Chen's blood boiled. "Who said I wouldn't dare?" "That's good." Luo Qingwu's lips curled into a sly smile. "However, I've changed my mind." "What do you mean?" Chu Chen's heart tightened. "If you can last 10 minutes without being knocked down by me, I'll give you a special reward." Luo Qingwu blinked. "But if you can't hold on, then you'll have to accept the punishment." "What reward? What punishment?" Chu Chen asked subconsciously. Luo Qingwu smiled mysteriously. "The reward, you'll find out then." "As for the punishment." She stretched out her slender finger and lightly tapped Chu Chen's chest. "From now on, you'll be my personal sparring partner. I can torture you whenever I want." "Holy crap! This is going to kill me." Chu Chen swallowed hard, but his male pride wouldn't allow him to back down. "Okay. It's a deal." She walked to the center of the training room, gently stroked the control panel on the wall, and the gravity of the entire space was readjusted to normal. "Let's begin, my little sparring partner." Luo Qingwu assumed a fighting stance. Although she suppressed her cultivation level, the powerful aura emanating from her very bones still made Chu Chen feel oppressed. Chu Chen took a deep breath and circulated the source energy within his body. After the morning's training, he felt that his physical condition was better than ever before, but compared to Luo Qingwu, this improvement was nothing. "Master, be careful." Lingxi's voice rang in his mind. Although she suppressed her cultivation level, she did not suppress her combat experience and skills. Chu Chen nodded and adopted the starting stance for combat as recorded in Basic Physical Techniques. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise when she saw Chu Chen's posture. The starting stance seemed simple, but the subtle nuances it contained surprised her. "Ha! This starting stance is interesting." Without further thought, she vanished from the spot in a flash, her figure disappearing like a ghost. The next second, a deadly threat came from the side. Chu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively leaned back. Luo Qingwu's fist grazed his clothes, and the resulting gust of wind made him feel a stinging pain. So fast. Even with her cultivation level suppressed, Luo Qingwu's speed was still astonishing. Before Chu Chen could even feel relieved, Luo Qingwu's second attack had already arrived. This time, we went straight for his face. Chu Chen quickly retreated, raising his hand to block. Bang! The two arms collided, and Chu Chen felt a tremendous force, causing him to involuntarily take 3 steps back. "This is only Luo Qingwu's suppressed strength?" "Your strength is good," Luo Qingwu nodded, "but your reaction time is still too slow." No sooner had she finished speaking than she lunged at him again. This time, instead of attacking directly, she continuously changed her attack angles, keeping Chu Chen busy. Left hook, right straight punch, knee strike, roundhouse kick. Luo Qingwu's attacks were fluid and graceful, each move perfectly timed. Chu Chen could only barely parry, and couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack. "Not bad, you can actually keep up with my pace." A hint of appreciation flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. "Then, I'll get serious from now on." "Serious? Weren't you serious enough just now?" Chu Chen felt like he was about to collapse. The next 5 minutes were an absolutely hellish experience. Luo Qingwu moved through the training room like a ghost, each attack precisely striking Chu Chen's vital points. Although she controlled her strength, the feeling of being completely suppressed made Chu Chen feel like he was suffocating. What's even more alarming is that Luo Qingwu would occasionally let out a silvery laugh, as if to say, "That's it? That's it? Half the time is up," Luo Qingwu said casually. "Keep it up, little sparring partner, don't let me down." Shu Chen was panting heavily and covered in sweat, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. "Master, calm down." Lingxi noticed the change in Shu Chen's emotions. "Anger will make you lose your mind." "No, this isn't anger." Shu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "This is fighting spirit." He re-emerged into a fighting stance, this time with a noticeably different aura. Luo Qingwu keenly noticed this change, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Interesting. Your eyes have changed." Shu Chen did not reply, but instead launched an attack. This time, he did not passively defend, but instead took the initiative to attack, following the combat techniques recorded in basic physical techniques. Although he was still being suppressed by Luo Qingwu, at least he wasn't as pathetic as before. More importantly, as the battle progressed, Shu Chen felt subtle changes occurring within the source energy of his body. That power became purer and flowed more smoothly, as if it had undergone some kind of sublimation during the battle. 7 minutes have passed, Luo Qingwu reminded her. "It seems you might actually be able to hold on until the end." Shu Chen did not answer, focusing entirely on the battle. Just then, Luo Qingwu suddenly stopped attacking. "What's wrong?" Shu Chen asked, puzzled. "It's nothing, I just feel this is getting too boring." Luo Qingwu licked her red lips. "How about something more exciting?" Before Shu Chen could react, Luo Qingwu suddenly unbuttoned a few buttons on her cultivation robe, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. What are you doing?" Shu Chen's eyes widened. "It's nothing, I just feel a little hot," Luo Qingwu said casually. "What's wrong? Are you captivated by me?" Shu Chen's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and he quickly looked away, saying, "Don't do anything rash." "Reckless? Where did I recklessly mess around?" Luo Qingwu blinked. "Let the battle continue." After saying that, she launched another attack. But this time Shu Chen was clearly distracted and was easily struck in the chest by Luo Qingwu, sending him flying backward. "Focus." Luo Qingwu whispered in his ear, "You can't think about anything else during the battle." Shu Chen gritted his teeth and stood up, trying to calm himself down. But Luo Qingwu clearly had no intention of letting him go, and from time to time she made some flirtatious gestures, making Shu Chen's heart flutter. "The last minute," Luo Qingwu announced. Her attack suddenly became even more ferocious, as if she wanted to defeat Shu Chen completely at the last moment. Shu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. Just when he was about to give up, an unprecedented power suddenly surged within him. That is the power of the primordial spirit. Although Lingxi said not to use it, we can't worry about that now. Shu Chen's eyes instantly turned gold, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Luo Qingwu felt the oppressive force, and shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. What kind of power was this? "Time's up." Luo Qingwu stopped her attack, a satisfied smile on her face. Shu Chen instantly withdrew the power of the creation source, slumped to the ground, and gasped for breath. He did it. He really lasted 10 minutes. Not bad, it exceeded my expectations. Luo Qingwu walked up to Shu Chen and looked down at him. "So, what about the special reward?" Shu Chen asked, looking up. Luo Qingwu smiled mysteriously, then suddenly bent down and leaned close to Shu Chen's face. Her red lips parted slightly, her warm breath brushing against Shu Chen's ear. "The reward is? Come to my room tonight." Chapter 33 Li Tianyang's Provocation. Upon hearing Luo Qingwu's words, Shu Chen's mind was instantly filled with all sorts of enchanting images. Going to her room tonight? What does that mean? Could it be? Seeing Shu Chen's blank expression, Luo Qingwu waved her hand in front of him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Shu Chen snapped out of his daze, his face flushed crimson. "And nothing." Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. "All right, it's getting late. Let's go back to the villa and rest for a bit. You still have to go to Instructor Shi's place this afternoon." She straightened her clothes and rebuttoned the buttons, instantly dispelling the ambiguous atmosphere in the cultivation room. Shu Chen then noticed the time. It was already close to 4 in the afternoon. The two packed their things and left the VIP training room. As Shu Chen left the Source Energy Cultivation building, he was thinking about the afternoon's forging class when a familiar voice came from behind him. Hey, isn't this our good-for-nothing Chu Chen? Chu Chen turned around and saw Li Tianyang walking towards them with several followers. Li Tianyang wore a mocking smile as he looked Chu Chen up and down. Chu Chen, you piece of trash, how dare you come to the cultivation building and hoard resources? Do you even deserve it? Li Tianyang's henchman immediately burst into laughter. Exactly, would a piece of trash like him even dare to come to a place like this? Brother Tianyang, look at how sweaty he is, could he be cleaning inside? Chu Chen frowned, about to retort, when he felt a powerful pressure bearing down on him. That was the oppressive aura of the originator. Li Tianyang slowly released his source power, and an invisible sense of pressure instantly enveloped Chu Chen. Chu Chen felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. How about it? Can you feel the difference? Li Tianyang sneered, someone as good as you dares to covet Qingwu? You're really overestimating yourself. His oppressive aura grew stronger and stronger, and Chu Chen's face turned pale, with sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The primordial spiritual source within his body began to stir, and Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. Master, do you need my help? Chu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't want to expose his true strength in such a place. Just when he was about to give up, an even more powerful pressure suddenly descended. Enough, Li Tianyang. Luo Qingwu's voice was terrifyingly cold. She slowly walked to Chu Chen's side, and the pressure emanating from her body instantly dissolved Li Tianyang's suppression. Chu Chen felt a lightness on his shoulders and let out a long sigh of relief. Li Tianyang's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Luo Qingwu. Qingwu, your strength. Li Tianyang's voice trembled slightly. He clearly remembered that Luo Qingwu's strength used to be about the same as his own, so how come now? Luo Qingwu looked at him coldly. What I do is none of your business. Her oppressive aura intensified, and Li Tianyang and his followers felt a suffocating sense of pressure. Also, if you dare to lay a hand on Chu Chen again, you will bear the consequences. Li Tianyang's face turned pale and then red. Under Luo Qingwu's oppressive aura, he had no ability to resist. I understand. He gritted his teeth and said this, then slunk away with his henchmen. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Chu Chen felt the surrounding air become fresh again. Are you all right? Luo Qingwu asked with concern. Chu Chen shook his head, I'm fine, but your strength. We'll talk about that later. Luo Qingwu interrupted him. Go back now, you need to rest for a bit and then prepare for your afternoon classes. The two walked towards the villa area, and Chu Chen couldn't help but look back at the direction Li Tianyang had left in. The strength that Luo Qingwu just displayed was at least at the 4th level of the originator, or even higher. How much is she hiding? Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu poured Chu Chen a cup of yuan li tea. Drinking this will help you regain your energy. Chu Chen took the teacup, and the warm tea entered his mouth, filling it with a refreshing aroma. Qingwu, your strength just now. I said we'll talk about this later. Luo Qingwu sat down opposite him. What you need to focus on now is the forging class later. You can't fool instructor sure. Chu Chen nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He knew that Luo Qingwu had her own secrets, just as he had his own secrets about the creation source. By the way, about tonight. Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. A sly glint flashed across Luo Qingwu's face. You'll find out tonight. Time flies, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Chen arrived at the source artifact building on time. He took out his communicator and dialed Shi Tiashan's number. Master, I've arrived. Okay, I'll come down to pick you up right away. Shi Tiashan's voice came through the communicator, sounding somewhat urgent. A few minutes later, Shi Taishan came down the stairs, his body covered in metal powder. Chu Chen, you've come at the right time. Shi Taishan patted the dust off his hands. I just finished teaching a class to 3rd grade students, and those kids made a complete mess of my workbench. Master, you've worked hard. Chu Chen followed Shi Taishan and walked towards the basement. By the way, how's your reading of the book Introduction to Source Weapon Forging that I gave you yesterday? Shi Taishan asked as they walked. Chu Chen quickly replied, I've read half of it. The theoretical knowledge inside is more complicated than I imagined. Ha, this is just the beginning. Shi Taishan laughed. Once you start to actually practice, you'll find that there's a huge gap between theory and practice. The two returned to the basement, where Shi Taishan skillfully started up the various machines. The furnace began to preheat, emitting a low rumble. Today we'll start with the basics and familiarize ourselves with the various tools and materials. Taizhan pointed to the neatly arranged hammers, pliers, and other tools on the workbench. The biggest difference between source weapon forging and ordinary forging is that source power needs to be injected during the forging process. Chu Chen listened carefully, and suddenly Ling Xi's voice echoed in his mind. Master, remember, you must never use the power of the creation source in front of your master. Ling Xi's tone was exceptionally serious. The power of the creation source is too special. Once it is discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Chen nodded secretly, while outwardly listening attentively to Shi Tishan's explanation. Come on, try this most ordinary piece of refined iron. Shi Tishan handed Chu Chen a palm-sized piece of black metal, saying, use your source power to sense its internal structure. Chu Chen took the refined iron and carefully released a trace of his source energy. This time, he deliberately controlled the source of creation from participating, only using the most basic source power to sense it. However, the moment his source energy touched the refined iron, an accident occurred. Complex patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the refined iron, emitting a faint white light. Shi Tishan's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the hammer in his hand. How is this possible? Chapter 34 All Attribute Affinity. Am I a forging genius? Shi Tishan stared blankly at the glowing refined iron in Chu Chen's hand, completely dumbfounded. He had used this piece of refined iron for several years and had never seen such a phenomenon before. Ordinary refined iron is just the most basic forging material. It is impossible for it to glow on its own, let alone develop those complex patterns. Master? Chu Chen called out nervously. Shi Tishan came to his senses, his eyes flashing with deep shock. Xiao Chun, you can try other materials. He strode to the materials shelf, took out several different pieces of metal, and handed them to Chu Chen. This piece is black iron, this piece is source silver, and this piece is fire crystal. Chu Chen reluctantly accepted the first piece of black iron. Upon contact, the surface of the black iron immediately glowed red, even more dazzling than the refined iron from before. Shi Tishan's hands began to tremble. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He grabbed the second piece of source silver and stuffed it into Chu Chen's hand. The source silver instantly burst forth with a silvery white radiance, illuminating the entire basement. Shi Tishan could no longer sit still and snatched the source silver from Chu Chen's hand. What on earth is going on? I've used these materials for so many years and this has never happened before. Chu Chen was also extremely flustered. Ling Xi's voice rang in his mind, Master, a bit of the aura of the creation source has leaked out and has been sensed by these materials. What should we do then? Chu Chen asked in his mind. We have no choice but to hold on. We absolutely cannot expose the existence of the creation source. Chu Chen took a deep breath and pretended to be puzzled. Master, did I do something wrong? Shi Tishan paced back and forth, his mind racing with thoughts. As a level 4 source artifact master, he had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen anyone who could make materials glow on their own. This goes beyond the realm of genius, it's practically a miracle. No, there must be a reason. Shi Tishan suddenly stopped, a glint of light in his eyes. Xiao Chen, what are the results of your source energy attribute test? Chu Chen was taken aback. The test results show that I have no clear attribute preference, and the compatibility of all source skill attributes is 0%. No attribute preference, compatibility is 0? Shi Tishan fell into deep thought. I started to have doubts yesterday, maybe you really do possess the legendary all-attribute affinity constitution. He became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his voice rose 8 octaves. The all-attribute affinity physique allows for perfect compatibility with any material, which explains why these materials react so strongly. Chu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the explanation was exaggerated, it was at least better than revealing the creation source. Shi Tishan excitedly spun around in the room. My God, I actually took in a disciple with affinity for all attributes. Such a physique is extremely rare. He suddenly rushed up to Chu Chen, his eyes shining. Little Chen, do you know what all attribute affinity means? Chu Chen shook his head. This means you can forge source artifacts of any attribute. This means your source artifact forging talent has no upper limit. Shi Tishan's voice trembled with excitement. Even a legendary level 9 source artifact master might not possess the ability to be compatible with all attributes. Chu Chen was completely confused, but he still cooperated by showing a shocked expression. Master, how should I cultivate? Sure Taizhan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said to Chu Chen, the most important thing now is to keep it a secret. He looked at Chu Chen seriously, the news of your all-attribute affinity must not be leaked, otherwise it will bring you great danger. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly, of course he understood. From today onwards, you are my personal disciple, and I will create a special cultivation plan for you. Sure Taizhan walked to the bookshelf and took out several thick classic books. These are ancient books that I have collected over the years, which record cultivation methods for some special physiques. He handed the book to Chu Chen. Take it back and take a look. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. Chu Chen took the books and found that each one exuded an ancient aura. He asked, Master, what about today's lesson? That's enough for today, Sure Taizhan waved his hand. I need time to process what happened today, and I also need to prepare a more suitable teaching plan for you. Chu Chen bid farewell to Sure Taizhan and left the basement carrying a pile of ancient books. On his way back to the villa, he couldn't help but have a mental conversation with Lingxi. Lingxi, is it really okay for us to keep this a secret? No problem for now. Although all attribute affinity is rare, it is not non-existent in history. Lingxi's voice was calm. Moreover, your master's explanation is reasonable and can at least explain your special behavior. Chu Chen nodded, but he was still somewhat worried. As more and more people come into contact with it, it becomes increasingly difficult to conceal the source of creation. Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu was sitting in the living room reading a book. Seeing Chu Chen return, she closed the book. How was your first forging lesson? Chu Chen placed the ancient book in his hand on the coffee table and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's all right, but something unexpected happened. Luo Qingwu closed her book and sat down next to him. What accident? Chu Chen hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell her anyway. After all, Luo Qingwu also had many secrets, and the two of them were tacitly aware of each other's feelings. My master said I might have a constitution that is compatible with all attributes. Luo Qingwu's teacup stopped in mid-air, and her expression instantly turned serious. All attribute affinity? Are you sure? Chu Chen nodded and briefly recounted what had happened in the basement. After listening, Luo Qingwu remained silent for a long while. Chu Chen, do you know what all attribute affinity means? Master said that this kind of physique is extremely rare, and can be used to forge source artifacts of any attribute. It's not just that. Luo Qingwu stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. Those with affinity for all elements are extremely rare in history, and each one of them has become a legendary figure. But your strength is too low right now, and you will be in great danger once you are discovered. Chu Chen's heart tightened. What should I do? Keep hiding. Luo Qingwu turned to look at him. Mentor Sure has agreed to keep it a secret for you, which is a good thing. But you absolutely must not reveal this ability to others. Alright, let's talk about these things later. It's almost 7 o'clock now, let's have dinner first. She brought out several exquisite energy insulating boxes from the kitchen, and their fragrance instantly filled the air. When did you prepare this? Chu Chen asked, somewhat surprised. When you go to class this afternoon, Luo Qingwu said, opening the insulated food container. Inside were 4 dishes and a soup, all looking and smelling delicious. I think you've used up a lot of energy today, so you need to replenish your nutrition. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Chu Chen felt a warm current welling up in his heart. Although she didn't know Luo Qingwu's true purpose, she was indeed taking good care of herself. The two ate dinner quietly, while Chu Chen secretly observed Luo Qingwu. She seemed preoccupied today, occasionally falling into deep thought, her chopsticks pausing at her lips for several seconds. Qingwu, are you all right? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, I was just thinking about some cultivation-related things, Luo Qingwu said, coming back to her senses. Chu Chen nodded and didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets, he understood that. After dinner, Luo Qingwu took the initiative to clear the table. Chu Chen wanted to help, but she refused. You must be exhausted today. Go take a shower and relax. Luo Qingwu rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. After taking a shower she turned around, her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying an inexplicable allure. Come to my room. We'll begin a deeper level of cultivation tonight. Chapter 35, Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation with Luo Qingwu? After hearing Luo Qingwu's seductive words, Chu Chen felt his face burning again and quickly nodded and ran upstairs. Back in his room, Chu Chen quickly took a shower. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at himself and his heart inexplicably raced. Master, what are you so nervous about? Lingxi's teasing voice echoed in his mind. Who's nervous? Chu Chen retorted defiantly, but his hand holding the towel was indeed trembling slightly. Look at you, your hands are shaking. Lingxi laughed happily. However, Luo Qingwu is indeed a beauty, and it's normal for someone your age to have some thoughts about her. Lingxi! Chu Chen roared in his heart. All right, I won't say anything more. Lingxi put away her teasing tone and became serious. However, Master, I have a feeling that something special might happen tonight. What do you mean? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. I can feel the special bloodline energy within Luo Qingwu becoming increasingly active. She asked you to cultivate with her tonight, most likely because she wants to borrow the power of the creation source within you. Chu Chen frowned. Then what should I do? Let nature take its course, Lingxi said softly. She has no ill intentions towards you, and it's not a bad thing for you to help each other. Just be careful to control the leakage of the creation source and don't let her notice anything unusual. Chu Chen nodded, took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked out. Arriving at Luo Qingwu's room, he hesitated for a moment before knocking. Come in, Luo Qingwu's voice came from inside. Chu Chen pushed open the door and entered, instantly stunned by the scene before him. Luo Qingwu had changed into a white silk nightgown. The thin fabric clung to her body, outlining her perfect curves. She was sitting in front of her dressing table, drying her long, wet hair with a towel. The room was filled with a light, pleasant aroma from the incense. Moonlight streamed through the curtains onto the floor, enveloping the entire room in an ambiguous atmosphere. What are you standing there for? Come and sit down, Luo Qingwu said without turning her head, her voice carrying a faint smile. Chu Chen swallowed hard and walked over with a forced smile. Luo Qingwu put down the towel and turned to face him. Upon closer inspection, Chu Chen noticed that she looked exceptionally beautiful tonight. Her skin, freshly showered, had a faint blush, and her long, damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving her an alluring aura. What's with that expression? Luo Qingwu couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Chu Chen's dazed expression. Didn't we see that before? No. No. Chu Chen hurriedly waved his hand, but his voice was clearly lacking in confidence. Sit down. Luo Qingwu patted the spot next to the bed. Chu Chen sat down cautiously, with less than half a meter between them. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Luo Qingwu, and his heart beat faster and faster. Your heartbeat is so loud, I can hear it, Luo Qingwu teased. But a hint of nervousness flashed in her eyes as she mentally prepared herself for what she was about to say. Tonight's cultivation method is rather special, Luo Qingwu said slowly. This time, the dual cultivation resonance method is different from the last one. It requires a deeper fusion of source energy. She stood up, walked to the wardrobe, and took out a delicate little box. The box was engraved with complex runes, and it was clearly not an ordinary item. Chu Chen could feel the ancient aura emanating from the box. This is a special cultivation technique passed down through my family, called the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique. Luo Qingwu opened the box, inside which lay an ancient and simple manual. By complementing each other's source energy, the effects of cultivation can be greatly enhanced. Chu Chen's eyes widened. Dual cultivation of yin and yang? Isn't that? His face instantly turned red to the roots of his ears, and his mind involuntarily drifted to thoughts he shouldn't have. It's not what you think. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him, her tone tinged with helplessness. It's a legitimate cultivation method, it just requires closer contact. She handed the manual to Chu Chen. Take a look at the first few pages to understand the basic principles. Chu Chen took the manual and turned to the first page. It is filled with densely packed cultivation techniques, written in an ancient style, clearly indicating its antiquity. It does mention the theory of enhancing cultivation effects through the balance of yin and yang, and it does seem to be a legitimate cultivation method. I see. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's begin. Wait a minute. Luo Qingwu reached out and pressed down on the manual. Before we begin, I have something to tell you. Her expression suddenly turned serious. This technique carries certain risks. During the cultivation process, our source energy will completely merge, and you may sense some of my secrets. Chu Chen's heart tightened. Was she about to confess something? What secret? He asked, puzzled. Luo Qingwu bit her red lips, as if making a decision. I actually have a special bloodline in my body. She slowly unbuttoned her pajamas, revealing the skin below her collarbone. There was a faint red mark there, its shape and outline somewhat blurred. This is a bloodline mark. Luo Qingwu gently stroked the mark. The power of an ancient bloodline flows within me, but this power has been dormant. Chu Chen stared in shock at the mark, which glowed faintly under Luo Qingwu's touch. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from the mark, even stronger than any source user he had ever seen. You mean? Chu Chen asked in surprise. I need to use the special power within you to stabilize my bloodline. Luo Qingwu looked into Chu Chen's eyes. In exchange, I will help you improve your strength quickly. Chu Chen finally understood that Luo Qingwu had indeed noticed his abnormality long ago. You knew all along that I had a secret? Chu Chen asked. From the first time we met in the Awakening Hall. Luo Qingwu nodded. There is an aura about you that resonates with my source energy and bloodline. At first, I was just going by feeling, but after these few days of contact, I'm sure of it. She buttoned her pajamas again, walked over and sat down in front of Chu Chen. I won't force you, if you don't want to. I do, Chu Chen interrupted her. Luo Qingwu was stunned. Aren't you going to ask for more details? Like the potential dangers, or my true identity? No need to ask, Chu Chen shook his head. You've already done so much for me, now it's my turn to help you. Besides. He paused for a moment, then said, I believe you won't hurt me. A hint of emotion flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She hadn't expected Chu Chen to agree so readily. All right, let's begin. She picked up the yin-yang dual cultivation technique again and turned to the third page. According to the records of the cultivation method, we need to cultivate to a deeper level. Chapter 36 Luo Qingwu's Bloodline Mark. Luo Qingwu turned to the third page of the manual, which contained more detailed cultivation methods. Chu Chen leaned closer to take a look and found that the method this time was indeed different from before. We need to sit cross-legged facing each other and then put our palms together, Luo Qingwu explained, her voice trembling slightly. But this time it's not a simple resonance of source energy, but a complete fusion of our source energy. Chu Chen nodded. Although his heart was still beating fast, he was no longer as nervous as before. Luo Qingwu sat cross-legged on the bed and gestured for Chu Chen to sit opposite her. The two faced each other, their knees almost touching. Luo Qingwu stretched out her hands, and Chu Chen took a deep breath and placed his palms on hers. Instantly, a familiar electric current sensation spread throughout my body, but this time the feeling was several times stronger than before. Circulate your source energy according to the cultivation method. Luo Qingwu closed her eyes and began to guide Chu Chen. Chu Chen also closed his eyes and began to circulate his source energy according to the breathing technique he had learned before. Soon, he felt Luo Qingwu's source energy being transmitted through his palm. But this time was different. Chu Chen could clearly sense the special power within Luo Qingwu's body. This force is powerful yet extremely unstable, like a prehistoric beast trapped in a cage. Can you feel it? Luo Qingwu asked softly, her voice filled with pain. This power is very strong, but... Chu Chen frowned. It's very unstable, isn't it? Luo Qingwu gave a wry smile. This is the power of my bloodline. Since it awakened at the age of 16, it has surged once a month. Her voice was filled with pain, and recently the frequency of riots has been increasing, almost every 10 days or so. Chu Chen's heart tightened. What happens every time there's a riot? He could imagine the pain Luo Qingwu endured. My whole body is in excruciating pain, my source energy is out of control, and I feel like I'm being torn apart. Luo Qingwu's body trembled slightly. Moreover, the riots will emit a powerful pressure that ordinary people cannot get close to. Chu Chen continued, then why not let the elders of the family treat him? You don't understand, my family is very complicated. Luo Qingwu shook her head helplessly. Chu Chen, there's something I must tell you. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath. I did have a purpose in approaching you. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. What's your purpose? My mother once said that only by finding someone who resonates with my bloodline can this riot be stabilized. Luo Qingwu gazed at Chu Chen. From the first time we met, I sensed that special aura about you. Although it wasn't certain at the time, after these few days of contact, I'm now certain. Chu Chen's feelings were somewhat complicated. Although he had a premonition, he was still a little disappointed to hear her admit it herself. So you approached me because my source energy resonates with your bloodline? That's right. Luo Qingwu opened her eyes and stared at Chu Chen. She seemed to sense Chu Chen's change in mood and tightened her grip on his hand. Then he said sincerely, "But that doesn't mean I don't have feelings for you. After spending these past few days together, I've found that you're completely different from those other arrogant source users. You are kind, sincere, and never look down on others because of your abilities. To be honest, it's so rare to find a guy like you these days. You're a real gem." Chu Chen looked up and found Luo Qingwu looking at him tenderly. "Therefore, I hope that our relationship is one of genuine cooperation, not exploitation." Chu Chen felt a little better, at least Luo Qingwu was willing to be honest with him. "Alright, let's continue our cultivation then." Chu Chen closed his eyes again and began to circulate his source energy. This time, he took the initiative to direct his source energy towards Luo Qingwu. When his source energy came into contact with the turbulent bloodline power within Luo Qingwu's body, a miracle occurred. The previously surging bloodline power gradually calmed down. Luo Qingwu's body also relaxed a lot, and her previously furrowed brows relaxed. "It works!" Luo Qingwu opened her eyes in surprise. "I can feel the power of my bloodline becoming docile under the soothing influence of your source energy." Chu Chen was also very excited. He hadn't expected that his source power could actually help Luo Qingwu. But at that moment, he sensed the fluctuations of the creation source within his body. Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, I can now confirm that Luo Qingwu's bloodline is extraordinary. I can sense an extremely ancient power within it." "What does that mean?" Chu Chen asked in his mind. "She must have some kind of very rare and ancient bloodline flowing through her body, and it's extremely pure." Lingxi's voice was filled with surprise. "This kind of bloodline is extremely rare, and once fully awakened, it will possess world-destroying power." Chu Chen was shocked. Was Luo Qingwu's bloodline really that powerful? But it is precisely because the bloodline is too strong that riots occur. Lingxi continued to explain, her current physical condition and source power level are not yet able to fully withstand the power of her bloodline. "Then how can I help her?" Chu Chen continued to ask. "Continue to soothe her bloodline with the creation source, but be careful not to let her become aware of its existence." Chu Chen nodded and refocused on his cultivation. As time went by, the power of Luo Qingwu's bloodline became more and more stable. The mark on her chest also began to glow faintly. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, Chu Chen still noticed it. "Qingwu, the mark on your chest just glowed," Chu Chen reminded her. Luo Qingwu looked down and found that the mark was indeed brighter than usual. "This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Her voice was filled with anticipation. "It seems that your source energy is indeed of great help to my bloodline." But soon, Luo Qingwu frowned again. "However, your strength is still too low right now, and there is a huge gap between you and me. It can only temporarily stabilize my bloodline, but it cannot completely solve the problem of the riots." Chu Chen was somewhat disappointed. "Then what should we do?" "You need to become stronger." Luo Qingwu looked at him firmly. "Only when your source power level is high enough can you truly help me fully awaken my bloodline." And she paused, a hint of worry flashing across her face. "My family has already started urging me to take the Bloodline Awakening Pill." "Bloodline Awakening Pill?" Chu Chen asked in confusion. "A special elixir developed by the family can forcibly stimulate the power of one's bloodline." Luo Qingwu's voice was filled with fear, but the side effects are severe. "After taking it, you will be completely controlled by your family, like a puppet on a string." Chu Chen sensed the despair in her voice. "Then what should we do?" "I want to awaken my bloodline naturally through your power." Luo Qingwu gripped Chu Chen's hand tightly. "But time is running out. My family will give me at most 2 more years. If I cannot awaken my bloodline naturally within 2 years, I will have to take that pill." He needed to become strong enough to help Luo Qingwu in 2 years? Chu Chen felt immense pressure. This seems like an impossible task. But seeing the expectant look in Luo Qingwu's eyes, Chu Chen gritted his teeth. "I will try my best, and I will definitely not let you down." "Really?" Luo Qingwu's eyes flashed with surprise. "Of course, Chu Chen, keep my word." Chu Chen nodded firmly. "However, my current strength is indeed too low, and I need to improve it quickly." "I'll help you with this. Starting tomorrow, I'll create a more rigorous training plan to help you become stronger in the shortest amount of time." Luo Qingwu smiled gently, but a hint of unease lingered deep in her eyes. Just then, an almost invisible mark appeared and disappeared on Chu Chen's chest skin. Chapter 37: The Amazing Gains After Dual Cultivation. On Chu Chen's chest, an almost invisible mark appeared and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the mark on Luo Qingwu's chest flickered slightly, as if responding to something. But neither of them noticed this detail at the moment. That's enough for tonight. Luo Qingwu stood up and straightened her slightly disheveled pajamas. Your source energy has been a great help to me. We will need to practice this kind of training frequently in the future. Chu Chen also stood up, feeling both excited and apprehensive. He was excited because he could actually help Luo Qingwu, but also nervous about the immense pressure of the next 2 years. Qingwu, don't worry, I will definitely become strong enough, Chu Chen said, clenching his fist. Looking at Chu Chen's resolute expression, Luo Qingwu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Although the boy is still very weak, his indomitable spirit makes her feel inexplicably at ease. Then I'll be waiting to see how you do, my little boyfriend. Luo Qingwu winked playfully. Chu Chen blushed and turned to walk towards the door. Just as he was about to leave the room, Luo Qingwu suddenly called out to him, Chu Chen. He turned around, and Luo Qingwu was already beside him. Moonlight streamed through the window curtains, bathing her in its soft glow. Her silk nightgown shimmered faintly in the dim light. There was an indescribable tenderness in her eyes. Chu Chen stopped and turned to face her. Is there anything else? Chu Chen replied. Luo Qingwu did not respond. She walked closer to Chu Chen and then kissed him. Her lips were soft and warm, with a faint sweetness. Chu Chen felt a buzzing in his head and froze on the spot. The sudden kiss caught him completely off guard, and his heart began to pound wildly. Luo Qingwu quickly released him, her cheeks flushing with a charming blush. This is tonight's reward. Keep up the good work. Her voice was soft and sweet with a hint of mischief, and her eyes sparkled with a cunning light. Chu Chen's face instantly turned red to the roots of his neck, and he stammered, I understand. Luo Qingwu couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at his helpless expression. All right, go back and rest. There's even more intense training tomorrow. Chu Chen nodded and strode towards the door, still savoring the sensation of that moment. After leaving Luo Qingwu's room, Chu Chen leaned against the door and let out a long sigh of relief. Too much happened tonight. He needs time to process it all. Back in his room, Chu Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to cultivate and digest the gains of the night. He activated the creation source, and the source energy flowed through his meridians much faster and more refined than before. After today's hellish training and the fusion of source energy with Luo Qingwu, the primordial spiritual source within my body has become even more active. To his surprise, he discovered that his strength had increased from the early stage of the second tier of Awakener to nearly the middle stage of the second tier. This improvement speed is too fast. Chu Chen exclaimed excitedly in his heart. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least a month of arduous training to progress from the early to the middle stages of the second level. And he made such great progress in just one day. Master, don't be too happy yet, Lingxi's voice rang out at the right time, tinged with worry. Although the creation source can indeed make your cultivation speed far exceed that of ordinary people, improving too quickly may not be a good thing. Chu Chen was taken aback for a moment and asked, why? Isn't it a good thing to improve your strength quickly? In the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing is an unstable foundation, Lingxi explained patiently. Your source power level is increasing rapidly, but your understanding and control of source power haven't kept up. If this continues, it's easy for your source veins to become disordered. Chu Chen's heart tightened. What should I do? We must first stabilize our cultivation. Lingxi's tone became serious. Before you break through to the mid-stage of the second tier, you need to completely solidify your current level. Clearly understand every source vein in your body and make your body fully adapt to the current power. Chu Chen nodded, finding it to be very reasonable. Following Lingxi's guidance, he began to slow down the flow of his source energy, carefully sensing the flow of each strand of source energy within his source veins. At first, Chu Chen was not used to this slow-paced cultivation. The primordial energy within my body is unusually active, always craving to circulate rapidly. But with Lingxi's constant reminders, he gradually learned to control himself. Yes, that's it, Lingxi said with satisfaction. Cultivation is not about speed, but about stability and solidity. Time passed slowly, and Chu Chen was completely immersed in cultivation. He carefully examined each of the source meridians within his body, sensing the flow of source energy within them. Gradually, he noticed some details he hadn't seen before. For example, in the source meridian of the arm, there are several places where the source energy does not flow smoothly. There's also the source meridian in my legs. Although the source energy can pass through, there always feels some obstruction. These are all signs of an unstable foundation, Lindsay explained. If we don't make adjustments in time, we will encounter bottlenecks when we try to break through to higher levels in the future. Chu Chen focused more intently on making adjustments, carefully guiding his source energy to clear any blockages. This process was much more difficult than he had imagined. Several times, he almost lost control of the flow of the source energy, nearly causing the source vein to oscillate. Slow down even more, Lindsay kept reminding her. Cultivation cannot be rushed. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Chu Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although time is tight, it would be a great loss to ruin the foundation because of impatience. Having figured this out, Chu Chen's state of mind became much more peaceful. He no longer pursued rapid breakthroughs, but instead focused on consolidating his existing cultivation level. A few hours later, Chu Chen felt that the flow of source energy had become smoother, and the operation of source energy had formed a perfect cycle. Every wisp of source energy could flow precisely according to his will. The source energy, which was originally somewhat weak, has now become incredibly solid. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his control over the source energy had improved to a higher level. Very good, your foundation is now very solid, Lindsay said approvingly. In this way, even if we break through to a higher level in the future, there will be no hidden danger of an unstable foundation. Chu Chen opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. He could feel that his strength was more solid than before. If the previous force was a pile of sand, then now it is solid rock. At this moment, Lindsay said to Chu Chen, Master, Luo Qingwu's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. It can help her awaken, which will also be of great benefit to your cultivation. What are the benefits? Chu Chen asked curiously. Her bloodline contains ancient bloodline power. By merging with her source power, your creation source will also be nourished and evolved, Lindsay explained. Simply put, helping her is helping yourself. Chu Chen nodded. This was an unexpected delight. However, 2 years is indeed a very tight time frame. Lindsay's voice turned serious. At your current cultivation speed, you'll need more opportunities to reach a point where you can fully help her awaken her bloodline within 2 years. What opportunity? Chu Chen asked himself. The formal source weapon forging training that starts tomorrow is an opportunity, Lindsay reminded her. Mentorship Taishan is no ordinary person, and the all-attribute affinity talent you have shown may bring you unexpected gains. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, there's also origin weapon forging. If one can become a high-level source weapon master, not only will one gain access to a large amount of cultivation resources, but one will also be able to forge powerful source weapons for oneself. Thinking of this, Chu Chen became even more determined to become stronger. I will become a true powerhouse in 2 years. As night deepened, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. In the next room, Luo Qingwu was standing by the window, looking at the faint light coming from Chu Chen's room, a faint smile on her lips. Chu Chen, I hope you can grow up soon, she murmured softly. Time is really running out. Chapter 38 Fiery Whip. Luo Qingwu's training and discipline. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chu Chen was immersed in cultivation when there was a sudden knock on the door. Chu Chen, wake up. Today's special training is about to begin. Luo Qingwu's voice came from outside the door. Chu Chen opened his eyes and found that it was just getting light. So early? Chu Chen rubbed his eyes. He had been cultivating late last night and was still a little sleepy. Good morning? Do you think becoming strong is an easy thing? Luo Qingwu pushed open the door and entered, already changed into tight-fitting training clothes. The form-fitting material perfectly accentuated her wasp waist and shapely hips, while her full breasts rose and fell slightly with her breath, and her long, beautiful legs gleamed alluringly in the morning light. Chu Chen blushed slightly and his heart raced when he saw her outfit. Have you seen enough? Luo Qingwu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Aren't you going to wash up? Come down for breakfast in 10 minutes. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, the perfect curve of her hips making Chu Chen unable to look away. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen rushed to the dining room, where Luo Qingwu had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Today's training will be more intense than yesterday's, Luo Qingwu said while eating breakfast. Are you ready? Chu Chen nodded. Although he was a little uneasy, he knew he had to become stronger because of Luo Qingwu's situation. Very good, let's set off after we finish eating, Luo Qinggu said with satisfaction. Half an hour later, the two returned to the underground VIP training room of the Source Power Training Building. Let us do something exciting today. Luo Qinggu walked to the gravity regulator and her fingers flew across the panel. 5 times gravity? Chu Chen stared at the numbers flashing on the screen, swallowing hard. They're trying to kill me. What, scared? Luo Qinggu glanced back at him, a provocative smile playing on her lips. I never said I was afraid. Chu Chen straightened his back and silently encouraged himself. Very good. Luo Qinggu activated the gravity regulator, and the entire training room was instantly enveloped in a heavy sense of oppression. Chu Chen felt as if his body was being crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder, making it difficult even to lift his hand. Have you gotten used to it? Luo Qinggu took out a long whip from the storage cabinet, the whip gleaming with a faint red light. What is this? Chu Chen stared at the whip, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Flame Source Power Whip. Luo Qinggu gently stroked the whip, and instantly a bright red light shone, with blazing flames enveloping the entire whip. The first training exercise today is to dodge my whip. What? Chu Chen's eyes widened. That's too cruel. I'm not a masochist. Ruthless? Luo Qinggu sneered. Do you think those enemies who want to kill you will show you any mercy? Have you forgotten the ambush last night? Chu Chen remembered the man in black from last night and immediately put away his complaints. Don't worry, I'll control my strength. Luo Qinggu smiled sweetly, but that smile looked particularly dangerous. At most, I'll let you experience the temperature of a barbecue. Chu Chen's lips twitched. The gentler the woman's tone, the more uneasy he felt. Are you ready? Luo Qinggu gripped her long whip tightly, leaning her delicate body slightly forward in an attack stance. Her tight-fitting training clothes accentuated her perfect figure, and paired with the burning whip in her hand, she looked both sexy and dangerous. Wait, I haven't. Before the words were even finished, the flaming whip came hurtling towards them. Chu Chen quickly rolled to the right, barely avoiding the attack. The scorching heat blew past him, causing a cold sweat to break out on his back. Good reaction. Luo Qinggu nodded approvingly, then flicked her wrist, and the whip struck again. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and began to practice the footwork techniques from the Basic Physical Techniques manual, his feet moving continuously. Under 5 times the gravity, every movement requires 5 times the normal effort. After dodging several attacks, Chu Chen was already panting heavily. Focus! Luo Qinggu shouted, her long whip transforming into a fiery serpent, striking Chu Chen's waist from an unexpected angle. Chu Chen didn't have time to completely dodge the flames grazed his clothes. Instantly, a burnt smell wafted over, and a charred mark appeared on the clothes. Ouch! 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 Chu Chen shouted, jumping up and down as he quickly patted the sparks off his clothes. That'll teach you to concentrate. Luo Qinggu retracted her whip, giving him a scolding look. Continue. For the next half hour, Chu Chen's screams echoed continuously from the training room. However, under Luo Qinggu's loving guidance, Chu Chen has made further progress in the use of footwork and basic physical techniques. Gradually, he became able to dodge 3 or 4 attacks in a row. Not bad, your progress is quite obvious. Luo Qinggu put away her whip and looked at Chu Chen, who was covered in smoke, with satisfaction. Chu Chen sat on the ground, panting heavily. His clothes were covered in charred marks, and his hair was curly. He complained, I feel like I'm being roasted alive. This is nothing. Luo Qinggu walked to his side and reached out to tidy his burnt hair. The warm, soft touch made Chu Chen's heart race. The second training item is the accuracy of source power. Luo Qinggu pointed to the other side of the training room, where several targets of different sizes were placed. Under 5 times the gravity, use source force to hit the center of those targets. Chu Chen struggled to his feet and walked to the designated spot. He raised his hand to gather source energy, but found that under the suppression of 5 times the gravity, both gathering and releasing source energy became difficult. The first burst of force propelled the object outwards, deviating from the target by a full half meter. Let us start over. Luo Qinggu stood behind him, her voice gentle yet brooking no refusal. Chu Chen took a deep breath, recalling Ling Shi's previous guidance. Under the pressure of gravity, it is even more important to calm the mind and concentrate to make the flow of source energy smoother. The second shot missed the bullseye by 20 centimeters. The third shot missed the bullseye by 10 centimeters. The 15th shot hit the bullseye accurately. Very good. Luo Qingwu clapped her hands in praise, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Your progress is faster than I expected. Chu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. Although the training was tough, seeing Luo Qingwu's satisfied expression made it all worthwhile. Let's take a break and get ready for lunch. Luo Qingwu took out her communicator and ordered a deluxe source energy meal. Half an hour later, the restaurant staff delivered the beautifully packaged meal to the entrance of the meditation room. The roasted source energy beast meat, the steamed source energy fish, and various vegetables and fruits all exuded a faint source energy fluctuation. Eat more, the training this afternoon will be even more tiring. Luo Qingwu elegantly cut the beast meat, her movements pleasing to the eye. Is there training this afternoon? Chu Chen's mouth was full of food, and his words were somewhat muffled. Of course. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Live fire training under 5 times gravity. Chu Chen almost choked on his food. This woman is trying to train him to death. After a short rest following lunch, Luo Qingwu stood up again. Are you ready? The main event this afternoon is about to begin. She moved her wrists, and her joints made a slight cracking sound. Looking at her eager expression, Chu Chen suddenly felt like he had been tricked. Chapter 39 Practical Breakthrough. Mid-stage second-tier awakener. Today I will suppress my strength to the 3rd level of awakener, which is 1 level higher than yours. As soon as Luo Qingwu finished speaking, Chu Chen felt an even stronger sense of oppression coming over him. The source energy within her body began to fluctuate, and her previously restrained aura slowly began to be released. Chu Chen's eyes widened. Then am I going to get completely thrashed? Your opponent won't show mercy just because you're weak. Luo Qingwu's expression turned serious. The man in black last night is the best example. If you hadn't been hiding your strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Chen swallowed. Although Luo Qingwu's words made sense, the difference of 1 level, coupled with her rich combat experience, meant that this practical training was destined to be brutal. Master, do not use the creation source today either. Lingxi's voice rang in Chu Chen's mind. Only under extreme conditions can one unleash their full potential. Chu Chen nodded secretly, activated the basic physical techniques, and assumed a fighting stance. Very good, quite impressive. Luo Qingwu nodded in satisfaction. However, proper posture does not guarantee its effectiveness in actual combat. Before she could finish speaking, her figure vanished from the spot. Chu Chen was startled and quickly rolled to his left. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind swept past the spot where he had just been standing. The reaction is good, Luo Qingwu's voice came from the right, but the speed is still too slow. Just as Chu Chen was about to turn around, a slender hand patted his shoulder. A tremendous force pushed him forward, causing him to stagger a few steps. Under 5 times gravity, your movements have become much slower. Luo Qingwu withdrew her hand. Let us try again. For the next 10 minutes, Chu Chen was completely dominated. Although Luo Qingwu suppressed her strength, her combat experience was far richer than Chu Chen's. Every attack was perfectly timed, putting enough pressure on Chu Chen without actually hurting him. You can only play defensively? Luo Qingwu stopped her attack and shook her head in disappointment. Real combat isn't hide and seek. Chu Chen was panting heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat. The combination of 5 times the gravity and high-intensity dodging caused him to consume a great deal of his source energy. I'll try to fight back. Chu Chen took a deep breath, pushed off with his feet, and charged towards Luo Qingwu. That's more like it. Luo Qingwu smiled and met Chu Chen's attack head-on. The two clashed instantly. Chu Chen threw a punch, but Luo Qingwu easily dodged it and struck Chu Chen's chest with her palm. Chu Chen quickly retreated, raising his left hand to block. Luo Qingwu's palm collided with his arm, and the force from the impact made his entire arm go numb. Your strength is decent, but your technique is terrible, Luo Qingwu commented. Let's try again. The battle continued, and Chu Chen gradually found his rhythm. Although his combat experience was far inferior to Luo Qingwu's, through repeated encounters, he began to learn to observe his opponent's movements and predict their attack routes. Not bad, you've improved. Luo Qingwu nodded approvingly, but it's not enough. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, and her aura surged dramatically. Although his strength was still suppressed at the 3rd level of the Awakener, his combat skills were fully unleashed. The real battle begins now. Luo Qingwu shouted, her figure flashing like a ghost as she unleashed a barrage of punches like a torrential downpour. Xu Chen's pupils contracted. The intensity of this attack was far beyond what he could achieve with his previous strength. He gritted his teeth and activated the basic physical techniques, desperately trying to dodge, but under the suppression of 5 times the gravity, his movements still couldn't keep up with Luo Qingwu's speed. Bang! A palm struck Xu Chen squarely in the chest, the immense force sending him flying and crashing heavily into the wall of the training room. Get up! Luo Qingwu said coldly, the enemy won't give you time to rest. Xu Chen struggled to get up from the ground, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The source energy within his body circulated rapidly under the intense impact. The pressure of 5 times gravity and Luo Qingwu's ever-increasing attacks pushed his body and source energy to their limits. Is this your limit? Luo Qingwu charged again, her fists whistling through the air. Too weak. Just when Xu Chen thought he was about to be completely defeated, a strange power suddenly surged within him. That was the rebound after being pushed to the limit, an epiphany on the edge of life and death. Stop right there! Xu Chen roared and, at the critical moment, accurately grabbed Luo Qingwu's wrist. A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes, followed by a relieved smile. Not bad, it's finally starting to look good. Just then, Xu Chen felt a subtle change in the source energy within his body. This is... Xu Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the previously somewhat sluggish flow of source energy had become smoother, and the total amount of source energy in his body had also increased significantly. He broke through? Luo Qingwu noticed the change in the source energy fluctuations on Xu Chen's body. She stopped attacking, a look of surprise on her face, mid-stage second-tier awakener. Xu Chen felt the surging source power within his body and excitedly clenched his fist. Although it was only a small improvement, the sense of accomplishment from this breakthrough made him extremely satisfied. Your talent is really remarkable. Luo Qingwu walked to his side and reached out to touch his forehead. The fact that you can still break through under such high-intensity training shows that your foundation is very solid. A warm, soft hand touched his forehead, and the faint fragrance emanating from Luo Qingwu made Xu Chen's heart race again. That concludes today's training. Luo Qingwu withdrew her hand. Go take a shower, and then you should go see Instructor Shi. Xu Chen nodded and walked towards the bathroom in the cultivation room. The warm water washed over his tired body as Xu Chen recalled the combat training he had just undergone. Although he was being overwhelmed by Luo Qingwu, this practical experience was extremely valuable to him. Master, today's gains are substantial. Not only has my strength improved, but my combat awareness has also been honed, Lingxi's voice rang out. Yes, although I got beaten up badly, I did learn very quickly. Xu Chen rinsed his hair. He added, but Qingwu's last attack really tried to kill me. She is trying to unleash your potential, Lingxi explained. Only in a true life or death crisis can a cultivator break through their own limits. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Xu Chen bid farewell to Luo Qingwu and headed towards the source equipment building. At the entrance of the source building, Shi Taizhan was already waiting there. Today he was wearing a simple gray robe and looked particularly serious. Xiao Chun, you've come at the right time. Shi Taizhan looked Xu Chen up and down. Your source energy fluctuations are a bit different. And... He frowned slightly and said, there are still signs of a fight on your body? Greetings, Master. I have just broken through to the mid-stage of the second level of the Awakening Source Realm, Xu Chen replied truthfully. Not bad, not bad. Shi Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Your cultivation progress is very stable. Today I will teach you some deeper forging knowledge. The two entered the source building and arrived at Shi Taizhan's private studio. Sit down. Shi Taizhan pointed to a chair. Today we won't start forging, let's talk about theory first. Xu Chen obediently sat down, waiting for his master's guidance. The all-attribute affinity you displayed yesterday reminded me of an ancient legend. Shi Taizhan's expression turned serious. The legend of the god of forging. Legend has it that this being not only possesses affinity with all attributes, but also... He paused for a moment, then looked deeply at Xu Chen, create a divine artifact that surpasses even the heavenly grade. Chapter 40 The Astounding First Forging. The god of forging? Xu Chen's eyes widened, his face full of doubt. That's right, it's the god of forging. Shi Taizhan got up and walked to the bookshelf, took out an ancient book with intricate patterns on the cover, exuding a sense of the weight of time. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, there was a master blacksmith who possessed the ability to be compatible with all attributes. Sir Taizhan opened the book and pointed to one of the illustrations. In the image, a blurry figure stands in front of a furnace, holding a long sword that emits a dazzling light. The artifacts he forged surpassed the limits of the heavenly grade and were called divine artifacts. Chu Chen leaned closer to examine it closely. The long sword in the painting was indeed extraordinary. Even just from the illustration, one could feel the immense power it contained. So what happened to him in the end? Chu Chen asked curiously. Sir Tishan's expression turned serious. Disappeared. Along with all his artifacts, they vanished from the world overnight without a trace. Some say he ascended to godhood, while others say he was assassinated by other forces who stole his treasure. In short, since then, no one has been able to forge divine artifacts. Chu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This story didn't sound like a good omen. He asked, Master, are you saying that I might end up on the same path as him? Not necessarily. Sir Taizhan shook his head. But the abilities you displayed yesterday are indeed similar to those of the legendary god of forging. So today I'm going to teach you some life-saving skills. He walked to the workbench and picked up several different pieces of metal. First, you must learn to hide your abilities. While having all attribute affinity is powerful, it can also easily bring trouble. Chu Chen nodded repeatedly. Sir Taizhan had warned him to keep it a secret yesterday. He asked, then what should I do? Learn to control the output of source power. Sir Taizhan placed a piece of ordinary refined iron in front of Chu Chen. Try to use the least amount of source energy to sense this material, without making it glow. Chu Chen took a deep breath and carefully circulated his source energy. This time, he didn't unleash his full power, but instead gradually increased his output. Sure enough, when the source energy output was controlled within a very small range, the refined iron only vibrated slightly and did not emit a dazzling light. Very good. Sir Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Remember this feeling. Use this level of source power when forging in front of outsiders in the future. This way you can showcase your talent without being too outrageous. For the next hour, under Sir Tishan's guidance, Chu Chen repeatedly practiced controlling the output of source power. From completely concealing his abilities, to moderately displaying them, and then unleashing them at full power, he gradually mastered the knack of it. Alright, you've hidden yourself very well now. Next, let's start learning the real forging techniques. Sir Taizhan put away the books and took out a palm-sized piece of black metal from the storage cabinet. This is a first-grade low-grade source iron with no attributes, making it most suitable for beginners to practice with. Chu Chen took the source iron. It felt slightly cool to the touch, with a rough surface and an unremarkable appearance. Your goal is simple, Sir Taizhan said, pointing to the various tools on the workbench. Use this piece of source iron to forge a low-grade ordinary source weapon. Even the simplest short sword will do, as long as it can be considered a source weapon, then you've entered the basics. Chu Chen gripped the source iron, feeling somewhat nervous. Although I demonstrated my all-attribute affinity yesterday, this was my first time actually forging something. He asked, Master, where should I begin? The first step, smelting. Sir Taizhan walked to an exquisite furnace, its body engraved with intricate runes. This is a source furnace, which is more precise than an ordinary furnace. You need to input source energy to control the flame temperature and completely refine the source iron. Chu Chen carefully placed the source iron into the furnace and, following Sir Tishan's instructions, slowly channeled source energy into it. Instantly, orange-red flames erupted inside the furnace. Under his control, the temperature gradually increased, and the source iron began to glow red and soften. Very good, the temperature is well controlled. Sir Taizhan observed from the side, occasionally reminding Chu Chen to adjust the heat. 10 minutes later, the source iron completely turned into a liquid state and tumbled inside the furnace. Take it out now and forge it while it's still hot. Sir Taizhan handed Chu Chen a pair of specially made pliers. Chu Chen picked up the scorching liquid metal and carefully poured it into the groove on the workbench. The orange-red molten metal quickly solidified, returning to a solid state. The second step is to forge it into shape. Sir Taizhan picked up a simple-looking hammer. This is a source force forging hammer. After being infused with source force, it can better shape the internal structure of metal. Chu Chen took the hammer. Its heavy weight made his arm feel heavy. He channeled his source energy into the hammer, and the hammerhead immediately emitted a faint light. Remember, forging is not just simple hammering. Sure, Taizhan demonstrated the hammer swinging motion. Every hammer blow must have a purpose. You must feel the changes in the metal. Chu Chen took a deep breath, raised the hammer, and brought it down heavily. When a crisp collision sounded, and sparks flew everywhere. Strangely, the moment the hammer touched the metal, a scene appeared before Chu Chen's eyes. That was a diagram of the internal structure of the source iron, with countless fine lines crisscrossing and forming a complex network. He can clearly see which areas need improvement and which areas need to be reshaped. This is... Chu Chen was stunned. This feeling was too magical. He continued hammering, and that strange feeling became clearer and clearer. He can see the subtle changes in the internal structure of the metal with each hammer blow, and he can feel the flow of the source force within the metal. With the help of this see-through ability, Chu Chen's forging became exceptionally precise. Every hammer blow is just right, neither damaging the original structure nor failing to perfectly reshape it. An hour later, a beautifully crafted short sword appeared on the workbench. This Sure Taizhan stared wide-eyed, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The short sword is about 3 feet long, with a straight blade and a sharp edge. More importantly, there was a faint light flowing across the sword, which was a manifestation of the source energy circulating within it. Sure Taizhan picked up the short sword and examined it carefully, his shock growing deeper. Chu Chen, are you sure this is your first time forging a sword? It really is my first time, Chu Chen said, somewhat puzzled. Master, is there a problem? This is a huge problem. Sure Taizhan exclaimed, brandishing his short sword excitedly. This sword has reached the level of mid-grade mortal sword, and is even close to high-grade mortal sword. Chu Chen was stunned. That powerful? Do you know how long it takes an ordinary blacksmithing apprentice to forge a mid-grade ordinary source weapon? Sure Taizhan's voice trembled slightly, at least half a year. And you need to have exceptional talent. Chu Chen, did you feel anything special during the forging process just now? Sure Taizhan asked in a low voice. Chu Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to tell Sure Taizhan the truth. I can see the internal structure of metal. Chu Chen said in a low voice, with each strike, I can clearly see the flow of the source energy. Sure Taizhan gasped. Source path perception. His voice was practically squeezed out through clenched teeth. You actually awaken source path perception. Source path perception? Chu Chen asked doubtfully. That's a special ability that only legendary blacksmithing masters can possess. Sure Taizhan was so excited that his hands were trembling. Able to directly see through the material's fundamental energy structure and precisely control every forging process. The last blacksmith with the ability to perceive the source path eventually became a level 9 source weapon master. Sure Taizhan suddenly grabbed Chu Chen's arm. Chu Chen, you absolutely cannot let anyone know about this. Chu Chen sensed the seriousness in Sure Taizhan's tone and nodded solemnly. Master, rest assured, I understand the importance of this. Sure Taizhan said, all right, your situation has exceeded my expectations. I'll replan your study schedule. Xiao Chun, you should go back and rest first. Remember, from today onwards, in front of outsiders you are just an ordinary apprentice with some talent, understand? Chu Chen nodded solemnly. Okay, thank you for your guidance, master. After leaving the source building, Chu Chen slowly walked back to the villa. As the sun sets, students stroll around the campus in 2s and 3s, looking relaxed and carefree. As Chu Chen was walking, he suddenly sensed several malevolent auras locking onto him. Chapter 41 Ice and Snow Goddess School Beauty Su Ruoxue. As Chu Chen was walking, he suddenly sensed several malevolent auras locking onto him. He pretended to be nonchalant and continued walking forward, but he was already on high alert. Master, be careful, someone is following you. Lingxi's voice rang in her mind. I can feel it, Chu Chen replied silently, quickening his pace involuntarily. Ahead was a small grove of trees, a place students rarely pass through. He had just reached the edge of the woods when several figures suddenly appeared from all sides and surrounded him. The leader was Li Tianyang, followed by 4 or 5 followers of the first and second rank of originators. Chu Chen, we meet again. Li Tianyang stepped forward with a cold smile. You got away last time, but this time Luo Qingwu won't be here to save you. Chu Chen glanced around and realized that these people all possessed the strength of originators, and there were many of them. He was definitely no match for them with his current strength. Li Tianyang, what are you trying to do? He appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was already thinking about an escape route. What are you doing? Li Tianyang sneered. Of course, I'm going to teach you a lesson, you arrogant fool. Today I'm going to show you what reality is. With that, Li Tianyan waved to his henchman to come forward. Several students at the Origin Master level immediately released their Origin power pressure, pressing down on Xu Chen. He felt a little short of breath. Although these people were not as strong as Luo Qingguo individually, their numbers were large and their combined pressure was not to be underestimated. What, scared? Li Tianyang became even more smug when he saw Xu Chen's pale face. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare you this time. Xu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, while his mind raced, trying to come up with a solution. Lingxi, I'm about to make my move, he secretly transmitted. Master, wait, someone's coming. Just as Lingxi finished speaking, a clear, cold voice came from outside the woods. Li Tianyang, what are you doing? A delicate shout suddenly came from not far away. Everyone turned to look, and saw a girl in a white dress walking over. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate appearance like a work of art carefully sculpted by God. Her skin was as white as snow, and she exuded a faint, cold aura. What's most striking is her long, silvery white hair, which shimmers in the sunset, breathtakingly beautiful. Su Ruoxue? When Li Tianyang saw the person who came, his face turned ugly. This is none of your business. Get out of here. The girl named Su Ruoxue glanced at Xu Chen, who was surrounded in the middle, and said coldly to Li Tianyang, do you feel a sense of accomplishment from bullying the weak? I told you, this is none of your business. Li Tianyang said angrily. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Su Ruoxue did not answer, but walked straight towards Xu Chen. The aura emanating from her caused the attackers to involuntarily take a few steps back. Are you all right? Su Ruoxue stopped in front of Xu Chen, her voice still cold, but he could sense a hint of concern in it. I'm fine, thank you. Xu Chen was a little surprised. Why would this strange girl help him? Su Ruoxue, don't push your luck. Li Tianyang was furious when he was ignored. I'll teach you a lesson too. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to attack together. Several students at the Origin Master level immediately activated their Origin power, preparing to make their move. Su Ruoxue slowly turned around, her long, silvery white hair fluttering in the wind. She raised her right hand, and a ball of icy blue light suddenly condensed in her palm. The temperature around us dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant, and even tiny ice crystals began to condense in the air. Ice attribute source power? And this strength? Xu Chen looked at Su Ruoxue and surprised the source energy pressure she exuded was even stronger than that of Luo Qingguo. An 8th tier originator? Li Tianyang's face turned deathly pale instantly. He was only at the 3rd level of the originator, and he was no match for Su Ruoxue. He never expected that this usually low-key ice queen of the school had actually reached the terrifying strength of the 8th level of the originator. You should know that even these so-called geniuses are mostly only at the 3rd or 4th level of the originator. Aren't you leaving yet? Su Ruoxue's voice was cold, and the icy blue light in her hand emitted an even stronger chill. Li Tianyang gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he dared not confront the opponent head-on due to the absolute difference in strength. Xu Chen, you're lucky today. I won't let you get away with this. He glared at Xu Chen fiercely and waved for his men to retreat. The henchman didn't dare linger and quickly followed Li Tianyang away. The forest quieted down again, Su Ruoxue withdrew her Origin power, and the surrounding temperature gradually rose. She turned to look at Xu Chen, her long, silvery white hair swaying gently in the breeze. You're Xu Chen? Xu Chen was somewhat surprised. You know me? Su Ruoxue nodded. The whole school knows about the day I was forcibly kissed by Luo Qingguo in the retest of my talent. He was a little embarrassed, not expecting that he had become the talk of the school. Su Ruoxue carefully examined Xu Chen, a hint of curiosity flashing in her silver eyes. You've reached the mid-stage of the 2nd level of the Source Awakener in such a short time? And your source power aura is very special, it has a kind of, very comfortable feeling. As she spoke, she took a step closer, instantly reducing the distance between them to less than half a meter. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from her, as elegant as a snow lotus. There's definitely a reason why Qingguo chose you, Su Ruoxue said softly, her tone thoughtful. Xu Chen asked in confusion, you know Qingguo? And you just called her little sister? A complex look flashed in Su Ruoxue's eyes. We are friends, I guess. We've known each other since we were little, and our relationship is special. He quickly thanked her. Thank you for what happened earlier, Senior Su. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. Su Ruoxue glanced at him, her tone somewhat playful. Are you sure? I'm not as easy to talk to as Qingwu, you know. Chu Chen nodded seriously. Yes, although I am still too weak now, I will become stronger. Interesting. Su Ruoxue's lips curled up slightly. This was the first time Chu Chen had seen a change in her expression. That smile in that instant was like ice and snow melting, spring flowers blooming, so beautiful that Chu Chen was somewhat stunned. Okay, I got it. She turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps. Chu Chen, be careful. Li Tianyang won't let this go. After saying that, she walked straight out of the woods, leaving Chu Chen standing there alone. Master, this Su Ruoxue is no ordinary person. Ling Xi's voice echoed in his mind. I sensed that her bloodline aura was just as unique as Luo Qingwu's, and it seemed that she was also suppressing something. Chu Chen seemed to be deep and thought it seemed that Su Ruoxue also had a secret. Just as he was about to leave, his communicator suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chu Chen immediately answered, Qingwu? Chu Chen, where are you? Luo Qingwu's voice came through the communicator, tinged with urgency. I ran into a little trouble at school, but it's been resolved, Chu Chen said simply. A little trouble? What do you mean? Luo Qingwu pressed. Chu Chen thought for a moment and then briefly recounted what had just happened. That bastard Li Tianyang. Luo Qingwu's voice was filled with anger. Next time I see him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Never mind, Su Ruoxue has already taken care of it for me, Chu Chen comforted him. Su Ruoxue? Luo Qingwu's tone carried a hint of surprise. Why would she help you? I don't know either, but she is a really nice person, he replied. Luo Qingwu was silent for a moment, then said, Chu Chen, come back to the villa first. There's news about the man in black who attacked you. Chapter 42 Underground Organization? Source Energy Wilderness Journey. Back at the villa, Chu Chen smelled an enticing aroma as soon as he entered. You're back? Let's eat first, and chat while we eat. Luo Qingwu, dressed in simple home clothes, was setting out various exquisite dishes made with source energy on the dining table. She said earnestly, by the way, I found some clues about the identities of those men in black. Chu Chen put down his chopsticks and listened attentively. They're an underground organization called Black Hand, specializing in all sorts of shady jobs. Luo Qingwu's expression turned serious. Assassination, kidnapping, theft, they do everything. Why would this organization target me? Chu Chen frowned. He was just an ordinary student and shouldn't have offended such a dangerous organization. It's also possible that someone from the school hired this organization. Luo Qingwu picked up a piece of source beast meat and put it into Chu Chen's bowl. She continued, for example, someone like Li Tianyang, who has connections and money, could very well pay someone to deal with you. He recalled his encounter in the woods earlier that day. Li Tianyang's eyes were indeed filled with malice. Don't think about that now, I'll continue the investigation. Luo Qingwu waved her hand. The most important thing right now is to improve our strength as soon as possible. She continued, by the way, how did your studies with teacher Shi go today? Not bad, I gained something, Chu Chen replied perfunctorily. He did not elaborate on his awakening of the source path perception, and Shi Taizhan repeatedly instructed him to keep it a secret, not even telling Luo Qingwu. Follow instructor Shi closely to learn forging, and strive to join the Source Weapon Master Guild as soon as possible. Luo Qingwu said earnestly, once you become a Source Weapon Master, those who look down on you will look up to you and even try to win you over. Chu Chen nodded. The status of Source Weapon Masters was indeed very high. Even the Federation's high-ranking officials had to show them respect. By the way, did Su Ruoxue save you just now? She really knows how to pick her timing. He asked, Qingwu, do you know Senior Su? You know her? Luo Qingwu sneered. We've known each other since we were kids, and our relationship is complicated. Anyway, stay away from her. She stood up, leaned closer to Chu Chen, and breathed warmly on his ear. Now you are my man, you are not allowed to have designs on other women, especially her. I didn't have any ulterior motives. She helped me today on her own initiative, Chu Chen quickly explained, his heart racing. He genuinely had no other feelings for Su Ruoxue, he was simply grateful. Humph, you men are all the same. You can't even walk past a pretty girl. Luo Qingwu pouted, her eyes filled with jealousy. Qingwu, no matter how beautiful Su Ruoxue is, she can't compare to you. In my heart, you are the most beautiful, Chu Chen quickly coaxed. Luo Qingwu smiled with satisfaction, then blushed slightly and gave Chu Chen a light kiss on the cheek. You know what's good for you. Chu Chen blushed upon feeling Luo Qingwu's kiss. The two continued eating and chatting, and time passed by without them realizing it. After dinner, Chu Chen returned to his room to cultivate the Genesis origin technique, while Luo Qingwu went back to her own room. Late at night, he felt a slight increase in the source energy within his body, and only then did he end his cultivation and prepare to rest. I had just lain down when there was a knock on the door. Chu Chen, are you asleep? Luo Qingwu's voice came from outside the door. Not yet, what's wrong? Chu Chen got up and opened the door. He saw Luo Qingwu standing at the door in a silk nightgown, looking exceptionally beautiful in the dim light of the corridor. Tomorrow's the weekend, I'll take you somewhere. Luo Qingwu smiled mysteriously. Get some rest, we'll get up at 5 tomorrow. 5 o'clock? So early? Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. Yes, the place we're going to is quite far. Luo Qingwu nodded and turned to go back to her room. Chu Chen lay in bed, wondering where Luo Qingwu was going to take him, but exhaustion quickly lulled him into a dream. At 5 o'clock the next morning, there was a knock on his door. Get up! We're going to the Source Energy Wilderness for training today. Luo Qingwu urged him. Chu Chen instantly regained his senses. The wilderness of Source Energy? That's a dangerous place. He remembered his instructor saying that there were ferocious beasts at the level of originators in the Source Energy Wilderness, and that if you weren't careful, you would be torn to pieces. With my strength, going to the wilderness would be suicide, wouldn't it? Chu Chen asked. Don't worry, it's just in the outermost area of the wilderness, Luo Qingwu replied from outside the door. Luo Qingwu pushed open the door and walked in, and Chu Chen was instantly stunned. She had already changed into the silver moon battle armor, the close-fitting silver soft armor perfectly outlining her figure, and her long legs looked exceptionally long wrapped in specially made leg guards. The faint glow of source energy flowing on her battle armor gave her an aura of heroism. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and change your clothes. Luo Qingwu tossed a storage ring to Chu Chen. Here you'll find source energy replenishing potions, some pills, several sets of high-grade ordinary source energy armor, and some high-grade ordinary source artifacts that you can currently use. Chu Chen accepted the ring, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He said gratefully, Qingwu, thank you for being so good to me. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him, but still said gently, what are you thanking me for? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Chu Chen nodded, then he poured source energy into the storage ring. The ring had about 5 cubic meters of space inside, with various source energy items neatly arranged. Chu Chen casually put the short sword he had forged yesterday into it as well. Half an hour later, after they had breakfast, the two of them boarded the source energy hover train heading to the source energy wilderness. The atmosphere inside the train was completely different from that of a regular school bus. A chilling aura permeated the carriage. Chu Chen glanced around and found that the car was full of powerful origin warriors, as well as many senior students from the school. Most of them are at the high level of awakening source, with a few being strong individuals at the low level of origin master. Is this your first time in the wilderness? A senior from another school sitting opposite Chu Chen noticed his nervousness. Yes. Chu Chen nodded. Newbie, remember this, once you're in the wilderness, throw away all the politeness and courtesy you had at school, the senior student said in a low voice. There's only one rule: there come out alive. The train slowly slowed down, and a huge steel fortress appeared ahead. We've arrived at the border post of the Source Energy Wilderness. The announcement came over the loudspeaker, and everyone began to prepare their equipment. Chu Chen looked out the car window. The dense array of energy turrets on the high walls of the fortress gleamed with a dangerous light, and energy users patrolled the air. Behind that wall lies the true wilderness of energy. Luo Qingwu stood up. Get ready to get off the bus. Inside the fortress checkpoint, a bearded inspector is verifying identities. Luo Qingwu, level 3 originator, passed. Chu Chen, level 2 awakener. The inspector looked up at Chu Chen, his expression somewhat strange. Kid, are you sure you want to go into the wilderness? With your strength, you can't even handle the savage beasts on the outskirts. He is with me, I'll protect him, Luo Qingwu said coldly. The inspector shook his head and stamped the pass. We are not responsible for any deaths or injuries. Sign this. Chu Chen reluctantly signed the waiver. Stepping out of the checkpoint, a heavy metal gate came into view. As the gate slowly opened, a wild and dangerous aura rushed out. Outside the door was a dense forest, with ancient trees reaching for the sky and vines entwining it, exuding a strong energy fluctuation everywhere. Welcome to the Source Energy Wilderness. Luo Qinggu chuckled and stepped out of the gate first. Chu Chen took a deep breath and followed. Less than 10 minutes after entering the forest, a deep roar came from ahead. Iron Fang Wolf, Tier 3 Beast. Luo Qinggu stopped and turned to look at Chu Chen, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Alright, it's your turn. Chu Chen's heart started pounding. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw a pair of eyes gleaming with green light staring intently at him. Chapter 43 First Kill in the Wilderness. The True Source Beast. Chu Chen clenched his fist, and the source energy within his body flowed slowly through his source meridians. Unlike the simulated virtual source beasts in the school, this Iron Fang Wolf exuded the ferocious aura of a true wild beast. Those green eyes were filled with a primal killing intent, and their sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Roar! Iron Fang Wolf growled, its limbs tense, ready to attack at any moment. Chu Chen took a deep breath and recalled all the grueling training Luo Qinggu had given him over the past few days. Footwork training under 5 times gravity, dodging exercises with the flaming whip, and countless sparring sessions. Remember, there are no second chances in the wilderness. Luo Qinggu's voice was cold, but Chu Chen detected a hint of worry in it. This is your first real battle against a source beast, don't embarrass me. Don't worry, I don't want to become food for the source beasts. Chu Chen grinned, his tension tinged with a hint of relief. Master, to achieve the best cultivation effect when fighting against the source beasts in the wilderness, do not use the creation spirit source first. At this moment, Lingxi's voice sounded in his mind. First, rely on your own source power to cope, and squeeze your body's potential to the limit. Only then will your body be able to better control the power of the creation source in the future. Chu Chen thought to himself, as expected, to gain great power, one must pay twice the price compared to others. The Iron Fang Wolf suddenly moved. Its speed was even faster than Chu Chen had imagined. He exerted force on the ground with his limbs, and his whole body pounced on him like a gray lightning bolt. Chu Chen instantly used the footwork from basic physical techniques to dodge to the left. Click! The Iron Fang Wolf's claws left 3 deep scratches where Chu Chen had just stood. Holy crap, I almost got my stomach ripped open. Chu Chen's heart raced, and his palms were sweating. The speed is alright, but this is just the beginning, Luo Qinggu commented from the side. The source beasts in the wilderness won't give you a chance to catch your breath. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Iron Fang Wolf turned around and pounced on Chu Chen again. This time it learned its lesson and suddenly opened its mouth wide in midair, shooting out a wind blade. Chu Chen stepped aside, his body sliding to the right at an incredible angle, the wind blades grazing his cheek. Damn it! I almost got disfigured. Chu Chen cursed inwardly, his feet never stopping as he lunged forward the moment Iron Fang Wolf landed. Not bad, your footwork is quite proficient. Luo Qinggu's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Now try to counterattack. The moment Iron Fang Wolf landed, Chu Chen stopped playing defensively. Luo Qinggu is right in the wilderness, hesitation is death. He exerted force with his feet, his figure closing in on Iron Fang Wolf like a ghost, gathering source power in his right fist, and slamming it towards Iron Fang Wolf's side abdomen. Bang! The fist landed squarely on the Iron Fang Wolf, the immense force causing the ferocious beast to roll sideways several times. Good! Chu Chen was overjoyed, not expecting his attack to be so effective. But Iron-Tooth Wolf reacted quickly. It rolled over on the ground and stood up again, its angry roar scattering nearby birds in all directions. Oh no, I've angered it. Chu Chen swallowed hard. Be careful, it's about to unleash its origin beast skill, Luo Qinggu warned. The fur on the Iron Fang Wolf suddenly stood on end, and a violent surge of source energy emanated from its body. Its limbs began to shimmer with a metallic luster, clearly indicating that it had activated the Iron Transformation Source Beast technique. This is troublesome. Chu Chen sensed the change in the Iron Fang Wolf's aura. Its defensive power had clearly increased by a level. The Iron Fang Wolf roared, its limbs straining to double its speed as it charged directly at Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly dodged, but the Iron Fang Wolf in its iron-formed state was not only faster, but its attack trajectory also became more cunning. Its sharp claws left several shallow marks on Chu Chen's energy armor. Thank goodness for the armor, it really works. Chu Chen secretly thanked Luo Qinggu for her thorough preparations. We can't delay any longer. He secretly exerted his strength, without using the creation source, and began to circulate his own source power. He didn't want to rely on the power of the creation source forever, so he concentrated his own source power on his fists and used the fist techniques from the basic physical techniques. Luo Qingwu observed Chu Chen's battle from the sidelines, nodding inwardly. This guy's combat talent is even better than I imagined. He can quickly adjust his state in actual combat. Chu Chen, aim for its weak point, she couldn't help but remind him. The moment the Iron Fawn Wolf pounced again, Chu Chen did not dodge, but charged towards it. Just as the two were about to collide, he suddenly crouched down, avoiding the Iron Fawn Wolf's claws, and at the same time punched the softest spot on its belly. Boom! Even in its iron-formed state, the Iron Fawn Wolf could not withstand the power of Chu Chen's full-force attack. It let out a shrill scream, its entire body was thrown backward more than 10 meters, and crashed heavily into a large tree. Chu Chen didn't give it a chance to catch its breath and immediately chased after it, punching it on the head again. Click! A crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, and the Iron Fawn Wolf's struggles gradually ceased, completely losing its life force. Done! Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his legs feeling a little weak. Well done! Luo Qingwu walked over, a pleased smile on her face. To be able to deal with a third-tier beast so decisively on the first try is better than I expected. Chu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. This was the first time he had actually killed a source beast, and it felt completely different from the simulation training at school. The tension of that life or death struggle made his blood boil. Your combat instincts are excellent, and your footwork is becoming increasingly skillful. Luo Qingwu took out a small knife from her storage ring. Come on, I'll teach you how to obtain materials from source beasts. They're starting the dissection already? I thought we'd have to take a break, Chu Chen said with a wry smile. In the wilderness, time is life. The smell of blood will attract more source beasts, Luo Qingwu said. Following Luo Qingwu's instructions, Chu Chen squatted down next to the Iron Fawn Wolf's corpse. He carefully removed the Iron Fawn Wolf's fangs and claws, which were excellent materials for crafting source artifacts. The fangs of the Iron Fawn Wolf can be used to make highly penetrating weapons, while its claws are suitable for making spikes on armor. Luo Qingwu patiently explained, in the wilderness, not a single material can be wasted. A complete tusk can be sold for 3,000 source coins, and 4 claws can be sold for 5,000 source coins. So valuable? Chu Chen's eyes lit up. This Iron Fawn Wolf alone could earn him 3,000 source coins, which was equivalent to his previous monthly income from odd jobs. This is only material from savage beasts, Luo Qingwu said with a smile. If it were high-level or higher savage beasts, the price would be several times higher. But don't get too excited yet. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. It only counts if you can bring the materials back alive. Just as Chu Chen was concentrating on processing the materials, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the forest. Luo Qingwu instantly became alert and stood protectively in front of Chu Chen. The source beasts are coming, and there is more than one. She lowered her voice. Quickly pack your things and prepare to evacuate. Chu Chen quickly put the materials he had just collected into his storage ring and prepared to leave. As soon as he stood up, he saw several pairs of green eyes appearing from the depths of the woods, staring coldly at them from a distance. Chapter 44 Wolf Pack Attack. A Test of Life and Death. Chu Chen carefully counted through the gaps in the leaves, his heart pounding in his throat. 5 iron-toothed wolves leaped out from different directions and surrounded them. Each one was a size larger than the previous one, and their green eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the sunlight. Holy crap, have we stirred up a hornet's nest? Chu Chen swallowed hard, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. He already used up a lot of his source energy dealing with just one, and now 5 have come. Isn't this going to kill him? Don't panic. Luo Qingwu's voice was exceptionally calm as she slowly drew the flaming longsword from her waist. Iron-toothed wolves are social animals. We just killed their companions, and now we're here for revenge. The lead iron-toothed wolf was a size larger than the others, with dark red fur, clearly the leader of the pack. It let out a low growl, and the other wolves immediately tightened their encirclement. Qingwu, shall we retreat first? Chu Chen looked around, searching for possible escape routes. It's too late. Luo Qingwu shook her head, and the red source energy light on the flaming longsword flowed out. Iron Fawn wolves are faster than humans. Running away from behind will only lead to your quicker death. She glanced back at Chu Chen, her tone becoming serious. This is your real test of life and death. The simulated training at school and the one-on-one fight just now are nothing. Only in desperate situations can your true potential be unleashed. Sweat beaded on Shu Chen's forehead. The 5 wolves had already reduced their range of movement to less than 10 meters. But I simply can't handle so many. I will help you if your life is in danger, Luo Qingwu interrupted him. Remember, in the wilderness, no one will protect you forever. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Shu Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Master, rely on yourself for now. Don't worry, I'll help you if your life is in danger, Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. But I believe in yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf pack leader let out a howl, and 5 iron-toothed wolves pounced on them at the same time. Luo Qingwu flashed, her flaming longsword drawing an arc, the flames on the sword suddenly surging, forming a wall of fire that surrounded her. Upon seeing this, the 5 iron-toothed wolves pounced on Shu Chen without hesitation. Damn it, I'll risk it all. Shu Chen had no time to think. He frantically circulated his internal energy, pushed off with his feet, and rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the first wolf's attack. But the second iron-toothed wolf had already adjusted its angle, its claws aimed straight for his chest. Shu Chen gathered his source power in both fists and forcefully took the blow. The energy armor emitted a burst of sparks, which blocked the attack, but the enormous impact still sent him staggering back several steps. Damn it, my armor is about to give way. The third and fourth iron fawn wolves attacked in quick succession, and Shu Chen's footwork became more and more agile, as if he had found a certain rhythm in the battle. He could clearly predict the attack trajectory of each iron fawn wolf and instinctively make the best reaction. Shu Chen, find an opportunity to counterattack. Luo Qingwu shouted. Shu Chen gritted his teeth and, taking advantage of the moment when an iron fawn wolf missed its target, suddenly stepped forward and punched it in the side. Bang! The iron-toothed wolf let out a scream and rolled backward several times. But the other 4 iron-toothed wolves immediately followed, and their attack became even more frenzied. No, this won't do, we'll be doomed sooner or later. Shu Chen was secretly anxious as he dodged, his source energy was being consumed quickly, and several deep scratches had already appeared on his armor. Just then, the alpha wolf suddenly let out a sharp howl. All the iron fawn wolves stopped attacking at the same time and began to run rapidly around Shu Chen, forming a constantly shrinking circle. This is the hunting tactic of the iron fawn wolf pack. Luo Qingwu shouted from the other side. They're going to completely shut down your space and then launch their final attack together. Shu Chen felt the space around him getting narrower and narrower, and his heart was pounding like a drum. The circle of 5 iron-toothed wolves around him grew smaller and smaller, each one baring its teeth, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Qingwu, I can't hold on any longer. Don't give up. Luo Qingwu's voice came. Think about why you want to become stronger. Think about those who look down on you. Shu Chen's mind flashed with Li Tianyang's mocking face, his sarcastic remarks, and his 2-year promise to Luo Qingwu. A surge of anger erupted within him. I can't die here. He roared, and the source energy within his body began to circulate wildly. Although he did not use the creation source, his own source power reached an unprecedented level of activity at the critical moment of life and death. 5 wolves simultaneously pounced on Shu Chen in the center of the circle. At this moment, time seemed to slow down considerably. Shu Chen could clearly see the attack trajectory of each wolf and feel the cold glint of their claws. In that life or death moment, the source energy within him reached its limit and exploded. Break! Shu Chen threw out both fists at the same time, choosing the gap between the 2 wolves as his breakthrough point. The source energy on his fist shone brighter than ever before, and he sent 2 wolves flying one after the other with a single punch. Taking advantage of the moment the gap appeared, Shu Chen flashed out of the encirclement. Good. Well done. A hint of appreciation flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. But the wolf pack leader wouldn't let him escape so easily. It let out an angry roar, and the source energy emanating from its body was stronger than that of an ordinary iron fawn wolf. This lead wolf is actually a 4th-tier savage beast. Watch out, the alpha wolf is about to unleash its origin beast skill. Luo Qingwu shouted a warning. The alpha wolf howled to the sky, distorting the surrounding air and causing its body to swell. Its originally dark red fur turned blood red, and the muscles in its limbs visibly swelled up. Its eyes turned completely blood red, and its entire aura became violent and dangerous. The claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, signaling the simultaneous activation of the dual source beast techniques Iron Transformation and Blood Rage. With the double amplification, the attack power of a 4th-tier savage beast could absolutely kill Chu Chen instantly. Bloody rage state. Chu Chen gasped. In this state, the Iron Fawn Wolf not only doubled its attack power, but also greatly reduced its pain perception. The lead wolf, in its blood rage state, howled, and the other 4 wolves followed suit, entering a berserk state as well. 5 pairs of blood-red eyes stared intently at Chu Chen, their killing intent so strong it was almost tangible, as if they could already see him being torn to pieces. Chu Chen swallowed hard, cursing inwardly, "This is really the end for me." He had already exhausted most of his source energy, and his armor was riddled with holes. Meanwhile, the Iron Fawn wolf pack on the opposite side experienced a double boost, increasing their strength several times over. "Master, should I take action?" Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. Chu Chen gritted his teeth. "Wait a little longer, I can still hold on." He knew that if he relied on Lingxi's power now, he would never be able to truly grow. Luo Qingwu also noticed Chu Chen's predicament, and the flames on her flaming sword burned even brighter. But she didn't act immediately. Instead, she stared intently at Chu Chen, waiting for his choice. The alpha wolf, enraged, let out a deafening roar, and the other 4 Iron Fawn wolves immediately coordinated to form an encirclement once again. This time, they were faster, stronger, and their eyes were filled with even more intense killing intent. Chu Chen took a deep breath, and the last bit of source energy in his body began to circulate wildly. "Come on, let me see just how strong you really are." Chapter 45 Bloodbath against the Wolf Pack, a breakthrough to life and death. The enraged wolf pack leader roared, shaking the leaves to their very core. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Chu Chen, as if it wanted to devour him alive. The other 4 iron-toothed wolves also went berserk with their leader, their claws gleaming with a cold metallic light and their fangs dripping with foul-smelling saliva. Chu Chen clenched his fists, and the last bit of source energy in his body instantly began to circulate. The cracks on the energy armor were increasing, and the aura of death was palpable. "I'll risk it all," he roared, charging towards the wolf pack. "Since we can't avoid it, let's face it head-on." Seeing that this tiny human dared to challenge its majesty, the alpha wolf's anger intensified. It leaped forward with all its might, its blood-red maw opening wide as it lunged straight for Chu Chen's throat. Chu Chen dodged to the side, gathering all his source power in his right fist, and slammed it towards the wolf's head with a whooshing sound. However, the leader, in its blood rage state, reacted with ghostly speed, its claws sweeping across and leaving 3 shocking bloody marks on Chu Chen's chest armor. Hiss! Chu Chen gasped, the burning pain in his chest almost making him lose his balance, and blood gushed out from the wound like a spring. Before he could even catch his breath, 4 more Iron Fawn wolves pounced on him from 4 directions at the same time. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and used his movement technique to dodge and weave through the encirclement of the wolf pack. But the wolf's teamwork was flawless. Every time he dodged an attack, another one would immediately follow. Bang! A wolf with iron teeth slammed its claws into his back, causing Chu Chen to fall forward and roll several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The armor shattered completely, revealing a mangled back, the blood staining the ground beneath his feet. Chu Chen! A pang of heartache flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes, and the flames on the flaming sword burned even brighter. "I can still hold on." Chu Chen struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His source energy was almost exhausted, and he was covered in wounds, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. The alpha wolf let out a triumphant howl, as if mocking this overconfident human. It slowly walked towards Chu Chen, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. "Master, do you really not need my help?" Lingxi's voice was filled with worry. "No need." Chu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "This is my battle." He took a deep breath, and the indomitable will within him burned. He has been ridiculed and scorned countless times since childhood. To be looked down upon, trampled underfoot, and treated as worthless. But he never gave up. "I, Chu Chen, will never die here." He roared to the sky, and the source energy within his body began to burn wildly, every bit of it being squeezed to the extreme. The alpha wolf sensed the soaring battle intent emanating from Chu Chen, and a hint of fear flashed in its eyes, but it was quickly swallowed up by the killing intent. It suddenly leaped up, opened its blood-red maw, and its fangs aimed straight at Chu Chen's neck. Chu Chen did not back down. He gathered all his source power in his fists and slammed them towards the wolf's head. Boom! The fist collided with the wolf's head, producing a dull thud. Chu Chen's body slid back several meters, while the alpha wolf was also knocked off balance by the punch. "What?" Luo Qingwu's eyes widened. Shu Chen was actually able to confront a fourth-tier savage beast in a state of blood rage head-on? When the other 4 iron-toothed wolves saw that their leader was injured, they immediately pounced on him like madmen. Shu Chen had no time to think. His fists rained down like a storm of pear blossoms, each punch delivered with all his might, each punch burning with his indomitable will. Bang bang bang! A series of impacts rang out, and Shu Chen, fighting 4 opponents alone, was not immediately defeated. But his body had reached its limit, blood kept gushing from the wound, and his breathing became very rapid. No, this won't do, we'll be worn down to death if this continues. Shu Chen was anxious and flustered. Just then, the alpha wolf recovered and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were so red they were almost bleeding, and the energy fluctuations on its body became even more chaotic. This is the ultimate form of blood rage, blood frenzy. Oh no! Luo Qingwu's expression changed drastically. A 4th-tier savage beast in its berserk state has an attack power comparable to a 5th-tier savage beast. She yelled, "Shu Chen, get out of the way!" The leader of the blood frenzy was like a streak of crimson lightning, instantly appearing in front of Shu Chen, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it went straight for Shu Chen's heart. That claw could rip him open. Shu Chen's pupils contracted, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. The threat of death had never been so intense, yet he felt an extraordinary calm. I can't die. I need to become stronger. I still need to prove myself. The dormant power within him seemed to be awakened by this will and began to flow slowly. It wasn't the source of creation, but his own limitless potential. Boom! Shu Chen's internal energy surged like a volcanic eruption, and a brand new power condensed and took shape in his dantian. Late stage of the 2nd level of the awakening source master. He actually broke through at the critical moment of life and death. The surge in source energy greatly enhanced Shu Chen's reaction speed and strength. He narrowly dodged the fatal blow and landed a backhand punch on the alpha wolf's side. Ah! The alpha wolf let out a painful howl as its massive body was sent flying by the punch, crashing into a large tree that shook the entire tree. Seeing their leader injured, the other 4 iron-toothed wolves pounced even more frantically. But Shu Chen, after his breakthrough, has been completely transformed and is no longer the prey that was at the mercy of others. The surge in his source energy doubled the power of each of his attacks, and his footwork became more agile. Bang bang bang! After several punches, all 4 iron fawn wolves were sent flying back. Shu Chen stood there, his body covered in wounds, but his aura was much stronger than before. Excellent! Luo Qingwu couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer. To be able to break through in battle, such talent is 1 in a million. The alpha wolf struggled to its feet, the blood-red light in its eyes beginning to fade as the side effects of its berserk state kicked in, and its strength was rapidly declining. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Shu Chen charged towards the lead wolf with a burst of speed. Defeat him! He gathered all his source power in both fists and slammed them down on the wolf's head with the force of a broken army. Boom! The alpha wolf could no longer withstand the pressure, and its massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing its fighting ability. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the remaining 4 iron-toothed wolves immediately tucked their tails between their legs and fled in panic. Shu Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Not bad, very good. Luo Qingwu walked over, her eyes full of admiration. To be able to break through again in a life-or-death battle, such talent is indeed rare. Thanks to your previous special training, Shu Chen said, panting, otherwise I would have been dead long ago. This is just the beginning. Luo Qingwu squatted down and took out healing medicine from her storage ring. The dangers of the source energy wilderness are far more than this. She said gently, come on, open your mouth. Shu Chen obediently opened his mouth, and Luo Qingwu gently placed the pill into it. The sweet-smelling medicine dissolved instantly, and a gentle medicinal power flowed through the body, bringing a refreshing coolness to the wound. This is a grade 2 healing pill, your injuries will heal quickly. Luo Qingwu patted his shoulder. Now it's time to collect the spoils. Shu Chen struggled to his feet, his injuries were indeed healing rapidly. He walked toward the corpse of the blood rage wolf. Although it had been defeated, the 4th-tier savage beast still emanated powerful source energy fluctuations. Luo Qingwu took out a sharp skinning knife from her storage ring and skillfully began to dissect the blood rage wolf. Watch closely, peeling the core of a source beast is a technical job. Her knife strikes were precise and steady, and she quickly made a cut in the blood rage wolf's chest. A fist-sized origin beast core radiating a blood-red light appeared before the two. Blood rage wolf core. A look of surprise flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. The source beast cores of 4th tier savage beasts are already precious, and those that die in a state of blood rage are even rarer. The source power contained in this core is at least twice that of an ordinary 4th tier source beast core. Shu Chen took the source beast core and could feel the violent source power contained within it. This is perfect for consolidating your newly broken through cultivation level, Luo Qingwu said. The claws and fangs of the blood rage wolf are also good forging materials, you'll be able to use them in the future. Just then, a rustling sound came from afar. Luo Qingwu's pretty face changed slightly. A horde of source beasts is heading this way. The trouble caused by the smell of blood is more serious than we thought. No sooner had she finished speaking than a series of low growls came from the depths of the forest, indicating that at least a dozen source beasts were rapidly approaching. Shu Chen, hurry up, we have to get out of here immediately. Chapter 46 Hidden Cave, Level 3 Rune Array. The distant growls grew clearer and clearer. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, Shu Chen put the blood rage wolf core into his storage ring. At least a dozen source beasts, ranging in strength from the 3rd to the 5th rank. Shu Chen's face turned pale instantly. Just now, a single 4th tier blood rage wolf had almost killed him. Now, a whole pack of them was coming. Wasn't this going to kill him? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Luo Qingwu grabbed Shu Chen's hand and ran out of the woods. But you can't handle so many at the same time right now, we need to find a place to hide first. The two ran wildly through the dense forest, the roars behind them growing ever closer. Shu Chen felt the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly, the sound of a large source beast running. Go to the right. Luo Qingwu suddenly changed direction, pulling Shu Chen and plunging into the denser forest. Judging from this terrain, there should be a stream nearby. The stream water can wash away our smell. Sure enough, the sound of flowing water came from ahead, and a clear stream meandered through the mountains and forests, its water cool and clear. Without saying a word, Luo Qingwu jumped in, and Shu Chen followed her into the water. The icy stream water instantly soaked their clothes, and the two moved quickly along the stream, the roars behind them gradually fading into the distance. Looks like they've shaken them off. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second he felt dizzy. The intense battle had taken its toll, pushing him to his limit. Let's find a place to rest first. Luo Qingwu supported Shu Chen, whose source energy was weak. There's a small waterfall up ahead, it's safer there. After walking along the stream for about 10 minutes, a small waterfall, about 3 meters high, came into view. Water rushed down the rock face, splashing up sprays of water. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a natural stone cave behind the waterfall. From the outside, the waterfall's curtain of water completely obscures the cave entrance, making it a natural hiding place. Let's go in and take a look. Luo Qingwu pulled Shu Chen into the cave behind the waterfall. The space inside the cave was not large, but it was enough for the two of them to rest. Shu Chen plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, I'm exhausted. Luo Qingwu also sat down, took out a source energy potion and handed it to him, drink some to replenish your source energy. Shu Chen took the potion and drank a few sips. The sweet source liquid flowed down his throat, and his source power slowly recovered, making him feel much better than before. By the way, where is this place? Shu Chen looked around and noticed some strange symbols and marks on the cave walls. They didn't seem to be natural, they looked like they were carved by people. Luo Qingwu followed his gaze and her expression suddenly changed. How could there be a source gathering rune here? She stood up and carefully examined the marks on the cave wall. The runes glowed with a faint blue light, clearly indicating that they were not ordinary decorations. Gathering source rune? Shu Chen also leaned over to take a look. He couldn't understand any of the runes, but he felt a sense of familiarity with them. Luo Qingwu said excitedly, this is a rune array used by source rune masters to condense source power. It is only set up in places where source power is particularly abundant. As soon as he finished speaking, the runes in the cave suddenly lit up, the blue light growing stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire cave. Shu Chen stared wide-eyed at the increasingly bright blue runes on the cave wall. These runes seemed to come alive, lighting up one after another, eventually forming a network of light that illuminated the entire cave as bright as day. This is a level 3 gathering source rune array. Luo Qingwu exclaimed excitedly. A level 3 rune array? Is it that powerful? Shu Chen rubbed his nose, he knew absolutely nothing about this thing. Of course it's amazing. Luo Qingwu turned around, her eyes shining. A level 1 source gathering rune can only gather the surrounding source energy to 1.5 times, a level 2 can reach 3 times, but a level 3 source gathering rune array can directly increase the source energy concentration to 5 times. Shu Chen carefully sensed the concentration of source energy around him, and it was indeed several times denser than outside. The air seemed to be filled with faint energy fluctuations, and with each breath, one could feel the source energy penetrating into the body. So, 1 day of training here is equivalent to 5 days of training outside? Shu Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this like a pie falling from the sky? That's right. Luo Qingwu nodded. Moreover, you have just broken through to the late stage of the second level of Awakener and need to consolidate your realm. Cultivating here will definitely be more effective than at school. Shu Chen immediately sat down cross-legged. The battle he had just fought had taken a heavy toll, and now that he had such a good training environment, he might as well make the most of it. Wait a minute. Luo Qingwu pulled him back. Don't rush to practice. What's wrong? Shu Chen looked at her in confusion. Luo Qingwu walked to the cave entrance, peeked out through the water curtain to make sure no source beasts followed, and then sat down next to Shu Chen. This level of gathering source rune array is not something that just anyone can set up casually. She said seriously, it requires at least a level 4 source rune master, and it also consumes a lot of precious materials. Shu Chen frowned. You mean, there might be something special about this place? It's not just special. Luo Qingwu looked at the runes on the cave wall. Anyone who can create a level 3 gathering source rune array deep in the wilderness is either hiding some treasure or conducting secret cultivation here. Shu Chen's heart tightened. Won't we be in danger? Not for now. Luo Qingwu shook her head. There is no fresh source energy fluctuation on these runes, which means the person who set up this formation hasn't been here for a long time. She paused, then continued, and look at the color of these runes, they've already faded somewhat. Judging by the decay rate of rune arrays, this array is at least 10 years old. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was no danger, he could now focus on his cultivation. Then let's cultivate here. Shu Chen sat down cross-legged again. Anyway, those source beasts outside won't disperse anytime soon, so we might as well take this opportunity to improve our strength. Luo Qingwu nodded and sat down opposite Shu Chen. I'll stay with you and protect you in case anything unexpected happens. Shu Chen closed his eyes and began to circulate his source energy. A dense surge of source energy rushed in from all directions, several times stronger than the feeling during normal cultivation. He had just broken through to the late stage of the second level of the Awakener, and his realm was still unstable. He needed a lot of source power to consolidate his foundation. Cultivating in this environment makes it incredibly efficient. In less than an hour and a half, Shu Chen could feel the source energy in his body rapidly increasing, and the source energy consumed in the battle was quickly replenished. More importantly, his realm of cultivation was rapidly stabilizing. The feeling of emptiness I had when I first broke through has now completely disappeared. Lingxi, this rune array is amazing. Shu Chen thought to himself. I feel that the effects of my cultivation are more than 5 times stronger than usual. Master, that's because your creation source has a special attraction to these source energies. Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. Ordinary people can only increase their efficiency 5-fold when cultivating here. But you are different. Your creation source is like a bottomless pit, able to absorb more source power. Shu Chen was overjoyed. So, his cultivation here was even more effective than Xingwu's? But you have to be careful, Lingxi reminded her. Although the primordial spirit source can absorb a large amount of source energy, your body has limited capacity to withstand it. If you absorb it too quickly, it will burst your body. Shu Chen quickly slowed down. Although he wanted to become stronger quickly, he knew that one couldn't become fat in one bite. But this kind of cultivation efficiency is simply amazing. As time slowly passed, Shu Chen could feel the source energy in his body growing wildly. Not only has his battle fatigue been fully recovered, but his cultivation level has also become as stable as Mount Tai. This was an absolute steal. Chapter 47 Prodigy Talent. Minor success in a first-level high-rank origin technique. A few hours later, Shu Chen felt an unprecedented abundance of source energy throughout his body. The source energy within his body flowed incredibly smoothly and continuously, more than twice as strong as when he first broke through, and he vaguely showed signs of reaching the peak of the second stage of the Awakening Source Master. He stood up excitedly and stretched his limbs. Holy crap! This feels amazing. Shu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging source energy within his body. I feel that if I cultivate here for a while longer, I'll be able to break through to the third level of the Awakening Source Master soon. Luo Qingwu also opened her eyes, and the fiery red source energy light on her body was even more intense than before, indicating that her strength had obviously improved a lot. Don't be too happy yet. Luo Qingwu shook her head, her expression suddenly turning serious. You haven't mastered any elemental source techniques yet, have you? Shu Chen replied, aside from basic physical techniques, I haven't learned any other origin techniques. Luo Qingwu said seriously, the source beasts you will face in the wilderness training ahead will be even stronger. You have absolutely no chance of winning with just your basic physical techniques. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Shu Chen's face vanished instantly. He recalled his disheveled state when facing the blood rage wolves. If he hadn't been lucky enough to break through, he would have been torn to pieces by the wolf pack. Indeed, without source techniques, one might not even have a chance to escape if faced with a stronger source beast. However, since you have an affinity for all attributes, you should have no problem cultivating source techniques of any attribute. Luo Qingwu took out several manuals from her storage ring. I have a few fire attribute source techniques here. Which one do you want to choose? Shu Chen's eyes lit up as he saw 3 yellowed manuals laid out in front of him. Blazing Fist, a low-level source technique. Fireball Technique, a mid-level first-tier source skill. There's also a book called Blazing Slash, which is a high-level, first-tier source technique. Luo Qingwu pointed to the book Blazing Fist and said, with your strength as a second-level awakener, I suggest you choose Blazing Fist. It's easier to learn. Shu Chen nodded and picked up Blazing Fist to flip through it a few times. The manual details the routes for circulating source energy and the techniques for exerting it, and it doesn't seem complicated. He tried practicing, guiding his energy to his fists according to the instructions in the manual. Within minutes, faint flames appeared on his right fist. Boom! He punched the cave wall, leaving a shallow, charred mark. Luo Qingwu was slightly surprised to see that Shu Chen had mastered it so quickly. Not bad, it already has 60% of its power. It feels alright. Shu Chen flexed his wrists and then picked up the Fireball Technique book again. This manual is a bit more complicated than the Flaming Fist. It requires condensing source energy into a sphere before launching it. He tried several times, and finally managed to condense a fireball the size of a fist in his palm. Bang! The fireball struck the cave wall, exploding into a burst of sparks. Very good, it has 40% power on the first try. Luo Qingwu nodded, but was a little surprised. Mid-level source techniques are more difficult than low-level ones. Shu Chen wiped his sweat and turned his gaze to the high-level book, Blazing Slash. Wait! Luo Qingwu quickly stopped her. Level 1 high-level source techniques usually require a 7th level or higher awakening source user to barely get started. If you force yourself to practice them now, something bad will happen. It's nothing, I'll just take a look. Shu Chen had already picked up the book Blazing Slash. Opening the manual, I discovered that the advanced source techniques were far more complex than the previous 2. The path of the source power is more complicated and requires a source weapon sword to execute, but the more he looked at it, the more interesting it became. He tried to use the source power, channeling it into the high-grade ordinary short sword he had forged. The source energy flowed along the sword, and the short sword was instantly enveloped in flames. Flame Slash! Shu Chen unleashed a sword strike, sending out a fiery red sword aura. Boom! A faint flame mark appeared on the cave wall, much more powerful than the fireball from before, and the temperature inside the cave instantly rose several degrees. Luo Qingwu's eyes widened in shock. You actually managed to do it? She blinked hard, wondering if she was seeing things. I've seen plenty of geniuses, but your learning talent is simply monstrous. Master, you possess the creation source, so learning source techniques is naturally 1,000 times or even 100 times faster than others. Lingxi's voice rang in Shu Chen's mind, her tone full of pride. Shu Chen could only shrug and explain, perhaps it's because of the affinity with all attributes. Luo Qingwu looked at Shu Chen deeply, the shock in her heart lingering for a long time. Having all attribute affinity is already incredibly powerful, but now even his talent for learning source techniques is terrifying. Just how many secrets is this guy hiding? Since you can master the Flaming Slash, then focus on practicing this. Luo Qingwu put away the other 2 manuals. High-level source techniques are far more powerful than low-level ones, and you're only barely able to use them now. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Shu Chen nodded and continued to ponder the essence of the Blazing Slash. That last sword strike only unleashed about 20% of its power. There is indeed a lot of room for improvement. He gripped his sword again and adjusted his posture according to the description in the manual. The flow path of the source energy, the timing of exertion, and the coordination of sword techniques, every detail must be meticulously considered. Flame slash. The second sword strike solidified the flames, leaving deeper marks on the cave wall. That's 30% of its power, Luo Qingwu commented from the side. Your swordplay is not sharp enough, and your source energy needs to be more concentrated. Xu Chen listened to the advice and practiced repeatedly. With the support of the level 3 source gathering rune array, he was able to quickly replenish the source energy he had consumed. The third sword, the fourth sword, the fifth sword. Each sword strike was stronger than the last. The marks on the cave walls became deeper and deeper, and even small cracks began to appear. Is this guy a monster? His learning speed is just too incredible. Luo Qingwu muttered to herself, her face full of disbelief. It would take a normal person at least a month to even begin to grasp the basics of a level 1 advanced source technique. Xu Chen, on the other hand, saw his percentage jump from 20% to 50% in less than an hour. This speed of progress is simply unheard of. That's about it. Xu Chen stopped practicing and looked at the flames dancing on the short sword with satisfaction. The current flame slash is already quite powerful, and should be enough to deal with ordinary 4th tier source beasts. We should go out now. Luo Qingwu stood up and looked out of the cave. The source beasts outside should have mostly dispersed. Now that you have source skills, you can use them to test them out. Xu Chen sheathed his short sword and followed Luo Qingwu toward the cave entrance. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the cave. Roar! The enormous sound waves shook the entire cave, causing pebbles to fall down in a flurry. Xu Chen and Luo Qingwu exchanged a glance, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. As soon as the water curtain was lifted, a strong smell of blood hit us. The stream outside the cave was stained dark red, and several corpses of source beasts floated on the surface. On the opposite bank of the stream, a colossal creature stood prominently. It was a 4th tier berserk bear beast, its muscles as solid as steel and its fangs gleaming white. It exuded a terrifying killing intent, and its scarlet eyes were fixed on them. Chapter 48: The Power of the 4th Order Berserker Bear Beast and its New Origin Technique. Xu Chen gripped the short sword tightly, feeling the surging source power within his body. The aura emanating from this 4th tier Berserker Bear Beast was indeed much stronger than that of the Blood Rage Wolf from before, but its current strength was vastly different from what it had been. His late-stage 2nd tier Awakener realm, along with the newly learned Flaming Slash, ignited a strong fighting spirit within him. This guy looks pretty fierce. Xu Chen stretched his wrists, and instead of retreating, he advanced, becoming excited. I'll use it to test the power of Flame Slash. Luo Qingwu stood behind him and said in a relaxed tone, "Go ahead, I'm here. I'll help you if you're in danger." Her voice was filled with absolute confidence, as if this 4th tier bear beast was nothing more than a piece of cake in front of her. Xu Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the stone cave. The bear-like beast noticed their movements and let out a deafening roar. Roar! The massive sonic shock made Xu Chen's eardrums vibrate, but he was not frightened. Instead, it fueled his fighting spirit even more. Come on, big guy! Xu Chen shouted, channeling his source energy into his legs, and instantly shot forward. The bear-like beast stood up angrily when it saw that a human dared to provoke it. It stands 3 meters tall, its steel-muscled body radiating a terrifying aura. A pair of giant hands slammed hard onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xu Chen used the footwork from the basic physical techniques to nimbly dodge the attacks of the Berserker Bear Beast. Compared to his previous struggles against the Blood Rage Wolves, he now appears to be handling the situation with ease. His improved strength led to a qualitative leap in his reaction speed and agility. Boom! The giant paw of the bear beast slammed down on the spot where he had just stood, and the hard rock shattered instantly. Xu Chen narrowly escaped, breaking out in a cold sweat. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. A direct hit from him would be enough to give him a hard time. However, he was not intimidated by this, and instead seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Blazing Fist. His right fist was instantly enveloped in flames, and he delivered a powerful punch to the bear beast's abdomen. Bang! Sparks flew as the bear-like beast let out a painful roar, but only a small patch of its thick fur was singed. This skin is really thick. Xu Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. The power of the blazing fist was completely inadequate against this behemoth. The bear beast was completely enraged, its eyes turned red, and its muscles bulged. Bloody rage state. Luo Qingwu warned from behind, "Be careful, it's about to go berserk." As soon as he finished speaking, the speed of the bear beast suddenly increased dramatically, and its giant paw slammed towards Chu Chen with a whooshing sound. Chu Chen's expression changed, and he quickly jumped back to dodge. But the bear beast was too fast. Its giant paw grazed his chest, and the powerful gust of wind tore his clothes apart. That was close. Chu Chen was still shaken. The berserker bear and its blood rage state was indeed completely different from the bear he had just seen. He gripped the short sword tightly, and his source energy surged wildly into the blade. The fiery red light grew brighter and brighter, and the temperature rose sharply as well. Flame slash! A sharp, fiery sword aura slashed out, heading straight for the bear beast's neck. The bear-like beast sensed danger and quickly raised its forepaws to block. Laugh! The sword energy pierced the giant palm, leaving a deep wound. Blood splattered, and the bear beast let out a painful howl. It really worked! Chu Chen was overjoyed and pressed his advantage. Another fiery slash was unleashed, this time striking the bear beast's shoulder. The bear beast had learned its lesson. It tilted its body, and the sword energy grazed past it. It lunged forward suddenly, opening its blood-red maw to bite Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression changed drastically. There was no time to dodge at that distance. At the critical moment, he had a flash of inspiration and held the short sword horizontally in front of him. Boom! The immense force sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the short sword blocked the bear beast's fangs, otherwise he would have been killed. Chu Chen rolled over and stood up, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The power of the bear beast was terrifying. The impact just now had shaken its internal organs. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish. On the contrary, it became even more intense. Master, do you need my help? Lingxi asked with concern. No need, I can manage on my own. Chu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripped his sword again, and charged forward. This time he changed his tactics. Instead of confronting it head-on, he used his speed advantage to maneuver around the bear beast. One fiery slash after another was unleashed, leaving wounds on the berserker bear beast's body. Although the damage from a single attack is not significant, it accumulates over time, causing the bear beast to begin moving more slowly. Roar! The bear-like beast was completely enraged and slammed its paws into the ground. Ground strike! The earth trembled violently, and cracks spread outwards toward Chu Chen. This is a 4th-tier origin beast skill. Chu Chen's expression turned serious, and he quickly jumped to dodge. But the crack was so wide that he had nowhere to hide for a moment. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the shockwave from the ground, Chu Chen made a snap decision and poured all his source power into the short sword. Flaming slash! A full-force attack. A blinding burst of light erupted, and a thick sword-like aura of flame shot out into the air. The sword energy collided head-on with the earth-shattering strike, producing a deafening roar. Rumble! A powerful energy wave surged outwards in all directions, sending dust flying. When the smoke cleared, Chu Chen stood there panting heavily. Half of his source energy had been used up, and his face was slightly pale. Looking at the berserker bear beast again, a shocking sword wound now appeared on its chest, with blood gushing out continuously. After a few seconds of stalemate, the bear beast finally gave in and collapsed to the ground. Finally won! Chu Chen excitedly brandished his short sword, his fighting spirit still surging. The power of that flaming slash just now exceeded his expectations. It was actually able to defeat a 4th-tier origin beast skill head-on. Luo Qinggu walked over, her face full of admiration. Not bad, you applied it very well in actual combat. She took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Chu Chen. Drink this to recover. There are even more powerful source beasts waiting for us later. Chu Chen took the potion and drank it all in one gulp, restoring about 70% of his source energy. He squatted down next to the carcass of the bear beast and began collecting materials as Luo Qinggu had instructed. This bear paw should be removed entirely. It's excellent material for refining strength-type source pills. Luo Qinggu pointed out from the side, and this bear gallbladder is also quite valuable. Chu Chen nodded and carefully put the materials into his storage ring. The harvest from this wilderness trip has exceeded his expectations. The materials alone are quite valuable. By the way, your flaming slash just now was quite powerful. It's already reached the intermediate level. Luo Qinggu looked at Chu Chen approvingly. However, it consumes too much source energy, so you have to be careful when using it in actual combat. Yes, I will be careful, Chu Chen replied. He put away the materials, stood up, and stretched his slightly sore shoulders. The continuous high-intensity battles were taking a toll on his body, but he was filled with excitement. The improvement gained from this kind of practical experience is something that simply cannot be obtained in an academy. Let's continue deeper. Luo Qinggu looked into the depths of the wilderness. The real test is yet to come. The two continued walking along the stream, but the surroundings became more dangerous. The towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the concentration of source energy in the air was constantly increasing. Occasionally, the roars of beasts could be heard from afar, which made people tremble with fear. The concentration of source energy here is at least 3 times that of the surrounding area. Chu Chen felt the rich source energy in the air and couldn't help but take a breath. Of course, the deeper you go, the denser the source energy becomes, and the stronger the source beasts become accordingly. Luo Qinggu glanced around warily. We might encounter a 5th-tier ferocious beast next. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the grass in front of him suddenly began to sway violently. A huge snake had emerged from the grass, its emerald green eyes radiating a chilling murderous aura. Holy crap! Such a huge snake! Chu Chen gasped. The snake's head was as big as a wash basin, and its body was as thick as a water bucket. The blue scales shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a metallic sheen. A 5th-tier savage beast, a blue-scaled python. Luo Qingwu's expression turned serious. This creature is poisonous, has extremely strong defenses, and is very fast. You need to be extra careful. The blue-scaled python slowly crawled out of the grass, its body, which was more than 10 meters long, inspiring awe. It flicked its scarlet tongue and hissed threateningly. The 5th-tier blue-scaled python is more than 1 level stronger than the previous bear beast. This will be his greatest challenge yet. Chapter 49 Deadly Poison Gas, a life or death situation. Chu Chen gripped the short sword tightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. This blue-scaled python exuded far more power than the previous bear beast. Its emerald green snake eyes alone were enough to send chills down one's spine. A 5th-tier savage beast. Chu Chen swallowed hard. He is only now at the late stage of the 2nd level of the originator realm, and facing a 5th-level savage beast, the pressure is immense. But now that we're here, we can't back down. The blue-scaled python slithered along, its massive body crushing bushes in its path. It didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Instead, it was observing the strength of the two humans. This guy is smart, he's testing us. Luo Qinggu lowered her voice and reminded, 5th-tier source beasts already possess considerable intelligence, so we must not be careless. She paused, then looked at Chu Chen. These kinds of savage beasts are best at quick battles. Once you get entangled with one, there's basically no chance of escape. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blue-scaled python suddenly sprang to its feet. Hiss! Its gaping maw opened instantly, and a thick cloud of green poisonous mist shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Chu Chen's face. It's poisonous! Get out of the way! Luo Qinggu shouted urgently, but it was too late. The toxic fog is moving too fast and covering too wide an area. Chu Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly used his footwork to jump backward, but the green poisonous mist followed him like a tracker. The green poisonous fog brushed past, and the flowers, plants, and trees on the ground withered and turned black instantly after being contaminated. Damn it! This is going to kill me! Chu Chen cursed inwardly, and in a moment of quick thinking, he slashed out with his sword. Flame slash! The fiery red sword energy slashed out and collided head-on with the poisonous mist. The high temperature instantly evaporated most of the toxic gas, but a small amount of toxic mist still drifted out. Chu Chen accidentally inhaled some of it and immediately felt dizzy and lightheaded, and the circulation of his internal energy slowed down. Damn, this is poisonous! His face turned pale as he finally understood the terrifying nature of a 5th-tier savage beast. Seeing that the poisonous mist attack had been neutralized, a hint of surprise flashed in the blue-scaled python's eyes, before it became even more ferocious. It suddenly began to swim, its body, more than 10 meters long, darting across the ground at an astonishing speed. Just as Chu Chen was about to make a move, a snake tail as thick as a water bucket lashed out with a whooshing sound. Boom! He hurriedly raised his sword to parry, but the immense force sent him flying, his tiger's mouth split open and blood gushing out. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a large tree. Put! Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. This difference in power is too great. He struggled to get up, his eyes filled with shock. This attack was more than twice as powerful as the bear beast's. The blue-scaled python, not one to back down, thrust its massive head out like lightning, its fangs gleaming coldly, straight toward Chu Chen's heart. Shu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and at the critical moment, he dodged to the side. The fangs grazed his ribs, leaving 2 deep scratches on his energy armor, almost disemboweling him. That was close. Shu Chen broke out in a cold sweat and seized the opportunity to counterattack. Blazing fist. His right fist was instantly enveloped in flames and slammed heavily into the side of the snake's head. Sparks flew, but the blue-scaled python merely tilted its head. Its blue scales remained completely undamaged, without even a white mark. Holy crap! This defense is insane. Shu Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his face filled with disbelief. The blue-scaled python seemed to be completely enraged by this punch, and a fierce light flashed in its serpentine eyes. It suddenly coiled up, encircling Shu Chen like a rope. Shu Chen looked around and saw thick python bodies everywhere, radiating a suffocating pressure. This guy wanted to strangle him to death. Flame slash. He dared not be careless and unleashed a fiery sword aura with all his might. The sword energy struck the snake, finally breaking through its scales and leaving a shallow bloodstain. But this minor injury is no different from a tickle to a blue python. In pain, it suddenly tightened its body, unleashing a terrifying strangulation force. Shu Chen felt immense pressure coming from all directions, his bones making cracking sounds as if they were about to break at any moment. Snap! The sound of his ribs breaking echoed through the air, and the intense pain nearly made him faint. If this continues, he'll be squeezed into a meat patty. Master, do you need my help? Lingxi asked worriedly, her voice filled with anxiety. No need. Shu Chen gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. I can still hold on. He poured all his source energy into the short sword, and flames immediately blazed on the blade, reaching an alarmingly high temperature. Flame slash. Consecutive slashes. Breakthrough. One after another, fiery sword energies were unleashed in a frenzy, leaving wound after wound on the snake's body. Blood splattered, and the blue-scaled python finally couldn't take it anymore, its body loosening slightly. Shu Chen seized the opportunity and leaped out of the encirclement with all his might. Phew! I'm finally out. Shu Chen gasped for breath. He had almost been squeezed into a meat patty. However, his condition was extremely poor, with toxins spreading throughout his body and making it increasingly difficult for him to circulate his source energy. The blue-scaled python had more than a dozen wounds on its body, and its blue scales were stained red with blood. It was completely enraged. Its snake eyes turned blood red, and its scales gleamed with a metallic sheen. Oh no! It's going to do it for real. Luo Qingwu's expression changed drastically. The blue-scaled python's aura surged instantly, and the surrounding air became viscous. It opened its mouth wide, and this time it spewed out not ordinary poisonous mist, but a highly toxic gas so dense that it was almost tangible. The poisonous fog surged in like a tide, covering an area of more than 10 meters around Shu Chen, a distance from which there was no way to avoid it. It's over. Shu Chen's face turned deathly pale. This level of poisonous fog would kill anyone who got even a tiny bit on them. At the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. That's right. Fire can counteract poison. Shu Chen mobilized all the remaining source energy in his body and unleashed his strongest attack without regard for anything else. Flame slash. A dazzling sword aura of flames shot into the sky, and the high temperature instantly evaporated most of the poisonous mist. Shu Chen seized the opportunity to rush out, but still inhaled a small amount of poison gas. Cough cough. This is fucking poisonous. He felt dizzy and his body was swaying. The toxins in the body have spread to all parts of the body, and the circulation of source energy is almost at a standstill. Seeing that its series of attacks had been neutralized, the blue-scaled python completely lost its patience. It was twice as fast as before, rushing towards Shu Chen like lightning. Shu Chen barely managed to raise his sword to block, but his body was poisoned and his reactions were slow. He was directly knocked away by the snake's head. Put! He spat out another mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground, his bones feeling like they were broken. The blue-scaled python pressed its advantage, its tail sweeping out like a warhammer. Shu Chen didn't have time to stand up, so he could only roll on the ground. The snake's tail grazed his body, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, sending debris flying. No, the toxins are having too much of an effect. If this continues, we're bound to lose. Shu Chen felt that the flow of his internal energy was not smooth, and his vision was beginning to blur. Just then, the blue-scaled python opened its blood-red maw, revealing 2 sharp fangs, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Shu Chen. Chapter 50, the first form of creation, slaying a fifth-order savage beast. Chu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, and time seemed to stand still. The blue-scaled python's two sharp fangs were stabbing fiercely towards his throat, less than 3 inches away. The chilling aura of death enveloped him instantly. Am I going to die? In that instant, countless images flashed through Chu Chen's mind. The resentment of being humiliated by Li Tianyang, and the sight of Luo Qingwu's stunningly beautiful face. No! I absolutely cannot die. At this critical moment, Lingxi's clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of her mind. Master! You still have the first form of the creation technique. That's it. That move was his trump card, the one he had kept hidden away and had never used in actual combat. Chu Chen was suddenly stunned, and then his eyes burst forth with an unprecedentedly intense light. The fangs were less than an inch from his neck, the Grim Reaper's scythe was almost touching his skin. But at this moment, Chu Chen felt no fear whatsoever, and his aura suddenly surged forth. Get out of my way! Chu Chen let out a thunderous roar, his voice filled with a resolute determination to die for his cause. Boom! The primordial spiritual source within his body instantly went berserk, surging out like a volcanic eruption. An unprecedentedly terrifying power surged through his source meridians, instantly washing away all the toxins in his body. Not only that, this force was also frantically transforming his body, his bones crackling and his muscles expanding rapidly. Chu Chen had been pushing his body to its limits, and this massive surge of source power instantly propelled him to the peak of the second stage of the Awakener. The blue-scaled python suddenly stopped moving. For the first time, fear appeared in its pair of emerald-green snake eyes. As a fifth-tier savage beast, its instincts were screaming in alarm. Something extremely terrifying was about to awaken within this human. Genesis-style first-form shattering slash. Chu Chen's voice was like thunder, majestic as a god descending. In an instant, a blinding golden light burst forth from his body, like a blazing sun rising slowly in the wilderness. The short sword in his hand instantly transformed into a blade of light radiating a divine aura, with golden light flowing across its surface, as if it were the sharpest divine weapon in the world. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. Small trees within a radius of 100 meters snapped, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The blue-scaled python's massive body trembled under this oppressive force, and its previously ferocious attack abruptly ceased. Every cell in it seemed to be screaming escape. Escape! But it was too late. Chu Chen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and his golden longsword shot out like a meteor. Die, you son of a bitch! This sword strike even tore through the surrounding air. The golden sword light, like the dawn breaking, carried an overwhelming momentum and instantly pierced through the head of the blue-scaled python. Those blue scales that were indestructible even under the blazing flames were as fragile as paper in front of this sword. Hiss! The blue-scaled python let out a final, mournful hiss before its massive body crashed to the ground, never to be heard again. A fifth-tier savage beast, killed with a single sword strike. Chu Chen's body went limp, and he collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. That last sword strike had almost drained all his source energy, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. I won! I actually won! His voice trembled, a mixture of relief at surviving a close call and ecstatic joy at breaking through his limits. Luo Qingwu, who was standing to the side, was stunned, her heart filled with turmoil. She knew that Chu Chen's source power was special and might be very strong, but the power of that sword strike just now far exceeded her expectations. That oppressive aura made even my heart tremble. This is definitely not the power a second-tier awakening source cultivator should possess. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She had clearly felt that terrifying pressure just now. She stared intently at Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing with a complex light. There was a sense of awe, curiosity, and something else that was hard to explain. A genuine feeling of being moved began to quietly sprout in her heart. Master, you were so cool just now. Lingxi's excited voice rang in his mind. However, your body is not yet able to withstand the full power of the creation technique. You only used less than 1% of it just now. Chu Chen was stunned. If 1% of its power could kill a fifth-tier savage beast instantly, how terrifying would its full power be? This guy actually broke through again in actual combat? His combat talent is simply monstrous. Luo Qingwu walked over, still immersed in the shock she had just experienced. She crouched down, gently stroking Chu Chen's forehead with her slender fingers, and asked tenderly, "Are you all right? What kind of origin technique was that just now?" The warmth emanating from his fingers made Chu Chen's heart skip a beat. Luo Qingwu's current appearance is nowhere near her usual aloof goddess demeanor. She's clearly a caring woman who loves her boyfriend. I'm fine. Shu Chen stammered a little. As for that move just now, it was probably a source technique that I comprehended on my own at the critical moment of life and death. He can't very well say that this is the power of the creation source, can he? This secret can't be told to anyone. Never mind, everyone has their own secrets. Luo Qingwu stood up, regaining some composure. But Shu Chen, remember this, never reveal such a trump card when you are not strong enough. You should understand the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Shu Chen nodded, feeling even more grateful to Luo Qingwu. This woman is truly thinking of him. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Luo Qingwu looked around. The commotion here is too great and may attract even stronger source beasts. She took out a delicate little bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Chu Chun. This is a mid-grade first-class source energy recovery potion. You've consumed too much energy right now, so drink it first to recover. Chu Chen took the medicine. The bottle was warm to the touch, and the liquid inside was pale blue with a faint fragrance. The medicine tasted sweet, and the depleted source energy in my body began to recover rapidly. What amazing medicinal effects! Chu Chen exclaimed in amazement. The speed of recovery was simply incredible. Luo Qingwu walked to the body of the blue-scaled python and took out a sharp scalpel from her storage ring. A fifth-tier savage beast is a treasure trove. We must collect them carefully. She crouched down and skillfully made a cut 7 inches from the snake's head. Snake gall is one of the most precious parts, and it can be used to refine a mid-grade first-class origin energy pill. Luo Qingwu carefully took out a fist-sized, emerald-green snake gallbladder. The surface of the gallbladder glowed with a faint green light, clearly containing a rich source of energy. Chu Chen leaned closer to take a look and couldn't help but swallow. This thing looks very valuable. A snake gall of this quality could fetch at least 50,000 origin coins at an auction. Luo Qingwu carefully put the snake gall away. Next, she cut open the snake's head on the other side and removed 2 purplish-black venom sacs. This is a poison sac. Although it is dangerous, it can be used to refine a high-grade first-class poison pill, which is very useful when dealing with enemies. Looking at the 2 poison sacs, Chu Chen couldn't help but shudder as he recalled his near-death experience from the poison. This thing is too dangerous. Are you sure you want to keep it? Of course, the more dangerous something is, the more valuable it is. Luo Qingwu's lips curled up. Besides, I have a certain resistance to toxins, so there is no need to worry. Finally, Luo Qingwu carefully removed a green crystal the size of a pigeon egg from the very core of the snake's head. This is the snake core, the source energy core of a 5th-tier savage beast. The snake core emitted pure source energy fluctuations. As soon as Chu Chen approached, he felt the creation source within his body tremble slightly, as if it was very interested in the snake core. This can be directly refined and absorbed, and it's very useful for improving cultivation. Luo Qingwu handed the snake core to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took the snake core. It was warm to the touch, and the source energy contained within was incredibly pure. As the two continued collecting other materials, a shrill female voice suddenly rang out from afar, "Help! Is anyone there? Help us!" Chapter 51 Rescue, from useless to boss in an instant? Help! Is anyone there? Please help us. The voice sounded like that of a young woman, filled with despair and fear. Chu Chen instantly became alert and looked in the direction of the sound. Luo Qingwu paused in her work of tidying up the snake scales, a wary glint in her beautiful eyes. Chu Chen, cries for help in the wilderness are most likely traps. Some criminals use this trick to lure people in and rob them. Chu Chen was taken aback. He really hadn't thought of that. His instinct was to rush to the rescue when he heard cries for help, but this was a wilderness overrun by source beasts, and danger was everywhere. But what if someone really gets into danger? Chu Chen hesitated. The cries for help came again, this time more urgent, and it really sounded like someone was in mortal danger. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and finally decided to go and take a look. "Qingwu, why don't we go take a look? If it really is a trap, we should be able to handle it with our current strength." Luo Qingwu sighed. She knew Chu Chen would say that. "Okay, but we need to be careful." The two packed up the materials for the blue-scaled python and cautiously crept towards the direction from which the cries for help came. After passing through a dense thicket of bushes, the sight before them stunned them. 3 young students dressed in Yuanwu University uniforms were surrounded by 4 enormous sharp-horned rhinoceroses. Each of these rhinoceroses is about the size of a small elephant, with a sharp single horn on its head and its body covered with thick horny plates. They are the best of the third-tier source beasts. The three students stood back to back, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. One of the boys was holding a long sword, and the blade was trembling. Another thin boy was slumped on the ground, clearly terrified. Finally, there was a pretty girl who, although also terrified, was still trying her best to maintain a fighting stance. "Help! Is anyone there?" the girl cried out desperately again. Chu Chen exclaimed in surprise, "They're freshmen from UNWU University." Without saying a word, he rushed out. Flame slash! A fiery red sword aura shot out and slashed directly at the nearest horned rhinoceros. The sword energy struck the rhinoceros's side, and although it didn't kill it instantly, it left a deep bloody gash on its body. The sharp-horned rhinoceros roared in pain and turned to charge at Chu Chen. After the three students saw the person's face clearly, their expressions instantly changed from hope to despair. "How could it be that good for nothing, Chu Chen?" the girl exclaimed. "If it weren't for the upperclassmen coming to our rescue, we would be dead for sure." The boy with the sword also recognized Chu Chen, and his expression turned even uglier. "It's over, it's not a strong person who's come, it's that trash with the F-rank talent." The thin boy, who was slumped on the ground, burst into tears. "We're really going to die here." Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen's anger flared up instantly. He risked his life to save these people, only to be met with such ridicule and contempt? The boy with the sword suddenly rolled his eyes and whispered to his companion, while Chu Chen is distracting the source beast, "Let's escape quickly." "Yes. Let this piece of trash be our scapegoat," the girl immediately agreed. Taking advantage of the fact that the sharp-horned rhinoceros's attention was drawn to Chu Chen, the three quietly retreated to the rear. Chu Chen caught a glimpse of their actions out of the corner of his eye, and the anger in his heart finally erupted. "Since you think I'm useless, then you can solve this yourselves." Chu Chen snorted coldly, and with a flash, he retreated to the side. The four sharp-horned rhinoceroses, having lost their target, immediately turned their attention back to the three students. "No! Chu Chen, you can't leave us," the girl screamed. "Please save us. We were wrong." The boy with the sword panicked. Chu Chen stared at them coldly, without making a move. The four sharp-horned rhinoceroses had already begun their attack, and the three students were terrified. Seeing that tragedy was about to unfold, Chu Chen finally softened his heart. "Forget it, let's save them instead." Chu Chen sighed and rushed out again. This time he held nothing back, his internal energy surging wildly. Flame slash! Consecutive slashes. A barrage of fiery sword energy slashed out wildly, each strike precisely hitting the horned rhinoceros's vital points. The first rhinoceros's horn was severed, and blood gushed out. The second rhinoceros was wounded in the front leg and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The third rhinoceros tried to escape, but was slashed in the back by a sword and died on the spot. The last rhinoceros, seeing that things were not going well, turned and ran, but how could Chu Chen let it escape? Flame slash! Flying slash! The final sword strike caught up with the fleeing rhinoceros and severed its hind leg. The rhinoceros screamed and fell to the ground. Chu Chen stepped forward and delivered a final blow, ending the battle completely. The entire process, from start to finish, took less than 3 minutes. The three students were completely stunned, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Is this still the same good-for-nothing Chu Chen?" the girl stammered. "For Tier 3 source beasts, all taken care of in just a few minutes?" The sword-wielding boy rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. The skinny boy immediately knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "Brother Chu Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Chu Chen stared at them coldly, without saying a word. At this moment, Luo Qingwu walked over, and the three students' eyes showed awe when they saw her. "Senior Sister Luo. Luo Qingwu." The girl's voice trembled with excitement. "Oh my god, it's Senior Luo Qingwu." The boy with the sword exclaimed excitedly. Luo Qingwu's reputation at UNWU University is well deserved. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her strength is also unfathomable. "Senior Luo, please take us back to the border station." The girl immediately ran up to Luo Qingwu and pleaded pitifully. "Yes, Senior Luo, the wilderness is too dangerous. With our strength, we can't possibly get back." The boy with the sword also chimed in. Luo Qingwu glanced at Chu Chen, then at the three students, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Didn't you just call Chu Chen a good-for-nothing? Now you're begging us?" The three students' faces flushed red instantly, so ashamed they wished they could disappear into the ground. Senior Luo, we really know we were wrong. The girl was almost in tears. We were blind to your faults, please forgive us. Senior Chu Chen, we apologize to you, the boy with the sword said sincerely. Your strength is truly that of a hidden king, we were completely blind before. The skinny boy immediately knelt on the ground. Brother Chu Chen, I was wrong. From now on, I will be your most loyal little brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Seeing their expressions, Chu Chen's anger subsided considerably. All right, get up. Chu Chen said calmly. Remember this lesson, and never look down on others again. The three students felt as if they had been granted a pardon, nodding repeatedly in agreement, their awe of Chu Chen reaching its peak. From now on, Chu Chen will no longer be seen as a good-for-nothing, but as a peerless master who was hiding his true abilities. Chapter 52 Escorting the Border Station, the Bully Zhao Yu. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the three students nodded repeatedly as if they had been granted a pardon. The skinny boy scrambled to his feet, patting his chest excitedly, and exclaimed, Brother Chu Chen, from today onwards, you are my idol. I'll be the first to object to anyone who dares to speak ill of you. Yes, yes, yes. Senior Chu is simply amazing, the girl quickly chimed in. He killed 4 third-tier source beasts so easily, his strength is definitely the best in our grade. The boy with the sword went even further, kneeling on the ground and saying, Brother Chu Chen, you're playing dumb to fool us. We were blind to your greatness. Luo Qingwu watched this scene from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Just a moment ago they were calling Chu Chen a piece of trash, and now they're showering him with flattery? Their change of attitude is faster than flipping through a book. Chu Chen waved his hand, somewhat helplessly, all right, don't exaggerate like that. What are your names? My name is Wang Taidan, the skinny boy answered first. I am Li Xiaohua, the girl said, blushing. My name is Zhang Dezhuang, the boy with the sword introduced himself. When Chu Chen heard these names, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Taidan, Li Xiaohua, Zhang Dezhuang? These names are so down to earth. Are you freshmen? Luo Qingwu asked. Yes, Senior Luo, the three answered in unison. Li Xiaohua blushed with excitement. Senior Sister Luo, you are even more beautiful than the legends say. No wonder Senior Chu Chen can train with you, it's so enviable. Exactly. Wang Taidan nodded repeatedly. Brother Chu Chen and Senior Sister Luo are a match made in heaven. Zhang Dezhuang also flattered, saying, Senior Chu Chen is so strong, he deserves a genius in beauty like Senior Luo. Hearing these words, Luo Qingwu blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Chu Chen also felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. How did you end up in such a remote wilderness area? With your strength, you should be training on the outermost perimeter. Upon hearing this, the excitement on the three people's faces vanished instantly, replaced by bitterness. Sigh, don't even mention it. Zhang Dezhuang sighed. We were supposed to be training on the outermost edge, but we ran into Zhao Yu, that bully from the freshman class, and he bullied us. Zhao Yu? Chu Chen frowned. He's a 5th-tier awakener. Li Xiaohua exclaimed angrily. He takes advantage of his strength to bully us weaklings on the outskirts and even steals the source beast materials we kill. Wang Taidan clenched his fist and said, that bastard even said that we trash should just go deep into the hell to die. So we were forced to come here. Zhang Dezhuang shrugged helplessly. And as soon as we came in, we encountered a sharp-horned rhinoceros and almost lost our lives. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt a surge of anger. He hated people who bullied others by relying on their power. Zhao Yu, right? I'll remember that, Chu Chen said coldly. Luo Qingwu frowned as well. This behavior is indeed excessive. Although the academy allows competition, it does not allow malicious bullying of freshmen. Chu Chen said, let's not worry about that for now, let's gather some materials first. These rhinoceros horns and armor plates are excellent materials for refining weapons, they shouldn't be wasted. Luo Qingwu also joined the ranks of those collecting materials, her movements practiced and elegant. The three freshmen stood aside, watching Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu's busy figures, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Brother Chu Chen, is there anything we can do to help? Wang Taidan asked cautiously. You guys stay here and keep watch to prevent other source beasts from coming, Chu Chen replied without looking up. Soon, the materials for the 4 sharp-horned rhinoceroses were all collected. Chu Chen divided the materials into 2 sets, handing one set to the 3 freshmen, saying, these are for you. Ha! Li Xiaohua was stunned. Senior Chu, you were the one who killed these enemies, how can we take these materials? Yes, Brother Chu Chen, we didn't do anything, we can't accept your things. Zhang Dezhuan quickly waved his hand as well. Chu Chen smiled and said, although I killed him, you all deserve half the credit. After all, if you hadn't brought these rhinos here, I wouldn't have encountered them. Besides, you're penniless right now, you can't go back empty-handed, can you? Hearing Chu Chen say that, the three freshmen were so moved that they almost cried. Brother Chu Chen, you're so kind. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Wang Tiedan's voice trembled with excitement. Li Xiaohua, her eyes red, said, Senior Chu, we will never forget your kindness. Watching this scene from the side, Luo Qingwu's feelings for Chu Chen deepened even further. This man is not only powerful, but also kind-hearted. Alright, stop being so sentimental. The most important thing now is to get out of here as soon as possible. Chu Chen put away the remaining materials. Qingwu and I will escort you back to the border station. The depths of the wilderness are too dangerous, your strength is simply not suitable for training here. When the three freshmen heard that Chu Chen was going to escort them back, they could hardly believe their ears. Really? Brother Chu Chen, you're really willing to escort us? Wang Taidan was so excited he almost jumped up. Of course. Chu Chen nodded. But you need to stay close and don't fall behind. The group of 5 began heading towards the border station. The 3 freshmen followed closely behind Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu, afraid of being left behind. Along the way, they kept asking Chu Chen questions about cultivation, and Chu Chen patiently answered them. After a 2-hour trek, the group finally saw the outline of the border station. We've finally arrived. Li Xiaohua was so excited she almost cried. Great, we're finally safe. Zhang Dezhuang breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as they were about to enter the border station, a discordant voice rang out. Hey, aren't these the 3 trashy guys? How did you manage to come back alive? Everyone turned to look and saw a tall young man walking towards them with several followers. This person was Zhao Yu, who had bullied them before. Upon seeing Zhao Yu, Wang Taidan and the other 2 turned pale instantly. Zhao Yu. Li Xiaohua's voice trembled. Zhao Yu glanced at the injuries and disheveled appearance of the 3 men, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Judging from your appearance, you must have suffered a lot in the wilderness, right? I knew it. You bunch of good-for-nothings should have stayed in the academy. Why did you come to the wilderness to die? As he spoke, his gaze turned to Luo Qingwu, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Oh? School beauty Luo? I didn't expect to see you here. Zhao Yu immediately switched to a fawning tone, School beauty Luo, how could you be with these trash? Luo Qingwu looked at him coldly without answering. At this moment, Zhao Yu's gaze fell on Chu Chen. When he saw Chen's face clearly, the expression on his face instantly became fascinating. Chu Chen? Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. So it was that F-rank talent trash. So that's why Senior Luo was hanging out with these trash. Turns out you were taking in stray dogs. Chu Chen frowned. This Zhao Yu was indeed as annoying as the rumors said. Get out of the way, Chu Chen said calmly. Get out of the way? Zhao Yu's smile became even more mocking. Chu Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to get out of the way? As he spoke, he took a few steps toward Chu Chen, emanating the aura of a 5th-level awakening source cultivator. I'd like to see what kind of good-for-nothing you are that you can be with School beauty Luo. Do you even know your own worth? You piece of trash, you're not even worthy to carry Luo Xiaohua's shoes. I'd like to see what else you can do besides hiding behind women, you piece of trash. The oppressive aura pressed down on Chu Chen like a mountain, and the surrounding air became heavy. Wang Taidan and the other 2 trembled under this oppressive aura, their hearts filled with worry for Chu Chen. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Chen remained completely still under this terrifying pressure. Not only that, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Is that all the pressure you have? Are you sure you're a 5th-tier awakening source user? What? Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Chen walked forward slowly, his aura growing stronger with each step. Since you're so curious about what else I can do besides hiding behind women, then I'll show you. Chapter 53, a 5th Order Awakening Source Master? Utterly defeated. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, a large number of people gathered around him. Hearing the commotion, the students came out of the border station, and some adventurers who had just returned from the wilderness also stopped to watch. What's going on? Is someone about to start a fight? Look, it's that bully Zhao Yu. Ha! Aren't those Chu Chen and school beauty Luo? Why are they facing off against Zhao Yu? Among the crowd were several freshmen who had been bullied by Zhao Yu. When they saw the scene, they all showed gloating expressions. Great! Finally, someone's going to teach that bastard Zhao Yu a lesson. But Chu Chen seems to be only at the second level of awakening source, right? Zhao Yu is a formidable 5th level cultivator. Who cares? I'm happy to see Zhao Yu in trouble. Even if Chu Chen gets beaten up, it'll be a way for us to vent our anger. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhao Yu's arrogance became even more pronounced. He glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "Watch closely, today I'll show you what the difference in strength really means." After saying that, he turned to Chu Chen, his face full of disdain. "Chu Chen, I admit that your level talent in the retest is indeed surprising. But I think it must be that school beauty Luo did something to it, right? After all, how could a piece of trash like you suddenly go from F rank to a rank?" Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes, and her eyebrows furrowed. "Zhao Yu, show me some respect when you speak." Zhao Yu laughed heartily. "School beauty Luo, I'm telling the truth. Everyone knows what kind of good-for-nothing he was in the academy before, suddenly becoming an A-level genius? Who would believe that? You must have used some special methods to help him cheat." The surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves. That makes sense. Chu Chen has always been an F-level waste, so it's strange that he suddenly became an A-level. How could school beauty Luo cheat? She's an A+ level genius. Hearing these comments, Wang Taidan and the other two felt indignant for Chu Chen, but dared not utter a word. Chu Chen's expression grew colder as he listened to Zhao Yu's provocation. "Are you done?" His voice was calm, but for some reason, Zhao Yu felt a sense of pressure. However, he quickly put that feeling out of his mind. What a joke! I'm a 5th-tier awakening source master, how could I be threatened by a piece of trash? Enough with the nonsense! A strong surge of source energy erupted from Zhao Yu's body, and his aura instantly soared. The pressure from a 5th-tier awakening source cultivator surged towards Chu Chen like a tidal wave, and the surrounding air began to distort. "Chu Chen, since you're so eager to play the hero, then I'll grant your wish. Let me show you what real strength is." The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and Wang Taidan and the other two were so overwhelmed that they could hardly breathe and could not even stand steadily. Other students watching also stepped back, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Chu Chen is finished. Under this kind of pressure, he'll be lucky to even stand up, let alone fight back. Why isn't school beauty Luo making a move? Is she just going to stand by and watch Chu Chen get humiliated? However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Chen remained completely still under this terrifying pressure. Not only that, he even took a step forward, a disdainful smile on his face. Chu Chen's voice was filled with sarcasm. "That's it? I thought a 5th-tier awakening source user would be some kind of powerful figure. Turns out, all you've got is this little bit of pressure? Are you trying to give me a massage? What?" Zhao Yu's eyes widened, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. His oppressive aura had absolutely no effect on Chu Chen? How could that be? This doesn't make sense. In the instant Zhao Yu was stunned, Chu Chen moved. His figure rushed towards Zhao Yu like lightning, so fast that no one could react at all. Impossible. Zhao Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and he hurriedly mobilized all the source power in his body to try to defend himself. But Chu Chen's fist was already in front of him, the wind whistling through the air with a terrifying sound. Bang! With a deafening thud, Zhao Yu was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the alloy wall of the border station. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Zhao Yu, a 5th-order awakening source cultivator, was actually sent flying by a single punch? And the one who knocked him away was Chu Chen, who was previously considered an F-level waste. This is impossible. Zhao Yu struggled to his feet, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. He stared intently at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep fear. "How could you be so strong?" Chu Chen clapped his hands casually, as if he had just done something insignificant. "I've already said it, with this little bit of strength, you dare to call yourself a 5th-tier awakener? Compared to the 5th-tier savage beast I just encountered, you are not even worth a hair on its head." This is an utter disgrace, even more humiliating than having a "I'm a piece of trash" label stuck on his face. Zhao Yu was completely enraged, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. Chu Chen! I'm going to kill you. He frantically mobilized the source energy within his body, and his aura surged once again, with flame source energy churning around him. Original technique blazing impact. A flame shot out from his hand, heading straight for Chu Chen. The onlookers gasped in surprise and retreated. This is a mid-level first-tier source technique, and its power is quite astonishing. However, when Chu Chen saw the flame, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Just this tiny flame? Are you trying to tickle me? He raised his right hand, and a burst of flame shot out as well. But his flames were noticeably more solid and hotter. The two flames collided in mid-air, creating a huge explosion and sending sparks flying. After the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to find that Chu Chen's flames had completely suppressed Zhao Yu's attack, and he still had the strength to continue rushing towards Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed on the arm by the flames. Suddenly, a burnt smell wafted over. Ah! Zhao Yu cried out in pain, clutching his burned arm. His face was no longer filled with arrogance, instead, it was filled with deep fear. Impossible, impossible, you're clearly just a piece of trash. He muttered to himself, completely unable to accept this reality. Chu Chen slowly walked towards him, and with each step he took, Zhao Yu took a step back. Now do you know who the good-for-nothing is? Chu Chen's voice was calm, but to Zhao Yu it sounded like the call of death. I give up. Zhao Yu finally couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Senior Chu. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. The surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy crap! That's so cool. Senior Chu Chen is awesome. Is this the legendary pretending to be weak to catch a tiger? Finally, someone has taken care of this bully. That's so satisfying. Those freshmen who had been bullied by Zhao Yu were especially moved to tears. Chu Chen looked down at Zhao Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, a cold glint in his eyes. You can admit defeat, but you must return the materials you stole from others. Give me all the materials you previously looted, not a single one can be missing. Zhao Yu looked miserable, but dared not resist in the slightest. He trembled as he took out a large pile of source beast materials from his storage ring and piled them on the ground. Looking at the pile of materials, Chu Chen turned to the crowd and said, "Come and claim these stolen materials. Which ones are yours? Return them to their rightful owners. Starting today, anyone who dares to bully a freshman is going against me, Chu Chen." Chapter 54 Returning from Trials, the Freshman Competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the freshmen who were watching rushed towards the pile of materials. This third-tier Wind Wolf's pelt is mine. That second-tier Fire Rat's Beast core is mine too. Oh my god, my tier 3 Angry Bird feather is here too. The new students excitedly claimed their materials, each face beaming with the joy of having something lost and found again. Wang Taidan and his two companions were so excited they almost jumped for joy. They had found many of the stolen treasures. Senior Chu, you are truly our savior. Without you, we would never have gotten these materials back. Chu Chen waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to get so excited. He turned to look at Zhao Yu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said in a calm but intimidating tone, "You can get out now. Remember what I just said. If I see you bullying freshmen again, it won't be as simple as just one punch." Zhao Yu felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Senior Chu, I promise I'll never dare to do it again. I'm leaving now, I'm leaving now." After saying that, he fled the scene without looking back, afraid that Chu Chen would change his mind and punch him again. As the crowd watched Zhao Yu flee in a disheveled state, they erupted in even louder cheers. That was so satisfying. That bully finally got his comeuppance. Senior Chu is truly our guardian angel. From today onwards, Senior Chu will be my idol. Luo Qinggu stood beside Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing with an unusual light. She found herself increasingly unable to understand this man. To be able to easily defeat a 5th-tier awakener in such a short time, this growth rate is something even a genius like her can't match. Moreover, his calm and composed demeanor gave her a sense of security for no apparent reason. "Chu Chen, you've really impressed me," Luo Qinggu said softly, her voice tinged with admiration. Chu Chen turned to look at her and grinned, "This is nothing. You'll be even more impressed in the future." Luo Qinggu rolled her eyes at him, but a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. This guy is always so confident, but that's exactly the kind of confidence she likes. After receiving their materials, the new students surrounded Chu Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. Senior Chu, can you teach us how to become stronger? Yes, we also want to be as good as you. Senior Chu, do you take on apprentices? Chu Chen was getting a headache from being surrounded by this group of enthusiastic freshmen, so he said, all right, everyone, disperse. If you want to become stronger, you must cultivate diligently. There are no shortcuts. Although the freshmen were somewhat disappointed, they still obediently dispersed. However, their eyes still held Chu Chen in high esteem. Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu left the border station, preparing to return to the academy. However, what they didn't know was that the news of what happened at the border station had already spread throughout the academy. Have you heard? Chu Chen defeated Zhao Yu with a single punch. What? That F-rank trash Chu Chen? He's not F-rank anymore, he's an A-rank genius now. From an F-level waste to an A-level genius, and then to instantly killing a 5th-tier awakening source cultivator, this is simply cheating. I think he's definitely hiding his true strength. He might even be stronger than an A-rank. My god, an A-level genius killed a 5th-tier awakening source user with a single punch? That's too exaggerated. This is so inspiring. I also need to work hard in my cultivation. Maybe I can turn the tables too. Within just a few hours, the entire Yuanwu University was discussing this matter. Discussions about Chu Chen could be heard from every corner of the academy. As soon as Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu stepped into the academy gate, they heard a chorus of voices discussing the matter. Look, Chu Chen is back. I knew it. School beauty Luo has excellent taste. She saw Chu Chen's extraordinary qualities long ago. I now seriously suspect that Chu Chen's previous F-level talent was just a facade to deceive others. The students passing by cast awe-inspiring glances at Chu Chen, and some of the bolder freshmen even waved to him from afar. Listening to these comments, Chu Chen said helplessly, "It seems I'm more famous now than before." Luo Qingwu walked beside him, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. You need to be careful. There are many hidden talents in the school, and people from various forces are observing us in the dark. While you have gained fame in this battle, it may also bring some unnecessary trouble. Chu Chen nodded, understanding that Luo Qingwu's concerns were not unfounded. As the two walked towards the villa area, the students they encountered along the way would give way to them, and their attitude was much more respectful than before. Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu brewed 2 cups of tea and handed one to Chu Chen. Chu Chen, there's something I need to tell you. Luo Qingwu sat on the sofa, her expression turning serious. She continued, 3 months from now, the school will hold a freshman competition. Chu Chen picked up his teacup and asked curiously, the freshman competition? Yes, this is one of the most important competitions in the school every year. The top 20 in the competition can enter the freshman elite class, Luo Qingwu explained. Is there anything special about the elite class? He asked. Luo Qingwu put down her teacup, her tone filled with longing. The elite class can enjoy the best cultivation resources in the academy, and have the most outstanding mentors in the entire school to guide them personally. More importantly, students in the elite class can access the academy's library. The library? Chu Chen became interested. That place houses various advanced cultivation techniques and source skills manuals accumulated by the academy over hundreds of years, as well as many precious cultivation insights, Luo Qingwu continued. Chu Chen's heart stirred. Although he possessed the heaven-defying Genesis origin technique, he could not reveal it. He can't rely on the resources Luo Qingwu gives him forever. He needs to earn resources through his own strength and grow stronger step by step. However, it's not so easy to get by in the elite class, Luo Qingwu said, changing the subject. Students in the elite class need to complete various highly difficult tasks, some of which even require venturing deep into the wilderness, and the level of danger is unimaginable. Every year, students from the elite class are injured while on missions, and even. Luo Qingwu didn't finish speaking, but Chu Chen already understood what she meant. Moreover, the competition in the freshman competition is extremely fierce. Luo Qingwu's expression was solemn. The participants include not only ordinary students, but also talented young talents from various aristocratic families and sections. They have had access to top-tier cultivation resources and environments since childhood, making them exceptionally talented and powerful. None of these people are easy to deal with, so you should be prepared. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen showed no concern. Instead, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He wanted to compete against more geniuses. He can only grow faster in an environment full of strong people. You have 3 months left, you need to prepare well, Luo Qinggu reminded her. Although you are quite strong now, those geniuses are not comparable to someone like Xiao Yu. Xu Chen nodded, having already made up his mind. He put down his teacup, a confident smile spreading across his face. Don't worry, in 3 months, I'll make everyone look at me with new eyes again. Whether it's to obtain better cultivation resources or to access more advanced cultivation techniques, he is determined to get into the elite class. Alright, starting tomorrow, we'll intensify our intensive training to help you reach a higher level in a short time. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow. Intensive grueling training? Sounds very challenging. Of course it's challenging. A sly glint flashed in Luo Qinggu's beautiful eyes. I'll show you what real hellish training is. As night fell, Xu Chen stood on the balcony, gazing at the distant starry sky. 3 months later, the grand competition for new students will be held, attracting geniuses from all the major families. This will be the stage where he truly shines. Chapter 55, Rising Fame, Undercurrents. Yuanwu University, President's Office. The office was simply decorated yet dignified, with portraits of past principals hanging on the walls and bookshelves filled with various source energy classics. Principal Chen Tianshan was sitting behind his desk, holding a report that had just been delivered. He was over 70 years old, with gray hair, but he was in good spirits and exuded unfathomable energy fluctuations. Interesting, really interesting. Chen Tianshan put down the report, a thoughtful expression on his face. The report was filled with detailed descriptions of Xu Chen's performance from the time he enrolled in school until today. From an initial F-level talent to an A-level talent, and now to being able to defeat a 5th-tier awakener with a single punch. This rate of growth is something even geniuses from top universities would find difficult to achieve. Principal, do you really want to pay attention to this Xu Chen? Zhou Ming, the vice principal standing to the side, was somewhat puzzled. Although he performed well, our Yuanwu University is only a second-rate institution. The real geniuses all go to top-tier institutions like Tianqiong Academy. Chen Tianshan shook his head and said, Old Zhou, your vision is too narrow. This Xu Chen is definitely not simple. Chen Tianshan walked to the window and looked into the distance. For the young lady of the Luo family to take the initiative to approach him, and for his strength to increase so rapidly in such a short time, there must be a huge secret behind him. Zhou Ming frowned, but even if the principal is incredibly powerful, he can't change the current situation of our school. Any student from those top-tier universities is better than the students in our elite class. Chen Tianshan stood up, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. It is precisely because we are second-rate that we need this kind of different variable even more. If Xu Chen can really rise to prominence, our Yuanwu University will have a chance to become a top-tier university. Go and make arrangements for the secret guards to protect Xu Chen secretly, so that nothing happens to him. Zhou Ming nodded. Yes, Principal. Also, investigate Xu Chen's background, the more detailed the better, Chen Tianshan said, turning around. I always felt that this child had some secret that we didn't know about. Meanwhile, at another part of the school, Li Tianyang was sitting in his VIP villa, his face terribly gloomy. Several photos were on the table, showing Xu Chen knocking Xiao Yu down with a single punch. You son of a bitch, how dare you act tough in front of me? Bang! Li Tianyang slammed his fist on the table, and the expensive raw wood tabletop cracked instantly. Ever since Su Ruoxue stopped him in the grove, he had been looking for an opportunity to get revenge on Xu Chen. But Xu Chen's current display of strength has forced him to reconsider. Young master, should we contact the family? The follower next to him asked cautiously. Li Tianyang smiled sinisterly, not for now. My family is busy with other important matters and won't bother with such trivial things. But I will absolutely not let this Xu Chen go. He picked up a communicator from the table and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Li Tianyang. I need your help. Yes, his name is Xu Chen. Don't kill him, I'll make him wish he were dead. A hoarse laugh came from the other end of the communicator. Young Master Li, we understand your requirements. But as for the price, money is no problem. I only care about results. Office 301, Teaching Building. Lu Qingyan sat at her desk, her slender fingers tapping the surface. The gentle smile that usually graced her face was gone, replaced by a dangerous indifference. Xu Chen. She murmured the name softly. Ever since she last investigated Xu Chen's source power, she has been pondering a question. That kind of pure, extremely potent source energy is something that ordinary people can never possess. Even the direct descendants of those top aristocratic families would find it difficult to reach this level. Could it be that he really has some special bloodline, or that he encountered some extraordinary adventure? Lu Qingyan stood up and walked to the window. However, it's not certain yet, we need to observe further. She picked up a document from the table, which contained detailed information about Chu Chen. Little Chu, you're getting more and more interesting. In a corner on the third floor of the school library, Su Ruoxue was sitting quietly reading a book. But her mind was clearly not on the book, she was thinking about something else. Chu Chen's strength is improving at an incredibly fast pace. She recalled the scene she had witnessed in the grove. It hasn't been long, and now he can instantly kill 5th-tier awakening source cultivators. And the aura emanating from him. That ancient and magnificent feeling gave her a strange sense of resonance. Ever since she met Chu Chen, the blood in her body has become unusually active. This has never happened before. Could he really be? Su Ruoxue gently touched her chest, where a faint blue mark was faintly visible. It seems I need to find an opportunity to get in touch with him. Su Ruoxue closed the book, a resolute glint in her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere on campus. In a secluded room, several people dressed in black robes are having a secret conversation. Green candles were lit in the room, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Chu Chen's strength has increased too quickly, exceeding our expectations, one of the men in black robes said. That's right. If we let him continue to grow like this, it might affect our plans. The other person nodded. Should we make our move now? Someone suggested. No, it's not the right time yet, the person sitting at the top waved his hand. That girl Luo Qinggu has been with him all along, and the school's higher-ups must have started paying attention to him as well. Now we need to wait for the right opportunity. What about the freshman competition? Someone suggested. Freshman competition. The leader thought for a moment. That would be a good opportunity, a lot of powerful people would be involved. Even if something happens, no one will suspect us. Alright, then let's wait until the freshman competition to make our move. His secrets are too important to our plans. The group nodded and then disappeared into the darkness. In the corner of the room, a tiny listening device was silently recording everything. The device was flashing a faint blue light, clearly indicating that it was a spy planted by some mysterious force. Even more bizarrely, shortly after the man in black left, the listening device suddenly burst into flames and turned to ashes. Clearly, this undercurrent of competition surrounding Chu Chen is far more complex and dangerous than it appears on the surface. All sides are secretly plotting, while Chu Chen, at the center of the storm, is completely unaware that he has become the focus of contention among various parties. An earth-shattering competition is about to erupt in the freshman competition 3 months from now. Chapter 56 Hellish Training begins. At 6 o'clock on Sunday morning, Yuanwu University was still shrouded in tranquility. Chu Chen had just finished washing up when his communicator rang. Xiao Chen, I heard you showed great prowess at the border station yesterday? Shi Tishan's voice came through the communicator, tinged with excitement. Master, you're really well informed, Chu Chen said with a wry smile. Ha, the whole academy is buzzing about it. Defeating a 5th-tier awakening source master with a single punch, I, as the master, am so proud. Shi Taishan laughed and said, since your strength has improved so quickly, you should also speed up your forging learning. Come to my studio at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I'm going to officially start teaching you the core techniques of forging. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, master. After hanging up the call, Chu Chen was about to go to the kitchen to find something to eat when Luo Qinggu came downstairs. The training suit was only half zipped up, revealing an alluring collarbone and glimpses of snow-white skin. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting training outfit, which perfectly showcased her figure. Her long silver hair was tied into a high ponytail, giving her a dashing and heroic air. Ready to undergo hellish training? Luo Qinggu walked up to Chu Chen, deliberately bending down to pick up a water glass from the table. The sight of her chest almost made Chu Chen's nose bleed. Chu Chen swallowed hard, not because he was nervous, but because Luo Qinggu's look today was just too alluring. Are you trying to murder your boyfriend? Chu Chen swallowed hard. Luo Qinggu rolled her eyes at him. Stop talking nonsense. Today's training intensity will be much higher than before, so you'd better be mentally prepared. After having a simple breakfast, the two went to the underground VIP training room of the Source Power Training Building. You were able to easily defeat a 5th-tier awakener yesterday, which means that the previous training intensity was no longer enough for you. A mischievous glint flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. Today I'm going to show you what true despair is. Chu Chen swallowed hard, feeling a sense of foreboding. Luo Qingwu walked to the gravity regulator and adjusted it to 7 times the gravity without hesitation. 7 times? Chu Chen gasped. 5 times the gravity was already enough to make him suffer, but 7 times the gravity was practically deadly. What, scared? Luo Qingwu raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say yesterday you were going to impress everyone? Or perhaps. She deliberately drew out her words, my boyfriend is actually a master of empty talk? Chu Chen was so enraged that his blood boiled. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? 7 times the force of gravity pressed down on him instantly, making Chu Chen feel as if his body weighed 1,000 pounds, and every step he took was extremely difficult. Very good, let him adapt for 10 minutes first. Luo Qingwu observed Chu Chen's condition from outside the gravity field. Remember, this is just an appetizer. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and walked step by step in the gravity field. With each step, the ground made a dull sound. Sweat quickly soaked his clothes, and his muscles ached as if they were being torn apart. Master, this kind of extreme pressure is the best way to stimulate potential. Ling Xi's voice echoed in his mind. Keep at it, and you'll reap unexpected rewards. 10 minutes later, Luo Qingwu also stepped into the gravity field. To Chu Chen's astonishment, she moved freely even under 7 times the gravity, as if she were unaffected by anything. Let's begin the practical training now. Luo Qingwu stretched her limbs. I will keep my strength at the 7th level of the Awakening Source Realm and fight against you. 7th level Awakener? Chu Chen's eyes widened. It should be noted that Zhao Yu, whom he defeated yesterday, was only a 5th level Awakener, and that was under normal gravity. Now, to fight a 7th level Awakener under 7 times the gravity is simply a hellish challenge. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin. As soon as Luo Qingwu finished speaking, she vanished from her spot in an instant. Chu Chen was shocked. Even under 7 times the gravity, Luo Qingwu was still moving so fast. Boom! A powerful force struck from the side, and Chu Chen barely managed to raise his hand to block it, but was still shaken and forced to retreat. Too slow. Luo Qingwu's voice came from all directions. Under this gravity, your reaction speed simply can't keep up. Before Chu Chen could react, Luo Qingwu appeared behind him and slapped him on the back. Chu Chen hurriedly turned around, but under the influence of 7 times the gravity, his movements became extremely slow. Bang! The palm struck Chu Chen's shoulder solidly, the immense force causing him to kneel down. Get up and continue. Luo Qingwu showed no pity whatsoever. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and stood up, using the creation spirit source to restore his source power. Come on! Chu Chen shouted and charged towards Luo Qingwu. This time, he was noticeably faster, his fist slamming towards Luo Qingwu with a whistling sound. Luo Qingwu deftly dodged to the side and then punched Chu Chen in the abdomen with her backhand. Chu Chen reacted quickly this time, crossing his arms to protect his chest. Bang! The immense impact forced Chu Chen back a few steps, but he did not fall. Not bad, you've improved. A hint of approval flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes. But it's not enough. For the next half hour, Chu Chen was completely dominated by Luo Qingwu. The combination of 7 times the gravity and the strength of a 7th level Awakener created an oppressive feeling that made it almost impossible for Chu Chen to breathe. But it was under this extreme pressure that Chu Chen's body began to undergo subtle changes. His reaction speed is gradually improving, and his control over the source force is becoming more refined. Time's up. Luo Qingwu stopped her attack. 10-minute break, then we'll continue. Chu Chen slumped to the ground, panting heavily. My clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and my muscles were aching. But his eyes gleamed with excitement. This kind of extreme training is exactly what he needs. How are you? Can you still hold on? Luo Qingwu walked over and handed him a bottle of source energy nutrient solution. Of course. Chu Chen took the nutrient solution and drank it all in one gulp. Again. Looking at Chu Chen's resolute expression, Luo Qingwu felt a strange sensation welling up inside her. This man is becoming increasingly unfathomable to her. 10 minutes later, the second round of training began. This time, Chu Chen was clearly much more adapted. Although he was still being suppressed by Luo Qingwu, he was able to launch some effective counterattacks. Time passed second by second, and Chu Chen engaged in fierce combat with Luo Qingwu under 7 times the gravity. Every time he was knocked down, he would stubbornly get back up. Every failure made him stronger. The morning training finally ended, and Chu Chen was practically helped out of the gravity field by Luo Qingwu. "You did a good job today," Luo Qingwu rarely praised. "Keep it up tomorrow." Chu Chen smiled wryly. 7 times gravity again tomorrow? Of course not. Luo Qingwu smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow it will be 8 times. Chu Chen almost lost his balance. 8 times the gravity, they're training him to death. After lunch and a short rest, Chu Chen prepared to head to Shi Tishan's studio. "Be careful this afternoon," Luo Qingwu cautioned. "Although Instructor Shi is a nice person, his training methods are no gentler than mine." Chu Chen nodded and left the villa, heading toward Shi Tishan's studio. At 2 p.m. sharp, Chu Chen arrived at Shi Tishan's underground studio on time. "Xiao Chun, you've come at the right time." Shi Taizhan put down his forging hammer. "Today I'm going to teach you some truly useful things." Shi Taizhan walked up to a huge furnace, where blazing flames were burning. "Xiao Chun, what do you think is the most important thing in forging source artifacts?" Chu Chun thought for a moment. "Materials and techniques? None of those are right." Shi Taizhan shook his head. "The most important thing is the fusion of mindset and source power. Without a pure mind, the source artifacts forged will be worthless. Without profound source power, it is impossible to drive advanced materials." Shi Taizhan picked up a glittering piece of source ore. "Today, I'm going to teach you how to nurture materials with source energy." Chapter 57: Nourishing Source Energy, an Unexpected Talent. Nurturing with source energy? Chu Chen looked at the piece of source ore emitting a faint light in Shi Tishan's hand with a puzzled expression. "That's right." Shi Taizhan placed the source ore on the forging table. Ordinary blacksmiths only use flames in forging hammers, but true source craftsmen must learn to use their own source power to feel the materials and nurture them. Shi Taizhan stretched out his palm and hovered above the source ore. Pale blue source energy surged from his palm, slowly enveloping the source ore. Chu Chen's eyes widened as the source ore began to change under the influence of the source power of the stone iron mountain. The originally rough surface became smooth, and the internal source force fluctuations became more active. "See that?" Shi Taizhan withdrew his source energy. "This is the effect of source energy nurturing. Materials that have undergone nurturing can have a forging success rate that can be increased by more than 30%. Chu Chen nodded, his interest immediately piqued. "Now, you come." Shi Taizhan took out another piece of source ore. "Try to use your source power to feel it." Chu Chen took a deep breath and extended his right hand. The primordial spiritual source within the body begins to circulate, converging into the palm through the meridians. The moment the source energy came into contact with the source ore, an accident occurred. That previously unremarkable source ore suddenly burst forth with blinding white light. "What?" Shi Tishan's eyes widened. Under Chu Chen's source power, the source ore began to undergo violent changes. Not only did its surface become crystal clear, but the concentration of source energy inside also increased several times. How is this possible?" Shi Taizhan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had been forging for decades and had never seen such a magical sight. Chu Chen himself was startled and quickly withdrew his source power. "Master, your creation source has a purifying and enhancing effect on all source materials," Lingxi explained in her mind. "However, don't reveal it again in the future." "Master, what's going on?" Chu Chen pretended to be unaware. Shi Taizhan picked up the source ore that had been nurtured by Chu Chen's source power and examined it carefully. "Incredible, absolutely incredible." His voice trembled with excitement. "Xiao Chen, your source energy possesses an extremely rare purification property." "Purification properties?" Chu Chen asked, feigning ignorance. "That's right." Shi Taizhan paced excitedly around the studio. "Only the purest source energy possesses this property, which can enhance the quality of materials." Chu Chen's heart tightened. It seemed that his creation source was indeed too special, even his master was so shocked. "Master, is this characteristic very rare?" he asked again. "Rare is an understatement." Shi Tishan's face flushed with excitement. A source power user with purification properties is a highly sought-after commodity by all the major powers. A powerful family once offered a staggering 1 billion source coins for a source artifact master whose purification effect was only half that of you. "And your purification effect?" Sure, Taizhan swallowed hard, is conservatively estimated to be worth tens of billions. Shu Chen was shocked. This was the purification effect of using the creation source completely, and it was already worth billions? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Sure Taizhan said seriously. People with this kind of talent often become the target of competition among various forces. Those tycoons and powerful families will do anything to get you. This secret must be kept until you are powerful enough. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sure Taizhan was indeed a trustworthy master. But at the same time, he also realized that danger was approaching. However, since you have this talent, then your forging studies need to change direction. Sure Taizhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ordinary forging techniques are a complete waste of your time. I'm going to teach you the true core secrets of a source weapon master. Sure Taizhan walked deep into the studio and took out an old-fashioned book from a hidden safe. The source force forging technique was passed down to me by my master. I originally planned to teach it to you after you learned the basics. But now it seems that you can completely skip the basic stage. Shu Chen took the book, which exuded an ancient aura, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The runes on the cover seemed to be glowing slightly, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. He was deeply moved by Sure Taizhan's trust and guidance. Thank you, Master, Shu Chen said to Sure Taizhan. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me, Sure Taizhan said with a wicked smile. Mastering this mental cultivation method is not so easy. The training that follows will be even more brutal than Luo Qingwu's hellish training. Shu Chen shuddered. Master, how exactly do we train? It's very simple. Sure Taizhan pointed to the mountain of materials piled up in the studio. Use your source power to nurture all these materials. All of them? Shu Chen gasped. There are at least 1,000 pieces of materials in the studio. To cure them all would be exhausting. What, scared? Sure Taizhan raised an eyebrow. Or are you saying that I, as your master, am not as good as your little girlfriend? Shu Chen was so excited that his blood boiled. Bring it on. It's just a matter of gathering materials. I, Shu, have never been afraid. Sure Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. From now on, you will come here to train for 3 hours every afternoon. Remember, you not only need to nurture the materials, but also carefully feel the characteristics and energy fluctuations of each material. Shu Chen nodded in agreement. He picked up a piece of iron ore and carefully released a wisp of the creation spirit source. This time, he deliberately controlled his strength to avoid making too much noise. Even so, the iron ore still underwent significant changes under the nurturing of his source energy. The impurities were purified, the purity was greatly improved, and the entire piece of ore emitted a faint glow. Good, keep going. Sure Taizhan instructed from the side, his eyes full of satisfaction. Time passed by second. Shu Chen focused intently on nurturing each piece of material. With each piece he nurtures, his understanding of the material deepens. Gradually, he began to be able to sense the personality of different materials. Some are as fierce as fire, requiring a powerful source force to conquer them. Some are as gentle as water, requiring a soft source of comfort. Some are as resilient as mountains, requiring sustained motivation to influence them. 3 hours later, Shu Chen had already nurtured dozens of materials. Although the cost was enormous, the rewards were also astonishing. That's all for today. Sure Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Go back and study that manual carefully. I'll check your understanding tomorrow. Remember, this manual is not just a forging technique, but also a cultivation method. Mastering it will allow your source energy cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Shu Chen put away the source power forging technique and bid farewell to Sure Taizhan before leaving the studio. When they returned to the villa, the sun was setting, and Luo Qingwu had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. How are you doing? Are you adapting well to Instructor Shu's training? Luo Qingwu ladled out a bowl of soup and handed it to Shu Chen. Shu Chen took the soup bowl and felt its warmth. It was more tiring than I imagined, but I gained a lot. My master said I have a source power talent with purification properties. Purification property? A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. That's a talent that's 1 in 10,000. Shu Chen nodded without saying much. There were some secrets that even Luo Qingwu couldn't fully reveal. After dinner, Shu Chen returned to his room and began studying the source power forging technique. The book contains profound and extensive information, including not only forging techniques but also unique methods for circulating source energy. Chu Chen became more and more engrossed in the book, not closing it until late at night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Luo Qinggu appeared at Chu Chen's door precisely on time. Are you ready? Today it's 8 times gravity. Chu Chen swallowed hard, but nodded firmly, let's go. And so began the grueling training, day after day. The morning was Luo Qinggu's hellish training session, with the gravity gradually increasing from 7 times to 9 times. The afternoon session was the source force forging training at Taishan, from nurturing basic materials to complex source force fusion techniques and source tool forging. Every night, Chu Chen would study the source force forging technique and at the same time cultivate the creation source technique to consolidate his cultivation. Before we knew it, a month had flown by. Chapter 58: A Month of Transformation. A month later, at 6 o'clock in the morning, a dull thud echoed from the training room. In a field of gravity 10 times stronger than normal, Chu Chen's body endured pressure that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Every breath was extremely difficult, and every movement required several times the source energy. Boom! Luo Qinggu's fist whistled past Chu Chen's cheek, the force of which became exceptionally sharp under 10 times the gravity. Chu Chen dodged to the side, staggered, but quickly regained his balance. The primordial spiritual source within his body surged through his source veins, and the flow of source power was several times smoother than it had been a month ago. Not bad, the reaction speed has improved a lot. Luo Qinggu withdrew her fist, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. 10 times the gravity was not easy for her either. Chu Chen took a deep breath, feeling the surging source energy fluctuations within his body. Last night during his cultivation, he finally broke through that barrier, advancing from the peak of the 4th level of the awakening source to the 5th level. Thank you, Qinggu, it's all thanks to you. Chu Chen looked at Luo Qinggu sincerely. Without her companionship and guidance, he could never have progressed so rapidly during this month of grueling training. Luo Qinggu blushed slightly and said gently, don't talk nonsense. This is the result of your own hard work. A warm feeling welled up in her heart. The boy's growth rate was truly astonishing. He went from the peak of the 2nd level of Awakener to the 5th level in just 1 month. Another round? Chu Chen stretched his muscles and bones. The training under 10 times gravity had brought about a qualitative leap in his physical fitness. Alright, let's call it a day. Luo Qinggu turned off the gravity device. She continued, you still have to go to Instructor Shi's place this afternoon, so don't use up all your source energy. The moment gravity disappeared, Chu Chen felt like he was about to fly away. This feels so good. He couldn't help but jump a few times. Looking at his childish appearance, Luo Qinggu couldn't help but laugh, you really are a kid who never grows up. The two left the training room together. Chu Chen went back to his room, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. At 2 p.m. sharp, Chu Chen appeared at the entrance of Taishan's studio. Master, I'm here. Chu Chen pushed open the door and entered, finding Taishan tidying up the tools on the workbench. Xiao Chun, you've come at the right time. Taishan turned around, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Today I'm going to test the results of your training over the past month. Chu Chen nodded. Over the past month, he had nurtured almost all the materials in the studio and had become very familiar with the properties of various source materials. See that forging table over there? Taishan pointed to a precision forging table in the corner of the workshop. Today you will independently complete the forging of a source artifact. Chu Chen walked to the forging table, where several carefully selected materials were placed, a piece of hematite, a highly resilient vine, and several small source crystals. Forge a long sword? Chu Chen observed the combination of materials and already had a general idea in mind. That's right, it's a long sword. Taishan sat down to the side. Remember, don't be impatient, take your time. Impatience is the worst thing when forging source artifacts. Chu Chen took a deep breath and began to light the forging furnace. Orange-red flames leaped in the furnace as Chu Chen threw in hematite. As the temperature rose, the ore began to soften. At this moment, Chu Chen stretched out his hands, and the creation spirit source slowly flowed out, enveloping the melting hematite. A miraculous scene unfolded once again. Under the nurturing influence of the primordial spirit source, the impurities in the hematite were rapidly purified, and the purity of the metal increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Taishan watched in stunned silence. A month ago, Chu Chen's purification effect had already shocked him, and now the effect has increased by several times. Chu Chen focused intently on controlling the source energy, pouring the purified molten metal into the sword-shaped mold. Next, he began to deal with the vine. The vines, imbued with the essence of creation, have become incredibly tough and strong, making them perfect for crafting sword hilts. The most crucial step is here the fusion of the source crystal. Shu Chen carefully embedded several source crystals into the grooves on the sword, and then used source power to perfectly fuse them with the sword. The entire process was smooth and seamless, without a single pause. 2 hours later, a long sword emitting a faint white light appeared on the forging table. The sword is straight, the blade is sharp, and the vines on the hilt are wrapped around it just right. Most importantly, the source energy fluctuations emitted by the entire sword are extremely stable. Shi Taizhan picked up the long sword and examined it carefully, his shock growing stronger. This is a perfect mortal-grade origin artifact. His voice trembled slightly. Xiao Chen, do you know what this means? Shu Chen shook his head. He didn't understand the classification of source artifacts well enough. A perfect grade mortal artifact is already infinitely close to a profound grade one. Shi Taizhan paced excitedly in the workshop, and this is your first time forging independently. For a typical origin weapon master apprentice, it's already quite good if they can forge a low-grade mortal item in a month. A mid-grade mortal item requires at least half a year of practice, and a high-grade mortal item requires more than a year. As for perfect ordinary items? Shi Taizhan took a deep breath. It took me 2 whole years to forge the first perfect ordinary item source weapon. 2 years. A full 2 years. And you, in just 1 month. Your first independent forging was a perfect ordinary item. Shi Taizhan looked at Shu Chen as if he were a monster. Shu Chen scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. No, this is your talent. Shi Taizhan looked at Shu Chen solemnly. From today onwards, you are a level 1 source weapon forger. And you are far beyond the level of an average level 1 source weapon forger. A hint of surprise flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. Although he was only a level 1 source weapon master, it was a status that many people dreamed of. I will help you apply for a level 1 source weapon master certificate, Shi Taizhan said excitedly, and at the same time, apply to join the Source Weapon Master Guild. Shi Taizhan continued, with a guild membership, your status at school will be very different. Source artifact masters are rare talents throughout the Federation. Even a level 1 source artifact master will be courted by various forces. I'll take you to the guild tomorrow to help you with the formalities. Once you pass the assessment, you'll be a certified level 1 source artifact master. Shu Chen nodded repeatedly, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. Being a source weapon master not only brings status, but more importantly, it grants access to more forging resources and technologies. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Shi Taizhan took out an exquisite storage ring from the drawer. This is a storage ring I used when I was young, and I'm giving it to you now. Inside are some precious forging materials and source weapon blueprints that I've collected. Shu Chen accepted the ring, sensing the spatial fluctuations it contained. Thank you, master. Don't thank me yet, Shi Taizhan said with a wicked smile. Now that you're already a level 1 source artifact master, the intensity of your training will be doubled. Moreover, a hint of worry flashed in Shi Taizhan's eyes. Your talent is too amazing, it will definitely attract the attention of various forces. You need to learn to hide your strength. Not everyone is like me, genuinely caring for your own good. Shu Chen nodded, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. His master's care made him feel a long-lost warmth. Chapter 59 Source Artifact Master Guild. Shu Chen returned to the villa with excitement. He had just pushed open the door when he found Luo Qingwu sitting on the sofa, flipping through a manual of source techniques. Qingwu, I have good news for you. Shu Chen walked over excitedly. Luo Qingwu looked up and saw Shu Chen's excited expression, and couldn't help but smile. What good news makes you so happy? Master said I've reached the level of a level 1 source weapon master. Shu Chen sat down next to Luo Qingwu. He's taking me to the Source Artifact Master Guild for certification tomorrow morning. What did you say? A level 1 Source Artifact Master? Luo Qingwu dropped the manual in her hand, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Shu Chen nodded and said, that's right. Today I independently forged a perfect ordinary grade longsword. My master said that I have the strength of a first-level source weapon master. Luo Qingwu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Although she came from a prominent family and had seen many geniuses, Shu Chen's growth rate was simply too exaggerated. It only took me a month to go from 0 to a level 1 source artifact master. Shu Chen, do you know what it means to be a level 1 source weapon master? Luo Qingwu asked slowly. Shu Chen shook his head. He really didn't know much about the status of origin weapon masters. Even the most ordinary level 1 source artifact master earns over 1,000,000 source coins a year, Luo Qingwu said earnestly. Moreover, all the major powers will compete to win them over, and their status is even higher than that of some small family patriarchs. Shu Chen gasped, surprised that the status of source weapon masters was so high. More importantly, the Source Weapon Master Guild is one of the most influential organizations in the Federation. Luo Qingwu continued to explain, after joining a guild, you will have the guild's protection, and even powerful families will not dare to offend you easily. Shu Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed that this certification would not only elevate his status but also provide him with a powerful protective shield. Oh, right, I'll go with you tomorrow, Luo Qingwu suddenly said. You're going too? Shu Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Luo Qingwu's cheeks flushed slightly. I just wanted to see the certification process of the Source Weapon Master Guild. In her heart, she was thinking, how could she be absent from such an important moment for Shu Chen? At 8 o'clock the next morning, Shu Chen appeared at the door of Shi Tishan's studio on time. Master, I'm here, he said. Shi Tishan had changed into a formal black robe, with the emblem of the Source Weapon Master Guild embroidered on his chest, a forging hammer surrounded by flames. Xiao Chen, today is a very important moment in your life. Shi Tishan patted Shu Chen on the shoulder. Are you ready? Ready. Shu Chen nodded vigorously. At this moment, Luo Qingwu also came out of the villa. She was wearing a light red dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Hello, Instructor Shi, Luo Qingwu greeted politely. Shi Tishan smiled and nodded. Student Luo is going too? That's perfect, it'll be another witness. The three walked out of the school, and Shi Tishan led them to the parking lot, where a silver-white energy vehicle was parked. The car's streamlined design is full of technological sense, and a small energy collection device is installed on the roof. Get in the car. The Source Weapon Master Guild is located in the central area of Lingwu City. It takes half an hour to drive there. Shi Tishan started the car. The energy vehicle glided silently, and Shu Chen looked out the window at the scenery rushing by. After leaving school, the surrounding buildings became taller and the streets became wider. Various floating billboards flashed in the air, promoting the latest Yuaneng technology products. Master, is it difficult to get certified by the Source Weapon Master Guild? Shu Chen asked nervously. It shouldn't be a problem for you, Shi Tishan replied while driving. The certification process mainly consists of 3 parts, a theoretical exam, a practical exam, and a work evaluation. What will the theory exam cover? It mainly involves the characteristics of source materials, basic knowledge of forging processes, and the classification of source artifacts, etc. Shi Tishan explained, you've been working on this for the past month, so it shouldn't be a problem. How does it actually work? Luo Qingwu asked curiously. It means forging a specified source tool on site, with a time limit of 3 hours. Shi Tishan laughed and said, with Xiao Chen's skill level, he can finish it in an hour. Shu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the certification wasn't too difficult after all. Half an hour later, the energy vehicle stopped in front of a magnificent building. Shu Chen looked up and was completely shocked. The Source Weapon Master Guild building is 30 stories high, with its exterior walls entirely constructed of a special source energy alloy that emits a faint glow in the sunlight. The building has a unique design, resembling a forging hammer, with a huge flame sculpture on top, from which energy constantly fluctuates and flickers. How magnificent! Shu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This is just a branch, Shi Tishan laughed. The headquarters will be in the federal capital, that's where the real impact will be. The three walked toward the guild gate, where 2 guards in silver uniforms stood, both of whom were at the solid source level. Master Shi, hello. The guard recognized Shi Tishan and bowed respectfully. I brought my students here to get certified as level 1 source artifact masters. Shi Tishan showed his level 4 source artifact master certificate. After the guard checked the area, he respectfully stepped aside and said, please come in. The authentication hall is on the 3rd floor. Stepping inside the guild, Shu Chen was once again awestruck. The hall has a ceiling that is 10 meters high, and the walls are covered with a variety of exquisite source artifacts. At the center is a huge holographic projection showcasing the latest forging technology and source blueprints. Among the crowd coming and going, most were source masters, and the badges on their chests indicated different ranks. Shu Chen, look over there. Luo Qinggu pointed to a corner of the hall. There sat a long sword radiating golden light, its runes flashing constantly, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. That's a perfect grade origin artifact, Sure Taizhan explained. It's worth at least 1 billion origin coins. Shu Chen swallowed hard. Over 1 billion origin coins, that was an astronomical figure. Let's go to the 3rd floor. Sure Taizhan led the two towards the elevator. The elevator is also specially designed. It operates completely silently and at extremely high speeds. The certification hall on the 3rd floor is more spacious than the 1st floor and is divided into several areas: a theoretical examination area, a practical examination area, and an assessment area. At that moment, there were more than a dozen people queuing up for verification, ranging in age from their 20s to their 50s. Master Sure. A middle-aged man walked over, the badge on his chest indicating his status as a level 4 source weapon master. Vice President Sure Taizhan greeted with a smile, "This is my student, Shu Chen, here to get certified as a level 1 source artifact master." Vice President Li sized up Shu Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "So young?" "Exceptionally gifted," Sure Taizhan replied simply. Vice President Li nodded and took out a tablet. "Fill in the basic information, and then you can start the verification process." Shu Chen took the tablet and carefully filled in his personal information. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the crowd in line. "Haha, another greenhorn has arrived." Judging by his age, he probably doesn't even recognize all the source energy materials. Young people these days always think that being a source artifact master is easy. Shu Chen looked up and saw several middle-aged men pointing and whispering, their faces full of disdain. Chapter 60 Theory Exam, passed with full marks. "Oomph, young people are just young people, always thinking they're so great." A middle-aged man with a goatee sneered, "The theory test later will show you what reality is." Shu Chen ignored the mockery and focused on filling out his personal information. Luo Qinggu frowned, thinking that these people were going too far, and was about to speak up in rebuttal. Shu Chen gently patted her hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry about it. "Let them talk, we'll let our strength speak for itself later." "Alright, the information is complete," Shu Chen said to Vice President Li. Vice President Li took the tablet, checked it, and said, "Shu Chen, 18 years old, a student at Yuanwu University." "No problem, we can begin the theory exam." "The theory exam is in that testing area over there," Vice President Li said, pointing to an area on the left side of the hall. Shu Chen nodded and followed Vice President Li toward the examination area. The examination area was indeed very well organized, with 20 cubicles neatly arranged, each containing a table and a chair. The compartments are separated by special source energy barriers, which allow the outside world to be seen while completely isolating sound and source energy fluctuations. "Attention all candidates," Vice President Li announced loudly. The theory exam lasts 1 hour, with a total score of 100 and a passing score of 70. The topics cover source materials science, forging technology, and source weapon grade evaluation. Cheating is strictly prohibited during the exam, and the use of any external aids is strictly forbidden. Shu Chen entered compartment number 3, and as soon as he sat down, the source energy barrier automatically activated. The entire cubicle fell silent instantly, and all sounds from outside could be heard. On the table were an exam paper and a specially made source pen. Shu Chen picked up the test paper and looked at it. There were a total of 100 questions, including multiple choice, fill-in-the-blank and short answer questions. Question 1. What is the optimal forging temperature for hematite? I 800-900 degrees B 1000-1100 degrees Celsius, 1200-1300 degrees D, 1400-1500 degrees. Shu Chen chose C without hesitation. This month of training gave him a thorough understanding of the properties of various materials. Question 2. What is the most common problem that occurs during source crystal fusion? Shu Chen quickly wrote down the answer to this question: energy conflict caused by unstable source force. The following questions were not difficult for Shu Chen, and his pen moved quickly across the test paper. In the next cubicle, number 4, the man with the goatee was frowning as he pondered a question about the compatibility of source materials. He secretly glanced at Shu Chen's cubicle and found that the young man answered the questions at an astonishing speed. It's definitely just random stuff," the man with the goatee thought disdainfully. "Young people are so impetuous, he's probably just guessing. He'll be crying later." 20 minutes later, Shu Chen put down his pen. He had checked twice to make sure he had answered all the questions correctly. Shu Chen raised his hand to indicate that he had finished the exam. Vice President Li was somewhat surprised when he saw it. Only 20 minutes had passed and someone had already finished? He walked to compartment number 3 and closed the source energy barrier. Chu Chen, are you sure you finished? Vice President Li asked. There are 100 questions, are you sure you've answered them all? Yes, I checked it twice. Chu Chen nodded, his tone unusually calm. Vice President Li took the exam paper, his brows furrowing slightly. Completing 100 questions in 20 minutes is indeed an exaggerated speed. He quickly glanced at it and found that every question had an answer, and the handwriting was neat. You can wait in the rest area. The results will be announced after everyone has finished taking the exam, said Vice President Li. Chu Chen walked out of the examination area and went to the rest area to meet up with Luo Qingwu and Shi Taizhan. You finished so quickly? Shi Taizhan was somewhat surprised. The questions weren't too difficult, they were all from what we'd learned in the past month, Chu Chen answered truthfully. Luo Qingwu laughed and said, Chu Chen is indeed very smart, he learns everything very quickly. An hour later, all the candidates handed in their papers. Vice President Li walked towards the scoring room with a stack of test papers in his hand. The results will be out in about half an hour, please wait a moment, said Vice President Li. The test takers gathered in small groups to discuss the questions they had just answered. The last question about the forging process of Wangping Yuanqi was too difficult, a young man complained. Yes, I feel like I'm unsure about at least a dozen questions. Another middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. The man with the goatee walked up to Chu Chen and sneered, Kid, you answered the question so quickly just now, you weren't just writing random answers, were you? Chu Chen looked at him calmly, we'll know when the results come out. Ha, young people are just blindly confident. The man with the goatee sneered, I've already taken the level 1 source weapon master certification exam 3 times. I'm confident I can score over 85 this time. A kid like you should be lucky to get 60 points. Chu Chen ignored his provocation and sat quietly to the side waiting for the results. Half an hour later, Vice President Li came out with the report card. Now, the results of the theoretical exam will be announced. Vice President Li cleared his throat. They will be ranked from highest to lowest score. First place, Chu Chen, 100 points. The entire hall erupted in chaos, and everyone stared at Chu Chen in shock. What? A perfect score? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Complete 100 questions in 20 minutes and get a perfect score? What kind of amazing skill is that? My God, is this kid a monster? The man with the goatee's face turned ashen instantly, as if he had been slapped hard across the face. He was just mocking Chu Chen, but then Chu Chen got a perfect score. This is a lightning-fast slap in the face. No. Impossible. There must be a mistake. Zhao Tong stammered. He handed in his paper in just 20 minutes, how could he possibly get a perfect score? Vice President Li said seriously, I have checked repeatedly, and Chu Chen's answers are all correct, and the solution process is perfect. He truly deserves full marks. Moreover, his fast answering speed precisely demonstrates that he has a very solid grasp of this knowledge. Second place, Zhao Tong, 86 points, Vice President Li continued reading. Zhao Tong, a man with a goatee, looked even uglier. 86 points was indeed a good score, but compared to Chu Chen's perfect score, it was worlds apart. Third place, Li Mei, 83 points. Fourth place, Zheng Peng, 80 points. After the results were read out, whispers filled the hall. Perfect score. That's amazing. And he's only 18 years old, his talent is terrifying. It seems we all underestimated this young man. Shi Taizhan nodded in satisfaction, a proud smile on his face. This was his disciple. Luo Qingmu's eyes lit up with excitement as she grabbed Chu Chen's arm tightly. Chu Chen, you're amazing. A perfect score. Chu Chen smiled faintly, it's all right, it's all basic knowledge. Zhao Tong's face was grim. He walked up to Chu Chen and said through gritted teeth, Kid, the theory test is just an appetizer. The real test is the practical test. I have 5 years of experience in source weapon forging, and I will definitely not lose to you in the practical exam. Zhao Tong said fiercely. He asked provocatively, do you dare to have a match with me? Chu Chen looked at him calmly, what kind of competition? During the practical exam, we'll both forge the same source artifact and see who does it better. Zhao Tong challenged. Dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Then let's go, Chu Chen said calmly. Zhao Tong was enraged by Chu Chen's composure. Fine, I'll see what you're capable of, you brat. Sure, Taizhan shook his head inwardly. These people were really blind, daring to underestimate Chu Chen. In that case, let's begin, Vice President Li announced. The practical exam question is, forge a mid-grade ordinary battle sword, with a time limit of 3 hours. Zhao Tong glanced at Chu Chen smugly. Kid, are you ready to get slapped in the face? Chu Chen did not answer, but walked towards the forging platform, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A perfect score on the theory exam is just the beginning, the real show is yet to come. Chapter 61 Forging Exam, a shocking certification. Chu Chen stood in front of the forging table, scanning the materials laid out before him. A medium-quality iron ore, several alloy wires, 2 low-grade source crystals, and some auxiliary materials. Zhao Tong had already started working. He skillfully lit the forging furnace, his movements practiced but slightly impatient. Kid, I advise you to back out now while you still can, Zhao Tong said with a sneer. Otherwise, you'll fail at forging and lose face completely. The surrounding certifiers also started to egg them on. Exactly, so young and already wants to be a source artifact master? I think he's just obsessed with money. I doubt he even knows the basics of controlling the heat. Don't cry if the oven explodes later. Young people these days always think they're geniuses. Zhao Tong got more and more excited as he spoke. Kid, how about this, let's add a prize. If you succeed in forging it, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. But if you fail, you'll admit in front of everyone that you're a piece of trash, how about that? Luo Qingwu's expression changed, and she was about to speak when Chu Chen reached out and stopped her. Interesting. Chu Chen smiled faintly, but I don't think this bet is exciting enough. Oh? So what do you want? Zhao Tong narrowed his eyes. It's very simple. The loser not only has to apologize, but also has to compensate the other party with 100,000 origin coins. Chu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. The entire room fell silent instantly. 100,000 origin coins, that's no small sum. Zhao Tong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good. You have guts. I like it. He turned to Vice President Li. Vice President Li, how about you be our witness? Vice President Li frowned, but still nodded in agreement. Since you all agree, let's begin. Chu Chen did not act immediately, but closed his eyes and recalled his master's words. Your talent is too amazing and will definitely attract the attention of various forces. You must learn to hide your strength. Master is right, but in the current situation, it's not a bad thing to show some strength. He lit the forge, and orange-red flames leaped up. He poured iron ore into it, controlling the heat. Luo Qingwu watched nervously from the observation area, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Sure, Taizhan remained calm, having absolute confidence in Chu Chen's abilities. Vice President Li also stood aside to watch. As a level 4 source artifact master, he could see every detail. The ore began to soften, and Chu Chen stretched out his hands, from which the creation spirit source slowly flowed out. This time, however, he deliberately controlled the degree of purification, removing only the most obvious impurities while leaving some minor flaws. Even so, the improvement in the quality of iron ore is still quite significant. Vice President Li's pupils contracted slightly. This young man's control over his source energy was incredibly precise. Zhao Tong also noticed the commotion on Chu Chen's side. He secretly glanced at him, and the disdain on his face gradually disappeared. Impossible. How can he be so skilled? Chu Chen continued the forging process, proceeding steadily and surely with each step. He poured the purified molten metal into a knife-shaped mold and then began processing the alloy wire. Under the nurturing influence of the creation spirit source, the toughness of the alloy wire has been moderately improved. Chu Chen wove them into intricate patterns and embedded them into the grooves of the blade. Next is the fusion of the source crystal. This step is the ultimate test of a source artifact master's skills. A slight mistake can ruin everything. Chu Chen carefully placed the 2 source crystals in specific positions on the blade, and then used source power to perfectly fuse them with the metal. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without a single unnecessary movement. The other onlookers were stunned. This technique is at least at the level of a level 2 source artifact master, right? No, even I can't do it that smoothly. Just who is this kid? Sweat began to bead on Zhao Tong's forehead. He was clearly behind schedule. What was supposed to be a 3-hour task, Chu Chen completed in an hour and a half. A battle sword emitting a pale blue light appeared on the forging table. The blade is straight and sharp, with the alloy wire forming a pattern that is both beautiful and practical. Most importantly, the source energy fluctuations emitted by the entire knife are extremely stable, far exceeding those of ordinary mid-grade source weapons. Vice President Lee walked over and picked up the sword to examine it carefully. His expression grew increasingly surprised, and he even began to show some excitement. This is already close to the level of a high-grade mortal. No, this is a high-grade mortal. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. High-grade mortal artifacts require several years of forging experience from a first-level source artifact master to achieve a stable forging level. Zhao Tong's hands began to tremble. His battle sword was still in the final stages of finishing, but its quality was clearly inferior to Chu Chen's. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, he muttered to himself. Chu Chen wiped his hands and smiled calmly. Senior, you're not planning to renege on your debt of 100,000 origin coins, are you? Zhao Tongzi's face turned bright red. He had originally wanted to humiliate Chu Chen, but instead he was slapped in the face, and in front of so many people. I. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Vice President Lee turned to everyone and announced, Chu Chen's work has been rated as a high-grade ordinary item, and he has passed the Level 1 Source Artifact Master certification. The entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Those who had been mocking Chu Chen just moments before now looked at him with awe. Luo Qinggu wore a proud smile. This guy had never disappointed her. Shi Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Chu Chen had performed very well this time, demonstrating his strength without fully revealing his talent. Chu Chen, please follow me to process your documents. Vice President Lee personally led the way. They arrived at the certificate processing hall, where Vice President Lee personally processed the paperwork for Chu Chen. According to the guild's regulations, Level 1 Source Weapon Masters can receive a certain number of forging materials for free each month, Vice President Lee explained while processing the paperwork. In addition, you can also accept forging tasks issued by the guild, which are very rewarding. Soon, a brand new Level 1 Source Weapon Master certificate and a Source Weapon Master badge were issued. The document is made of a special material, and it has Chu Chen's photo and detailed information, as well as a source energy mark for anti-counterfeiting. The Source Weapon Master badge has a shining star, representing the symbol of a Level 1 Source Weapon Master. Congratulations, Chu Chen. Vice President Lee solemnly handed the certificate to Chu Chen. From today onwards, you are an official member of the Source Weapon Master Guild. Chu Chen took the documents, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. This small certificate represents a qualitative change in his status in this world. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Vice President Lee suddenly lowered his voice, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Your talent is quite good. If you are interested, you can consider participating in the Youth Source Artifact Master Competition in 6 months. The Youth Source Artifact Master Competition? Chu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. This is a major event held by the Federation every year, and many outstanding young Origin Artifact Masters participate, Vice President Lee explained. The winner will not only receive a generous reward, but will also gain the favor of major powers. With your talent, you might be able to get a good ranking, which would be extremely important for your future development. Chu Chen nodded, I will seriously consider it. Thank you for the suggestion, Vice President Lee. At this moment, Zhao Tong walked over dejectedly, holding a source coin card in his hand. Master Chu, here are 100,000 origin coins. I'm willing to accept defeat. His voice was clearly filled with resentment, but he dared not show it. Chu Chen accepted the source coin card and said calmly, Senior, you're too kind. You've been too kind. After saying that, he slunk away, his previous arrogance completely gone. It was already 3 p.m. when the three of them left the Source Weapon Master Guild. Master, where should we go to celebrate? Chu Chen suggested excitedly. Of course, we should celebrate in the best place, Shi Taizhan said with a smile. Come on, I'll take you to Yuanwu restaurant. Luo Qinggu linked arms with Chu Chen, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Chu Chen, you did a good job this time. The three walked toward the Yuanwu restaurant, chatting and laughing. Behind them, the Yuanwu Guild building gleamed in the sunlight, witnessing the rise of a genius. Within the guild, news of this genius teenager, who could forge high-grade ordinary source artifacts at the age of 18, had already begun to spread through various channels. Chapter 62 Yuanwu Restaurant, Mysterious Woman. The energy vehicle slowly came to a stop in the most bustling commercial district of Lingwu City. Chu Chen looked up and saw that the massive building complex in front of him covered at least hundreds of thousands of square meters. The tallest of these buildings is 60 stories high. The entire building is constructed using a special energy alloy, and its surface is inlaid with countless tiny energy crystals that sparkle in the sunlight. The building features a streamlined, spiraling design, with a sky garden every 10 floors, where various exotic flowers and plants nourished by the source energy are suspended. Holy crap! This isn't a restaurant, it's a mini-city. Shu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Taizhan laughed heartily. It's a commercial and residential complex that integrates dining, accommodation, entertainment, and other functions. It's considered a top-tier consumer venue in Lingwu City. As soon as the three of them reached the door, two hostesses in tight-fitting uniforms immediately came to greet them. When they saw Taizhan, their faces instantly lit up with surprise and delight. Master Shi, you've arrived. The boss instructed that if you come, we'll arrange the best VIP room for you. One of the hostesses bowed respectfully. Shu Chen looked at his master with some surprise, not expecting Taizhan to be so well known here. Taizhan waved his hand. Don't be so polite. Today is to celebrate my little apprentice becoming a first-level source weapon master. Just arrange a regular private room. Master, are you so famous in Lingwu City? Shu Chen asked curiously. Although a level 4 origin weapon master, cannot compare to those high-level origin weapon masters in the Federation, I still have some status in this small Lingwu city, Taizhan said with a calm smile. He continued, besides, I once helped the owner of Yuanwu restaurant refine a few source artifacts, so we're old friends. As Shu Chen entered the lobby, he was once again awestruck. The entire hall is 4 or 5 stories high, and the dome is a huge holographic projection that displays the scene above Lingwu city in real time. The surrounding walls are made of rare starlight stone, which emits a soft glow when stimulated by the source energy. In the center of the lobby stands a 10-meter-high fountain of source energy, where pure source energy transforms into colorful streams of light that tumble and swirl in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This decor, it's simply a perfect demonstration of financial power, Shu Chen exclaimed. After this trip, he finally saw what the world of the rich is like. Guided by the hostess, the three of them took the energy elevator to the VIP room on the 30th floor. The private room is a full 100 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the central area of Lingwu City. The room was equally luxuriously decorated, and even the tableware was made of energy alloy. Shu Chen, congratulations on officially becoming a level 1 source weapon master. Luo Qinggu raised her wine glass, a sincere smile on her face. Thanks to Master's guidance, Shu Chen quickly raised his glass in return. Taizhan nodded in satisfaction. Talent is one aspect, but more importantly, it is your hard work and comprehension. Reaching the level of a first-level source weapon master in just 1 month is unprecedented in the entire Lingwu city. He asked Shu Chen, by the way, Xiao Chun, you don't know about the Youth Source Artifact Master competition, do you? Yes, Master, what is the specific scale of the Youth Source Artifact Master competition? Shu Chen asked curiously. Taizhan put down his wine glass and said, this is a grand event held annually by the Federal Source Artifact Masters Guild. Participants must be Source Artifact Masters under the age of 30. The competition is divided into 3 stages, the preliminary rounds, the qualifying rounds, and the finals. Is the reward generous? Shu Chen asked. More than generous. A hint of excitement flashed in Taizhan's eyes. The champion will not only receive a prize of 10 million source coins, but will also have the opportunity to study at the Federation Source Weapon Master Association, and may even be directly recruited by a major power. Luo Qinggu chimed in, moreover, participating in the competition is an honor in itself, and those who can participate are all genius source weapon masters from all over the world. Shu Chen's heart stirred. 10 million source coins were a huge sum of money for him now, and more importantly, this level of competition would allow him to come into contact with a higher level of the world. However, Taizhan changed the subject. The competition will be extremely fierce. All participants are geniuses nurtured by major families and sections. While your current level is good, winning the championship. Master, just tell me directly, where do I rank among the contestants in terms of my current strength? Shu Chen asked directly. Taizhan pondered for a moment. With your current level, you should have no problem getting into the top 100, but getting into the top 10 will be very difficult. Don't worry, Master, I will do my best. Shu Chen clenched his fist, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Come in, Taizhan replied. A waiter pushed open the door and entered, carrying an exquisite tray with a bottle of Yuan wine that looked quite valuable on it. Master Shi, our boss said this meal is on the house. It's a small token of our boss's appreciation to congratulate your disciple on becoming a level 1 source artifact master. Sure, Taizhan was somewhat surprised and said gratefully, Mr. Qian is very kind. Please thank him for me. The waiter respectfully left the private room, but Chu Chen keenly noticed that the waiter's gaze lingered on him for a moment before leaving. Although it was only for a very short moment, the feeling of being scrutinized made Chu Chen feel a sense of vigilance. What's wrong? Luo Qingwu noticed Chu Chen's unusual behavior. It's nothing, maybe I'm overthinking it. Chu Chen shook his head, but the unease in his heart did not disappear. With Lingxi's reminder, he has become accustomed to staying vigilant, especially in such upscale places where various undercurrents often lurk. By the way, Xiao Chen, starting tomorrow, I will continue to increase the intensity of your training. Since you're going to participate in the Youth Source Artifact Master competition, you must be fully prepared, Sure Taizhan suddenly said. Master, I am ready. Chu Chen nodded seriously. No matter how rigorous the training is, I will persevere. Sure Taizhan looked at Chu Chen with satisfaction. This disciple was indeed of good character, possessing a maturity and resilience beyond his years. Alright, let's end the celebration here for today, Sure Taizhan said, standing up. Luo Qingwu also stood up and straightened her clothes. The three of them pushed open the door and walked out of the private room, preparing to leave Yuanwu restaurant. Meanwhile, in a secluded room in the restaurant, two people were observing everything through surveillance equipment. The room was dimly lit, with only the monitor screen emitting a faint glow. A middle-aged man with a plump figure stood respectfully behind a mysterious woman wearing a veil. Miss, that's Chu Chen, the one who's been making headlines at Yuanwu University lately, Chen Fugue said in a low voice. He added, and Luo Qingwu, the daughter of the Luo family, is his girlfriend. The mysterious woman stared silently at Chu Chen on the screen. Although her expression was unclear, her slight forward lean revealed her interest. An F-level talent can actually make the young lady of the Luo family take the initiative to show goodwill. Her voice was soft, but it had an indescribable magnetism. Interesting. Miss, should I send someone to make contact? Xian Fugue asked tentatively. No rush, the mysterious woman waved her hand. First, investigate his detailed information, including his family background, upbringing, and interpersonal relationships. We need everything we can find. Yes. Xian Fugue replied. Remember, it must be done secretly, without letting anyone find out. Report any new discoveries to me immediately, the mysterious woman continued. Xian Fugue nodded repeatedly, understood, miss, don't worry. The mysterious woman turned her attention back to the screen, where Chu Chen was discussing the competition with Sure Taizhan, his face beaming with a youthful smile. Chu Chen. She murmured the name, I hope you won't disappoint me. If you truly have that potential, perhaps. She didn't finish her sentence, but a complex light flashed in her eyes. This covert observation is destined to bring new changes to Chu Chen's life in the near future. Chapter 63 Zheng Family, Zheng Yu, the mysterious buyer. The three pushed open the door to the private room and prepared to leave. A waiter respectfully came over and led them into the elevator back to the lobby on the first floor. As the elevator slowly descended, Chu Chen looked at the magnificent decorations outside through the transparent elevator wall, but he still had a feeling of being spied on. Master, what's the background of the owner of this Yuanwu restaurant? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. Sure Taizhan thought for a moment, his expression becoming slightly solemn. Chen Fugue was just a small merchant in his early years, but later he climbed onto some high-ranking branch and opened more than a dozen businesses in Lingwu City in just a few years. He is very shrewd, but his style of doing things is somewhat mysterious. Luo Qingwu added softly, I've heard my elders mention that Chen Fugue's backer is quite powerful, possibly related to some hidden force, but I don't know the specifics. Chu Chen nodded, but his vigilance remained. As the elevator reached the first floor, the three of them stepped out of the lobby and bumped into a group of people. The leader was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a luxurious source energy combat suit, with a first-level source weapon master badge inlaid with 3 source crystals on his chest, clearly a custom-made one. Behind him followed 4 or 5 equally well-dressed young men, each with their noses in the air and an air of arrogance. Hey, isn't this Master Sure Taizhan? The young man had a playful smile on his lips. What brings you to dine at the Laiwu restaurant? Sure Taizhan frowned and said, so it's Zheng Yu, the young master of the Zheng family. Chu Chen sized up the young man named Zheng Yu. Judging from the source energy fluctuations emanating from him, he should be around the 3rd level of the Origin Master, but his arrogant and spoiled aura was even stronger than his strength. Master Shi, I heard you recently took on a genius disciple? Zheng Yu turned his gaze to Chu Chen. Is this the one? Is there something you need? Shi Taizhan asked in a somewhat cold tone. Zheng Yu laughed and said, It's nothing serious. I just heard that this young man just passed the level 1 source artifact master certification today, and I'd like to get to know him. He walked up to Chu Chen and looked him up and down. I am Zheng Yu from the Zhang family, and I am also a level 1 source artifact master. I've heard you're very skilled. Would you be interested in sparring? Chu Chen sensed the provocation in the other party's words and replied calmly, There's no need for a sparring match, I have other things to attend to. Oh? So disrespectful? Zhang Yu's expression changed slightly. My Zhang family is quite influential in Lingwu City. You, a newcomer, have quite the airs. Luo Qingwu stepped forward. Young Master Zhang, we do have something to attend to. How about we talk another day? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Qingwu. And who is this beautiful lady? I am Luo Qingwu. Luo Qingwu introduced herself simply. Luo Qingwu? Zhang Yu was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, so you're the Luo family's daughter. My apologies for not recognizing you. His attitude instantly became respectful. The Luo family was a top-tier family in Lingwu City, and the Zheng family could not afford to offend them. Since Miss Luo is here, I won't bother you any longer, Zhang Yu said with an awkward smile. However, Brother Chu, we are likely to meet at the Youth Source Artifact Master Competition in 6 months. It's not too late to spar then. After saying that, he left with his men. Who is this person? Chu Chen asked. The Zhang family is an old and established family in Lingwu City, specializing in the business of source artifacts, Shi Taizhan explained. Zheng Yu is a genius of the Zhang family this generation. He became a first-level source weapon master at the age of 22, which is considered an outstanding figure among the younger generation. However, Shi Taizhan changed the subject. He is a narrow-minded person with a strong desire for revenge. He certainly won't let today's matter go unresolved. Luo Qingwu took Chu Chen's arm and said worriedly, Chu Chen, you have to be careful. The Zhang family is deeply entrenched in Lingwu City. If they want to cause trouble behind the scenes, what's there to be afraid of? Chu Chen chuckled easily. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Besides, don't I have you, the young lady of the Luo family, to protect me? Luo Qingwu was amused by him. You're such a smooth talker. The three walked out of Yuanwu restaurant. Night had fallen, and the night view of Lingwu City was exceptionally beautiful, with various energy lights adorning the entire city in a dazzling display. Master, let's go back to school, Chu Chen suggested. Okay, I'm tired today too. Shi Taizhan nodded. Just then, Chu Chen's communicator suddenly rang. Chu Chen, this is Vice President Li, came Vice President Li's voice from the communicator. I have some incredibly good news to tell you. What good news? Chu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Just now, a mysterious and important figure took a liking to the battle sword you forged today and offered 100,000 source coins to buy it. Vice President Li's voice was filled with disbelief. Furthermore, they said that if you're willing, we can cooperate long-term, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. 100,000 source coins? The cost of that battle sword was only a few thousand source coins. This price was more than double the normal market value. Who is this important person? Chu Chen asked. I can't disclose that, but they are certainly very sincere, Vice President Li said, his voice filled with excitement. Chu Chen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the support of this important figure, your path as a source weapon master will be smooth sailing. Chu Chen thought to himself that there is no such thing as a free lunch. A stranger was suddenly willing to pay a high price to buy his work and wanted to cooperate in the long term. There must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Vice President Li, could you give me a day to consider it? Chu Chen asked cautiously. Of course. But you need to decide quickly, this kind of opportunity isn't available to ordinary people. Vice President Li urged. After hanging up the call, Chu Chen fell into deep thought. What is it? Luo Qingwu asked curiously. Chu Chen recounted what had just happened, and both Luo Qingwu and Shi Taizhan wore solemn expressions. 100,000 origin coins for a high-grade ordinary-grade battle sword. Shi Taizhan shook his head and said, this price is indeed abnormal. The other party is either stupid and rich, or they have other motives. Luo Qinggu was even more direct. Considering what happened at the restaurant just now, I suspect this is a test by the forces behind Qian Fugui. They may have already noticed you. Xu Chen nodded. That's what I was thinking too. It seems my recent performance has attracted more attention than I imagined. Shi Taizhan patted Xu Chen on the shoulder. Little Chen, remember your master's words. In this world, strength is the only true measure of success. No matter who your opponent is, as long as you are strong enough, you have nothing to fear from anyone. Master is right. Xu Chen clenched his fist. It seems I need to speed up my cultivation. A night breeze blew by, carrying a hint of coolness. Looking at the myriad lights in the distance, Xu Chen secretly vowed that he would deal with any of them, whether they were clowns like Zheng Yu or mysterious forces lurking in the shadows. This world is dangerous, but it is also full of opportunities. As a martial artist possessing the primordial spirit source, he would never be content with mediocrity. Chapter 64: A gift from the mysterious buyer. Shi Taizhan drove his energy vehicle, carrying Xu Chen and Luo Qingwu through the night of Lingwu City. Neon lights flashed outside the car window, but the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat heavy. Master, today is truly a turbulent time. Xu Chen leaned back in his seat, recalling everything that had just happened. Xiao Chen, remember one thing. Shi Taizhan glanced at Xu Chen through the rearview mirror. The taller the tree, the more the wind will blow against it. Your current behavior has exceeded the scope of an ordinary student, so it will naturally attract attention from all sides. Luo Qinggu gently stroked Xu Chen's arm and said, but don't worry too much, at least no one dares to openly do anything to you yet. Half an hour later, they returned to Yuanwu University. Master, you should get some rest, Xu Chen said to Shi Taizhan, and then he and Luo Qinggu got out of the car. Yes, remember to come to my studio tomorrow afternoon to prepare for the Youth Source Artifact Master Competition. It's very important for your future development, Shi Taizhan instructed. After watching Shi Taizhan leave, Xu Chen and Luo Qingwu walked side by side towards the villa area. A gentle night breeze blew by, carrying faint fluctuations of source energy. Back at the villa, Luo Qingwu brewed 2 cups of energy tea and handed one to Xu Chen. Are you planning to agree to Vice President Li's offer? Luo Qingwu sat opposite Xu Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing with worry. Xu Chen picked up his teacup and took a small sip. The warm energy tea flowed down his throat, slightly reviving his tired spirit. If we don't agree, it will only make them more suspicious. Xu Chen put down his teacup, his tone calm. Instead of avoiding their sharp edge, we should agree to this deal, he continued. But Luo Qingwu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xu Chen. Qingwu, think about it. A mysterious buyer suddenly appears and is willing to pay 100,000 source coins for my work. That in itself is very suspicious, Xu Chen analyzed. He continued, if I refuse, they will definitely think there's something wrong with me, and they might take more drastic measures. Luo Qingwu nodded. Xu Chen's words made sense. But if we agree, we can proactively obtain some information, Xu Chen continued. At least we can find out what the other party wants, and we can also take this opportunity to test their strengths and weaknesses. You're right. Luo Qingwu stood up and sat down next to Xu Chen. However, after a month of intensive training, you should take a proper rest. She reached out and gently stroked Xu Chen's cheek. The right way is to balance work and rest. There's no need for special training tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight and go to Master's place to study hard tomorrow afternoon. Xu Chen held Luo Qingwu's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. Okay, I'll listen to you. Luo Qingwu blushed slightly and said softly, then I'll go back to my room first. You should get some rest too. Xu Chen replied. He watched Luo Qingwu's departing figure, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. It's such a blessing to have someone who cares about you by your side. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Xu Chen was in his room circulating the Genesis Source technique when his communicator suddenly rang. Xu Chen, it's me, Vice President Li. Vice President Li's slightly anxious voice came through the communicator. Good morning, Vice President Li. Xu Chen stopped his cultivation and answered the call. What's your decision? The buyer is still waiting for your reply. Vice President Li's tone was filled with anticipation. Xu Chen took a deep breath. I agree to the deal, but I have one condition. What are your requirements? Tell me. Vice President Li responded immediately. I want to meet with the buyer, Xu Chen stated his conditions directly. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the communicator. Well, I need to ask the buyer's opinion. Vice President Lee's voice sounded somewhat troubled. About 5 minutes later, Vice President Lee's voice rang out again. Shu Chen, I've already asked. Vice President Lee's tone was somewhat regretful. The buyer said that we can't meet for the time being, but there will be opportunities to meet in the future. Shu Chen frowned. Sure enough, the other party was still very cautious and unwilling to show themselves easily. Alright then, I accept this condition. Shu Chen finally agreed. That's great. Vice President Lee said excitedly. The buyer said that if you agree, the transaction can be completed this morning. So soon? Shu Chen was somewhat surprised. Yes, the buyer said he appreciates your work and hopes to collect it as soon as possible, Vice President Lee explained. He also said that if you're willing, we can have a long-term partnership. He'll buy at least 3 of your works every month, and the price will definitely satisfy you. Shu Chen thought to himself, this buyer is really rich and powerful. However, the more this is the case, the more it indicates that the other party has ulterior motives. Okay, I understand, Shu Chen replied. Then let us do as the buyer says. That's great. Shu Chen, you've made a wise choice. Vice President Lee's voice was full of excitement. I'll make the arrangements right away. You can come to the guild later so we can complete the transaction in person. After hanging up the call, Shu Chen fell into deep thought. The identity of this mysterious buyer is becoming increasingly intriguing. Being able to come up with 100,000 origin coins at once and want a long-term partnership is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Moreover, the fact that the other party is so eager indicates that they are paying more attention to me than I imagined. Shu Chen, what's wrong? Luo Qingwu opened Shu Chen's door. Vice President Lee just called. The buyer has agreed to the transaction, but is unwilling to meet. Shu Chen told Luo Qingwu about the conversation they had just had. After listening, Luo Qingwu frowned slightly. It seems that the other party is indeed very cautious, but that's good too. This is your first income as a source artifact master. Yes. Shu Chen smiled. Just then, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Shu Chen and Luo Qingwu exchanged a glance, both somewhat puzzled. Who would be visiting at this time? Shu Chen walked to the door and saw a young man in a FedEx uniform standing outside the door on the monitor screen. Hello, your package is here, the deliveryman said politely. Shu Chen opened the door and took the package. The package wasn't large, but it was heavy and emitted a faint fluctuation of source energy. Who sent it? Shu Chen asked. Sorry, the sender requested anonymity. The courier shook his head. But he said the recipient would understand when they saw the package. After saying that, the deliveryman turned and left. Shu Chen returned to the living room with the package, and Luo Qingwu followed him. Could it be from that mysterious buyer? Luo Qingwu guessed. Shu Chen carefully opened the package, inside which was an exquisite energy storage box. Upon opening the box, a fist-sized source crystal lay inside. This source crystal is light blue in color, with complex patterns inside, and exudes pure and powerful source energy fluctuations. This is a high-grade level 2 source crystal. Luo Qingwu exclaimed. Shu Chen was also shocked. This level of source crystal would cost at least 500,000 source coins on the market, and there was no market for it. There was also a note pressed under the source crystal. Shu Chen picked up the note, on which were written a few lines. Young friend, you are exceptionally talented. Consider this origin crystal a small gift to mark our meeting. I hope you can make good use of your talents and not waste them. We'll meet again soon. The note wasn't signed, but the handwriting was neat and exuded the air of someone in a superior position. Shu Chen and Luo Qingwu looked at each other in bewilderment. Who is this mysterious person? And why would they send such an expensive gift? Moreover, that last sentence sounds more like a hint. Chapter 65 The transaction is successful, Source Rune Technique. Shu Chen carefully put away the precious second-grade high-quality source crystal, bid farewell to Luo Qingwu, and then took the city's source energy vehicle to the Source Weapon Master Guild alone. The city of Lingwu outside the car window looked exceptionally prosperous in the morning light, with various energy-generating buildings gleaming in the sunlight. Sitting in the car, Shu Chen's thoughts weren't on the scenery outside the window. He was still replaying the words on the mysterious note in his mind. We'll meet soon. These words made him feel vaguely uneasy, but at the same time, he was also somewhat expectant. Who exactly is the person who can casually give away gifts worth 500,000 source coins? Half an hour later, Shu Chen arrived at the Source Weapon Master Guild. Shu Chen, you've arrived. Vice President Li was already waiting in the lobby, greeting him with a broad smile. Good morning, Vice President Li, Shu Chen greeted politely. Come with me, let's talk in the VIP room. Vice President Li enthusiastically led Shu Chen toward the elevator. The buyer has already transferred the money to our guild's account, 100,000 source coins, not a penny less. The VIP room is luxuriously decorated, with various precious source artifacts displayed on the walls. Vice President Li invited Shu Chen to sit down and personally poured him a cup of yuan nung tea. Shu Chen, what's your communicator account number? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Vice President Li took out an exquisite energy terminal device. Shu Chen gave his account number and soon received a notification that the money had been deposited into his account. With the 100,000 yuan coins from the bet, the account balance is a whopping 200,000 yuan coins. It should be noted that an average person's annual income is only around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan coins. This 200,000 yuan coin was enough to completely lift him out of poverty, compared to his previous life of doing odd jobs. Oh, and the buyer also said that if you're willing to cooperate long-term, they'll buy at least 3 of your pieces every month, and the price will definitely satisfy you, Vice President Li added with a smile. Then thank you for your kindness, buyer, Shu Chen replied politely, though he was secretly calculating the other party's true intentions. After completing the transaction, Shu Chen bid farewell to Vice President Li and headed directly to Shi Tishan's studio. As I pushed open the studio door, the familiar sound of metal clanging filled my ears. Shi Tishan was forging a long sword, his body drenched in sweat. Master, Shu Chen called softly. Shi Tishan stopped hammering and turned around. Xiao Chen is here? Is the transaction complete? Yes, the 100,000 origin coins have been credited to your account. Shu Chen nodded. That's good. Shi Tishan put down the hammer and walked to the basin of water to wash his hands. Now that the money issue is resolved, let's begin today's training. He dried his hands and walked up to Shu Chen. After this period of training, you are now able to forge ordinary grade perfect source artifacts. Shi Tishan's tone was gratified. To be honest, even I am shocked by this speed of progress. Shu Chen said gratefully, it's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Besides my guidance, your talent and hard work are also indispensable, Shi Tishan said with a gratified smile. Xiao Chen, you seem to be one step away from forging a Xian-grade origin weapon. But this tiny difference is a chasm that many first-level source weapon masters cannot overcome. Shi Tishan's expression turned serious. Master, why is that? Shu Chen asked curiously. Shi Tishan walked to the workbench and picked up a longsword that had just been forged. Look at this sword. From its materials to its craftsmanship, it is a perfect ordinary item, but it can never become a Xian-grade origin artifact. He handed the longsword to Shu Chen, saying, use your source path perception to observe carefully. Shu Chen took the longsword and activated his source path perception ability. In his perception, the sword's internal structure was flawless, and the flow of source energy was smooth, but he always felt that something was missing. Master, I feel like this sword is missing something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Shu Chen frowned. That's right. Shi Tishan nodded approvingly. What it lacks is source runes. Source runes? Shu Chen repeated the word in confusion. Origin artifacts of the Xian grade and above must be inscribed with origin runes to unleash their true power. Shi Tishan walked to the wall, took down a battle sword that emitted a faint light, and said, look at this sword. Shu Chen took the battle sword and immediately sensed the difference. Under the perception of the source path, the surface of this knife has complex and exquisite patterns, which contain powerful source energy fluctuations. These are the origin runes? Shu Chen asked again. Yes. Source runes have many uses for source artifacts. Shi Tishan began to explain in detail, the most basic function is to enhance the sturdiness and sharpness of the source weapon. More advanced source runes can also endow the source weapon with special abilities, such as fire, frost, lightning, and other attributes. Shu Chen carefully observed the source patterns on the battle blade. These patterns looked simple, but he could sense the complex mysteries contained within them. Master, how were these source runes inscribed? The inscription of source patterns is an extremely profound art. Shi Tishan's expression turned serious. Even the lowest level of source runes requires a long period of practice to successfully inscribe on a source artifact. He walked to the workbench and took out a set of exquisite carving tools. A special source pattern pen is needed to inscribe source patterns. The pen tip is made of a special source force conductor material, which can accurately inject source force into the surface of the source device. Shu-Chen picked up one of the source pattern pens and felt the faint source power fluctuations emanating from the pen. But having tools alone is not enough. What's more important is the understanding of the source runes themselves. Taizhan took a thick book from the bookshelf. Each source pattern has its specific structure and meaning, and you must fully understand it in order to successfully inscribe it. Shu-Chen opened the ancient book, which was filled with densely packed records of various source patterns and descriptions. So many? Shu-Chen had a headache. This book had hundreds of pages, and each page recorded different source patterns. This is only the basic text of the first-level source runes. Taizhan shook his head with a wry smile. Level 2 and 3 source runes are even more complex. I've only barely mastered some level 4 source runes so far. Shu-Chen took a deep breath. He understood his master's meaning. Inscribing origin runes was indeed a huge challenge, but he had no intention of backing down. Master, where shall we begin our studies? Let us start with the most basic strength pattern. Taizhan turned to the first page of the book and pointed to a simple pattern on it. This is the most basic of all source patterns. Its function is to enhance the sturdiness of source artifacts. Shu-Chen carefully observed the source pattern. It looked like a combination of simple lines, but under the perception of the source path, he could feel the mysteries contained within it. Now practice using the source pattern pen to carve on scrap material. Once you're proficient, try it on real source artifacts. Taizhan took out a piece of discarded source iron and placed it in front of Shu-Chen. Shu-Chen picked up the source pattern pen and began to inscribe the patterns from the ancient texts. The first stroke left a shallow mark on the surface of the iron, but it quickly disappeared. It failed. Taizhan offered guidance from the side, saying, the source power output is not stable enough, and the understanding of source patterns is not deep enough. Shu-Chen nodded and continued trying. The second, the third, the fourth. An hour passed, and Shu-Chen had tried dozens of times, but each time ended in failure. Don't rush, the inscription of source runes is not something that can be mastered overnight. Taizhan comforted me, saying, when I learned my first source rune, it took me 3 whole months of practice to succeed. Master, you can circulate the creation source to your eyes and brain. Lingxi's voice rang in Shu-Chen's mind. Chapter 66. The origin runes are initially formed, and the master is shocked. Following Lingxi's instructions, Shu-Chen quietly circulated the creation source, slowly channeling this source power into his eyes and brain. In an instant, the world underwent a dramatic transformation in his eyes. The seemingly simple, sturdy patterns now became incredibly clear in his vision. The direction of every line, the angle of every turn, and even the flow trajectory of the source energy within it were clearly presented before him. I see. Shu-Chen suddenly realized that all the problems from his previous failed attempts had been exposed. The rhythm of the source power output was wrong, the depth of the lines was not well controlled, and most importantly, he did not understand the true construction principle of the source pattern at all. Master, the creation source allows you to see through the essence of everything, including the mysteries of the source runes, Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind. But be careful not to let your master notice anything unusual. Shu-Chen suppressed his overwhelming joy and picked up the source pattern pen again. This time, his movements became incredibly precise, each stroke perfectly executed. The source pattern pen moved across the surface of the waste material, leaving behind trails that shimmered with a faint light. Taizhan was originally preparing to continue giving instructions, but he quickly realized something was wrong. Shu-Chen's movements were so fluid, he didn't seem like a beginner at all. This kid's technique. Taizhan stared wide-eyed as he watched Shu-Chen use the source pattern pen to draw perfect lines on the waste material. 5 minutes later, a complete hardened pattern appeared on the surface of the waste. Although it is only a first-level low-grade source rune, it is depicted quite accurately, even more perfectly than when Taizhan first succeeded. Success! Shu-Chen put down the source pattern pen, a look of surprise on his face. Taizhan walked over and carefully examined the source patterns on the waste. The more I looked at it, the more shocked I became. Not only was the source pattern perfectly constructed, but the flow of source energy was also extremely smooth. Xiao-Chen, are you sure this is the first time you've inscribed a source rune? Taizhan's voice trembled slightly. Yes, master. Shu-Chen pretended to be nonchalant. Perhaps it's because I observed things carefully beforehand, and also because you taught me well. Taizhan gave Shu-Chen a deep look, his heart filled with indescribable shock. He had taught students for so many years, seen geniuses and prodigies, but he had never seen such a terrifying existence. In just 1 month, he went from 0 to becoming a level 1 source weapon master, and now he has successfully inscribed a source rune in less than 2 hours. This can't be described as genius anymore, this is a monster. Good, very good. Excellent. Taizhan said good 3 times in a row, his face turning red with excitement. Now that you have mastered the solidification rune, let's continue learning other level 1 source runes. For the next 2 hours, under Taizhan's guidance, Shu Chen was practically on a winning streak. Sharp textures, lightweight textures, energy-conducting textures. He succeeded with every single source rune. With each source pattern he finished carving, Taizhan's expression became more exaggerated. By the end, he was completely numb and could only nod mechanically. Okay, continue. Master, are you alright? Shu Chen asked with some concern. You don't look well. It's nothing, I'm just a little shocked. Taizhan shook his head with a wry smile. Xiao Chun, your talent has exceeded my comprehension. By 5 p.m., Taizhan had finally recovered. Xiao Chun, tell your master honestly, have you been in contact with source runes before? Shu Chen shook his head. Master, this is really my first time learning. Then your talent. Taizhan shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, I don't understand the world of geniuses. He walked to the workbench and took out a piece of low-grade second-level source iron. Now that you have mastered the basic source runes, let's try forging a Xian grade source weapon. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. Master, can I forge a profound grade origin weapon now? Theoretically, it is possible. Taizhan nodded. Your forging skills have now reached the perfect level of ordinary items, and with the ability to inscribe source patterns, you do indeed have the conditions to forge a profound grade source weapon. He paused, his expression turning serious, but there's a problem. Forging source weapons of the Xian grade or higher requires extremely abundant source power. Generally speaking, one needs at least the strength of an origin master. Shu Chen frowned. Isn't it not enough that I'm only at the 5th level of the awakening source realm? Logically speaking, that is indeed the case. Taizhan pondered for a while. However, your situation is rather special. The quality of your source energy far surpasses that of others of the same level. We can give it a try, but if it doesn't work, we'll wait until you break through to the originator level. Shu Chen nodded, but secretly he was thinking that with the abundance of the creation spiritual source in his body, he should be able to try forging a profound great origin artifact. Let's begin. Taizhan placed the piece of low-grade source iron level 2 into the furnace. The melting point of secondary source iron is much higher than that of primary source iron, requiring stronger firepower and more precise control. Shu Chen activated the creation origin technique, but only dared to use a portion of its power. Half an hour later, the source iron completely melted. Shu Chen gripped the forging hammer, each strike containing precise force, sweat trickling down his forehead. The secondary source iron gradually took shape in his hands, but each strike was strenuous for him. Bang! The forging hammer fell heavily, and tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the source iron. Shu Chen inwardly cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Click! With a crisp sound, the nearly formed sword blank broke completely, and the faintly glowing fragments fell to the ground. It failed. Taizhan walked over and picked up the fragments from the ground to examine them carefully. Xiao Chen, don't be discouraged. The forging of a Xian grade origin artifact is indeed much more difficult than that of a common one, and besides, your current origin power level is still a bit lacking. Shu Chen put down the forging hammer, a look of annoyance on his face. He felt that he should be able to successfully unleash the full power of the creation source, but he couldn't reveal too much to his master. Master, I'll try again, Shu Chen said. No need, Taizhan waved his hand. That's enough for today. You've already mastered the inscription of source runes, which is quite an achievement. He looked at Shu Chen's exhausted appearance and felt a little worried. This disciple's talent is indeed terrifying, but could his foundation become unstable due to his rapid progress? Xiao Chen, there are still 6 months left in the competition. With your talent, that should be enough time. Taizhan's expression became serious. Besides, the forging of a Xian grade origin artifact requires you to improve your strength. You should focus all your efforts on preparing for the freshman competition, train with Qingwu, and strive to break through to the originator level as soon as possible, he continued. Master, I understand. I'll go back and rest now, Shu Chen replied. Taizhan instructed, also, don't tell anyone about today's events for now. Your rate of progress is too frightening. If word gets out, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Shu Chen nodded, outwardly accepting his master's advice, but inwardly he was pondering other issues. He packed his things, said goodbye to his master, and left the studio. On his way back, he realized that although he had broken through to the 5th level of the awakening source, he was still somewhat weak. It seems that not only for the freshman competition, but also for the youth source artifact master competition, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, various forces are secretly observing him, and he must have sufficient strength to cope with future uncertainties. Linksy, I feel that there are still many secrets of the creation source that have not been explored, Shu Chen asked in his mind. Master, you have only developed 1% of the power of the creation source. Linksy's voice was mysterious. When you are strong enough, there will be even more surprises waiting for you. A hint of anticipation flashed in Shu Chen's eyes, and he quickened his pace. Wait, the world of the strong, here I come. Chapter 67 Blood Illusion Forest, the trial begins. Shu Chen pushed open the villa door, and a delicious aroma of food wafted out. Luo Qingwu was sitting in the dining room, but her face was pale and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Several exquisite dishes were laid out on the table, but she didn't touch them. Instead, she clenched her hands tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Light dance? Shu Chen strode toward her, keenly sensing an unusual fluctuation of source energy in the air. Hearing the voice, Luo Qingwu looked up sharply and forced a smile. You're back? How did your studies go today? But Shu Chen had already noticed something unusual. A faint, fiery red light flickered deep within her pupils, a sign that her bloodline was about to erupt. My master taught me how to inscribe origin runes. Shu Chen sat down opposite her, answering casually, while secretly circulating the creation spirit source, ready to make a move at any moment. Source runes? Luo Qingwu's eyes widened. They're already learning source runes so soon? Usually, only level 2 source weapon masters start to learn source rune inscription. Shu Chen sat down opposite her, picked up his chopsticks, and said modestly, perhaps my master thinks I have some talent. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Not bad? You call this not bad? You became a level 1 source weapon master in a month, and now you're starting to learn source runes. Your talent is simply. She thought for a moment, but couldn't find the right words to describe it. What is it? Shu Chen asked with a smile, picking up a bite of food. That's just insane. Luo Qingwu said irritably. But it's also good, this way you have a better chance of winning in the youth source weapon master competition. Shu Chen was about to respond when he noticed that Luo Qingwu's face had turned even paler. His heart tightened, and he quickly changed the subject. By the way, it's already October, and there are only 2 months left until the freshman competition. Yes. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath, trying to suppress the restless bloodline power within her. Therefore, we must seize the time to improve our strength. You are currently at the 5th level of Awakener, and although your progress is rapid, if you want to crush those aristocratic scions in the freshman competition, it would be best if you could break through to the Origin Master level. Shu Chen put down his chopsticks and asked, what are your plans? Let's go to the Blood Illusion Forest for training. Luo Qingwu said directly. This is not comparable to the previous outer areas, it's a true test of life and death. Shu Chen frowned. Blood Illusion Forest? What kind of place is that? The Blood Illusion Forest is a vast forest on the outskirts of Spirit City. The source beasts inside are stronger than those in the wilderness, with the lowest being high-level savage beasts and others being ferocious beasts. If you want to become stronger, you must take risks. Luo Qingwu stood up, her source energy fluctuations becoming even more unstable. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, the freshman competition prohibits the use of any source devices. It relies entirely on raw strength. Those scions of aristocratic families already have a high starting point. They've been fighting against source beasts since they were young. How can they win if they don't fight desperately? She paused, her voice trembling slightly. Moreover, the bloodline within me has recently become unstable again. I must improve your strength as soon as possible, otherwise. Otherwise what? Shu Chen suddenly stood up, the creation source already circulating within his body. Luo Qingwu bit her lip. Otherwise, next time your bloodline surges, even you might not be able to suppress it. Shu Chen gave her a deep look and slowly nodded. When do we depart? Tomorrow morning, Luo Qingwu answered without hesitation. I've already made arrangements. A special transport team will take us to the edge of the Blood Illusion Forest. So urgent? Shu Chen asked. Time waits for no one. Luo Qingwu stood up. Let's prepare tonight and set off first thing tomorrow morning. Remember, this training may last for more than a month, so be prepared. Chu Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Alright, let's go and give it a try. He stared at Luo Qingwu's pale face and said gently, Qingwu, let me use my source energy to help stabilize your bloodline first. The gentle primordial energy slowly flowed into Luo Qingwu's body, and her tense body gradually relaxed, her fiery red pupils returning to normal. Thank you. She leaned against Chu Chen's chest, her voice becoming incredibly gentle. Chu Chen, it's so good to have you here. The next morning, Chu Chen had just gotten up when he heard the sound of a power vehicle coming from downstairs. A military green energy vehicle landed in front of the villa, its body bearing the insignia of the Federal Army, and its engine emitted a deep roar. He quickly finished washing up, gave Shi Taizhan some instructions via communicator, and prepared to go downstairs. Luo Qingwu had already changed into her source energy combat suit, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, and she looked as heroic and valiant as a female war goddess. Qingwu, your outfit is so cool. Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Qingwu blushed slightly. Stop being so cheeky, are you ready? Yes, we can leave any time. Chu Chen nodded. The two walked out of the villa. The driver, a middle-aged man, immediately saluted Luo Qingwu upon seeing her. Miss Luo, the flying car is ready. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhang, Luo Qingwu replied politely, then said to Chu Chen, get in the car. The energy-powered flying car started up and instantly took off, speeding towards the blood illusion forest. Through the car window, Chu Chen watched the scenery outside gradually change from the bustling city to the desolate suburbs, and then to the edge of the densely vegetated blood illusion forest, each place filled with unknown dangers. Chu Chen, Luo Qingwu suddenly spoke, are you nervous? I'm fine, Chu Chen replied. How about you? I've been training in the wild since I was a child, so I'm used to it. Luo Qingwu paused, her eyes becoming serious. But this time is different. The source beasts in the blood illusion forest are numerous and powerful, and a slight mistake could cost you your life. Chu Chen sensed the worry in her voice. Maybe we should. No, Luo Qingwu interrupted him. To become stronger, you must undergo trials. She hesitated before continuing. Chu Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. The car flew for nearly an hour before finally landing on the edge of the blood illusion forest. That's all for now, said driver Uncle Zhang. I'll be waiting for you here in a month and a half. Good luck. As soon as he got out of the car, Chu Chen felt the huge difference between this place and the outside world. The air was filled with a rich fluctuation of source energy, and with each breath, one could feel the source energy flowing through their lungs. At the same time, there was a strange sense of oppression, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Remember, from now on, we can only rely on ourselves, Luo Qingwu said earnestly. The source beasts here are much stronger than those in the outer areas, and a slight mistake could cost us our lives. Chu Chen nodded to indicate that he understood, and cautiously observed his surroundings. The vegetation here is significantly more lush than in the surrounding area, but it is also more dangerous. Many of the plants emitted a strange light, clearly indicating that they were mutated varieties modified by the source force. As soon as the two entered the dense forest, they heard a deafening roar from afar. This sound was more terrifying than any of the beast cries heard on the outskirts before. It seemed to shake one's very soul. A beast of the 6th rank or higher. Luo Qingwu exclaimed gravely. And it's very close to us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a huge black shadow suddenly rushed out from the depths of the dense forest. It was a giant beast, its body pitch black, its eyes blood red, its body over 5 meters long, its muscles bulging, and its fangs bared. It opened its blood-red maw and charged straight at the two of them. A 7th-tier savage beast, the Gale Leopard. Luo Qingwu exclaimed. Chu Chen, be careful, this guy is incredibly fast. Chu Chen clenched his fist, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Well done. I was just looking for an opponent to practice against. The life or death trials in the blood illusion forest have officially begun. Chapter 68 7th-tier savage beast, the power of 2 fists. The Gale Leopard opened its blood-red maw, revealing its fangs, and its black fur stood on end, radiating the terrifying pressure of a 7th-tier savage beast. It stomped the ground with all 4 hooves, sending stones flying, and its body transformed into a black phantom, rushing straight at Chu Chen at an astonishing speed. Watch out! Luo Qingwu was about to make a move when she realized that Chu Chen had already moved. Well done! Chu Chen not only did not retreat, but his eyes burned with fighting spirit. With a stomp of his foot, the evolved footwork of the basic body technique's cloud flow step instantly unfolded, and he easily dodged the Gale Leopard's pounce. Luo Qingwu was slightly taken aback. She remembered that just 2 weeks ago, Chu Chen's footwork was still a bit clumsy, but now it was so smooth. The Gale leopard missed its target and roared, a hint of human-like anger flashing in its green pupils. It suddenly turned around, its claws tearing through the air as it swept towards Chu Chen's chest. The tips of its claws glowed with black light, clearly imbued with source energy. Instead of retreating, Chu Chen advanced, his feet nimbly turning, and he slid past the belly of the Gale leopard, like an eel entering the water. Just as they brushed past each other. Blazing fist. He gathered the power of fire in his right fist and slammed it hard into the Gale leopard's soft belly. Bang! The fist landed solidly, and the powerful impact caused the 7th-tier beast to stagger a few steps. A patch of black fur on its belly was instantly charred, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. The swift leopard screamed in pain, its ferocity flaring up. It kicked off with its hind legs, its entire body leaping into the air, and opened its jaws to bite Chu Chen's neck. Trying to bite me? A sly glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Let's see if your speed is faster, or if my cloud-walking steps are superior. Chu Chen's footwork was unpredictable, and his figure was elusive. He dodged several times in the air, causing the Gale leopard to miss its target each time. Luo Qingwu stood to the side, a look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. This guy. She recalled that during those months, Chu Chen would always be training alone in the VIP training room late at night. Sometimes, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she could see that persistent figure on the monitor. The grueling training under 10 times gravity would have broken anyone else, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now, back in normal gravity, his body seems to have been reborn. Every step was incredibly light, every punch was powerful and heavy. The basic physical techniques, including the mixed source stance training, fist techniques, and leg techniques, have all been mastered to a minor level. This guy. Luo Qingwu's lips unconsciously curled into a smile, and an indescribable sense of pride welled up in her heart. She suddenly felt that all her efforts over the past month had been worthwhile. The swift leopard's repeated attacks missed their mark, and the rage in its eyes grew increasingly intense. It was completely enraged. Its limbs bulged with muscles, its source energy surged wildly, and its speed suddenly doubled, transforming into several afterimages that surrounded Chu Chen. Origin Beast Technique Gale Combo. The 7th-tier Savage Beast finally unleashed its Source Beast skill. The swift leopard's figure flickered around Chu Chen, each flash accompanied by sharp claw strikes, dense as rain, weaving a web of death that was impossible to avoid. Here it comes. Chu Chen's fighting spirit intensified, and he planted his feet firmly on the ground, instantly activating the Hunyuan stance technique. Boom! His source energy suddenly erupted, forming a faint golden shield on his body surface, the mixed source protection. This is a defensive technique he learned while practicing the Hunyuan stance technique under 10 times the gravity. It distributes the source energy evenly on the body surface to form the most perfect defense. The Gale leopard's claws slammed into the golden shield, but only sparks flew. It couldn't break through the defense at all. What? Luo Qingwu's eyes widened. Chu Chen actually withstood the Origin Beast technique of a 7th-tier Savage Beast with his 5th-tier Awakener cultivation, and his protective shield didn't even have a single crack? This defensive power is already comparable to the source shield released by the originator in its early stages. The Gale leopard's repeated attacks failed, and a hint of fear flashed across its face, but its ferocity immediately intensified. It took several steps back, its black source energy surging, its fur standing on end, radiating a pressure several times stronger than before. Roar! A deafening roar resounded as black wind blades materialized on the Gale leopard's claws, its entire body transforming into a black tornado that spun wildly as it charged toward Chu Chen. 7th-tier Origin Beast Skill Gale Kill. This strike is powerful enough to tear apart any 7th-tier Awakening Source cultivator. Luo Qingwu's expression changed slightly, and she finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Chu Chen!" Flames surged at her fingertips as she prepared to strike, but then she saw Chu Chen slowly raise his right fist. "Qingwu, trust me." Chu Chen turned around and grinned at her. "I haven't even used my full strength yet." On his fist, the source energy began to flow in a special way. It wasn't the previous flaming fist, but it's time to give it a try, the Hunyuan fist. Chu Chen let out a low shout, and the source power on his fist surged instantly, the golden light dazzling. This punch may seem simple, but it contains the essence of Hunyuan Zhuanggong, perfectly fusing source energy to unleash the strongest power. Boom! The fist collided with the wind blade, unleashing a deafening roar. The black wind blades were instantly shattered, and the Gale leopard's massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily into a large tree, which snapped in two. It's not over yet. Shu Chen unleashed his cloud steps, his figure shooting out like a ghost, and his right fist slammed out once more. This punch was faster and more powerful, with golden light exploding on the fist and the air being compressed into a loud bang. As the swift leopard struggled to its feet, its eyes filled with extreme fear, it wanted to escape, but it was too late. Bang! Shu Chen's fist slammed solidly into its head. Click! Click clack! A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out as the Gale leopard's skull shattered instantly, and the light in its emerald green pupils went out completely. The massive body crashed to the ground, its limbs twitched a few times, and then it fell silent. A 7th-tier savage beast, killed in 2 punches. The surrounding dense forest fell into a brief silence. Even the chirping of insects and birds disappeared, as if all living things were stunned by this scene. Shu Chen slowly withdrew his fist, exhaled a breath of stale air, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. A month of grueling training was definitely worth it. Before he could finish speaking, he swayed, his face turned pale instantly, and he almost fell over. Shu Chen! Luo Qinggu appeared beside him instantly, supporting his shoulder. You still say you're fine? Your source energy is almost exhausted, isn't it? Shu Chen leaned on her shoulder and chuckled. It was worth it. The power of the Hanyuan fist is stronger than I imagined. Ouch, it's just a bit too intense. My arm is numb. Luo Qinggu was both annoyed and amused. She took out a bottle of source energy recovery potion from her storage ring and handed it to him. Drink it, then sit down and rest. She helped Shu Chen sit on a rock, her beautiful eyes flashing with complex emotions. A month ago, Shu Chen had to fight with all his might and barely survived a 5th-tier savage beast. But now, even a 7th-tier savage beast can't withstand 2 punches from him. This rate of progress is simply astonishing. What concerned her even more was that punch just now. The purity and intensity of the source energy Shu Chen unleashed had completely surpassed the scope of an awakened source master. Just how many secrets is he hiding? Luo Qingwu's doubts deepened, but she did not ask. Shu Chen took the medicine and drank it down in one gulp. The warm liquid slid down his throat and into his body, and his depleted source energy began to slowly recover. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. She crouched down and began to dissect the Gale leopard, saying as she worked, "This Gale leopard is no ordinary creature. It's already close to the late stage of the 7th rank. The cores of 7th-tier savage beasts are quite valuable, and their fur is also a good material for refining source artifacts." As she spoke, she skillfully took out the beast core and other materials, her movements elegant yet efficient. Shu Chen stood to the side, looking at her focused profile, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He had seen all of Luo Qingwu's efforts for him over the past month. She accompanied her during the tenfold gravity training. She watched over her during her late-night cultivation, and whenever her bloodline surged and she suffered unbearable pain, he used the creation source to help her suppress it. The two had unknowingly become very close. All right. Luo Qingwu stood up and put the materials into her storage ring. She turned her head, about to speak, but found Shu Chen staring at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. What are you looking at? It's nothing, Shu Chen smiled. I just feel, it's so good to have met you. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him, her ears turning slightly red, and said, "Stop being so cheeky." Before she could finish speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly looked up into the depths of the dense forest. Something's wrong. It's the aura of an 8th-tier savage beast. Luo Qingwu's expression turned grave. The scent of blood has attracted even stronger source beasts. We must leave immediately. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously used their movement techniques to quickly retreat towards the outer edge of the dense forest. Behind him, that terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. Chapter 69 The Giant Ape, 1/10 of the Power of Creation. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the dense forest, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shu Chen and Luo Qingwu had only run 100 meters when a huge black shadow leaped out from the forest, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. It was a black giant ape over 5 meters tall, with muscles as hard as metal, arms as thick as 2 stone pillars, and black fur on its chest gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its scarlet eyes stared at the two of them, and 2 streams of white breath spewed from its nostrils, exuding the unique pressure of an 8th-tier savage beast. The giant ape. Luo Qingwu's expression turned grave. This savage beast possesses immense strength and an even more monstrous defense. You. Qingwu. Shu Chen raised his hand to interrupt her, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I want to give it a try. Luo Qingwu was taken aback. Looking at Shu Chen's serious expression, she hesitated for a moment before nodding. Can you handle it? It should be fine. Shu Chen flexed his wrists. Although killing the Gale Leopard had consumed a lot of his source energy, he had quietly used the creation source to recover most of it. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath. As long as no ferocious beast of the third rank or above appears, I can take action at the crucial moment. During the past month, she and Shu Chen trained under multiple times the gravity, and she has already advanced to the 4th level of the originator, with her strength improving by leaps and bounds. Don't worry. Shu Chen smiled at her and stepped forward. Seeing that Shu Chen dared to approach him, the giant ape roared in fury and slammed its fists into the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and countless fragments of rock flew out like cannonballs. Shu Chen unleashed his cloud steps, his figure darting and dodging like a willow catkin, but the area covered by the rubble was too wide, and several fist-sized stones still grazed his shoulders, causing his blood to surge. Such powerful strength. Shu Chen's expression changed slightly. He had barely steadied himself when the giant ape closed in, slamming a palm the size of a fan down on his head. Shu Chen crossed his arms to protect his head, and activated the mixed source body protection at full power. Bang! A terrifying force slammed into the golden shield, instantly cracking it. Shu Chen was forced to sink his feet into the ground, his knees buckling and nearly collapsing to his knees. Damn it, this defense is completely useless. Before he could react, the giant ape's other giant fist swept across. Shu Chen could only forcefully twist his body. The wind from the punch grazed his back, tearing his clothes instantly, and his back burned with pain. Shu Chen. Luo Qingwu's fingertips flickered with flames, ready to strike. No! Shu Chen gritted his teeth and hissed, I can still fight. He stomped his feet hard, using the momentum to retreat and create distance, then unleashed a powerful punch with his right fist. Hunyuan Fist. The golden fist struck the giant ape's chest, but it only made it take half a step back, without even a burn mark on the black fur on its chest. What? Shu Chen's eyes widened. That punch was a fatal blow that could instantly kill a 7th-tier Gale Leopard, yet it couldn't even break through this guy's defenses? The giant ape patted its chest and let out a mocking growl, its scarlet eyes full of amusement. Master, Lingxia's voice rang in her mind, the Vajra giant ape has the strongest defense among beasts of the same level. Your current strength poses no threat to it. Shu Chen gritted his teeth and threw several more punches, but could only leave a few shallow white marks on the Vajra giant ape. The giant ape lost all patience, roared to the sky, its arm muscles bulged, and black source energy flowed across its body, making its entire body look as if it were plated with black gold. Origin Beast Technique Vajra Transformation. It threw a punch, compressing the air and creating a piercing sonic boom. Shu Chen crossed his arms to block, and activated his Hunyuan body protection at full power. Boom! The protective shield shattered instantly, and terrifying power penetrated his body. Shu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily into a large tree. Shu Chen. Luo Qingwu's expression changed drastically, and she was about to rush over. Cough cough. Don't come any closer. Shu Chen leaned against the tree trunk to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His fighting spirit only intensified. I told you, I can still fight. Luo Qingwu clenched her fists, flames dancing at her fingertips, her eyes filled with worry. Master, use some of the creation source, Lingxi said. There are no outsiders here. Your physical strength has been completely transformed after a month of special training, and you can better withstand the power of the creation source. Shu Chen's eyes narrowed, I understand. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his consciousness into his dantian. The primordial spirit source is as dazzling as a starry sea, radiating a platinum gold glow. This time 10%. With a thought, Shu Chen sent a wisp of golden source energy into his meridians. In an instant, he felt every cell in his body cheering with joy. The source energy within his body surged wildly, and a platinum gold light emanated from his body, also tinged with a faint platinum gold light in his eyes. Luo Qingwu's eyes widened, this aura, it's that special source power. She was all too familiar with it every time Shu Chen helped her suppress her bloodline surge. He used this source power gentle and refined like jade, yet domineering and unparalleled. The giant ape sensed the change in Shu Chen, and a hint of fear flashed in its scarlet eyes, but then it became ferocious and roared as it charged forward. Shu Chen opened his eyes, his golden pupils flashing, and a smile curved his lips. Now, it's my turn. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, blasting a deep crater in the ground, and shot out like a platinum meteor. The speed was so fast that even Luo Qingwu could only see a blur. Mixed origin leg battle axe. Shu Chen spun in the air, his right leg slashing down like a battle axe. Golden light condensed on his leg, and the air was pressed into a white streak. The giant ape crossed its arms to protect its head, and the black source energy was concentrated to the extreme. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden leg shadow slammed into the giant ape's arms. Click! A crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, and the giant ape's thick arms instantly bent and deformed. Its entire body was kicked to one knee, and a huge crater was blasted into the ground. Roar! The giant ape let out a painful scream, its scarlet eyes filled with disbelief. Its proud defenses were actually broken by a 5th-tier awakening source user? It's not over yet. Shu Chen landed, tapped his toes, and soared into the sky once more. Mixed source leg tail swing. This kick was faster and more powerful, leaving a long trail of platinum gold light in the air. The giant ape tried to dodge, but with both arms broken and its body out of balance, it had no time to evade. Boom! Shu Chen's kick struck its head squarely, unleashing terrifying power instantly. The 5-meter-tall giant ape slammed heavily into the ground, its skull caved in and blood flowing from its 7 orifices. Its massive body twitched a few times, then fell completely silent. An 8th-tier savage beast, killed by its legs. Shu Chen slowly withdrew his leg, the platinum light faded from his body, and his face instantly turned pale. This power, it's truly addictive. A smile played on his lips, but his body swayed slightly. Luo Qinggu quickly stepped forward to support him, a look of shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. That source power is stronger than last time. She took out a pill that emitted a faint red light from her storage ring. First grade rejuvenation pill, take it quickly. Shu Chen took the pill and swallowed it. The warm energy circulated in his body, and his complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Thank you. He straightened up, his gaze falling on the corpse of the giant ape. The materials from this guy must be quite valuable, right? Luo Qinggu nodded and began to skillfully dissect the giant ape's corpse. The bones and fur of the Vajra giant ape are rare source materials, and the beast core can be absorbed to improve your cultivation. Just as the two were focused on collecting, a low humming sound suddenly came from the depths of the dense forest in the distance. Luo Qinggu's expression changed drastically, the aura of a 9th-tier savage beast. Shu Chen also felt the chilling pressure and immediately put away the last piece of material. Retreat. The two quickly retreated towards the edge of the dense forest, heavy footsteps echoing behind them, and the ground trembled slightly. On a distant mountaintop, a dark figure silently observed everything, a strange red light flashing in its eyes. Chapter 70 Breakthrough, Mid-Stage 5th Order Awakener. That chilling pressure was like an invisible mountain. Without the slightest hesitation, Shu Chen and Luo Qinggu unleashed their full potential, transforming into two blurry shadows in the dense forest as they frantically fled towards the outer perimeter. The tremors behind them grew clearer, accompanied by the rumble of falling trees. Clearly, the 9th-tier savage beast was following them at a leisurely pace, as if toying with its prey. This way. Luo Qinggu grabbed Shu Chen's wrist and abruptly turned into a hidden crevice in the rocks. The two passed through a narrow passage, and suddenly the view opened up before them, a dry and well-ventilated natural cave. Luo Qinggu quickly placed several simple concealment runes at the cave entrance, completely isolating the human aura inside the cave. Outside the cave, heavy footsteps approached from afar, lingered at the cave entrance for a moment, seemingly lost, and finally faded away with a low, unwilling roar. Only after the terrifying pressure completely disappeared did Shu Chen lean against the cold stone wall, exhale a long breath, and collapse. The aftereffects of using 1/10 of the creation source were only now fully manifesting, leaving him with a feeling of utter exhaustion and a dull ache in his source meridians. Master. Lingxia's cool voice rang in his mind, carrying a hint of seriousness. Your body can only withstand about 20% of the power of the creation source at present, and you can only unleash an explosion like that 3 times in a short period of time. If you exceed this limit, your body will collapse because it cannot withstand the source energy. Shu Chen's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this seemingly heaven-defying power could not be used without limit. 3 times this was his trump card, and also his death warrant. Understood, he replied in his mind. Luo Qinggu walked to his side and squatted down. You, a 5th-level awakening source cultivator, were able to directly confront and kill a mid-stage 8th-level Vajra giant ape. If this achievement were to spread, the entire Yuanwu University would be in an uproar. Her voice returned to its usual cool and clear tone, but if you listen carefully, you could detect a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. However, judging from your current half-dead state, this should be your limit. But this is beyond what the word genius can describe. You are simply a monster. A monster? Shu Chen grinned, a smug look on his pale face. Are there really monsters this handsome? You're such a smooth talker. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him, but took out a clean towel from her storage ring and roughly wiped the blood off his face. She wiped it quite hard, as if venting her anger, but her movements were careful to avoid the wound on the corner of his mouth. Shu Chen felt the coolness of her fingertips and the softness of the towel, and his heart warmed. The fatigue from before seemed to have dissipated a lot. We need to rest here for a while. Luo Qingwu stood up and looked around the cave. Your strength is still too low. You must break through as soon as possible. The core of the 5th-tier blue-scaled python contained a vast and complex amount of energy, as well as potent poison, which was not suitable for you to absorb at this time. Luo Qingwu's expression was very serious. But your source energy is special, it should be able to purify the toxins in it. Absorb it and try to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th rank in one fell swoop. Shu Chen took out the snake core from his storage ring. A fist-sized, dark blue beast core appeared in his palm. He knew he had to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to better protect himself and help her. Okay. He sat down cross-legged, placed the blue-scaled python's core between his hands, and slowly closed his eyes. As the Genesis Origin technique was activated, a gentle suction force emanated from his palm, drawing out wisps of blue energy that surged into his meridians. Hiss. Once the violent energy entered his body, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, rampaging and running rampant through his meridians. The chilling, deadly venom belonging to the blue-scale python was like a persistent, insidious poison, attempting to erode his flesh and blood in his very essence. Shu Chen groaned, and fine beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to activate the creation source. Deep within his dantian, the dazzling sea of source energy shone slightly, and a wisp of extremely pure white gold source energy surged out, actively meeting the violent blue energy. Like ice and snow melting, the originally violent and chaotic energy immediately became docile upon contact with the platinum gold source power. The potent toxins contained within were rapidly purified and decomposed, transforming into the purest energy, which then merged into Shu Chen's source veins. His source energy reserves began to grow rapidly at a visible rate. Time passed slowly, and Luo Qingwu quietly stood guard at the cave entrance, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shu Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. As she watched his furrowed brows gradually relax and felt his aura rise steadily, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. How long has it been since this guy went from being ridiculed as an F-rank trash during the awakening ceremony to a monster who can now kill an 8th-tier savage beast head-on? His rapid growth has completely overturned her understanding of genius. And all these changes seem to have started with his seemingly absurd decision. Did she approach him back then solely for the sake of awakening her own bloodline? Luo Qingwu herself couldn't explain it clearly. All she knew was that she felt heartache when she saw him grit his teeth and persevere under 7, 8, or even 10 times the force of gravity, and she felt tense when she saw him face a formidable enemy and remain unyielding to the death. When he used the domineering yet warm source energy to help her suppress the pain in her bloodline, she felt a sense of peace she had never felt before. Unbeknownst to her, this boy, whom she initially treated as a tool, had already occupied a special place in her heart. About half a day later, the source energy fluctuations inside the cave suddenly surged. Buzz. An aura several times stronger than before erupted from Shu Chen's body, and the source energy around him formed a small vortex, stirring up the dust on the ground. Shu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Awakener, mid-stage of the 5th rank. It's done. He felt the surging source energy within his body, which was nearly twice as powerful as before, and an uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and his bones crackled and popped, exuding an explosive sense of power. How are you feeling? Luo Qingwu walked over. This is better than ever before. Shu Chen clenched his fist, turned to look at her, his eyes full of excitement. If we encounter that giant ape again now, I can take on 2 of it. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Don't get cocky. Your current strength is only enough to deal with the mid-stage of the 8th rank. If you encounter a 9th rank, you'll only be able to run for your life. He looked at Luo Qingwu and said sincerely, Qingwu, thank you. This thank you was not only for the beast core, but also for all her efforts over the years. Luo Qingwu met his bright gaze, and her cheeks felt slightly hot. She turned her head away awkwardly and snorted, What are you thanking me for? You become stronger so you can be a better shield for me, and by the way, help me solve my problems. Although she said that, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Shu Chen couldn't help but laugh at her adorable, contradictory expression. The atmosphere inside the cave suddenly became somewhat warm and subtle. After resting, the two did not linger and continued deeper into the dense forest. The road ahead will be more dangerous, but it will also be full of opportunities. Chapter 71 Rogues and Robbers. Chu Chen is enraged. The two continued deeper into the dense forest, becoming much more cautious the further they went. The source energy here is getting stronger and stronger. Towering ancient trees block out the sun, and thick vines coil around the trunks like giant pythons. There is a primitive and dangerous aura in the air. The occasional roars of beasts carried a chilling, oppressive force. Careful! Luo Qingwu suddenly grabbed Chu Chen's wrist, and the two of them hid behind a thick, ancient tree. A fierce battle was unfolding on an open field a few hundred meters ahead. Three powerful martial artists dressed in identical leather armor were besieging a 4-meter-tall monster that resembled a giant bear and had exceptionally thick arms. Each time the monster swung its arm, it created a whistling sound as it smashed through the air, leaving deep craters in the ground. It's an iron-armed mad bear, an 8th-tier savage beast. Luo Qingwu lowered her voice and pulled Chu Chen behind a thick ancient tree. These three are quite strong. The one in the lead, Scarface, should be an 8th-level awakener, and the other two are both 7th level. Chu Chen nodded without speaking, simply watching the battlefield quietly. At this point, the battle on the field had entered a fierce stage. Although iron-armed mad bear was suppressed by the three of them, he had several deep wounds on his body that exposed bone, and his brown fur was stained red with blood. But its ferocity was not diminished at all. Its arms swung so fast that they were impenetrable, and each heavy blow made the ground tremble and send stones flying. "Boss, this guy is about to die," a tall, thin man shouted. His left arm had been scratched by the mad bear and was covered in blood. The scarred man, known as the boss, had a greedy glint in his eyes, and the scar on his face trembled slightly with excitement. "Give it your all. Its beast core and bear gall are top-notch stuff. The beast core is worth at least 200,000, and the bear gall can sell for 100,000. That's enough for us brothers to live happily for half a year." Upon hearing this number, the other two men's eyes lit up, and their offensive intensified. The three worked together seamlessly, with one drawing attention from the front while the other two launched surprise attacks from the sides. Finally, in another combined attack, Scarface's longsword pierced iron-armed bear's heart with a soft thud. Roar! The iron-armed bear let out a mournful cry of resentment, its two arms hanging limply at its sides, and its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. Phew, finally solved. Scarface plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat. The other two were also exhausted and slumped to the side, but their faces showed the excitement of surviving a disaster. 300,000. That's 10,000 each, the tall, thin man exclaimed excitedly. "We've struck it rich," another burly man grinned. Just as they were about to step forward to collect their spoils, Scarface inadvertently looked up and his gaze met that of Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu behind a tree in the distance. He was taken aback at first, his eyes showing vigilance, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. But when they saw the aura of a 5th-level awakener on Chen, their vigilance immediately turned into naked greed. Then, when his gaze fell on Luo Qingwu's stunningly beautiful face and voluptuous figure, his eyes nearly popped out. Those long, straight legs, the alluring curves outlined by the tight-fitting combat suit, and that breathtakingly beautiful face. Scarface's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard, his eyes practically overflowing with lewdness. "Boss, are they two students?" The tall, thin man also noticed them, his eyes filled with the same greed. "Haha, looks like a fledgling out for training." Scarface leaped up from the ground, dusted himself off, and grinned as he walked toward the two. His gaze grew increasingly brazen, sweeping over Luo Qingwu as if admiring a treasure he was about to obtain. Those naked gazes seemed to want to strip Luo Qingwu naked. Luo Qingwu frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with disgust. She had seen countless suitors, but it was rare to see one with such a lewd and disgusting gaze. TSK, little girl, so pretty and with such a great figure, it's a waste for her to be with this pretty boy." Scarface licked his lips, his gaze becoming even more lewd. "This is the middle of nowhere, it's very dangerous. What if we encounter some kind of 8th or 9th tier source beast? Can this pretty boy next to you protect you? Why not follow your brothers? We three are all 7th or 8th level experts. We'll make sure you live a life of luxury. Whatever source artifacts or pills you want, your brothers will buy them for you." As he spoke, he deliberately unleashed the source power pressure of an 8th level awakener, trying to scare the two of them. Another burly man chuckled and echoed him, his gaze roaming freely over Luo Qingwu, as if he wanted to see right through her clothes. Exactly, such a stunning beauty, wasted on a 5th tier trash like that. Hey girl, I'm a 7th tier too, I guarantee I'll make you feel good. The tall, thin guy was even more direct. Boss, this chick is yours, how about we split what's on that kid? His storage ring must be expensive, and there might be a lot of good stuff inside. Ha ha, that makes sense. The scarred man grinned maliciously at Chu Chen, his eyes filled with contempt and cruelty. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables and then crawl between our legs. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life and let you watch how your little girlfriend serves the 3 of us brothers. Yes, let him watch, haha. This pretty boy is probably still a virgin. Let him broaden his horizons. Ha 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 ha. The 3 men burst into laughter, their laughter filled with lewdness and malice, echoing through the dense forest. Luo Qingwu's face instantly turned completely cold, her beautiful eyes filled with chilling intent. A wisp of fire appeared from her fingertip, and the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply, instantly igniting the withered leaves on the ground. However, before she could make a move, Chu Chen stepped out from behind the tree and stood in front of her. Chu Chen Luo Qingwu was slightly taken aback. Chu Chen turned around and shook his head at her, his eyes icy cold, but a gentle smile on his lips. Qingwu, this kind of trash is not worthy of your attention. Although his voice was soft, it carried an indescribable air of dominance. Luo Qingwu felt a warmth in her heart, and the flame at her fingertips slowly went out. Looking at Chu Chen's retreating figure, she suddenly felt that this man might have really grown up. Chu Chen turned around and looked at the 3 people opposite him. His expression was terrifyingly calm, as if he hadn't heard those foul words at all. But those who know him well know that the calmer he is, the angrier he is. At this moment, Chu Chen's anger had reached its peak. He can tolerate others mocking him for being useless, and he can tolerate others looking down on his abilities. But he absolutely cannot tolerate anyone looking at his woman with such a lewd and disgusting gaze. You. Chu Chen began, his voice so calm it was completely unwavering. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly, could you repeat it? Scarface was taken aback for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Oh ho, kid, you've got guts, huh? What, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You think you're a mere 5th tier awakening source user, the tall, thin man scoffed disdainfully. I could crush you with one hand. Kid, I advise you to be smart. The burly man grinned maliciously, cracking his neck. Kneel down and kowtow, hand over the stuff, and get lost. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Chu Chen suddenly laughed, a bright laugh, but his eyes were filled with chilling coldness. He slowly raised his right hand, and the primordial energy within his body began to circulate. The next second. Boom! A powerful pressure erupted from his body, like a mountain pressing down on the 3 of them. The smiles of the 3 froze instantly, and their expressions changed drastically. This oppressive aura, how could it possibly be possessed by a 5th-level awakening source cultivator? You. Chu Chen's voice was low and cold, as if it came from the deepest hell. Damn it! Chapter 72, 3 kills in an instant, animal hide map. Boom! A powerful pressure erupted from Chu Chen, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. The 3 men's laughter stopped abruptly, their expressions froze, and they revealed an unusual fear. This oppressive force. Scarface was horrified, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The intensity of this source force pressure exceeded that of a 5th-level awakener, and was even more solid than that of him, an 8th-level awakener. How is that possible? Boss, something's wrong with this kid, the tall, thin guy screamed. Attack him together. Kill him. Scarface, being an experienced man, snapped back to his senses instantly, his face revealing a fierce glint. He refused to believe that a mere kid could turn the world upside down. The 3 of them unleashed their source power simultaneously, forming a triangular formation to surround Chu Chen. Scarface's longsword, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slashed directly at Chu Chen's head. But the moment they made their move, Chu Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Where is he? The burly man was taken aback. Behind you. A cold, emotionless voice exploded behind his ear. The burly man felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he turned around and threw a punch. But his punch missed. A hand was already pressed against his back. Too slow. Bang! A muffled sound. The burly man's body jolted violently, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He looked down at his chest, where there were no wounds, but his internal organs and meridians had been completely shattered by a domineering force. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. His body fell straight forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. One move. A 7th-tier awakening source cultivator died just like that? Third brother. Scarface and the tall, thin man exclaimed at the same time, their eyes filled with fear. They didn't even see how Chen made his move. Next. Shu Chen's figure reappeared, already standing in front of the tall, thin man, his expression indifferent. A ghost, a ghost. The tall, thin man was terrified and screamed as he turned and ran away. But as soon as he turned around, a foot swept from behind with a whooshing sound and kicked him in the neck. Click. A sharp cracking sound of bones breaking pierced the quiet forest. The tall, thin man's head was tilted at an odd angle. His body tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He twitched a couple of times and then fell still. From beginning to end, Shu Chen didn't even glance at him. In the blink of an eye, only Scarface remained of the three. He stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground, then looked at the boy who was walking towards him with a cold face, and a huge fear gripped his heart. His 8th-tier strength was simply no match for his opponent. No. Don't come any closer. Scarface's voice trembled as he backed away step by step, his hand gripping the knife shaking. You can't kill me. I'm from the Blood Blade Gang. Our boss is an originator, he shouted defiantly, trying to invoke his powerful backing to save his life. Seeing his expression, the scarred man thought his threat had worked, and hope ignited in his eyes. Yes. It's not too late for you to back down. As long as you let me go, I'll pretend nothing happened today. The Blood Blade Gang? Shu Chen spoke, his tone calm. Are they very powerful? Of course. Our Blood Blade Gang operates in this area. Before Scarface could finish speaking, Shu Chen's figure disappeared again. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a strong gust of wind was already rushing towards him. Scarface's survival instinct kicked in. He roared and poured all his source power into his longsword, slashing forward with all his might. Die! But his knife missed its mark. Shu Chen circled around to his side and delivered a simple mixed origin fist to his temple. Bang! Scarface's head was hit hard, his skull caved in, and his eyes almost popped out. The long sword in his hand flew out, his body swayed twice, and he fell heavily to his knees. He wasn't quite dead yet his eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Shu Chen, making hoarse sounds. Shu Chen walked up to him, squatted down, looked at his distorted face, and calmly asked, Just now, who did you want to serve you three brothers? Scarface's pupils suddenly dilated, and the last trace of color drained from his face. He finally understood what kind of devil he had provoked. Who, do you want to stand by and watch? Shu Chen's voice remained calm, yet it pierced Scarface's heart like a knife. I was wrong, please. With his last ounce of strength, Scarface tried to kowtow and beg for mercy. Shu Chen stood up, no longer looking at him, and simply stomped down. Click. The world is quiet now. Luo Qingwu, standing not far away, quietly watched all of this. From the moment Shu Chen made his move to the moment it ended, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Clean and efficient, in a word, ruthless. She looked at the boy who had needed her protection not long ago, but now easily killed 3 source warriors who were much higher level than him. Looking at the tall, straight back standing in front of her, Luo Qingwu felt very at ease, and a feeling she couldn't quite explain arose in her heart. After Shu Chen dealt with the 3 men, he turned around, his murderous aura vanishing, replaced by an apologetic smile. Sorry, the scene was a bit bloody. Luo Qingwu snapped out of her daze, rolled her eyes at him, and softened her tone. It's not like I'm unsophisticated. But, you really went all out. You said that being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Shu Chen shrugged. This was the first lesson he learned after becoming a source warrior. After saying that, he walked directly to the 3 corpses and began to skillfully examine them. He first collected the storage rings and weapons of the 3 people. His movements were very practiced, and he didn't feel any psychological burden at all. Luo Qingwu's lips twitched. This guy, why is he acting like an old bandit? What good stuff is there? She couldn't resist her curiosity and leaned closer. Not bad, I have over 100,000 origin coins in total, plus some healing pills and miscellaneous materials. Shu Chen counted his spoils with a satisfied look on his face. This trip wasn't a waste. He put Scarface's storage ring on his hand and probed into it with his source energy. The next second, he exclaimed, Huh? What's wrong? Luo Qingwu asked. There's a map in here. Shu Chen took out a yellowed animal hide scroll from his ring. The map has an old texture, with mountains and rivers drawn on it using special ink. Most of the area is gray, except for one place marked with a symbol in red. It was a pattern of a spring. Shu Chen couldn't understand it, so he handed it to Luo Qingwu. Do you recognize it? Luo Qingwu took the map, glanced at it, and her breath caught in her throat. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly as she stared intently at the red marker on the map, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. This is... Her voice changed, filled with barely concealed excitement. What is this? Shu Chen was confused by her reaction. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and uttered each word carefully. If I'm not mistaken, this mark represents that thing that can drive all source power users mad. The Source. Chapter 73: The Temptation of the Source, the Blood Blade Gang's Pursuit. Source? Shu Chen's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the animal hide map in his hand. He certainly knew what the Source meant. It was a legendary treasure of heaven and earth, enough to drive countless Source users crazy. That's right, it's the Source. Luo Qinggu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the Blood Illusion Forest isn't of a very high level, probably only a first-grade source spring, it's still enough for an awakener to directly break through to the low-level originator. Shu Chen gasped. If even a first-grade source spring has such incredible effects, then what about the higher-grade source springs? Don't overthink it. Encountering a grade 1 source spring is already an incredible stroke of luck. Luo Qinggu saw through his thoughts and shook her head, saying, source springs of grade 2 and above are basically controlled by major powers, and ordinary people simply cannot come into contact with them. Shu Chen carefully studied the map and found that the location of the source was marked in the deepest part of the Blood Illusion Forest, surrounded by a dense array of danger symbols. This location, Shu Chen frowned. The source beasts inside are probably all at the level of ferocious beasts, right? Not only that, Luo Qinggu said solemnly, there are usually powerful guardian beasts guarding the vicinity of natural springs. According to records, the guardian beasts of a grade 1 spring can be as powerful as high-level ferocious beasts, which is equivalent to a high-level originator in humans. Shu Chen's heart sank. A high-level originator? That's an existence even more powerful than Luo Qinggu. However, Luo Qinggu's tone shifted, a complex look flashing in her eyes. If it really is a grade 1 source spring, it will greatly help improve your current strength. Moreover, it's not like I don't have a way to deal with the guardian beasts of high-level originators. You have a way? Shu Chen looked at her in surprise. Luo Qinggu smiled mysteriously, not answering directly, but instead putting the map away. We'll talk about this later. Let's leave here first. The smell of blood is too strong and will attract more source beasts. Shu Chen nodded and was about to pack his things when Ling Shi's voice suddenly came to his mind. Master, be careful. I sense several powerful auras approaching rapidly, and they are filled with obvious killing intent. Shu Chen's expression changed, and he immediately became alert. Qinggu, someone is coming. Luo Qinggu instantly entered battle mode, flames flickering in her beautiful eyes. Who goes there? I don't know, but they are very strong, and they don't seem to have any good intentions. The two quickly gathered their spoils and were preparing to leave when a rapid whooshing sound suddenly came from afar. 5 figures shot out from the dense forest. The leader was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He was burly and exuded the powerful aura of a 5th-level originator. Blood Blade Gang leader Blood Blade. Luo Qinggu's expression turned grave. Why is he here? Blood Blade's gaze swept over the 3 corpses on the ground, his killing intent growing stronger. Old Six's life mark has disappeared. He said through gritted teeth, who killed my Blood Blade Gang members? The 4 men following behind him were also filled with murderous intent. The second one was a thin middle-aged man with the strength of a 3rd-tier originator. He held a curved sword in his hand, with dark red bloodstains still remaining on the blade. The third one was bald, a 1st-level originator, with arms as thick as elephant legs, clearly a power-type originator. The 4th and 5th brothers were 2 young men, both at the 9th level of the awakening source realm. Although their strength was slightly weaker, the fierce light in their eyes was not diminished at all. Big brother, there are still signs of a battle at the scene. The second brother squatted down to examine the ground. Judging from the residual source energy, the opponent was not weak, and their methods were very clean and efficient. Bloodblade's face was ashen. Although the 3 of them, including 6th brother, were of average strength, they were not people that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could easily deal with. To kill them all in such a short time, the opponent must be at least an originator-level expert. Big brother, could it be those two targets? The third brother asked in a muffled voice. It's very likely that the Luo family girl is at the third level of the originator realm. A sinister glint flashed in Bloodblade's eyes. But that lord specifically instructed us to capture that kid named Chu Chen alive. Now that sixth brother is dead, if we don't complete the mission. He didn't finish speaking, but the other four understood the gravity of the consequences. Big brother, what do we do now? The second brother asked. Bloodblade carefully examined the traces around him, then his eyes suddenly lit up. They haven't been gone long, and they went deep into the dense forest. Let's give chase. The five immediately used their movement techniques to chase after Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu in the direction they had left. Meanwhile, Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu were already moving quickly through the dense forest. Those people are after us, Chu Chen said as he ran. Looks like killing those 3 Bloodblade gang members has caused trouble. No. Luo Qingwu shook her head. Although the Bloodblade gang is an underground force, they usually don't go all out for a few small fry. They must have another purpose. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. You mean, they came here specifically for us? Very likely. A cold glint flashed in Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. It seems someone is plotting against us in the dark again. Chu Chen recalled the attack by the men in black he had encountered before, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Damn it, who's behind this? Now is not the time to dwell on this. Luo Qingwu suddenly sped up. Bloodblade's strength is at the 5th level of originator, and the Bloodblade gang members are all desperate criminals with rich combat experience. We must shake them off as soon as possible. Or should we just kill them? A hint of killing intent flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Luo Qingwu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. You're getting bolder and bolder. Bloodblade is not comparable to those 3 henchmen. He is a 5th level originator, which I can handle on my own. But I cannot spare the time to help you with the rest. If you encounter them, it will be no different from suicide. Then let us run towards the source. Chu Chen suddenly said, since we're going there anyway, we might as well use the source beasts deep in the dense forest to get rid of them. Luo Qingwu's eyes lit up. Great idea. The blood illusion forest is teeming with ferocious beasts, even Bloodblade wouldn't dare to venture too far. Just then, Lingxi's voice suddenly rang in Chu Chen's mind. Master, I have a way to get rid of them. Chu Chen was overjoyed. What method? The primordial spirit source can not only be used for combat, but also contains many special abilities. Lingxi's voice carried a hint of mystery. One of its abilities is to attach the aura of the creation source to the target. Attached with an aura? Chu Chen was puzzled. That's right. The primordial source is the oldest and purest power in this world, and it has a natural attraction to source beasts. You only need to release a wisp of special aura onto the Bloodblade gang members, and the surrounding source beasts will frantically pounce on them, Lingxi explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen sneered. If they really dare to follow us in, we can use them as a tool to kill them. What idea have you come up with? Luo Qingwu couldn't help but ask. Chu Chen revealed a sly smile. I have a brilliant plan, just wait and see. After saying that, the two immediately changed direction and sped toward the location of the spring marked on the map. Behind him, the auras of Bloodblade and the others were getting closer and closer, but Chu Chen felt no fear at all. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. Since these guys dare to provoke him, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Chapter 74 The Special Abilities of the Creation Source. In the dense forest, Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu moved like 2 gusts of wind, quickly darting among the trees. The presence of the Bloodblade gang members behind him was getting closer and closer, and the feeling of being watched closely by hounds made Chu Chen's heart tighten. How much further? Chu Chen asked in a deep voice. As Luo Qingwu ran at full speed, she took out the animal hide map from her storage ring and glanced at it. According to the map markings, the source is in the core area of the deepest part of the blood illusion forest, which is about 500 or 600 kilometers away from here. 500 or 600 kilometers? Chu Chen frowned. At our current speed, it will take 3 or 4 days to arrive, Luo Qingwu added. The words had barely left his mouth when a beastly roar, loud enough to shatter the heavens, suddenly came from ahead. A giant tiger beast, 3 meters tall, burst out of the forest. Its body was covered in black stripes that gleamed with an eerie light, and its pupils were filled with a ferocious green light. A 9th-tier savage beast, the dark-striped tiger. Snort! Luo Qingwu didn't even bother to look. With a flick of her hand, a fire whip appeared out of thin air and lashed the dark-striped tiger hard on the forehead. Bang! The dark-striped tiger let out a miserable cry as its massive body was sent flying, crashing through several large trees before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. It twitched a few times before dying. Let's go! Luo Qingwu didn't stop and pulled Chu Chen forward. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although the dark-striped tiger was only a 9th-tier savage beast, its defense was known for being incredibly tough. He never expected that it couldn't even withstand a single move from Luo Qingwu. Just then, the aura behind them suddenly closed in, getting within a few hundred meters of them. "Kid, you can't get away." Bloodblade's rough voice drifted from afar, filled with murderous intent. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Lingxi, is the method you just mentioned really effective?" "Master, of course, but..." Lingxi paused for a moment. "It requires a massive amount of creation source power, and it can only be released on a target with a strength similar to yours at its limit, lasting for a maximum of half an hour." "Half an hour is enough." Chu Chen sneered. "Since these bastards want to hunt me down, let them taste what it's like to be hunted by a source beast." He was rapidly calculating in his mind that if he used 20% of the creation spirit source, his strength could briefly surge to the early stage of the 9th level of the awakening source. Within the Bloodblade gang, the weakest member was the 5th brother, who happened to be at the early stage of the 9th level of the awakening source realm. "It's him!" A glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. "Qingwu, run faster, I'll hold them off." Chu Chen suddenly shouted. "Are you crazy?" Luo Qingwu's expression changed. "Bloodblade is a 5th level originator, you can't possibly beat him. Trust me." Chu Chen winked at her. "I have a way." Looking into Chu Chen's clear and determined eyes, Luo Qingwu felt a surge of trust inexplicably. "Okay, then be careful." After saying that, she turned around, her speed suddenly increased, and she disappeared into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. Chu Chen took a deep breath and slowed his pace. "Lingxi, let's begin." Clear. In an instant, the primordial spiritual source within Chu Chen's body surged wildly, and an ancient and mysterious aura emanated from him. This aura was hidden very deeply, and ordinary people could not sense it at all, but for the source beasts, it had an irresistible attraction. "Ha! Big brother, that kid stopped," the second brother said in surprise. "Oomph, can't run anymore, huh?" The third brother sneered. "Watch me tear him to pieces." "Wait." Bloodblade raised his hand to stop them, his eyes filled with vigilance. "Something's fishy. Be careful." The group quickly slowed down and cautiously moved towards Chu Chen's direction. Soon, they saw Chu Chen standing under a big tree. "Oh, not running anymore?" The second brother licked his curved blade with a sinister grin. "Knowing you can't escape, are you ready to obediently accept your death?" Chu Chen didn't speak, but a strange smile appeared on his lips. Just then, the primordial spirit within him suddenly erupted, and a faint white gold aura flew out from his hand, silently attaching itself to the 5th member at the very back of the group. The 5th brother was completely oblivious, still smugly stretching his limbs. "Big brother, leave this kid to me. I'll teach him what happens when he offends the Bloodblade gang. This kid is very strange, be careful, it might be a trap." Bloodblade warned. "Don't worry, big brother, I'll be careful." The 5th brother stepped forward nonchalantly, his body surging with source energy. "Kid, prepare to die." Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the golden aura had completely entered Lao Wu's body. "Want to kill me?" he sneered. "Then you'll have to get past them first." No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion suddenly arose from the surrounding dense forest. Roar! The roars of countless source beasts resounded, and the entire dense forest instantly erupted into chaos. What happened? The third brother's expression changed drastically. A hint of unease flashed in Bloodblade's eyes. "This is bad. This is the border between savage beasts and ferocious beasts. There are already many source beasts here, and now they seem to have gone berserk." Before the words were finished, more than a dozen 9th-tier savage beasts suddenly rushed out of the dense forest, their eyes bloodshot and their bodies exuding a violent aura. Strangely, all these source beasts pounced on Lao Wu like madmen. Holy crap! Old Five's face turned pale instantly. Why are all these source beasts coming for me? He frantically channeled his source power, trying to block them, but the source beasts seemed possessed, charging towards him fearlessly. Damn it! Bloodblade roared, slashing out with his blood-red longsword and killing a 9th-tier savage beast with a single blow. But then, even more source beasts surged in from all directions. Not only 9th-tier savage beasts, But even some first-tier ferocious beasts rushed out and pounced on the fifth brother without hesitation. Damn it, what's going on? The second brother brandished his scimitar, desperately trying to fend off the source beast's attacks for the fifth brother. Looking at the chaotic scene, Chu Chen felt incredibly satisfied. As expected, Lingxi was right, the allure of the creation source to the source beasts was terrifying. Enjoy your time, everyone. I'm off. Chu Chen laughed and turned to run. Damn it, don't run. Bloodblade was so angry his lungs felt like they were going to explode. Just as he was about to give chase, a low-level ferocious beast suddenly pounced from the side. The ferocious beast's strength was equivalent to that of a human originator. Although Bloodblade could handle it, he couldn't spare the attention to chase Chu Chen. Damn it! He could only watch helplessly as Chu Chen disappeared into the dense forest, and he can only vent all his anger on the source beast. At this moment, the fifth brother's side was completely surrounded by source beasts. More than a dozen ninth-tier savage beasts, plus 3 low-tier ferocious beasts, were tearing at him frantically. Ah! Big brother, save me! The fifth brother's shrill screams echoed through the dense forest. Bloodblade gritted his teeth, but he was too preoccupied with his own situation to offer any help. Fifth brother, hang in there. However, before he could finish speaking, a ferocious beast bit off Lao Wu's throat, and blood gushed out. The fifth brother's screams abruptly stopped, his wide eyes filled with resentment and fear. Fifth brother, the third brother roared. But the attacks from the source beasts grew increasingly fierce, giving the Bloodblade gang no chance to catch their breath. Deep in the dense forest, Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu reunited and continued heading towards the source of the spring. All done? Luo Qingwu asked. Chu Chen nodded. At least we can hold them off for a while. What method did you use? Luo Qingwu asked him curiously. Chu Chen smiled mysteriously, it's a secret. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. This man was becoming increasingly unfathomable to her. Just then, Chu Chen's face suddenly turned pale, and his body swayed. What's wrong? Luo Qingwu quickly helped him up. It's nothing, just a bit tiring, Chu Chen waved his hand. I'll be fine after a rest. Lingxi reminded her in her mind, Master, the aura of the creation source can only last for half an hour. After half an hour, the source beast will lose its target. Half an hour is enough, Chu Chen replied in his mind. The two found a secluded spot to rest, sat cross-legged, and began to recover their source energy. About half an hour later, in the area where the Bloodblade gang was located, the crazed source beasts suddenly stopped, the ferocity in their eyes slowly receding, and they all retreated back into the depths of the dense forest. Bloodblade and the others were covered in blood. Fifth brother was beyond dead, and fourth brother was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Chu Chen! You just wait. Bloodblade roared through gritted teeth, I will definitely catch you and tear you to pieces. Chapter 75, The Brutal Training Begins. Deep in the dense forest, Chu Chen leaned against a boulder, panting heavily. The cost of using the creation source was much greater than he had imagined. Now he felt like he had just finished a marathon, his whole body aching and weak. Give. Luo Qingwu handed over a pill that emitted a faint red glow. Chu Chen took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The warm energy instantly spread throughout his body, like soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that he almost groaned out loud. This pill is really good. Chu Chen smacked his lips. It's much more effective than the last one. Nonsense, this is a perfect grade 1 origin restoration pill, worth 100,000 origin coins each. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. I only have a few left, so use them sparingly. 100,000 for one pill? Chu Chen almost vomited. Did I just swallow a car powered by energy? Luo Qingwu chuckled, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents. Now you know how to feel sorry for someone? Why didn't you do this earlier? Chu Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled, isn't this to shake off the Bloodblade gang? Otherwise, we'd still be being chased right now. When the Bloodblade gang was mentioned, Luo Qingwu's smile faded slightly. She took out another bottle of source energy recovery liquid from her storage ring, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Chu Chen. Drink this first, and recover your condition as soon as possible. Chu Chen took it and gulped it down, feeling the depleted source energy in his body begin to slowly recover. Just then, several roars of beasts came from afar. Although they were still far away, their fierce aura could be faintly heard. Luo Qingwu frowned slightly, stood up and warily scanned her surroundings. This place isn't safe, we need to find another place. Wait a minute. Shu Chen closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. Those source beasts are still several kilometers away from us. They shouldn't be able to get here anytime soon. Luo Qingwu looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You can sense things from that far away? It seems so. Shu Chen himself was a little confused. He found that since he used the creation source, his perception range had expanded considerably. Luo Qingwu stared at him for a long while, then finally sighed and sat back down next to him. You're becoming more and more unpredictable. The two rested against the boulder, with rustling sounds coming from the surrounding dense forest, but these were all low-level source beasts that dared not approach. About half an hour later, Shu Chen's source energy had finally recovered to about 70–80%. He opened his eyes, about to speak, but found Luo Qingwu looking at him with her head turned to the side. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Look at what? Shu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Luo Qingwu didn't say anything, but instead reached out and gently wiped his face. There were traces of blood on her fair fingertips, splattered from the fight just now. You said. Luo Qingwu looked at the bloodstains on her fingertips, her voice so soft it was as if she were talking to herself. Why are you so good to me? Shu Chen was stunned for a moment. The question came so suddenly that he didn't know how to answer it for a moment. Never mind. Luo Qingwu shook her head, stood up, and dusted herself off. Don't overthink it. I was just asking casually. Shu Chen watched her retreating figure, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Oh, right. Luo Qingwu suddenly turned around, reverting to her usual cold and aloof expression. I have something to tell you. Although the Blood Blade gang has been shaken off for the time being, they certainly won't give up easily. Luo Qingwu said with a serious expression. Moreover, I suspect that someone may be behind the Blood Blade gang. Shu Chen was taken aback. What do you mean? Think about it, the Blood Blade gang usually operates in the outer areas of the Blood Illusion Forest, so why would they suddenly come to such a deep place? Luo Qingwu continued her analysis. Moreover, they went straight for you right away, which clearly indicates they had a purpose. Shu Chen frowned. Luo Qingwu was right, there was indeed something strange about this matter. Could it be Li Tianyan? Shu Chen asked tentatively. It's possible, Luo Qingwu nodded. But it could also be someone else. You're in the spotlight right now, and there are quite a few people eyeing you. Shu Chen gave a wry smile. Am I just attracting too much attention? That's why you need to become stronger as soon as possible. Luo Qingwu looked at him. Only strength is the most reliable protection. Luo Qingwu walked up to Shu Chen, looking down at him with a serious glint in her beautiful eyes. Your current strength is too low. Shu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew Luo Qingwu was right. Although he had just managed to shake off the Blood Blade gang by trickery, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one move from Blood Blade in a real fight. The deeper you go, the stronger the source beasts become. Luo Qingwu continued, low-level ferocious beasts roam everywhere. Even if you were an originator, you would have to be extremely careful in those places, let alone with your current strength. Shu Chen scratched his head. So you mean? If you rush in now, it will be tantamount to suicide, Luo Qingwu said bluntly. I don't want to see you torn to pieces by the source beasts. Although her words were harsh, Shu Chen could tell that she was worried about him. Then what should we do? Shu Chen asked. The source is right there. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Opportunity? Luo Qingwu sneered. What use is opportunity if you're dead? She knelt down in front of Shu Chen and tapped his forehead. There's still more than a month until the freshman competition. Let's improve our strength first, and then we can make a plan to go to the source. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. You mean? Yes. Luo Qingwu nodded. I will accompany you to train deep in the dense forest for a month, and try to improve your strength as much as possible before going to the source. She continued, although the Blood Blade gang has suffered heavy losses and won't be chasing us for the time being, you need to hurry. But let me make this clear from the start. Luo Qingwu stood up and clapped her hands. The training that follows will be very brutal, 10 times more brutal than the previous 10 times gravity training. No problem. Shu Chen agreed without even thinking. Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the dense forest. Both of them became alert at the same time. Something's here, Luo Qingwu said softly. Soon, a giant beast covered in crimson scales rushed out of the forest. That was a 9th-tier savage beast, the flame-scaled giant lizard. The giant lizard was 7 or 8 meters long, breathing fire, and its vertical pupils were fixed on the two of them. Shu Chen swallowed hard. This guy doesn't look like someone to mess with. Perfect. Luo Qingwu smiled. Use it as your first training subject. What? Shu Chen's eyes widened. You want me to fight a 9th-tier savage beast? I'm only a mid-stage 5th-tier awakener. That's why I call it training, Luo Qingwu said matter-of-factly. Don't worry, I'll be watching from the sidelines. You 1T die. Shu Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. He suddenly realized that the next month or so might be even harder to endure than he had imagined. Chapter 76 5 Days of Bloodshed, the Blood Blade returns. The flames spewed by the flame-scale giant lizard almost grazed Shu Chen's cheek, and the scorching heat made his eyebrows curl up. Damn it! Shu Chen rolled away to dodge, cursing Luo Qingwu's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. This woman is ruthless. She told him to fight a 9th-tier savage beast, and she really did it without any room for negotiation. The giant lizard's tail swept across, but Shu Chen had no time to think. He used his cloud step technique to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. Its thick tail swept across the nearby boulder, pulverizing it into powder. Damn, if that hit me, it would smash me into a meat patty. Cold sweat poured down Shu Chen's forehead, but he didn't dare stop his movements. He raised his hand and delivered a fiery fist to the giant lizard's abdomen. Bang! The fist struck the scales solidly, sparks flying. However, the monitor lizard merely swayed, its skin remaining unbroken. This defense is insane. Shu Chen's heart sank. The giant lizard opened its blood-red maw, and another burst of flames shot out. Shu Chen was unable to dodge completely this time. His left arm was grazed by the flames, and he instantly felt a sharp burning pain. Ah! Shu Chen groaned, enduring the pain as he dodged again. Just as the giant lizard was preparing to launch its third attack, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared in front of Shu Chen. Luo Qingwu casually waved her hand, and a barrier of flames blocked the giant lizard's attack. That's all for today, Luo Qingwu said calmly, then raised her hand and unleashed a terrifying burst of flames that instantly engulfed the giant lizard. When the flames subsided, the ferocious 9th-tier beast had become a charred corpse. Shu Chen slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Every part of my body ached, and my left arm was burned raw and mangled. Does it hurt? Luo Qingwu walked over and squatted down in front of him. Nonsense. Shu Chen grinned. Luo Qingwu took out healing medicine from her storage ring and gently applied it to his wounds. Bear with it. The moment the ointment touched the wound, Shu Chen almost jumped up in pain. But soon, a cool sensation came over me, and the pain began to lessen. Are you trying to push me to my limits? Shu Chen smiled wryly. Otherwise what? Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Do you think strength falls from the sky? For the next few days, Shu Chen lived a life worse than death. Every day is a life or death struggle with 9th-tier savage beasts, resulting in either coughing up blood or having bones broken. If it weren't for Luo Qingwu always intervening at crucial moments, he would have died 800 times over. On the third night, Shu Chen lay in the cave, feeling as if his bones were about to fall apart. Master, Lingxi's voice echoed in his mind, you can try to absorb the beast core of that gale leopard. Shu Chen's eyes lit up, and he took out the 7th-tier beast core from his storage ring. The beast core emitted a faint blue light, and the source energy fluctuations contained within were clearly perceptible. Are you crazy? Luo Qingwu immediately stopped him when she saw his actions. This is a 7th-tier beast core, and you're only a mid-5th-tier awakening source cultivator. Trust me. Shu Chen looked at her seriously. I know my body's limits very well. Luo Qingwu frowned. Generally, a source warrior can only absorb a beast core one level higher than himself, otherwise, his source veins will be unable to withstand it and will be damaged, which would be counterproductive. But seeing Shu Chen's determined gaze, she finally nodded. Be careful. Shu Chen sat down cross-legged, held the beast core in his hand, and began to circulate the creation origin technique. The violent energy from the beast core surged into his body instantly, and Shu Chen felt as if his source veins were about to burst. Master, activate the creation source. Lingxi urged urgently. Shu Chen gritted his teeth, and the creation source within his body began to circulate. That ancient and powerful force was like a giant vortex, swallowing up all the violent energy and then transforming it into pure source energy. Luo Qingwu watched with trepidation. She could feel the dramatic changes taking place within Shu Chen's body, and the fluctuations of his source energy were so strong that they alarmed her. Time passed second by second. After an unknown amount of time, the fluctuations within Chu Chen's body finally subsided. He opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Peak of the 5th rank of Awakening Source Master. Luo Qingwu looked at him in shock. She knew Chu Chen was making rapid progress, but she didn't expect it to be this fast. Master, Lingxi's voice rang out again. As your strength continues to grow, and you possess the primordial spirit source, the amount of source energy you need for each breakthrough will increase. The source power contained in this 7th tier beast core is only enough for you to break through to the peak of the 5th tier of the Awakening Source Master. Chu Chen understood. No wonder he had only advanced half a minor rank after absorbing an entire 7th rank beast core. But this is good. The more solid the foundation, the further one can go in the future. On the 5th day of training, Chu Chen clearly felt that the gap between himself and the 9th tier savage beasts was narrowing. His fists began to leave marks on the beasts, and his speed increased, even allowing him to seize the openings in the beasts' attacks to launch counterattacks. By evening, Chu Chen was locked in a fierce battle with a 9th tier savage beast. Luo Qingwu stood at a distance, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. This guy's growth rate was truly terrifying. After the training ended, Chu Chen entered the cave to cultivate again, this time taking out the beast core of the 8th order Vajragiant ape. The beast core was a size larger than the previous Gale Leopard beast core, and it emitted a faint golden light. Are you trying to get yourself killed again? Luo Qingwu said from the side. How will you know if you don't try? Chu Chen chuckled. Come on. He took a deep breath and began to absorb again. This process was even more painful. The energy contained in the 8th order beast core was almost several times that of the 7th order core. The violent power surged through his body, and Chu Chen felt that his source veins could collapse at any moment. But the power of the creation source manifested once more. That ancient power was like a bottomless pit, devouring and transforming all the energy. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound came from inside Chu Chen's body. We've made a breakthrough. Early stage of the 6th rank of the Awakener. Chu Chen opened his eyes and clenched his fist. He could clearly feel that he was much stronger than before. Congratulations. Luo Qingwu walked over, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. In just 5 days, he progressed from the early stage of the 5th level of the Awakening Source to the early stage of the 6th level. This speed of progress is simply astonishing. At that moment, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Several familiar auras approached rapidly from afar. Blood Blade Gang. Chu Chen's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, not long after, a roar came from outside the dense forest. Chu Chen! Come out and face your death. Bloodblade's voice was filled with resentment and killing intent, echoing through the dense forest. Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu exchanged a glance. Luo Qingwu took out a set of ordinary grade perfect armor from her storage ring and handed it to Chu Chen. Put it on, don't be reckless. Okay. Chu Chen didn't refuse. Trying to be strong at a time like this would be suicide, so he put it on without hesitation. They walked out of the cave at the same time and saw Bloodblade standing in an open space not far away with his remaining 2 men. 5 days of tracking left them looking disheveled, covered in wounds, clearly having fought many source beasts during those days. Yo, isn't this the leader of the Bloodblade gang? Chu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. What, are you healed? Boy, you're asking for death. Bloodblade's eyes flashed with murderous intent. They had been tracking him for the past few days, and not only had they lost one of their brothers, but the rest of them were also injured. He was determined to settle this score with Chu Chen. Enough with the nonsense. Chu Chen cracked his knuckles. Perfect, I'll use you guys to test my new strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 77 Instant kill of a 9th rank individual, a life or death situation. Whoosh! Chu Chen's figure vanished instantly. He used the cloud wandering step to its fullest extent, his entire body like a streak of cyan light, heading straight for the 4th brother in the far corner. This speed, how is this possible? His pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart pounded wildly. He was a mid-stage 9th level awakener, but having been in the Bloodblade gang for many years, what kind of situation hadn't he seen? But the speed of this kid in front of me is definitely not what a 6th level awakener should have. Although shocked, his years of combat experience made him react instinctively, and he swung his longsword out horizontally, the blade igniting with a scarlet source energy light. I will avenge the 5th brother. The 4th brother roared, pouring all his source power from the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Awakening Source Master into this one strike, fiercely slashing towards Chu Chen's head, determined to cut Chu Chen in two. "You'd better give me your life, you damned brat." The next second, the ferocious expression on Lao Si's face froze. Chu Chen flipped his right hand, and a long sword with a silvery white luster appeared in his palm. It was a perfect ordinary grade longsword that he had forged himself. A faint white gold light flowed across the sword's blade. "That's the aura of the primordial spirit. 1/10 that's enough." A cold glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. The longsword drew a perfect arc in the air, and the air hummed slightly wherever the blade passed. The longsword in the fourth brother's hand, the treasure that had accompanied him for many years and had slain countless source beasts and enemies, was cleanly broken in two the moment it touched Chu Chen's longsword, just like tofu. "WH? What?" Extreme fear flashed in the fourth brother's eyes. His ordinary high-grade source energy armor glowed faintly, trying to withstand this fatal blow. But the white gold sword light was unstoppable, tearing the armor's light apart instantly. The sword tip pierced the fourth brother's throat precisely, and blood spurted out. Thump! The fourth brother's body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with his eyes still open. From the moment Chu Chen drew his sword to the moment the fourth brother died, the entire process took less than a second. A source warrior at the mid-stage of the 9th rank of the source realm was actually killed instantly by a kid who had just broken through to the early stage of the 6th rank, with a single sword strike? Fourth brother! Damn it! The roars of the second and third brothers rang out almost simultaneously. They stared intently at Chu Chen, their pupils reflecting the white gold light flowing across the surface of the long sword. That power was definitely not ordinary source energy. Bloodblade's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. "You little beast! I'll tear you to pieces." Before he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure erupted from Bloodblade. The power of a peak 5th tier originator was displayed without reservation, the surrounding air became viscous, and the gravel on the ground began to tremble slightly. Chu Chen felt his breath catch in his throat. This pressure was several times stronger than any opponent he had ever encountered before. Just as Bloodblade was about to strike. Boom! A fiery red figure blocked Chu Chen's path. Luo Qinggu, dressed in a silver moon battle outfit, with her long hair flying, also exuded a powerful aura, revealing her strength as a 4th-level early-stage originator. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a fiery red longsword appeared out of thin air, its blade crackling with intense flames and radiating the unique pressure of a high-grade Xian-level origin weapon. "Your opponent is me." Luo Qinggu's voice was cold, her beautiful eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Bloodblade's figure came to an abrupt halt, his expression turning extremely grim. "Miss Luo." Bloodblade sneered, "If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Even though you're the daughter of the Luo family, in this deep forest, even if you die, no one will know who did it." Luo Qinggu didn't even frown. She pointed her fiery red longsword forward, the tip aimed at Bloodblade's throat. "You can try and see if you kill me first, or if I roast you to a crisp first." As soon as she finished speaking, the flame source power on her body erupted instantly, and she became like a blooming fire lotus. Grass! Bloodblade cursed under his breath, knowing that this matter was not going to end well today. He gritted his teeth, and a burst of blood-red light shone from his long sword. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." The two clashed instantly, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding trees to collapse. On the other side, before Chu Chen could even catch his breath, the second and third brothers were already upon him. The second brother wielded two swords, his movements swift and agile. The third brother held a long spear, its tip gleaming coldly. Both of them were wearing low-grade Xian-level source energy armor, and their bodies were surging with source energy. "Boy, prepare to die." Chu Chen's expression changed slightly. He could sense that the second brother was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the originator, and the third brother was at the middle stage of the 1st level of the originator. These two are far stronger than he is now. With his current strength as a 6th level awakener, he is no match for them at all. "Lingxi, is there any way?" Chu Chen asked anxiously in his mind. "Master, you can attach the creation source to the third brother and summon the source beasts to attack him." Lingxi's voice came. Chu Chen's eyes lit up, but his expression darkened the next second. The originator was too fast. He didn't have any time to use his abilities. Damn it! Chu Chen gritted his teeth, and the primordial spiritual source within his body surged wildly. "If that's the case, then let's go all out." 20% of the primordial spiritual source erupted instantly. Platinum light burst forth from his body, and his aura surged instantly. With the blessing of the creation spirit source, the strength of the 6th level early stage awakener soared to the 1st level early stage of the originator. What? The second and third brothers' expressions changed drastically. How could this kid suddenly become so much stronger? Without time to think, the two attacked together again. A hint of madness flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. He held his long sword horizontally and took the initiative to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing were as dense as the sound of blacksmithing striking metal, with sparks flying everywhere. Shu Chen managed to maneuver with difficulty amidst the attacks of the two using his agile cloud step technique. Even though he was wearing the perfect ordinary source energy armor given to him by Luo Qingwu, he was still beaten back by two originators. Ah! The second brother seized an opening, crossed his twin swords, and slashed down hard on Shu Chen's shoulder. Although the armor blocked the fatal wound, the huge impact still almost cracked Shu Chen's shoulder blade. Puff! Shu Chen spat out another mouthful of blood and staggered backward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the third brother thrust his spear straight at Shu Chen's heart with a whooshing sound. At the critical moment, Shu Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he used the cloud-flowing step to its fullest extent, forcibly twisting his body at an incredible angle in mid-air. The spear grazed almost to his chest, tearing a gash in his clothes. At the same time, Shu Chen slashed downwards with his longsword. Flame slash! Blazing flames erupted from the sword, and the sword light was as fast as lightning, striking the third brother's outstretched arm directly. Ah! The third brother's shrill screams echoed through the dense forest as his entire right arm was severed at the root, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Third brother. The second brother's expression changed drastically. But Shu Chen didn't give him a chance to react at all. His figure moved like a ghost and lunged forward, his long sword piercing straight for the second brother's throat. Go to hell! Puff! The sword tip pierced his throat. The third brother's eyes widened, and he made a whoosh sound as his body slowly fell to the ground. Shu Chen struggled to pull back his longsword, staggering back 2 steps, almost losing his balance. The consumption of 20% of the creation spirit source was too great. His source power is now almost exhausted, and every part of his body aches. The wound on his chest is still bleeding. But his gaze remained firm. There's one more. He raised his head, stared intently at the second brother, and a smile actually appeared on his lips. The second brother's expression changed completely, and he looked at Shu Chen as if he were looking at a monster. This kid, is he really unkillable? Chapter 78 The Ultimate Sword. Huff, huff. Shu Chen gasped for breath, barely managing to stand by supporting himself with one hand on his longsword. He could feel that most of the source energy in his body had been consumed, his wounds were still bleeding, and his vision was becoming blurry. The second son stared intently at him, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. How come this kid is getting stronger and stronger as the fight goes on? He's only a 6th level awakener, yet he's already killed 2 origin masters in a row? But he quickly calmed down, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You little beast, let's see how long you can hold out. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of blood-red light emanated from the second brother's twin blades, and the source power of the early stage of the 3rd tier of the originator erupted without reservation. He transformed into a blood-red afterimage, moving so fast that only the flash of his blade could be seen. Shu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. He tried his best to dodge, but his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up. It's over. At this critical moment. Whoosh! Shu Chen's hand suddenly reached into his storage ring, and a jade green pill appeared in his palm. It was a rejuvenation pill, capable of quickly restoring one's source energy. Without thinking twice, he stuffed the pill into his mouth, and a cool energy instantly burst forth within his body. The depleted source energy began to recover, but the speed was simply too slow. Clang! The second brother's twin blades slashed fiercely at Shu Chen's armor, and the enormous impact sent him flying. Puff! Shu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air and crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away, creating a large crater. The armor's surface had dimmed considerably, nearing its limit. The second brother gave him no chance to breathe. He pushed off with his feet and shot forward again, slashing down with his twin swords, determined to finish off Shu Chen completely. Shu Chen managed to roll over and dodge. The effects of the rejuvenation pill were still ongoing, but the rate at which his source energy recovered was far from keeping up with the consumption. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, and Lingxi's anxious voice echoed in his mind. Master, you can't fight anymore. You're no match for him in your current state. What can I do then? Shu Chen smiled bitterly. I can't just wait to die, can I? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the battle between Luo Qingwu and Xue Dao had also reached a fever pitch. Luo Qingwu's figure was like a spirit in the flames, each sword strike carrying a blazing fire. With flashes of sword light, she forced the blood blade to retreat repeatedly. Although she was only at the early stage of the 4th level of the originator, a high-grade Xian-level flame longsword in her hand was incredibly powerful. Combined with her superb swordsmanship, she was able to steadily suppress Bloodblade, who was at the peak of the 5th level of the originator. Bloodblade's face was terribly gloomy. He wildly swung his mid-grade Xian-level blood-red longsword, but each time it was forced back by Luo Qingwu's fiery sword energy. Damn brat! Bloodblade roared and suddenly pulled out a dark red pill from his pocket, stuffing it directly into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a terrifying blood-red light erupted from Bloodblade's body, his aura surging at a visible speed. Peak of Tier 5 Originator. Early Tier 6. Mid-Tier 6. Violent pill? Luo Qingwu's expression changed slightly. Bloodblade laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Miss Luo, did you think I had no trump cards? Although this violent pill has huge side effects, it's enough to temporarily boost my strength by a major stage. Now, it's your turn to taste the feeling of being crushed. Before he finished speaking, Bloodblade transformed into a streak of blood-red light, his speed increasing several times over. Boom! With a single slash, Luo Qingwu barely managed to parry, but the immense difference in strength sent her and her sword flying, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The situation reversed instantly. Shu Chen's heart clenched at the sight. He knew that if Luo Qingwu lost, they would both die here. Lingxi. Shu Chen's voice echoed in his mind. What would happen if I used 30% of the creation source? Master, have you gone mad? Lingxi's voice was filled with terror. Your body simply can't withstand 30% of the creation spiritual source. At best, your source veins will be damaged and your strength will regress at worst, your body will explode and you'll die. I know. Shu Chen's eyes became incredibly firm, but I have no other choice. He looked at Luo Qingwu, who was being suppressed by the Bloodblade not far away, and the events of the past few days flashed through his mind. She kissed him in public for the first time, domineeringly announcing that he was her boyfriend. She gave him a source power card to provide him with cultivation resources. She took him through hellish training and accompanied him on his arduous journey deep into the forest. She stood in front of him when he faced danger, protecting him with her strength. I can't let her die. I absolutely can't. A hint of madness flashed in Shu Chen's eyes, and the creation source within his body began to operate wildly. 1/10. 20%. 30%. Boom! Platinum light burst forth from his body, like a small sun rising in the dense forest. A terrifying surge of energy swept in all directions, instantly shattering the surrounding trees and cracking the ground with countless fissures. Shu Chen's aura surged wildly. Awakener, Rank 6, Early Stage. Originator, Rank 1. Rank 1, Mid Stage. Rank 2, Early Stage. Rank 2, Mid Stage. How is this possible? The second brother, who was locked in combat with Shu Chen, turned pale. He could clearly sense that the boy in front of him, who had just been suppressing him, had now surpassed him in aura. Shu Chen raised his head, his eyes gleaming with platinum light, and his entire demeanor changed. Now, it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. The second brother didn't even have time to react, he only felt a terrifying pressure rushing towards him. The next second, a hand gripped his throat. Shu Chen looked at him coldly, his voice seeming to come from the depths of hell. None of you will escape. No. Don't. The second brother's eyes were filled with fear as he tried to struggle, but Shu Chen's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly locking his throat. It's too late. Shu Chen gripped the sword in his right hand, and the primordial spiritual source within his body surged wildly into the sword. The ordinary grade perfect longsword, under the blessing of the creation spirit source, emitted a dazzling white gold light, and even appeared on the sword body with mysterious patterns, which were the source patterns naturally formed by the creation spirit source. The first form of creation. Shu Chen's voice was deep and filled with killing intent, and his aura reached its peak. Crack! Rumble! The platinum gold sword light soared into the sky, like a pillar piercing through heaven and earth. The second brother didn't even have time to scream before he was completely annihilated by the sword, leaving no corpse behind, only a sky full of blood mist. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the trees and boulders were reduced to dust by this terrifying sword intent. After the sword strike, the world fell silent. Bloodblade and Luo Qingwu, who were fighting in the distance, stopped and stared in shock at the figure shrouded in platinum light. What kind of power is this? Bloodblade's voice trembled. Luo Qingwu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She knew Chu Chen was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Chu Chen. She murmured softly, a feeling of unprecedented excitement welling up inside her. After Chu Chen unleashed the sword strike, his source energy was instantly depleted. The terrifying burden brought by the 30% of the creation source made his body creak and crack under the strain. Master! Stop! Your body can't take it. Lingxi's anxious voice rang in his mind. Chu Chen smiled slightly and looked at Luo Qingwu in the distance. Qingwu, everything is up to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, everything went black before his eyes, and he lost consciousness, falling straight down. Chu Chen! Luo Qingwu exclaimed in surprise and tried to rush over, but the Bloodblade blocked her way. Want to save him? You'll have to get past me first. Bloodblade grinned maliciously, launching a frenzied attack while the effects of the violent pill were still in effect. Luo Qingwu gritted her teeth, glanced at Chu Chen lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance, and a resolute look flashed in her eyes. In that case, release the seal. Chapter 79 Seal Released. Seal released. Luo Qingwu let out a delicate shout, her slender hands rapidly forming hand seals in the void. Complex and profound runes surged from her body, radiating a fiery red light, weaving together in the air to form a massive array, and then... boom! An extremely terrifying surge of source energy erupted from Luo Qingwu's body. Originator, early stage of 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, 7th tier, 8th tier. It's improved by a full 4 major levels. This is impossible. Bloodblade's pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. After taking the violent pill, he could only briefly reach the mid-stage of the 6th level of the originator, while the girl in front of him, who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, was actually an 8th level originator. Luo Qingwu raised her head, her beautiful eyes burning with intense flames, and even her hair began to be tinged with a faint fiery red halo. You dare touch him? You're asking for death. The voice was extremely cold, yet it contained a chilling killing intent. Bloodblade tried to escape, but he was horrified to find that the surrounding space seemed to be completely locked by an invisible force, and he was unable to move. No, spare me. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Qingwu's figure flashed, transforming into a fiery red streak of light, the flaming longsword in her hand radiating a dazzling light. Blazing flame sky curtain. Flames appeared out of nowhere, like a giant net that instantly enveloped the Bloodblade. Bloodblade's shrill screams echoed through the dense forest. The mid-grade Shin-level longsword in his hand melted instantly in the flames, and the low-grade Shin-level armor on his body didn't even last a second before being burned to ashes. In less than 3 seconds, a powerful expert at the mid-stage of the 6th rank of originator was reduced to ashes in the flames, leaving not even a trace of bone. The fire died down, leaving only a deep crater on the ground, still emitting black smoke. Luo Qingwu ignored him and turned to rush towards the direction where Chu Chen had fallen. Chu Chen! She knelt down beside Chu Chen, her jade-like hand trembling as she reached out to his forehead, only to find it ice-cold to the touch. Chu Chen's face was deathly pale, with congealed blood still clinging to the corners of his mouth, and his breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible. Even more terrifying, she could feel that Chu Chen's source veins were collapsing at a visible speed, a consequence of forcibly using power beyond the body's limits. Damn it! Luo Qingwu gritted her teeth, it's all my fault. If only I had broken the seal sooner. She dared not think any further. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She remembered that when she and Chu Chen cultivated together before, their source energy could merge and complement each other, perhaps. We have no choice but to give it a try. Luo Qingwu laid Chu Chen flat on the ground, placed her hands on his chest, and began to continuously channel the immense source power of an 8th level origin master into Chu Chen's body. Fiery red source energy flowed through Chu Chen's damaged source veins, attempting to repair the cracks. No. You'll be all right. Luo Qingwu bit her lip, her eyes already a little moist. But something strange happened. The source energy she channeled and seemed to sink into the sea without any reaction. Shu Chen's body was like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring her source energy, but there was no sign of improvement. How so? Luo Qingwu's face grew paler and paler, but she dared not stop. 10%, 30%, 50%. The source energy within her body was rapidly draining away. However, Shu Chen's condition did not improve. On the contrary, the speed at which his source veins collapsed accelerated. No. Shu Chen, wake up. You still owe me a promise. You promised to help me awaken my bloodline. How could you just fall like this? Luo Qingwu's voice began to tremble with sobs, and tears finally streamed down her face. 80%, 90%. When only 10% of her source energy was extracted, Luo Qingwu finally couldn't hold on any longer. Shu-chan, I'm sorry, Before she could finish speaking, everything went black before her eyes, her body went limp, and she collapsed onto Shu Chen. A deathly silence fell over the dense forest. Just then, suddenly, something started glowing on Shu Chen's chest. It was a mark, its shape indistinct, but it radiated a dazzling platinum light. The mark's light grew brighter and brighter, and gradually, it became clear that it was an ancient pattern, resembling the outline of some kind of creature, full of mystery and majesty. Boom! An ancient and powerful force erupted from the mark. The power was so strong that the surrounding space trembled slightly, and all the source beasts within a radius of several miles prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. A platinum gold light enveloped Shu Chen and Luo Qingwu. As can be seen, the collapsed source veins within Shu Chen's body are repairing at an incredible speed. Moreover, those repaired source veins were even more resilient and wider than before, capable of accommodating more source energy. About 10 minutes later. Shu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The sky was dark and gloomy. It was almost evening. I'm alive? Shu Chen tried to move his fingers, then suddenly sat up. It was this action that made him realize something had slipped out of his arms. Looking down, Luo Qingwu was lying on his lap, her delicate face pale and bloodless, with tear stains still clinging to her long eyelashes. Light dance. Shu Chen panicked and quickly checked on her condition. Its internal energy was almost completely depleted, with less than 10% remaining, and it was struggling to recover on its own. Fortunately, there was no danger to his life. What exactly happened? Shu Chen's mind was a bit of a mess. He remembered that he lost consciousness after performing the first move of creation. Wrong. He closed his eyes and looked inward at his body. The source vein, has it been repaired? Shu Chen was shocked to discover that his collapsed source veins had not only been fully restored, but were also thicker and more resilient than before, and even the source core had become more solid. Lingxi, what's going on? After a moment of silence in his mind, Lingxi's voice finally rang out, her tone weak and tired. Master, it's your bloodline imprint activated automatically. Bloodline mark? It's that mark on your chest. It had been dormant all along, but it awakened automatically when you were on the verge of death. Shu Chen looked down at his chest, where he could vaguely see a faint, dark golden light shimmering. She can dance lightly. She saved you. Lingxi's voice was full of gratitude. She transferred almost all of her source energy to you. Although your body absorbed her source energy like a bottomless pit but couldn't repair your source meridians, it was precisely because of her source energy that your bloodline imprint sensed the crisis and awakened prematurely. Shu Chen's heart clenched painfully. He looked down at Luo Qingwu, who was lying on his lap. This school beauty, who always had a cold and aloof demeanor, still had tears on her face. Fool! Shu Chen murmured softly, reaching out to gently wipe away the tears on her face. He dared not delay any longer and immediately activated the creation source, slowly channeling the pure source energy into Luo Qingwu's body. Unlike when Luo Qingwu transferred it to him before, the power of the creation spirit source was extremely pure and quickly began to nourish Luo Qingwu's depleted source veins. 10%. 20%. 30%. About half an hour later, Luo Qingwu's face finally regained some color. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Shu Chen? Luo Qingwu's voice was very soft, and her eyes were still somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. I am here. Shu Chen held her hand, feeling her body temperature, and a feeling of unprecedented excitement welled up in his heart. Luo Qingwu stared blankly at him, then suddenly her eyes reddened, and she hugged Shu Chen tightly. Thank goodness, you're still alive, thank goodness. Her voice was choked with sobs, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Shu Chen was stunned for a moment, then reached out and gently hugged her. I'm sorry to have worried you. The two hugged for a while before Luo Qingwu slowly let go, a blush appearing on her face. I just. She tried to explain, but Chu Chen suddenly widened his eyes and stared at her in shock. Qingwu, you're actually an 8th tier originator? Chapter 80, an astonishing discovery, the person behind the scenes. Chu Chen had fully regained his senses and could clearly perceive the terrifying source power within Luo Qingwu's body, which, although weak, was in essence far superior to that of a 4th level originator. 8th tier originator. This is the same cultivation level as Su Ruoxue. A complex expression flashed across Luo Qingwu's face, but she finally nodded gently. Yes. I have been sealing away my true power. Why? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Luo Qingwu remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Chu Chen, her eyes filled with bitterness. Because of my bloodline, the stronger I am, the more frequently my bloodline will surge. Previously, there was a riot every month, but if I were in the 8th level originator state, there might be a riot every week or even every few days. She reached up and pressed her hand to her chest, where there was a faint red mark hidden by her clothes. Therefore, I had to use sealing techniques to suppress my power and reduce the frequency of my bloodline surges to a tolerable level. Chu Chen was shocked and suddenly understood many things. No wonder she improved her strength so quickly. It turns out her bloodline could no longer be suppressed. Then just now, Bloodblade has taken the violent pill and his strength has reached the mid-stage of the 6th level of the originator. If I don't remove the seal, I can't beat him at all. Luo Qingwu smiled bitterly. Besides, you're unconscious. I can't just stand by and watch him kill you, can I? At this point, she suddenly leaned closer to Chu Chen, a sly glint in her beautiful eyes. So, shouldn't you thank me properly? Looking at her exquisite face so close to his own and smelling her faint fragrance, Chu Chen's heart began to race. So, what kind of thank you gift would you like? Well. Luo Qingwu tilted her head in thought for a moment, then suddenly kissed Chu Chen on the lips. That's enough. Chu Chen was stunned and subconsciously touched his lips that had been kissed. Luo Qingwu had already stood up. Although she was still a little weak, her face had regained its usual arrogance. Stop spacing out and hurry up and collect the spoils. The commotion here was too loud and will definitely attract more source beasts. Chu Chen snapped out of his daze and stood up as well. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and looked down at his chest. There, a faint, dark golden mark could still be seen, slowly fading from light. Bloodline imprint. Chu Chen seemed to be deep in thought, a strange tremor rising in his heart. This mark seems to hold even more secrets he doesn't know. Let's pack up the spoils first. Luo Qingwu's voice broke his reverie. She had already walked to the second brother's corpse and skillfully removed the storage ring. Chu Chen followed and began looting the belongings of these guys. The second brother's storage ring contained quite a few items, and when Chu Chen probed it with his divine sense, his eyes lit up immediately. Good heavens, those Bloodblade gang members are real bandits. Inside were over 300,000 source coins and more than a dozen source crystals of varying quality, the highest being a mid-grade level 2 source crystal that emitted a pale blue light. In addition, there were several bottles of grade 2 origin restoration pills and healing medicines, as well as some materials from origin beasts. The third and fourth brothers had similar amounts in their storage rings, totaling over 200,000 source coins. I'm rich. I'm rich. Chu Chen grinned, in high spirits. Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. You're this happy over such a small thing? That's different, Chu Chen said seriously. These are spoils of war that I fought myself, so they have a different meaning. Luo Qingwu had already reached the place where the Bloodblade had been burned to ashes. All that remained was a deep pit still emitting black smoke and a lonely storage ring. This guy probably has the most stuff. Luo Qingwu picked up the ring and handed it to Chu Chen. Take a look. Chu Chen took the ring and probed it with his divine sense. The next second, he gasped. Damn, this Bloodblade is really powerful. The number of source coins in the ring directly exceeded 1.5 million, and various first and second level source crystals were piled up like a small mountain, roughly estimated to be worth at least 2 million source coins. In addition, there were several mid-grade Xian level source artifacts, as well as a large number of pills and materials. We're really rich now. Chu Chen's eyes were shining. Luo Qingwu was also somewhat surprised. It seems that the Bloodblade gang has done a lot of bad things over the years and accumulated a lot of wealth. Chu Chen continued to look through the contents of his storage ring when suddenly his hand stopped. He found a communication jade talisman with the character Li clearly engraved on it. Damn it, it really is that guy Li Tianyang. Shu Chen's voice was filled with suppressed anger. He had long guessed that it was no accident that the Bloodblade gang had come knocking on his door, but he never expected that the mastermind behind it all was Li Tianyang. That bastard actually hired someone to kill me behind my back. Luo Qingwu's expression was also unpleasant. Although the Li family is not considered a top-tier family in Lingwu City, it is still a prominent force. Li Tianyang's father, Li Yuntian, is an 8th level qi condensation cultivator. 8th level origin condenser? Shu Chen frowned. That's right. Luo Qingwu nodded. Moreover, the Li family has been operating in Lingwu City for many years, and their network of relationships is very complex. You can't deal with them right now. Shu Chen clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. So, we're just going to leave it at that? Of course not. Luo Qingwu shook her head. But now is not the time. If you go looking for trouble with the Li family with your current strength, you will only be throwing your life away. Shu Chen remained silent. He knew Luo Qingwu was right. With his current strength, he couldn't beat Li Yuntian, let alone the guards of the Li family. So what you need to do now is to improve your strength and strive to break through to the originator level. Luo Qingwu walked up to Shu Chen and placed her hand on his shoulder. Once you're fully healed, we'll continue our special training. Time is running out, we still need to go to the source. Shu Chen took a deep breath, and the anger in his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a calm killing intent. I see. He put away the storage ring, turned around and looked at the dense forest in the distance. Li Tianyang, you just wait. One day, I will personally settle this score. Luo Qingwu watched Shu Chen's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on her lips. That's more like it. A true strong person won't be blinded by hatred, but will turn hatred into motivation to move forward. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here any longer, Luo Qingwu said. The battle just now was too loud. Let's find a safe place to rest first, and continue our journey after you have recovered. Shu Chen nodded and followed Luo Qingwu away from the bloody battlefield. The two continued into the depths of the dense forest, and after walking for about half an hour, they finally found a hidden cave under a cliff. The entrance to the cave was hidden by vines, but the inside was dry and well ventilated, making it a good temporary resting place. Luo Qingwu turned to Shu Chen and said, "You should rest first. I'll keep watch outside." No need. Shu Chen shook his head, "My injuries have almost healed. As for you, you used up so much source energy to save me. You should rest properly." Luo Qingwu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Not bad, you're quite considerate." Without any hesitation, she found a clean spot in the cave, sat down, and began circulating her cultivation technique to restore her source energy. Shu Chen sat at the cave entrance, keeping watch for any movement around him while examining his own body internally. The primordial energy within my body is slowly circulating, repairing those minor damages. To his even greater surprise, he discovered that his source veins were thicker than before, and his source energy had become more condensed. "Lingxi, has my body become stronger?" "Yes, Master," Lingxi's voice rang out. "During the awakening process, your bloodline imprint not only repaired your collapsed source veins, but also comprehensively strengthened your body. Your physical strength is now approaching the late stage of the 8th level of an awakener." "That's amazing?" Shu Chen was somewhat surprised. "This is just the beginning," Lingxi continued. "As your bloodline imprint gradually awakens, you will gain even more power." Shu Chen nodded, a sense of anticipation welling up inside him. Bloodline imprints, the source of creation, and that mysterious spring. His future seems to be full of endless possibilities. As night fell, the roars of various source beasts echoed through the dense forest, but the cave remained completely silent. Shu Chen looked at the starry sky outside the cave, a smile playing on his lips. "Li Tianyang, just you wait. Next time we meet, I'll show you what true despair is." Chapter 81 Battle with Ferocious Beasts, Strength Soars. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the perilous blood illusion forest. Inside the cave, a small campfire crackled, its flickering light illuminating two young faces and dispelling the chill and darkness outside. Shu Chen was squatting by the campfire, skillfully turning over the meat of the animals placed on the fire. That was the hind leg meat of a 9th-tier savage beast, a berserk wild boar that he had hunted that afternoon. Now, under the scorching heat of the flames, the surface has turned golden and crispy, and the oil drips down the texture into the fire, making a sizzling sound. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. "It smells so good." Luo Qingwu sat on a rock to the side, her beautiful eyes fixed on the piece of beast meat, and she couldn't help but swallow. "Alright, have a taste." Chu Chen tore off a large piece of the freshest, most tender meat, wrapped it in a clean leaf, and handed it over. Luo Qingwu didn't stand on ceremony and took a small bite. The sizzling hot meat juices burst in her mouth, and the delicious flavor instantly filled her taste buds, making her squint her eyes in satisfaction. "I never expected you to have this skill." Luo Qingwu's tone was tinged with surprise. "It tastes even better than what the top chefs at the Federation's top restaurants make." Chu Chen smiled, the firelight casting soft shadows on his face. "If you're used to living alone, you have to know a little bit of everything, or you'll starve to death." His tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. But Luo Qingwu detected a subtle hint of melancholy in the sound. She slowed her chewing and looked at the boy who had grown up in an orphanage. A soft spot in her heart was gently touched. From now on, she paused, her voice much softer than usual. "You won't be alone anymore, at least, you still have me." Chu Chen's hand, which was turning the wooden stick, paused slightly. He looked up and met Luo Qingwu's eyes, which reflected the firelight clear, serious, and without a trace of jest. "A warm current welled up from the bottom of my heart, warmer than the campfire in front of me, instantly dispelling the slight loneliness that arose from reminiscing about the past." He looked at her and nodded heavily. This was a rare moment of peace for them since they entered the blood illusion forest. There are no chases, no bloody battles, only campfires, roasted meat, and the person by your side who is willing to go through danger with you. Early morning. Thanks to the combined effects of the elixir and the primordial spirit source, both of their injuries and depletion have been restored to their peak condition. Luo Qingwu stood up, patted off imaginary dust, and the gentleness and ease on her face vanished, replaced by her usual coldness and seriousness. "Now that your strength has improved and you can even kill those originators from the Blood Blade Gang, it's time to fight the real beasts. A ferocious beast?" Chu Chen's eyes sharpened. "That's right. Savage beasts are just wild animals that fight based on instinct, while ferocious beasts are more intelligent and know how to use tactics. They can even use multiple source beast techniques, making them far more dangerous than savage beasts. What you encountered before were just appetizers," Luo Qingwu explained. Her gaze fell on Chu Chen, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. "This training, too, requires the use of any source artifacts." The days that followed were truly hell for Chu Chen. Luo Qingwu seemed to transform into the most ruthless devil instructor, leading him deep into the dense forest to search for the low-level ferocious beasts that entrenched themselves in the area. From the first-tier ghost-faced demon spider to the cunning shadow wolf and then to the incredibly defensive stone-armored rhinoceros, Chu Chen was constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. He was covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, and several times he was nearly torn to pieces by the ferocious beasts. But he was like a piece of refined iron that was repeatedly hammered, removing impurities and becoming more and more resilient and sharp through repeated extreme battles. His combat skills have evolved from clumsy use of origin techniques into a killing instinct ingrained in his very bones. 20 days passed quickly. During these 20 days, Luo Qingwu's bloodline surged twice. Each time, it became more dangerous and violent than the last. But each time, Chu Chen unhesitatingly transferred his pure creation spirit source into her body, sharing the excruciating pain with her and helping her calm the restlessness of her bloodline. In that process of dual cultivation where both source energy and soul are deeply intertwined, the last trace of barrier between the two quietly melts away. They were comrades in arms, mentor and apprentice, but more like lovers, irreplaceable in each other's lives. At this moment, in a dark, dense forest, a second-tier ferocious beast, the earth dragon lizard, whose size rivals that of a truck and whose body is covered in bluish-black scales, let out a ferocious roar. It opened its blood-red maw, and an energy ball containing corrosive venom shot out like a cannonball toward Chu Chen, who was not far away. Chu Chen neither dodged nor evaded, a flash of platinum light appearing in his black pupils. 1/10 of the primordial spiritual source, chaotic origin fist. He let out a low shout, and the platinum light and blazing flames on his right fist intertwined, causing his aura to surge instantly. He took a step forward, the ground cracked, and he charged straight at the venomous energy ball like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The fist collided with the energy ball, unleashing a violent roar. The violent energy surge destroyed all the surrounding trees, but Chu Chen's figure only swayed slightly before tearing through the energy shockwave and instantly appearing in front of the Earth Dragon Lizard. A hint of horror flashed in the Earth Dragon Lizard's huge pupils. It had never expected that this tiny human could withstand its source beast technique. Before it could react, Chu Chen's fist, imbued with terrifying power, slammed heavily into its head. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out as the earth dragon lizard's hard skull shattered, and its massive body crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Chuchen slowly withdrew his fist and exhaled a long breath. At this moment, his aura was calm and his source power was abundant. He had already broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the Awakener, and was only one step away from the 9th level. Master, you are now able to skillfully utilize 1/10 of the creation source. Lingxi's voice in his mind carried a hint of relief. Now, even with just 1/10 of your power, you can easily kill a first-tier ferocious beast, and you can fight a second-tier ferocious beast to a standstill. It's still not enough, Chuchen thought to himself. Even without using 20% of my strength, I'm still powerless against a third-tier ferocious beast. Don't worry, Master, Lingxi comforted her. As your strength increases and you become more proficient in using the creation source. When you break through to the originator level, releasing less than 20% of the creation source aura each time should be enough to completely conceal it from anyone's detection. That will be the time for you to truly shine. Chu Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. This means that he can use the creation source more recklessly in the future without worrying about being exposed. Not far away, Luo Qingwu's figure floated over. She glanced at the corpse of the earth dragon lizard, then at Chu Chen, whose breathing was steady, and a hint of approval flashed in her beautiful eyes. Not bad, you've made rapid progress. She took out the ancient animal hide map from her storage ring and spread it on the ground. We are here now, she said, pointing to a point on the map. We are less than 200 kilometers away from the source marked on the map. If we travel at our speed and go all out, we should be able to reach it in about 2 days. She looked up at the sky. It's November now, and there's still about a month until the freshman competition. We should have enough time. Chu Chen leaned closer, his gaze falling on the red spring symbol in the center of the map, his eyes burning with intensity. A first-grade source of energy. A treasure powerful enough to allow an awakener to break through to the origin master level. I have now broken through to the mid-stage of the 8th rank of originator. Facing the guardian beasts of the source, as long as they are not spirit beasts, there should be no major problems. But just in case, Luo Qingguo's tone became serious. Her gaze fell on Chu Chen again, filled with expectation and encouragement. Take advantage of these next 2 days and try to break through to the 9th level of the awakening source master. Chu Chen nodded heavily, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Awakener, rank 9. Once he breaks through, he's confident he can fight a rank 3 ferocious beast. Chapter 82 Third Order Ferocious Beast breaks through to 9th Order. 2 days later, deep within the Blood Illusion Forest. The fog in the forest grew thicker, and the damp air was mixed with decaying leaves and a source energy aura so strong it was almost liquefied. Taking a breath of it made one's source meridians swell slightly. Chu Chen and Luo Qingwu moved swiftly among the towering ancient trees, their expressions much more solemn than before. Those first and second tier ferocious beasts have long since disappeared, replaced by third tier ferocious beasts that occupy their respective territories and exude a terrifying aura. Stop. Luo Qingwu suddenly raised her hand, her figure stopping on a thick tree trunk, her sharp gaze fixed on a dark, dense forest ahead. Chu Chen stopped and followed her gaze, his heart sinking. The light in that area seemed to have been swallowed up, so quiet that there wasn't a single insect chirping or bird call. A faint sense of danger, like a venomous snake, coiled around my heart. That shadow tiger is a late-stage tier 3 ferocious beast. Luo Qingguo's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. It is known for its speed and stealth, and its minions are imbued with shadow energy, which is extremely corrosive. Kill it, and you can use that pressure to break through the final barrier. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black afterimage shot out from the shadows ahead without warning. Fast. Extremely fast. The afterimage seemed to ignore the distance and space, and instantly pounced in front of Chu Chen. Its sharp claws tore through the air and grabbed at his throat with a sharp whistling sound. Chu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and the sense of crisis between life and death made the hairs on his body stand on end instantly. Without a second thought, he activated his cloud step technique to its maximum, tilting his body backward at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Sizzle! The sharp tiger claws grazed almost the tip of his nose, and the fierce wind left a shallow bloodstain on his face. The dark figure missed its target and landed 10 meters away, revealing its true form. It was a black tiger nearly 4 meters long, its fur as black as ink, without a single other color. Only a strange, blood-red king mark on his forehead radiated an ominous light. It strode with an elegant yet deadly gait, its dark pupils fixed on Chu Chen, filled with a chilling desire for slaughter. This is a tier 3 ferocious beast, the shadow tiger. Roar! The shadow tiger let out a low roar, and its figure vanished once more. Shu Chen focused intently, his source energy covering his ears as he listened carefully to everything around him. Left. He turned around abruptly, his right fist intertwined with platinum light and flames, and unleashed a powerful punch. Mixed origin fist. Bang! Fists and claws clashed, producing a dull, loud thud. Shu Chen felt a tremendous force coming from his arm, which made him stagger back 3 steps, and his arm went numb. The shadow tiger, however, simply performed a nimble somersault in the air and landed steadily, a hint of human-like mockery flashing in its eerie green eyes. This guy is toying with his prey. Shu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he stopped passively defending and launched an attack. His movements were as swift as lightning, using both fists and feet, each strike containing the terrifying power of a peak 8th level awakener. However, the shadow tiger was too fast, like an elusive ghost, always easily avoiding his vital attacks, and occasionally using its claws to retaliate, forcing Shu Chen into a flustered state. For a moment, only the whistling of fists and the clanging of metal could be heard in the forest. On a distant treetop, Luo Qingwu stood quietly, watching the battle with an icy expression, showing no intention of intervening. She knew that this was an obstacle Shu Chen had to overcome on his own. Roar! After a prolonged battle with no clear victor, Shadow Tiger seemed to have lost patience. It suddenly roared to the sky, and the blood-red king mark on its forehead suddenly lit up, and a violent dark energy burst out from its body. Original beast skill, Shadow Claw. Its right claw was instantly enveloped in dense black energy, and its size increased dramatically, transforming into a 2-meter-long pitch-black ghost claw that brought down with a terrifying aura that could corrode everything. This attack blocked all of Shu Chen's escape routes. Good timing. Instead of retreating, Shu Chen advanced, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. The source energy within his body burned wildly, pushing his power to its limit as well. Mixed origin fist. He met the giant ghost claw with a punch. Boom! An even more terrifying explosion resounded through the mountains and forests. This time, Shu Chen's figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into an ancient tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning incredibly crazed as he watched the shadow tiger approach once more. 20%, the primordial spiritual source. Buzz. An ancient and powerful aura, indescribable in words, erupted from Shu Chen's body. A dazzling white gold light shot into the sky, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Shu Chen's injuries healed at a visible speed, and his previously nearly depleted source energy instantly surged. His aura rose steadily and broke through an invisible barrier. The shadow tiger, which was pouncing towards Shu Chen, revealed extreme fear for the first time in its dark pupils. It sensed a powerful pressure emanating from the depths of its bloodline emanating from Shu Chen, a pressure powerful enough to annihilate its soul. It tried to escape, but it was too late. Shu Chen's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared above the shadow tiger's head. He raised his right fist high, and the platinum light made his fist look like the hand of a god. Die! A punch landed. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a muffled plop sound. That incredibly hard tiger head, along with its proud blood-red mark, exploded like a watermelon under this punch. The massive tiger body collapsed limply, utterly lifeless. Huff, huff. Shu Chen landed on the ground, panting heavily. The consumption of 20% of the creation spirit source had almost drained him. But he didn't have time to rest. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out the shadow tiger beast core that he had just obtained and was still warm from his storage ring. This is a late-stage tier 3 beast core. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly activated the Genesis source technique and began frantically absorbing the violent and pure energy from the beast core. Purified by the primordial spiritual source, the chaotic energy became incredibly docile, flowing into his source veins like rivers converging into the sea. Click! A crisp sound came from inside him, as if some shackles had been completely broken. An aura several times stronger than before surged from his body, sweeping away all the fallen leaves on the ground. The 9th stage of the Awakener. It's done! Shu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. He could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and perception had all undergone a qualitative leap. How are you feeling? Luo Qingwu had appeared beside him without his noticing and handed him a fragrant pill. It's better than ever before. Shu Chen took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp, feeling the source energy in his body rapidly recovering. He grinned, now, even if another shadow tiger comes along, I can easily crush it. Don't be so smug, Luo Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. A smile lingered deep in her eyes. A ninth-level awakener at the early stage is just the beginning. Let's rest for a bit, then we should go get the real treasure. She put away her joking expression and pointed ahead. The two packed their things and sped off toward the spring. The forest grew denser, and the concentration of energy in the air increased. At the same time, a strange sense of crisis also rose in Chu Chen's heart. The closer you get to the source, the more dangerous it becomes. What else is hidden there? Chapter 83. So close, mysterious illusion array. In the dense jungle, two figures moved about like ghosts. Chu Chen followed closely behind Luo Qingwu, and the scene before him shocked him. As they ventured deeper, the aura of savage beasts around them grew stronger. Third-tier savage beasts were now commonplace, and occasionally they could even sense the terrifying pressure of fourth-tier beasts. Watch out ahead. Luo Qingwu suddenly called out. A giant lion covered in rock armor emerged from the dense forest ahead. It was nearly 5 meters long, its rock armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its pair of crimson eyes staring intently at Chu Chen and his companion. Rock armor lion, a mid-stage tier 4 ferocious beast. Chu Chen's pupils contracted. He had never fought a ferocious beast of this level alone before. Let me do it. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. A hint of worry flashed in Luo Qingwu's eyes, but she finally nodded. Be careful, I'll step in if things get really bad. Rest assured. Chu Chen grinned, channeling his internal energy to its maximum. 20%. He held nothing back, and the ancient power of creation within him erupted with a roar. A platinum gold light instantly enveloped his entire body, and Chu Chen's aura surged. He threw a punch, directly clashing with the rock armor lion's claws. Boom! The rock-armored lion was forced back 3 steps. There's hope. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. However, before he could even rejoice, the rock-like patterns on the rock lion's forehead suddenly lit up. Origin Beast Technique Rock Armor Crushing. An invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped an area of 10 meters in radius. Chu Chen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he was forced to the ground, making it difficult to even breathe. Oh no! The rock lion seized the opportunity to pounce, its massive jaws aimed at his neck. At the critical moment, a blazing sky curtain. Luo Qingwu has made her move. A blazing barrier of flames appeared out of nowhere, blocking the rock lion's attack. She then flashed to Chu Chen's side and forced the rock armor lion back with a sword strike. Are you all right? Luo Qingwu frowned as she looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen struggled to his feet and said with a wry smile, "This guy is too strong. Don't force yourself." After saying that, Luo Qingwu unleashed her aura and killed the rock armor lion with a single sword strike. Chu Chen looked at the enormous beast corpse, feeling somewhat unwilling, but also knowing that he was indeed not strong enough. Even at the early stage of the 9th level of the awakening source, he still struggled against the 4th level savage beast. Luo Qingwu walked over and handed him a pill. Don't be discouraged. A mid-stage 4th tier savage beast is already close to the strength of a 5th tier originator. You've done a great job of holding on for so long. Chu Chen took the pill and swallowed it, then smiled wryly and said, "It seems I'm still too weak." There's less than a month left until the freshman competition, Luo Qingwu said solemnly. We must speed things up and not waste too much time. If any unexpected situation arises, there won't be enough time. The two continued onward, and the deeper they went, the more airy the atmosphere became. Those ferocious beasts that should have been savage and violent seemed to have been intimidated by something, and all of them disappeared without a trace. When they had gone about 2 kilometers into the distance, Chu Chen suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Luo Qingwu asked. Have you noticed? Chu Chen frowned and looked around. It's too quiet here. Silence. A deathly silence. You can't even hear the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. The only sound is the rustling of leaves in the wind. Even more strangely, the traces of savage beasts that were once everywhere had all disappeared completely. Luo Qingwu's eyes sharpened. We should have already entered the territory of the Source Guardian beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint but powerful pressure came from all directions. This oppressive aura was extremely ancient, as if it had been accumulated over thousands of years, carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. The two dared not be careless in the slightest and immediately changed into their best source energy equipment. Chu Chen held a perfect-grade mortal longsword in his hand, while Luo Qingwu drew her high-grade mystic fire sword. They moved forward step by step, each step taken with extreme caution. When there was less than a kilometer left, the scene suddenly changed. A faint light curtain rippled out like water, and countless complex and mysterious runes appeared on the ground. These runes intertwined to form a huge array, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This is the Source Rune Array. Luo Qingwu's expression changed drastically. Shu Chen stared at the dense array of runes, his scalp tingling. Such a complex formation must be at least level 3, right? More than that. Luo Qingwu took a deep breath, her eyes more solemn than ever before. This is a high-level level 3 illusion array. Anyone who can set up an array of this level must be at least a level 4 Source Rune Master. Level 4 Source Rune Master. That's equivalent to a Qi condensation realm expert. Shu Chen's heart sank. It seemed that the source behind this was far more complex than they had imagined. How about we retreat first? Shu Chen asked tentatively. Luo Qingwu was silent for a moment, then shook her head. We've come this far, there's no turning back. Besides. She didn't finish speaking, but Shu Chen understood what she meant. Luo Qingwu's bloodline is surging more and more frequently. If a way to stabilize her bloodline cannot be found as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. This source of spring water may be her hope. Then let's charge in. Shu Chen gripped his long sword tightly. The two exchanged a glance and stepped into the formation's range. Buzz. The moment they entered, the surrounding scenery instantly distorted and changed. A dizzying sensation swept over him, and Shu Chen felt a blur before his eyes. When he could see clearly again, the surrounding environment had completely changed. The once dense jungle had vanished, replaced by a thick, gray fog. The fog was so dense that visibility was less than 3 meters. Light dance! Shu Chen shouted immediately. There was no response. Xingwu! Where are you? He raised his voice. There has still been no response. Shu Chen's heart sank. This illusion array not only changed the surrounding environment, but also separated him from Luo Qingwu. He forced himself to calm down, circulated his internal energy, and cautiously observed his surroundings. Just then. Rustling. A faint sound came from the mist, as if something was moving slowly. Shu Chen gripped his longsword tightly and said coldly, "Who is it? Show yourself." The mist swirled, and a blurry figure appeared and disappeared within it. The figure drew closer and became clearer. When Shu Chen saw the figure's true face, his pupils suddenly contracted. That was a person. No, that's not right. Although it had a human appearance, the figure was covered in eerie black scales, its eyes were blood red, and its nails were sharp like blades. The strangest thing was that the aura emanating from it was exactly the same as that of the savage beasts he had seen before. What exactly is this thing? Shu Chen muttered to himself. Just then, a second, a third, and a fourth figure emerged from the mist. A dozen or so of these monsters surrounded him, each exuding an aura no weaker than that of a fourth-tier savage beast. Shu Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He'd have a hard time even taking on one person, let alone a dozen. Damn it, what the hell is this place? Just as he was preparing to fight to the death, the monsters suddenly stopped, made way for him in unison, and respectfully lowered their heads. An even more ancient and terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the mist. Shu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. It was a fear that came from his very instincts. Then, an old and hoarse voice rang out. Humans, you have quite the nerve. Chapter 84 Breaking the Illusion Array, the Guardian Beast appears. Thick fog blanketed the area, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Eerie roars came from all directions, and countless greedy eyes peered into the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Shu Chen shattered a phantom source beast that pounced on him with a blazing fist, his brows furrowed. These monsters are endless, impossible to kill or eradicate. What worried him even more was that after entering the illusion array, he completely lost Luo Qingwu's presence. How is she? Is she trapped in this damned illusion array like me? Lingxi, is there a way to break this illusion array? Shu Chen asked anxiously in his mind. It's very difficult. Lingxi's voice was more solemn than ever before. The one who set up this formation is far stronger than you. This level 3 high-level illusion formation is interconnected and endlessly regenerating. With your current cultivation level, trying to break the formation by force is nothing short of a fool's dream. The only possibility is to use the creation source. Just then, an indescribable, terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The entire sky collapsed, the air solidified like iron, and even the flow of source energy became sluggish. This aura was ancient and powerful, carrying an indifferent gaze that looked down upon all living beings, far surpassing any of the savage beasts or ferocious creatures encountered before. Mythical beast. It is an absolutely terrifying existence that has reached the level of a spirit beast. Humans. An olden hoarse voice echoed within the illusion array, its exact location unknown, yet it resounded directly in Shu Chen's mind. The aura emanating from you is very special, very ancient. Shu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. He forcefully suppressed the sluggish feeling of his source power being suppressed and cautiously looked around. But apart from the endless thick fog and the constantly regenerating phantom monsters, he couldn't see the true face of the spirit beast at all. Enough with the nonsense. Either let us out, or come out and fight. Shu Chen said coldly. He could not show the slightest cowardice, especially in this situation where the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light. Ha! Interesting little fellow. The voice held a hint of amusement. Want to break the formation? Then give it a try. We can't wait any longer. Shu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he no longer hesitated. 2/10 of the primordial spiritual source, open. In an instant, a dazzling platinum gold light erupted from his body, and the pure and powerful source energy transformed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky, attempting to tear apart the thick fog. However, when the beam of light pierced into the thick fog, it only caused the surrounding fog to churn violently for a moment before being swallowed up completely, like a mudox entering the sea. The entire illusion array only trembled slightly before returning to calm. It failed. Shu Chen's expression darkened. 20% of the power of the creation source was enough to instantly kill an ordinary 9th level awakening source cultivator, but it had little effect on this illusion array. Indeed, a very special power. The aged voice rang out again, this time with obvious surprise in its tone. Human, who exactly are you? Why do you possess such a primal aura? I'm just an ordinary awakener, nothing special, Shu Chen replied in a deep voice, secretly mobilizing his source power to prepare for another attempt. Ordinary? The voice let out a low laugh. Don't struggle. Countless human geniuses have died in this illusory array of heaven and earth, including many origin masters and even transformation masters. With your abilities, you'll be trapped here for the rest of your life. Shu Chen's heart sank little by little. Even those who have transformed their origins have perished here? He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. He could die, but he couldn't imagine Luo Qingwu also perishing in such a place. That girl who appears aloof and domineering on the outside, but is actually soft and kind on the inside, that girl who gets jealous for him, worries about him, and rushes into Lu Qingyan's office to save him without hesitation. No. Absolutely not. Calm down, I must calm down. Shu Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his chaotic thoughts. Anger and anxiety solve nothing. Since brute force cannot break the formation, it means that this illusion formation must have a core and a weakness. The core of the formation. Once we find the core of the formation, we'll have a chance to break it in one fell swoop. Lingxi. A resolute glint flashed in Shu Chen's eyes. I will channel the primordial spiritual source into my eyes. This will greatly deplete your mental energy and put a very high strain on your body. Lingxi warned. We can't worry about that now. The next second, Shu Chen felt a burning pain in his eyes, as if two suns were burning in his eye sockets. When he opened his eyes again, the whole world had changed. The thick fog in front of us disappeared, replaced by a network of light composed of countless crisscrossing energy threads. These intricate light networks, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, together construct this enormous illusion array. At the very center of the entire light network, there is a fist-sized energy core radiating brilliant light, which is slowly pulsating. That's the core of the formation. Found it. Now. Without the slightest hesitation, Shu Chen unleashed the remaining source energy within his body without reservation. He bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the platinum gold light. The primordial spirit source shone even brighter in the blood mist, so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. 30% of the primordial spiritual source. He compressed all his power and concentrated it at his fingertips. A beam of platinum light, several times more dazzling than before, tore through space and shot with unparalleled power precisely at the pulsating array eye. Shu Chen clearly felt that his body began to develop fine cracks under the pressure of this force. A sharp pain shot through his veins, and his blood boiled within him. But he didn't stop. Luo Qingwu is still waiting for him. Boom! The moment the beam struck the core of the array, the entire space trembled violently. Crack! Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Centered on the erase core, massive cracks spread outwards in all directions. For the first time, the aged voice carried a hint of shock. You actually found the erase core? This is impossible. This is a high-level, level 3 illusion array. Even a chi condensation cultivator would need several days to barely sense it. Chu Chen ignored it and just stared intently ahead. Bang! With a deafening roar, the entire illusionary world shattered, dissipating into countless specks of light. The scene before him shifted, the thick fog dissipated, and he returned to the ancient and silent forest. It was a success. Chu Chen was overjoyed, but the next second, his heart sank to the bottom. There was no one around. Luo Qinggu was nowhere to be seen. Luo Qinggu! He shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing through the empty forest, but received no response. How could this be? Chu Chen's hands trembled slightly as an unprecedented fear surged into his heart. Just as Chu Chen was anxiously searching everywhere, the old voice rang out again. This time, the source of the voice was crystal clear, coming from a towering ancient tree not far from him. You actually managed to break my bewitching illusion array. What an interesting human lad. Chu Chen suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently in the direction from which the sound came, his killing intent boiling. Where is she? He. On the branches of the ancient tree, light and shadow distorted, and a ball of light made of energy slowly emerged. Within the sphere of light, a graceful figure floated silently. It was Luo Qinggu. At this moment, her eyes were closed, her face was pale, and she had fallen into a coma. The aged voice, tinged with a hint of smug mockery, slowly rose into the air. Are you looking for this little girl? Unfortunately, she is now in my hands. Chapter 85 Black Flood Dragon, Remnant Soul of the Royal Beast. The illusion array shattered, and the thick fog dissipated. Chu Chen's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the towering ancient tree in front of him. There, the light and shadow distorted, and a colossal creature, entirely black and nearly 100 meters long, coiled atop it. It is not a physical entity. Its body is composed of dense, inky black mist. With a dragon's head, deer antlers, a snake's body, and eagle claws, every detail exudes an ancient and sinister aura. A pair of blood-red eyes look down indifferently at Chu Chen below, as if looking at an insignificant ant. This oppressive force is 100 times more terrifying than what I felt in the illusion array before. Mythical beast. Moreover, it is by no means an ordinary spirit beast. Beside the black dragon, a ball of light made of energy floated silently, and Luo Qinggu was inside it, her eyes closed, her fate unknown. Release her. Chu Chen's voice was hoarse, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, the killing intent contained within almost tangible. Release them? The black dragon let out a deep laugh, the sound waves causing the surrounding air to hum. Human, you seem to have misunderstood the current situation. What right do you have to negotiate with me? The aura emanating from you is ancient and unique. A hint of greed and doubt flashed in the black dragon's blood-red eyes. It has been a long time since I have smelled such a pure and primal scent. Just then, Lingxi's extremely solemn voice rang in Chu Chen's mind. Be careful, master. This is not its true form, but merely a remnant soul. It is using the spring below to nourish its soul, attempting to one day regain its strength and reshape its physical body. At its peak, it was probably at least a terrifying existence at the level of a royal beast. Although it is only a remnant now, its strength far exceeds your imagination, at least reaching the third level of a spirit beast. The remnant soul of the royal beast. Chu Chen's heart clenched. No wonder he felt suffocated just by his breath. The royal beast is an extremely powerful being on the entire spirit origin star. Its strength is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, and it is a nightmare that the Federation needs to use super strong individuals to barely contend with. Even if it's just a wisp of a remnant soul, it's not something a mere awakening source cultivator like him can contend with. Human, tell me your secret. The black dragon's voice carried an undeniable authority. What is the source of that aura on your body? Tell me, and I might consider sparing this little girl's life. Its enormous head lowered slightly, its scarlet eyes fixed on Chu Chen, its gaze seemingly able to pierce through all illusions and look directly at the very source of the soul. Chu Chen knew that the aura it was referring to must be the primordial spirit source. This is his biggest secret, the foundation of his livelihood, and he would never tell anyone, let alone a terrifying beast of unknown origin. I don't know what you're talking about. Chu Chen forcibly suppressed the surging blood and chi within him and coldly replied. Have no idea? The black dragon's tone held a hint of impatience. It seems you won't behave unless I teach you a lesson. Before the words were even finished, an invisible, terrifying pressure suddenly descended. There was no energy impact, no release of source techniques, just pure, absolute crushing power originating from the level of life. Puff! Chu Chen felt as if a towering mountain had crashed into his chest, dislocating his internal organs. His legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to his knees. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of him crimson. That's incredible! This is not even a battle on the same level. Faced with the oppressive aura of a third-tier spirit beast, his prized physical strength proved as fragile as paper. My patience is limited. The black dragon's voice was icy cold. This is your last chance. Tell me your secret, or I wouldn't mind crushing this little girl's head first, and then slowly, devouring your soul. As he spoke, the sphere of light imprisoning Luo Qingwu began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the sphere of light, Luo Qingwu's brows furrowed in pain, and her face grew increasingly pale. Stop! Chu Chen roared, his eyes bloodshot. He can't let anything happen to Luo Qingwu. Absolutely not. The girl who would boldly declare herself his boyfriend, the girl who would stand up for him when he was humiliated, the girl who would heal his wounds and accompany him in his spiritual practice late at night. Scenes flashed through his mind, and Chu Chen felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing him unbearable pain. Lingxi! Chu Chen roared in his heart, if I use 50% of the creation spirit source, is there any chance to severely damage it? The risk is extremely high. Lingxi's voice was filled with anxiety. With only half its power, your body will instantly collapse. Moreover, it's just a remnant soul, so physical attacks have extremely limited effect on it. You'll likely die. I have no other choice. Chu Chen's eyes became resolute. Die? If Luo Qingwu dies because of him, even if he lives, he will be no different from a walking corpse. He suddenly raised his head and stared intently at the black dragon, the primordial spiritual source within his body beginning to circulate wildly at an unprecedented speed. A platinum gold light, several times more terrifying than when he broke the formation before, began to gather and rise on his body. The surrounding space began to distort and groan under the strain caused by the appearance of this force. Oh! A hint of surprise flashed in the black dragon's blood-red eyes. You actually possess such immense power? Interesting, truly fascinating. The secrets you hold are far greater than I imagined. Its tone revealed an even stronger sense of greed. In its eyes, Chu Chen's actions were nothing more than the last struggle of an ant. However, just as Chu Chen was about to disregard everything and unleash all the power within him, a weak yet incredibly firm voice came from the sphere of light. Chu Chen, run! Chu Chen was startled and looked sharply at the ball of light. Inside the sphere of light, Luo Qingwu had managed to open her eyes, albeit with some difficulty. Her gaze was still weak, but a resolute flame burned within them. Don't worry about me, you go. Luo Qingwu's voice trembled slightly, but her tone left no room for argument. I'll hold it off. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Chen roared. How could I possibly leave you behind? If you stay, we'll both die. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Luo Qingwu's mouth, but her eyes became unusually bright. You forgot. I told you, my bloodline is very special. No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange thing happened. Suddenly, the mysterious bloodline mark on Luo Qingwu's fair chest burst forth with an extremely dazzling crimson light. The light, like a burning flame or flowing magma, was filled with an aura of rage and destruction. An ancient pressure, no less powerful than that of the black dragon, suddenly erupted from Luo Qingwu's delicate body. Burning the power of bloodline? The black dragon's voice fluctuated violently for the first time, carrying a hint of disbelief and shock. You're insane. Are you crazy, little girl? You're actually willing to burn your own lifeblood for a man. Burning blood. Chu Chen's heart felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. Although he didn't know what this meant, just from the name he knew that it was definitely some kind of forbidden method that would lead to mutual destruction. No. Don't. Chu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He tried to rush over, but he was pinned to the spot by the two terrifying pressures and could not move. Luo Qingwu ignored the black dragon's shock and didn't look at Chu Chen. She just stared intently at the enormous creature in front of her, crimson light surging from the depths of her eyes. Her aura was rising at an incredible speed. Peak of the 8th tier of the originator. 9th tier originator. Mid-stage 9th tier originator. Peak 9th tier of originator. That force even seemed to be approaching the threshold of solid source holder. Chu Chen. Luo Qingwu's voice rang in his ears for the last time, carrying a tenderness and resolve he had never heard before. Live on. Chapter 86 Burning Bloodline, Phoenix Descends. Boom. A completely different power surge erupted from Luo Qingwu's body, and only slowly subsided after it stabilized at the mid-stage of the 4th level of the solid source realm. At this moment, Luo Qingwu was suspended in mid-air, her body engulfed in crimson holy flames. That flame was no ordinary fire. It did not have a scorching temperature, yet it caused the surrounding space to distort and groan as it could not withstand its oppressive power. The bloodline mark on her chest had become fully visible, radiating brilliant light. That is a phoenix totem that has risen from the ashes, spread its wings, and stretched its neck to cry out. The totem is so lifelike that every feather burns with the brilliance of life, radiating supreme majesty as it reigns over the heavens and overlooks all living beings. Phoenix. Phoenix bloodline. The black dragon's enormous body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, its voice filled with unprecedented horror and fear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone from that family be in a place like this? It seemed to have thought of some extremely terrifying forbidden existence. In its scarlet eyes, greed and majesty faded away, leaving only the most primal fear originating from the deepest part of its bloodline. The phoenix is a supreme divine beast that exists only in ancient mythology. For all beasts, especially those of impure bloodlines, the oppressive aura of the phoenix bloodline is an absolute suppression etched into the deepest recesses of the soul and genes. It is the trembling of a servant before a king. Awah! A clear, high-pitched phoenix cry suddenly rang out from behind Luo Qingwu, its sound carrying for miles. Crimson flames shot into the sky, coalescing behind her into a gigantic phoenix phantom with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters. The phoenix phantom opened its eyes, revealing a pair of dazzling golden pupils that looked down upon the world and disregarded all living beings. It merely glanced indifferently at the black dragon below, a glance that seemed to transcend countless ages, carrying a sacred judgment and an unquestionable will to decide. Under this gaze, the remnant soul of the black dragon began to sizzle and melt away inch by inch, like snow under the scorching sun. No! Spare me! Lord Phoenix, spare me! The once arrogant remnant soul of the royal beast now let out a mournful howl, its massive body prostrate on the ground, trembling. It tried to escape, but found that its soul seemed to be nailed to the spot by invisible chains of divine order, unable to move at all. That absolute suppression, originating from its bloodline, prevented it from even having the slightest thought of resistance. Luo Qingwu's face grew paler and paler, and the blood that spilled from the corner of her mouth stained her clothes, but her eyes remained resolute. She slowly raised her slender hand and gently pointed at the black dragon below. The phantom of the fiery phoenix behind him let out a cry that resounded through the heavens and earth, and then transformed into a streak of crimson gold holy light, arriving in an instant. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no devastating energy shock. The crimson gold light passed gently and silently through the massive, remnant soul of the black dragon. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. I'm not reconciled. The black dragon let out a final, faint murmur, and its massive body, composed of black mist, burst into crimson gold flames from within. The flames were silent yet incredibly powerful, instantly incinerating the remnant soul of the royal beast, which had existed for countless years, along with all its consciousness and power, to ashes. The smoke cleared and the clouds dispersed. The sphere of light that imprisoned Luo Qingwu shattered as well. In the sky, the enormous phantom of the fiery phoenix, having completed its mission, glanced deeply at Chu Chen below, let out a sigh like phoenix cry, and slowly dissipated into the world. Meanwhile, in mid-air, the stunningly beautiful figure, burning with the flame of life, fell helplessly from the sky, her light fading away like a kite with a broken string. Light dance! Chu Chen let out a heart-wrenching roar, his legs suddenly exerting force, the ground instantly cracking into a spider web, and he shot out like a cannonball. Just as Luo Qingwu was about to fall to the ground, he tightly and with all his might pulled her cold yet soft body into his arms. The girl in my arms was as light as a feather. Her face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, and the breath of life was slipping away at an alarming rate. The phoenix mark on his chest had faded to almost invisible. No. No. Chu Chen's voice trembled, and hot tears welled up uncontrollably, falling drop by drop onto Luo Qingwu's cold cheeks. He frantically circulated the last of his primordial spiritual energy, continuously channeling the purest and most fundamental life energy into her body, muttering incoherently, "No, Xingwu, I can save you. I can definitely save you." However, all of this was like throwing a stone into the sea, having no effect whatsoever. Her body was like a precious porcelain piece that had been completely shattered. No matter how much power was poured into it, it would only seep away through countless cracks. Burning blood is burning the very source of life, the fire of the soul. Once it burns out, even gods cannot save it, and the laws of nature will not tolerate it. Don't cry. Luo Qingwu barely opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were once as bright as stars, were now dull and lifeless, reflecting his tear-streaked face. She weakly raised her hand, as if trying to wipe away the tears on his face, but she didn't even have that much strength left, and her arm trembled helplessly in midair. A weak yet poignant smile touched her lips, as captivating as when they first met. "Fool, I told you so." Her voice was as soft as a whisper in the wind, broken and intermittent, each word exhausting her last bit of strength. "I must protect my boyfriend." Before she could finish speaking, her raised arm fell limply to her sides, and the last glimmer of light in her eyes went out completely. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost all sound and color. Chu Chen held her gradually cooling body, frozen in place, his mind blank. "The warmth in my arms is slowly dissipating." The girl who would domineeringly declare herself her boyfriend. The girl who would stand up for him without hesitation when he was humiliated. The girl who would heal his wounds in the dead of night and accompany him through hellish training. The girl who would get jealous because of Su Ruoxue and warn him to stay away from other girls. The girl who would train him with a flaming whip, yet was genuinely happy for him after his breakthrough. That girl, who just sacrificed her entire life to save him. Memories, one after another, were like sharp knives, repeatedly cutting into his heart. "Ah!" A suppressed roar, filled with endless pain and despair, burst forth from the depths of Chu Chen's throat, tearing apart the desolate jungle. He held Luo Qingwu tightly, his body trembling violently, as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones and never be separated from her again. Tears had already blurred my vision. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible crimson light appeared. It quietly seeped out from the completely faded mark on Luo Qingwu's chest, flowing slowly and steadily along the two bodies pressed together, towards the mysterious bloodline mark on Chu Chen's chest.